By 2030, AI had thoroughly infiltrated every corner of society. Its rapid advancement swept through like a fierce storm, wiping out countless jobs. Factories shut down day and night, causing global unemployment rates to skyrocket. Many schools closed one after another, forcing young people to seek new paths. The entertainment industry suddenly became the mainstream craze of the era. Su Wangchuan was just a tiny figure caught in this wave. Struggling under the weight of the times, he relied on the advantage his parents had given him: a decent-looking face and a disciplined fitness routine. By the time he finished high school and university, he had gathered over 5,000 followers. Yet, his life was still a daily grind of scarcity. At 6:30 in the morning, the sharp alarm blared through the silence like a piercing warning bell. Shortly after 7, Su Wangchuan was already live streaming. He started simply with, "Everyone, let's get to work." Without idle chit-chat, he dove straight into his daily workout check-in. From push-ups to pull-ups, then flawlessly executing the moonwalk, he went through one exercise after another. On camera, his sweat-soaked white t-shirt outlined his toned abs. Though silent, he quietly captivated the devoted fans glued to their screens. This repetitive ritual was how Su Wangchuan survived day after day, simple and monotonous, yet tinged with a subtle weariness brought on by the outside world. After his workout, he checked his earnings. The amount was painfully low, only 15.8 yuan. Su Wangchuan mocked himself silently, just enough to buy another chicken drumstick. He sighed but felt grateful for the small benefits of this era: official subsidies on public housing, rent, and free utilities. Plus, with unemployment benefits and platform support, he barely managed to get by. Still, he knew deep down that without taking on part-time work, he wouldn't even qualify to have a girlfriend. After showering, Su Wangchuan changed into a fresh white outfit and masked his face before heading out. Standing before the mirror, he assessed his appearance: a tall, fit figure, tidy and sharp-looking, with the mask adding a faint air of mystery. This look was no less impressive than those handsome boys and girls roaming the streets. As he prepared to go find a part-time job, a thought crossed his mind. What if I bump into a rich woman? Or maybe even my true love, just by chance? Just as he stepped outside, he ran into Tao Tao, a neighbor who also live-streamed. She was fresh-faced but clearly worn from a night of broadcasting, wearing a tank top and skirt, her pale long legs swaying slightly. Clutching a bag of trash with some leftover breakfast inside, she looked tired and lazy. When she spotted Su Wangchuan leaving, her eyes lit up, and with a teasing tone, she said, "Hey handsome, heading out. Can you take out my trash? I'm so tired." Su Wangchuan hesitated briefly but quickly agreed. After all, he had to take out trash too, and this moment was perfectly captured in his live feed. Feeling a bit smug inside, he thought this cozy exchange would make great footage to attract more followers. A sly smile curved his lips as he imagined adding captions. "Pretty neighbor hits me up for help. Nice guy, come on in." Although staged, it perfectly matched common live streaming tropes. Outside the community, the blazing sun at 10:30 stabbed through his skin like a blade, forcing him to lower his head. Yet those venturing out at this hour carried a stubborn desire to fight for life. Su Wangchuan boarded the city's free tram, heading for a business district office tower. Today, he planned to apply for a job as a gaming companion. Upon entering the lobby, a friendly robot receptionist greeted him with a bright smile. "Hello, Mr. Su." The tone was light and warm, blending technology with human touch. The spacious, luxurious lobby was nearly empty except for a dozen robot staff busy attending visitors. Lowering his voice, Su Wangchuan stated his purpose. "I have an appointment for a position at Warring States Gaming Studio." The robot smiled again and gestured, "Please follow me. The elevator will take you to the 75th floor." As the elevator ascended, a swell of emotion stirred in Su Wangchuan's chest. A gaming studio occupying an entire high-rise floor in such a premium location clearly meant serious investment. The high salary and corporate-level interview process made him wonder, where exactly was the money for game companion jobs coming from? Peering into the empty office cubicles neatly arranged, he sensed the studio was gearing up for a big expansion. The elevator doors opened onto the bright, spacious 75th floor. At the entrance stood a woman wearing a name badge labeled Su Wan. Su Wangchuan paused, struck by the uncanny coincidence of the name. The woman stepped forward and introduced herself. "Hello, are you Mr. Su Wangchuan? I'm the HR manager at Warring States Gaming Studio." He nodded, quietly impressed by the professionalism. Even a game studio had its own dedicated HR department, a clear sign of the owner's wealth. Following Su Wan through the empty but ambitious office space, he felt the company's confidence. Inside the interview room, a machine rapidly printed out a sheet of paper. Su Wan glanced at it and smiled as she turned to Su Wangchuan. "Mr. Su, considering your gender, age, physical condition, and work experience, we are very satisfied with your profile. You've passed the interview." She handed him the paper, an employment contract. Momentarily stunned, Su Wangchuan blurted out, "I passed? So this is what they call a formality?" Taking the employment contract, Su Wangchuan read it carefully. He was genuinely afraid of being cheated these days. A healthy kidney was worth a fortune. The first page of the contract clearly displayed the header, official seal, and the unified social credit code. All the information was transparent and could be verified on the official website at any time. Next came the benefits: social insurance and housing fund. A nominal monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, with an actual payout of 15,000. Monthly bonuses based on income from game grinding, plus extra pay for occasional overtime. At this point, he wished he could enlarge the font, dissect each sentence, and repeatedly ask himself, what did he possibly do to deserve this? Let me make it clear first. Suwon closed the folder with a serious expression. Once you sign and join the studio, you must not disclose any game-related information outside, whether through chat apps or face-to-face conversations, no exceptions. If we find out, the contract will be terminated immediately, and we will sue to recover all earnings and losses. Su Wangchuan nodded silently. His social circle was narrow, so the chance of leaks was low. His parents only knew he did live streaming. Secondly, Suwon added, even after the cooperation ends, the confidentiality obligation remains in effect forever. You may never reveal any game or work details. The terms were so strict it made him catch his breath, but thinking about the 10,000 salary, he chose to endure. One last point. Suwon's tone grew heavier. The studio will assign you a game account and daily tasks. You must be self-disciplined and never engage in activities unrelated to the tasks. If your character dies because of private actions, cooperation terminates immediately. Once the character dies, it can't be revived? Su Wangchuan frowned, puzzled by this rule. Yes, Suwon explained patiently. The game we're entering is extremely difficult, and accounts are extremely valuable. Each account has only one life. If the character dies, the account is immediately deleted. So all members must strictly follow the rules. Only then did Su Wangchuan realize. He probably passed the interview because his disciplined style during live streaming had already impressed them. Without strong self-control, he wouldn't qualify for this job. Suwon continued listing the onboarding requirements. Within 7 days, you must become familiar with all game content and grow to the point of generating value. Starting from the 8th day, you officially begin grinding to accumulate game assets for the studio. You must complete designated tasks every day. 6 to 8 hours are enough, so it won't take up too much of your time. In the game, you may not conflict with any other players, and you must log off in a safe zone after completing your tasks. He memorized every single rule. After signing, the onboarding process concluded. Minutes later, an official text message arrived. Due to your new job, your unemployment benefits will be terminated starting this month, and your public housing subsidy will be temporarily suspended. The message ended with, welcome aboard. Come, they'll take you to get your gaming equipment. Suwon stood up and led Su Wangchuan to a window that looked like a blood collection station. Our game uses DNA plus dynamic retina binding. At your first registration, we record your DNA and iris data. Every login afterward requires an iris scan. Just put your hand inside, she said evenly, her tone calm, yet decisively professional. Following her instructions, Su Wangchuan stretched out his right arm. Inside the window, a robotic arm emerged. A cold metal needle lightly tapped his fingertip, sending a brief, slight sting. Simultaneously, a crimson light scanned his face from chin to forehead, finally resting on his eyes, capturing detailed iris images rapidly. All done, just a moment. Suwon tapped the control panel twice. Seconds later, she handed him a silver alloy box. He opened the lid to find a silver-gray alloy game helmet resting quietly on a soft cushion. Its design was retro with sharp lines, but surprisingly lightweight. The interior curved perfectly to fit, and the cold metal radiated a strong sense of advanced technology. Congratulations, you're officially on board, Suwon said, pointing to the helmet. Put it on to see the operation guide. But before your first login, they'll assign you a mentor so you don't mess around and waste the account. She then turned and headed for the elevator. They rode straight up to the 74th floor. When the elevator doors slid open, it was like stepping into a luxury sports center. Beneath towering ceilings were weight machines, a yoga area, and an indoor heated pool. To one side extended a dazzling white mini-ski slope, and in the distance were fully electronic shooting ranges and leather boxing rings. Su Wangchuan gawked in disbelief. This was an extravagant dreamland built with extravagance. Then his eyes caught the familiar Zhongguo Game Studio logo on a sidewall only. Then did he realize this wasn't a public facility, but an internal training ground. Susan, is this really part of our studio's assets? He whispered cautiously. Yeah. Suwon didn't look back. You can come here to work out anytime. But no filming, no leaks outside. Only internal staff admitted. The level of luxury combined with strict confidentiality made Su Wangchuan gulp, quietly sensing a safety net strong enough to make him want to settle here long term. Oh, and the company has staff apartments, right in this building, Suwon suddenly added. Once your game character is steady, you can move out of public housing and into one of these much better conditions. Plus, the company cafeteria is free. With piece after piece of information flooding his mind, he was too stunned to speak, pondering quietly how many floors of this building the studio must occupy. Susan, with such great benefits, is the studio hiring? I have friends I could recommend, he suddenly asked, brightening at the thought. No need. Suwon cut him off coolly. The studio has strict confidentiality policies and its own hiring standards. You just focus on your own work. Her tone carried the professional distance of HR, shutting down any further questions. Still, the lure of a monthly salary over 10,000 yuan, plus bonuses, housing, and free meals quickly erased any lingering doubts he had. They passed the treadmill and punching bag areas and stopped in front of a shirtless middle-aged man. The man, in his early 40s, had muscles like carved stone. His hands were wrapped in white bandages as his fist struck the heavy bag one blow after another with a dull thud. Coach Yu, hey, race a new employee. Please take him under your wing, Suwon said politely. Coach Yu paused, turning. His sharp gaze scanned Su Wangchuan as if analyzing him. Coach Yu is your supervisor. From now on, he'll guide you on the game's key points and assign you tasks. Follow him, Suwon introduced them. Coach Yu, nice to meet you. I'm Su Wangchuan, he said quickly, extending his hand. Coach Yu gave his hands a brief, scrutinizing glance, furrowed his brow slightly, and said evenly, strong arms and good build. Have you trained before? In front of Coach Yu, Su Wangchuan felt an overwhelming pressure, as if facing a fierce beast exuding a powerful aura with piercing eyes. He nodded instinctively and replied, I've worked as a fitness streamer for 2 years. No wonder Coach Yes' gaze sharpened slightly. Then he nodded and said to Su Wan, this one has better qualities than before. He'll take him on. Great, I'll leave him to you. Wangchuan, good luck. Su Wan put her usual friendly smile back on and waved cheerfully as she walked away. Thank you, Supervisor Su, Su Wangchuan said, watching her leave as the tight knot of anxiety in his chest slowly loosened. Your physical fitness is solid. This job suits you perfectly. Coach Yu stepped forward and beckoned, follow me. Holding the box with the gaming headset, Su Wangchuan followed closely. They entered the elevator and rode up, the floor number blinking up to 70. When the doors opened, Su Wangchuan glanced around instinctively. Seeming to read his curiosity, Coach Yu said, this entire building belongs to our studio. Su Wangchuan slightly parted his lips in surprise, a string of thoughts flashing through his mind. Such a huge enterprise? What kind of family could raise children like these? Before he could think more, Coach Yu continued, if you perform well and complete your tasks on time each month, your base salary plus bonuses will be at least 20,000 yuan. Our game studio has 5 departments in total. The more skilled departments can make 70 to 80,000 yuan a day, but the prerequisite is to obey. He paused, his eyes turning colder. Some people took risks to snatch resources in the game and were expelled immediately. This studio isn't about lone heroes, it's a precise war machine. Everyone must excel in their role. When you're ready, you'll be promoted to higher departments, and your salary will rise naturally. Su Wangchuan had trouble digesting this. It sounded too good to be true, just empty promises. After all, he hadn't even had a warm month with his current 10,000 yuan salary. 10,000 a day sounded unrealistic. They reached the 70th floor, and the scene was completely different from the lower floors. The wide corridor was lined with what looked like apartment-style rooms. Coach Yu casually pushed open a door. Inside was a loft-style layout with a spacious living room downstairs, a bedroom and bathroom upstairs, and several cameras installed in corners. Coach Yu glanced around and stressed, you must be in a quiet, secure environment when gaming. Any disturbance causing disconnection puts your character at risk. He added, Suwon probably told you characters only have one life. If you die, the account is lost, and the headset self-destructs. So every player must be well prepared. Pointing at the sofa, he said, sit there, put the headset on, and create your character. You'll be randomly spawned in a new player village. After you enter, send me the village name and number. They'll check who in the studio is nearby. Okay. Su Wangchuan quickly sat down and put on the headset as instructed. A red light locked onto his eyes, with a faint scanning sound in his ears. New user detected. Create character now? Yes. Su Wangchuan replied. Immediately, a 3D image of himself appeared, his features identical to real life, but clad in coarse gray cloth with straw sandals on his feet. Please enter a name for the new character. Wangchuan. Character created successfully. Enter the game now? Understood. Since new users entering the spirit realm for the first time are randomly assigned to a starter village, the system prompt flashed briefly. Suddenly, Su Wangchuan's vision went dark. Then the sounds of chickens clucking and steady hammering pierced his ears. When his sight returned, he was standing in the middle of an unfamiliar village. A dirt and rubble wall over 2 meters high surrounded the area, with dozens of wooden houses arranged neatly inside. At the village entrance, a heavy gate was closed tight, flanked by 2 guards lazily but vigilantly leaning against the wall with long spears in hand. The whole scene resembled a replica of an ancient village, but with an eerie twist. Why would a regular village need defensive fortifications and dedicated guards? What dangers could be lurking outside? Whatever, it's a game world. Setting up a dragon or 2 isn't surprising. Su Wangchuan shrugged off his doubts. Recalling Instructor Yes' instructions, he immediately pulled up his attribute panel. A semi-transparent frame appeared before his eyes. Wangchuan, male, refugee. Hunger, 100,100. Strength, 8. Attack, 23. Agility, 8. Defense, 1.6. Speed, 8. Stamina, 8. HP, 8080. Spirit, 8. Unactivated. Current location, Tiannan Continent, South Islet Kingdom, Sana County, Huishui County, Blackstone Village. Blackstone Village. Su Wangchuan memorized the spawn point firmly, then logged out to report to Instructor Yu. Instructor Yu nodded. Good. Most new players have been landing in Huishui County recently. We have people in Blackstone Village, so we'll notify them. For now, follow their lead to get familiar with the village and game rules. Following these instructions, Su Wangchuan logged back in. After a moment, a young man wearing simple cloth clothes emerged from the village. He looked about 25 or 26 and waved from a distance. Are you new here? I'm Lin Dehai. Hello, Brother Lin. I'm Wangchuan. Su Wangchuan replied politely. Lin Dehai smiled broadly. No need to be so formal, young man. Come, they'll take you to see the village chief to change your refugee status and register your household in Blackstone Village. That'll make it easier to come and go. Entering the game for the first time, Su Wangchuan naturally followed along. On the way, Lin Dehai introduced casually. New players get a week to adapt. Blackstone Village is small. Just remember the rules. Don't wander outside the village and you'll soon be working with us. We're near an iron mine. Every morning when the roosters crow, we head into the mountains to dig. Around noon, the county team comes to buy or buy weight. After that, we clock out, rest in the village, or log off to do other things. He added, every 7 days, the studio sends someone to collect the money and then pays bonuses based on output. That's all there is to it, got it? Got it. So every day's work is mining in Blackstone Village, Su Wangchuan nodded. Exactly. The more you work, the more you earn. By then, they had arrived at the village chief's gate. Lowering his voice, Lin Dehai advised, go in by yourself and say you want to register as a resident. He'll give you the household registration certificate. Don't say more than that. Blackstone Village, the village chief's home. Su Wangchuan pushed open the door and immediately spotted an elderly man with partly white hair in the courtyard. The old chief was clenching a dry tobacco pipe in his mouth, bent over watering and fertilizing some leafy greens. Water droplets rolled over the leaves, sparkling in the morning light. Hearing footsteps, the old chief looked up and scrutinized Su Wangchuan before saying suspiciously, the guard said an unidentified refugee wanted to settle in our village. Looks like it's you. You seem decent enough. I hope you'll settle well in Blackstone Village. He flipped the water dipper onto a wooden bucket and pulled out a polished wooden plaque, handing it over. Working at the iron mine outside the village is tough, but if you can endure the loneliness, you'll manage to get by. Here, this is your residency certificate for Blackstone Village. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on joining Blackstone Village as a villager. Blackstone Village reputation system activated. Current reputation, 0. Status, unknown to all. Even dogs bark at you twice. The wooden plaque felt warm and smooth in Su Wangchuan's hand. The grain and carvings were so clear, he could almost blind read them like mahjong tiles. It read, Blackstone Village Wangchuan. A jolt ran through his heart. Damn, this game's realism is insane. No wonder some rich kids are throwing money at it. Yet there's no buzz on Douyin, and no streamers mention Lingyu. Glancing around, he even noticed there was no backpack inventory. The residency certificate had to be tucked inside his shirt. He patted his chest, but still felt uneasy. The village chief turned abruptly and waved a dismissive hand. Remember, you can only leave the village during the day. You have to be back before sunset. The guards won't open the gates for anyone at night. Go now. Su Wangchuan nodded and stepped out of the courtyard. Just as he reached the gate, Lin Dehai appeared from nowhere with a grin. Good. Now that you have residency, all you need to start mining is equipment. He'll give you 2 options. One lets you start right away, the other will take a few days. Su Wangchuan eagerly asked for details. Lin Dehai patiently explained, normally, new guys come in penniless. If you want to mine but have no pickaxe or basket and no food, you have to work first to earn money. You could feed chickens for Elder Wang, catch weasels, or apprentice at the smithy. Mining counts as payment. He smiled slyly, squinting. But it's much easier if you cooperate with our company. He'll lend you 150 copper coins to buy a small iron pick and a basket. If you hustle in the mine for 1 day, you'll earn back your investment. Of course, we can't just lend you money for free. You'll owe us 1 more day's work, and you'll have to hand over the next day's profits to us. Su Wangchuan quickly calculated in his mind. The other party earns double returns through lending, which makes sense. He saves several days of odd jobs. Also a fair deal. It's win-win. He nodded firmly. We'll follow Brother Lin. He'll take the loan. Smart move. Lin Dehai smiled and said, there used to be a stubborn kid who insisted on taking the village tasks to support himself. You know how it ended? While catching a weasel, he got bitten and lightly injured. He had to lie in bed for half a month in the village. In the end, he borrowed money to cover the cost of medicine, food, and mining tools. 3 months' salary and bonuses all gone. Su Wangchuan shuddered at the image of lying in bed for half a month from a weasel bite. Lin Dehai saw his doubt and pointed a finger in the air. Check your status panel. Look at the hunger bar. Following the prompt, Su Wangchuan glanced at the holographic screen, originally a full 100,100, now down to 89,100. In this spirit realm, everything follows real-world rules, Lin Dehai explained, raising a finger. From the moment you log in, your character's clock starts ticking. Hunger drops by 10 points every hour. After hunger hits 0, you lose 1 health point every half hour. If you try to tough it out without eating or drinking, your character will actually die. Su Wangchuan was stunned again. Even eating needed to be managed? It was like switching from a harsh real life into a gay man still stuck as a laborer. The title miner alone sounded exhausting. Luckily, his real-world salary was decent, he thought to himself. Noticing this, Lin Dehai smiled and pulled out 15 large copper coins and 5 small copper coins from his pouch, handing them over. In the sunlight, the coin sides bore intricate cross-shaped small seal script. Each large coin equaled 10 small ones by weight and value. Take these. Go to Sun the blacksmith and buy a new iron pickaxe for 130 copper coins. Don't let him cheat you with an old one. Then go to Wang Granny's for a large carry basket, make sure it's sturdy, 20 copper coins. Finally, Wang Dalong's sesame cakes are good, 5 copper coins get you 2. He pointed clearly toward the village entrance, behind the chicken coop, and around the alley corner in order. Su Wangchuan held the coins thoughtfully and calculated. Better buy the basket first to carry the pickaxe easily. Since this world's realism was impressive, he could actually feel the weight difference of a few coins. The pickaxe would definitely drain his stamina. He turned and headed for the chicken coop. From behind, Lin Dehai watched with a slight smile. Not a bookish type. Head put the blacksmith first intentionally to test if newcomers could think independently. Many people with grunt lives just followed orders blindly and ended up lost. Su Wangchuan clearly wasn't one of them. Near the chicken coop, Granny Wang was scattering freshly cut grass into the pen. Several hens flapped their wings eagerly, pecking the brittle grass stems. Dust motes in their feathers shimmered in the sunlight, almost making one forget this was just a game. Seeing the unfamiliar young man approach, Granny Wang greeted cheerfully. You're new here, aren't you? Where are you from? Hello, Granny. Wangchuan, just arrived in the village. Su Wangchuan showed the wooden registration token the village chief had given him. Newcomers again. Wangchuan, what a nice name. Granny Wang studied the token kindly. You're going to mine outside, right? If you need a basket, just ask me. Big and sturdy ones cost 20 copper coins each, but you seem nice, 18 will do. Su Wangchuan froze on the spot. He could negotiate prices? This game was unexpectedly interesting. Since Mrs. Wang had already offered a discounted price, Su Wangchuan naturally handed over the money without hesitation, counting out 2 copper coins on the spot to show his support. Mrs. Wang accepted it with a warm smile, then turned and went inside to fetch a large woven basket so big that her arms couldn't wrap around it. She handed it to him, then found 2 more copper coins to give him as change. Following Lin Dehai's advice, Su Wangchuan pinched the bamboo strips to test their durability. It was tightly woven and didn't loosen under pressure. A system prompt flashed before his eyes. Basket, durability 100100, can hold heavy items. Next, Mrs. Wang pulled out a small floral cloth pouch, about the size of a palm, and cheerfully pressed it into his hand. Wangchuan, hey, raise something for you to put your money in, so you don't lose it. Thank you so much, Mrs. Wang. Su Wangchuan said quickly, glad to have just the thing he needed. It's just scraps sewn together, a little trinket, not worth much. She waved it off with a smile before turning back outside to continue scattering rice for the chickens. He dumped all his copper coins and plates into the pouch, pulled the drawstring tight, and tucked it close to his chest, finally feeling settled. Slinging the big basket over his back, he said goodbye to Mrs. Wang and followed the clanging sound to the blacksmith's doorstep. At the gate, the blacksmith's son stood shirtless by his anvil, repeatedly hammering a red-hot iron pick in the fiery forge, sparks flying everywhere. Various weapons like spears and broadswords hung on the walls inside, gleaming coldly. Uncle, my name's Wangchuan. I just arrived in the village and want to buy an iron pick, he said, pulling out a wooden ID tag to show his identity. 130 copper plates. Sun glanced at him and gave a loud, straightforward price. Su Wangchuan felt a bit disappointed, hoping for a better deal, but steeled himself to haggle. Uncle, can it be a bit cheaper? As he spoke, he unconsciously squeezed the floral pouch in his hand. Sun furrowed his brow but then paused at the delicate pouch, touching his nose thoughtfully. I can knock off 5 copper plates at most. Any lower, and it's impossible. Thanks, uncle. He'll take it. Su Wangchuan's eyes lit up as he counted out 125 copper plates, handing them over. The pouch instantly deflated, with only 1 copper coin and 2 plates left inside. He picked out a brand new iron pick from the rack, heavy and solid, and a status window popped up. Iron pick. Durability 100100. Attack 11. Usable for mining. This was the first piece of gear had gotten with stats since entering the game, and it instantly lifted his spirits. Placing the iron pick horizontally in the basket, the weight tugging on his shoulder reminded him that this game was something special. Still curious, he looked around the blacksmith shop to examine the other weapons. Crude spears, durability 100100, attack 23, low-tier equipment. Crude broadswords, durability 100100, attack 23, low-tier equipment. Crude wooden shields, durability 100100, defense 12, low-tier equipment. And in the deepest corner, several curved blades leaning on a wooden frame. How much are these weapons? He asked casually. Swords go for 1,500 copper plates, spears, 1,400. Shields are cheaper at 500, Sun quoted offhandedly. Then warned, when you're out and about, you need decent protection. The mining area isn't exactly safe. Is the mine dangerous? Are there monsters? Su Wangchuan blinked in surprise. He wasn't too worried since the company had been mining there for a while. He figured they had enough know-how to keep him safe. Besides, there are several companions like Lin Dehai as well. Su Wangchuan tightened the pack on his back and was about to leave the blacksmith shop when a low voice stopped him from behind. It was blacksmith Sun saying, "Wait a moment." He stopped, surprised. "What is it?" Sun put down his hammer and looked him up and down with a meaningful expression. "Want to make some extra money?" "Huh." Su Wangchuan was caught off guard. "You've got good arm strength and balance. How about becoming my apprentice and learning blacksmithing?" "Blacksmithing?" Su Wangchuan hesitated. Sun seemed very familiar with the mine's workflow and explained proactively. "You dig during the day, bring back some iron or after delivering your haul. They'll teach you blacksmithing Hansen. The ironware you make counts as your wages. It's tougher than just digging, but if you stick with it, saving up to buy a house and find a wife won't be hard. Take your time to think it over." Seeing Sun wasn't pressuring him, Su Wangchuan nodded. "He'll think about it." Then he left the blacksmith shop. Sun's invitation settled like a stone dropped into his heart. Sending ripples. Could this trigger a main storyline? Would it conflict with the company's brick-moving tasks? For now, it was wiser to focus on securing that 10th Sanduan monthly salary goal first. Outside the blacksmith shop, he walked along the dirt road to the village entrance. The air carried a fresh, savory smell of scallions. The sesame flatbread stall. The village flag fluttered in the breeze. Wang Dalong was short, just over 30, wearing a heavily stained apron around his chest. Two large baskets covered with coarse cloth sat at his stall, the rich smell of scallion oil wafting through the gaps and assaulting the nose. Two villagers were counting copper coins. 5 copper coins for 2 flatbreads. "Give me 2. I'm buying 4. We can't go hungry on the mountain at night." Heading up at midnight. Su Wangchuan watched them closely, suspicious one might be a player. They were very alert to his gaze. One glanced up coldly. "Newcomer?" Another one seeing his new backpack and pickaxe. The two quickly paid and left, their attitude rather brusque. Su Wangchuan didn't take it to heart. Wang Dalong greeted him with a smile. "New guy, I've been eyeing you. Pack all set, and the flatbreads just came out of the oven, still hot. Want to boost your energy? Want some? I have 12 copper coins." Su Wangchuan emptied the coins into his palm. "All right, 5 flatbreads," Wang Dalong said cheerfully, wrapping 5 in lotus leaves and handing them over. "Sesame flatbread. Edible, filling, tastes good." "Thanks." Su Wangchuan pocketed the flatbreads. "Enjoy, come back for more." Wang Dalong beamed, having made a good sale. Su Wangchuan was in a great mood. Just as he took a few steps, Lin Dehai appeared like a ghost, staring at the thick stack of flatbreads and exclaimed, "I remember you only had 155 copper coins. Did you find some extra money?" "Hee hee, brother Lin, here have some." Su Wangchuan handed over 2 flatbreads and casually recounted the bargaining earlier and blacksmith's son's offer to take him as an apprentice in full detail. Lin Dehai held the hot flatbread, stunned. "I've heard some folks get lucky enough to trigger storylines, but in our company of 5, no one's ever encountered one. Wangchuan, you're really lucky." Looking at the flatbread in his hand, he found this newcomer even more likable and earnestly advised, "Blacksmith's son's apprenticeship is a money-making path, and it's all done inside the village, so it's not a dangerous task. The higher-ups won't mind either." Lin Dehai carefully tucked away the baked flatbreads, then glanced up at the sky and said to Su Wangchuan, "You seem to learn quickly and are cautious too. Let's speed things up today. They'll take you out of the village first and show you around the iron mine area to get you familiar with it." "Sounds great." Su Wangchuan's eyes lit up. Giving him those 2 flatbreads really was the right call. According to Lin Dehai's original plan, it would be difficult to go mining today. The intention was to stay in the village, meet some NPCs, and gather a team tomorrow morning for daily tasks. But who wouldn't want to start mining early and make some money? Since Lin Dehai brought it up, Su Wangchuan was more than eager. The two walked side by side toward the village entrance. 2 guards stood there tall, muscular, with sharp gazes, clearly highly trained fighters. Lin Dehai lowered his voice. "These 2 are hunters raised by the village, their strength near the level of Quesa warriors." "Quesa warriors? You mean they've trained in combat?" Su Wangchuan asked casually. "Yes. Either one of them could easily take down 7 or 8 adults," Lin Dehai explained, stirring a reaction inside Su Wangchuan. He considered himself fit with strong core muscles compared to peers, but the urge to test himself vanished quickly. This was a game world, after all. Why drag reality into it? Lingij, what exactly is this world? He couldn't resist asking further. Honestly, I don't know, Lin Dahai frowned, sighing. I've been in the game over a month and never left Haishi village. The company demands mining, so I spend most days at the mine. When I come back, news doesn't get around much here, and I don't dare wander at night. Don't think too much, we're here to make money, not to play. Just grinding then. I get it, Su Wanchuan smiled. But this game is so realistic, it's definitely going to be a huge hit. Exactly. As they chatted and left the village, Su Wanchuan noticed Lin Dahai wasn't carrying a backpack. When he asked, Lin said he left it with companions in the mountains and hadn't brought it back on his quick return. The iron mine was 7 or 8 miles from Haishi village. A fast runner could reach it empty-handed in under 20 minutes, but carrying or back would take over an hour. It was noon now, the counties or collection convoy would arrive in 2 hours. Lin Dahai estimated if they hurried, they could still dig up some iron ore and earn the price of a few flatbreads. Su Wanchuan felt excited. He wanted to get started on this well-paid job as soon as possible. They walked along the village path, flanked by endless rice paddies. The scent of newly emerging rice fills the air, once again making Su Wanchuan feel as if he were in the real world. After a few miles, his steps grew heavier, so he adjusted his breathing and switched to a running rhythm he developed from his fitness training, instantly feeling much lighter and marveling more at the game's attention to detail. Lin Dahai laughed. Be careful passing through here later. Occasionally, yellow minks, wild rabbits, and pheasants hide in the paddies. Don't bother the minks, but if you can hunt rabbits or pheasants, bring them back to sell. Wang Dalong buys them for 50 copper coins each, and village hunters might also use them for food or drink. Su Wanchuan nodded with a smile. I wonder if there are other wild animals in the paddies too? So far, he hadn't encountered anything like that. Lin Dahai shook his head and smiled. Usually, the company folks travel in groups, so they're not too worried about danger. But you still have to be careful. The beasts in this world are fierce, and if you don't handle them properly, it can be deadly. Su Wanchuan felt a chill run through him as his eyes scanned the lush green rice fields lining the road, his expression growing tense. Beyond the rice paddies lay a small orchard, sparse fruit hanging from branches swaying gently in the breeze. Behind the orchard, a modest hill stretched across the horizon. Walking alongside him, Lin Dahai said, once we get over that hill, we'll see the iron mine. He added deliberately, the iron mine is already deep in the mountains, far from the village and the main path, so you're likely to come across wild beasts. It's best not to go alone. Later, he'll introduce you to the others from the company. We'll mine together in teams, eat and live together, and sign in as a group. That way, if danger strikes, we can deal with it as one. Got it. Su Wanchuan nodded, keeping close behind. They soon crossed the ridge and entered a dense, vibrant forest. A narrow trail made of crushed or fragments wound forward, ending at a mine entrance dimly lit from within. The mouth of the cave was over 2 meters high, and inside came the steady clanging of pickaxes and rough voices, filling the space with lively noise. Progress is slow today. This digging is tough work. In an hour, the transport team will arrive. Can't help it. Old Lin's not Harathir's less muscle. Old Lin's the best, makes money without breaking a sweat. Hearing this, Lin Dahai's face flushed red. Standing outside, he shouted loudly, what are you talking about? What do you mean I make money easily? Hey Pai, you little bastard, next time you go meet the new guy? Old Lin, you're back? This new guy Heyray sharp and sensible. Laughter echoed from inside. Oh, and quite a handsome one too. Welcome, welcome. The mine was gloomy and dusty, the workers' features obscured by grime. The pale-faced Su Wanchuan seemed to glow as soon as he stepped in, instantly becoming the center of attention. Lin Dahai patted his shoulder and briefly introduced him. Wanchuan, this foul-mouthed guy is Hei Pai. His partner is Old Lithe First Elder who came to Haishi village. Over there is another team, Tall Zhang Kai, Chubby Wei Jia. New guy Wanchuan, you're with me for now. Su Wanchuan quickly nodded and greeted them politely, keeping a low profile. Haha, welcome Wanchuan. Wanchuan, nice name, just the kind of cultured name you want. The jokes drew a few laughs. The other miners glanced up briefly before returning to their rhythm, their picks striking the rock in heavy, muffled thuds that soon drowned out the chatter. Lin Dahai led him to the tunnel's side, dragged a basket over, and picked up a pickaxe, swinging it up with both hands and striking the rock face forcefully. Bang! Bang! Sparks flew as the rock surface dented on impact. Watch closely, he said, pointing at the edge of the pit. The darker spots are iron ore, the lighter ones are just soil. Strike first to loosen the soil around the ore, then focus your strength on breaking off the ore and loading it into the basket. Su Wanchuan understood the technique, but when he gripped the heavy pickaxe for real, he quickly realized the difficulty was far greater than it looked. The heavy pickaxe slammed into the rocky soil, sending a numbness through the webbing of his hands. The cold metal handle trembled all the way up his arm to his shoulder. Wanchuan flinched at the sharp sting. Their virtual world felt nothing like a game. This was real mining. The jagged textures of the rock face, the sparks flying up and splattering his cheek as debris scattered, the solid, unyielding impact pulsing back into his palms. All of it was so vivid it was almost terrifying. A game that goes this far. He froze, his mind racing with possibilities. What kind of company could create a virtual world more authentic than reality itself? Could it be a top-secret government project designed to employ the unemployed? The thought left him speechless. Deep inside the mine tunnel, Linda High, Hype, and 3 other seasoned miners swung their picks with practiced rhythm. Yet their eyes kept flickering toward the newcomer, Wanchuan. Everyone's first swing stunned them, as the oldtimers said. That very first strike leaves you dumbfounded. Understanding that shock, they gave Wanchuan time to adjust. Snapping out of his daze, Wanchuan drew a deep breath of dust-filled, cool air and raised his pick again. Clang. The pick head struck a patch of dark brown iron ore with a crisp echo that bounced between cavern walls. Sparks flew, splashing red light over the blackness and reflecting vividly in his eyes. Linda High noticed that sudden spark ignite within them. Striking back is stronger. Watch your hands, the old miner warned in a low voice. Loosen the surrounding rock first, then chip at the ore to save effort. Wanchuan gave a slight nod. The game's scale, weight, and resistance were 100% real. To improve efficiency, skill mattered far more than brute force. Otherwise, he'd just waste energy. He steadied his breathing, recalling years of fitness training, treating this as a heavy lifting workout. Feet apart to balance his center, torso slightly twisted, he anticipated the strike angle and point of impact before unleashing sudden power. Clang. His motion included subtle waist and hip coordination, but in the dim light, no one noticed. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. With each blow, he adjusted his stance by half a step, refining the swing's flow and power. The pick's tip bit sharply and precisely into the rock, carving out deep grooves. Before long, the loose rock around him was cleared away completely, exposing the iron ore layer in the lantern's glow. Wanchuan raised his pick high and drove it down with a muffled grunt of effort. Clang. Fine cracks spidered across the first ore chunk. Clang. Clang. The crisp sounds linked in succession as the rock finally fractured, wobbling and about to fall. That's it, just like that. Linda High smiled in approval. You're picking it up fast. Wanchuan, your strength stat must be pretty high, huh? Already maxed out at 5? 5. Wanchuan blinked. On the status panel that had popped up moments ago, his 4 attributes were all clearly marked at level 8 each. What does max 5 points mean? Before coming to Wanchuan, he used to work out regularly, so I estimate his strength could be at 6 or even 7 points. Linda High said this about Wanchuan. Not bad, he added. Just 1 extra point in strength makes mining a lot easier. Normally, you can extract more than 10 more than an average adult in a day. Several veterans like Hype and Lao Li clicked their tongues in unison, jealous. Didn't realize Wanchuan's physical condition was this good. Wanchuan's mind stirred. So the initial attributes in the game aren't standardized, but actually reflect one's real physical condition. No wonder he feels so in control of this body. He quietly calculated that his years of disciplined training had granted him an extra 3 points in strength, agility, stamina, and spirit, each far above an average person. Yet he deliberately only admitted to having 6 points of strength, wary of envy. What mattered most now was fitting into the team, learning the rules, and holding on to this hard-earned job. Brother Lin, how much could this iron ore sell for? He asked, holding up a chunk larger than his fist. Iron ore is sold by weight, about 5 gene for 1 copper coin. Your piece is over 5 gene, worth 1 copper coin. Linda High said with envy in his tone. What? Just 1 copper coin? So cheap? Wanchuan was stunned. Hype explained plainly, those common stones are the real trash. Throwing 1,000 gene won't be worth a thing. Real profit comes further down the chain, the transport teams, craftsmen, weapons merchants, and government. We only get some hard-earned pocket money. Wanchuan fell silent, grasping the harsh reality of layered exploitation. Lao Li smiled simply and comforted him. Dig up a couple more pieces, you can buy a couple of Xiaobing baked flatbreads. This batch alone can get you 2. Thinking about food keeps you going. Though blunt, there was truth in that. Wanchuan felt somewhat better. He swung his pick again with a loud clang clang clang, breaking the ore and filling his basket with the fragments. In just a few minutes, he gathered about 30 gene worth around 6 copper coins. Checking the time, it had only been a bit over 10 minutes at this rate. He could make 20 to 30 copper coins in 1 hour. Mining for 6 to 8 hours straight through morning and noon could yield over 150 copper coins. But this work was exhausting. After only a few minutes, he felt as if he'd spent half an hour on intense training, his palms starting to crack. Hype, Lao Li, and others stopped early to rest, some taking out Xiaobing for energy. Wanchuan checked his status panel. Hunger was already at 70 out of 100. Heavy labor drained energy fast. Linda High advised, eating 1 Xiaobing restores 60 hunger points. Best to eat when hunger falls below 40 for maximum effect. Got it. Wanchuan resisted temptation and kept swinging his pick. After an hour, hunger finally dropped below 40, his stomach growling fiercely. A half-full basket sat by his feet, weighing roughly 200 gene. Progress looked good. Suddenly, Clear bell chimes echoed from outside the tunnel entrance. Everyone perked up their ears. Voices came from inside the cave. The transport team has arrived. Get ready to leave. The convoy already here? Wang Chuan glanced down at the basket on his back. The pile of stones was only half done, and he still felt a bit reluctant to stop. At the cave entrance, Lin Dehai called out to everyone, stick to the rules. Those closest to the cave exit carry the ore first. Everyone stop digging and get ready to head out. Wang Chuan and I go in the first group, Haipi and Lao Li second. Zhang Kai, Wei Zhe, you two stay behind to guard the mine. Got it, came the chorus of responses. Lin Dehai's basket was packed with nearly 200 jin of iron ore. Haipi and Lao Li pulled over 2 hemp ropes about as thick as their thumbs and quickly tied secure loops around the baskets. They first fastened Lin Dehai's load onto his shoulders, then did the same for Wang Chuan's. You guys haven't dug that much. One trip will clear it out, Haipi said, tying the knots as he spoke. After you unload, hurry back to help ready? Up. With their help, Lin Dehai stood steadily first, stooping under the heavy burden, and steadily walked out of the cave. When it was Wang Chuan's turn, he took a deep breath and dropped into a horse stance, pressing the basket tight against his back. The weight of the iron instantly pressed down on his chest, making him almost hear his bones creaking faintly. The convoy's right near the cave mouth. Just hold on a bit longer. Watch the loose stones underfoot go slow and don't fall, Lin Dehai warned from up front. 200 jin. That was a real test of core strength. Luckily, Wang Chuan had a good foundation. After a few steps, he found his balance, gritted his teeth, and kept pace. Wang Chuan, not bad. You're adapting fast, Haipi joked from behind. I wonder if I go back to working out now, would it be too late? Even in moments like these, the guy couldn't stop talking. Wang Chuan dared not get distracted. He just focused on putting one foot in front of the other. Walking behind Lin Dehai, they bumped carefully along the 30-centimeter gravel path, finally emerging outside. Along the mountain road, a neat line of sturdy wooden mule carts waited. Standing by them was a tall, lean merchant with narrow eyes and a distinctive mustache clearly sharp and shrewd. Behind him, 7 or 8 able-bodied men all had gleaming iron tools tucked at their waists. Dehai, you're back? The merchant greeted, eyes scanning Wang Chuan. Oh, a new face? Lin Dehai slammed his basket down onto a cart and turned to help Wang Chuan unload. Show your household registration. Oh, sure. Wang Chuan quickly pulled out the wooden tag. The merchant scanned it, then handed it back casually. For villagers, it's 5 jin per copper coin. These 2 baskets each weigh 200 jin, so that's 40 copper coins each. He counted out 8 big copper coins and handed them over. The coins felt thick and heavy. Wang Chuan carefully pocketed them and followed Lin Dehai back into the cave. Lin Dehai still had a basket of ore stashed inside the cave. After a long day's hard work, Haipi and the others had dug about enough to earn 180 copper coins total. After they finished unloading the second trip, everyone collapsed by the roadside munching on crisp flatbreads. Wang Chuan's hunger meter was nearly at 30 points, making the tough bread smell incredibly tempting. He ate while watching other workers come out carrying, or there were still dozens inside the mine. Some lone freelancers, others like the Warring States group working in teams. Back and forth hauling had lasted over an hour before everyone finally collected their wages. Let's go? Lin Dehai clapped his thighs and stood up. It's still early. Let's dig for another hour before heading back. Everyone had rested and eaten for almost an hour, regaining most of their strength. They all rose to their feet. Naturally, Wang Chuan hoped to earn a bit more money too. Returning to their original spots, everyone cleared the rocks near the mine, transporting them outside to free up space for renewed digging. The excavation proceeded at a steady, unified pace. They only mined iron ore for 1 hour at a time. While swinging his pickaxe, Wang Chuan listened to Lin Dehai and the others chatting and learned that these ores could be sold to the village chief. Unfortunately, the mountain path was rough and each person could only carry so much on their backs. As the resting workers returned to relieve their shift, the first group of miners wrapped up work right on time. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, everyone instinctively stopped, swept the leftover dirt by the cave walls, and each loaded less than 100 pounds of ore into their baskets. Compared to the morning, this was much lighter, but they still had to walk a longer distance along the mountain path. Over 40 people formed a long line, treading under the lingering sunset as they headed toward Haishi village. The procession resembled a small migration. On the way, Wang Chuan was so hungry he pulled out a baked flatbread and stuffed it into his mouth. The mountain trail twisted and turned. They stopped and started many times, and it took them over an hour to reach the village. When the last orange glow faded from the horizon, Haishi's earthen walls came into view. 2 guards had been watching anxiously for their return and rushed to open the main gate as the group approached, then slammed the heavy wooden doors shut behind them as if some dreadful danger lurked in the night. Wang Chuan glanced around and saw that besides the 2 guards, fully armed hunters patrolled the perimeter of the earthen walls, each with a vigilant expression. Lin Dehai leaned in to quietly explain, it's dangerous outside after dark, not just wild beasts or bandits, but sometimes weird, strange things show up. Don't ever leave the village at night. Hype smirked and added, Old Lee says there were more people in the village a month ago, but not all of them might have left. He trailed off, leaving the meaning unclear. Wang Chuan didn't quite get it, but committed it to memory. Before long, the group gathered at the village chief's courtyard to hand over the ore. The chief's buying price remained 5 pounds for 1 copper coin. Everyone's baskets weighed about the same, so most earned around 20 copper coins. Subtracting the cost of 4 flatbreads for meals, Wang Chuan secretly calculated he could still clear about 190 copper coins in net earnings from a daily output of 200. Lin Dehai then lowered his voice to remind him. The ore the chief buys all goes to the blacksmith shop. Since blacksmith's son wants to take you as an apprentice, why don't you bring yours straight to him? Maybe you can get a better price. Wang Chuan's eyes lit up. Quietly, he slipped away from the group and headed directly to the smithy. Sparks flew in front of the shop where blacksmith's son worked shirtless, hammering iron. Seeing Wang Chuan's basket bulging, he grinned and asked, Have you made up your mind? Master, I want to learn how to be a blacksmith. Good, good. Blacksmith's son clapped his hands, beaming. More, or we'll be arriving from the chief soon. Come help me first and see how the smelting works. The chief sells me, or at 4 pounds per copper coin. Since you're my apprentice now, you won't get shortchanged. I'll buy it from you the same way. But only from you, or that old man will get mad. 100 pounds of iron, or earned 25 copper coins, here 5 more than from the chief, enough for 2 extra flatbreads. Wang Chuan felt a warm glow inside and saluted his master in thanks. Wiping his sweat, blacksmith's son reminded him, Wang Chuan, before Wang Dalong's flatbread shop closes, buy some more flatbreads. We'll be busy tonight. The blacksmith gave his instructions clearly. Wang Chuan set out as instructed and met Lin Dehai waiting at the door. Hei Pai and the others were nowhere to be seen. They had already logged off to rest. Lin Dehai hurried up with concern. How are you doing? Have you found a master yet? Thanks for your guidance, Brother Lin. I've successfully become an apprentice, Wang Chuan replied gratefully. My master sent me to buy pancakes at the shop. Looks like he'll be working through the evening as well. Lin Dehai had been Wang Chuan's guide throughout the day in the game, helping him avoid many wrong turns. It's good that you've got a master, and having work to do is even better, Lin Dehai said, patting his arm. More work means more income. Out of the 6 of us, I think you'll be the first to make over 20,000 a month. He gave a thumbs up. Keep it up, but don't overwork yourself. Meet at Wang Dalong's shop at 6 tomorrow morning. Before leaving, he pointed to a small wooden hut nearby. When you log off, try to find a room to rest in. That's safer. That's our usual offline spot. Our game characters need rest too, or they won't have the energy to perform well the next day and may get into trouble. Got it. Thank you, Brother Lin. After finishing his instructions, Lin Dehai logged off and exited the game. Wang Chuan felt the coin pouch at his waist. He had 65 copper coins left. Following the stone path, he arrived at the pancake shop and bought 10 warm pancakes in one go from Wang Dalong, spending 25 coins and leaving him with 40 coins. When he returned to the blacksmith's workshop, the courtyard gate was wide open. The village elders stood beneath the eaves. Fresh iron, or recently brought by miners, was neatly piled in a corner of the backyard. Blacksmith's son pointed at Wang Chuan and introduced him to the elder. Wang Chuan is now my apprentice. The young man cupped his fists in salute. Village chief. The village elder scrutinized him with narrowed eyes, then nodded approvingly. You look energetic, young man. With you helping your master, he'll have less on his shoulders. Work hard. Yes, sir. After the elder left, son beckoned, follow me. They walked past racks of tools to a roughly 2-meter-tall clay furnace in the backyard. A stone ladder was embedded on its side, with a bellows and slag outlet below. Thousands of pounds of iron ore were heaped high like a small mountain nearby. Heavy stone vessels with solid cast iron bases were arranged close by. Just outside were stacks of firewood and coal balls as tall as a person. 2 other young men, who looked like players, were swinging heavy hammers, smashing fist-sized iron ore into small fragments. One had short hair and a square-shaped face, looking sharp and efficient. The other had dark skin and bright eyes. Sun cleared his throat. Tonight's job is to crush all the iron ore into fine fragments. Each of you has 1,000 pounds to break. Once that's done, you can rest. A system prompt popped up. Do you accept Sun's assigned task? Smashing 1,000 pounds of iron ore earns a reward of 50 copper coins. As expected, it was strenuous labor. Wang Chuan took a deep breath. I'm here now. Might as well do it. Accepted. He picked up a 50-pound heavy hammer from a corner. The hammerhead was forged from high-density, tempered steel strong enough to crush the ore with ease. The stone vessels were already set in place, firmly anchored by the heavy iron bases. The other 2 apprentices continued their work amid the deafening clangs. Wang Chuan stepped to the empty vessel, swung the hammer, and sparks flew with every strike. He observed their technique carefully. Both of them started by swinging their heavy hammers to break the iron ore into smaller chunks using maximum force. Then, easing up slightly, they would swing 7 or 8 more times to crush the smaller pieces into even finer fragments, which could be easily emptied out by shaking the handle. Swinging a 50-pound sledgehammer is no easy feat, But Wang Chuan's 8 points of strength equivalent to a 200-kilogram bench press in real life made this feel like just a warm-up. He stepped up to his station, poured over 20 pounds of iron ore onto the anvil, and took a deep breath. With a whoosh, his hammer described a semicircle in the air. Bang! The first strike cracked the ore clearly, and the entire chunk shattered into dozens of petal-like smaller pieces. Hearing the sound, 2 senior apprentices nearby glanced over simultaneously, surprise flashing in their eyes. That's his first swing, and it's already this effective. Power and accuracy both on point. This new junior apprentice has potential, one of them thought. The square-jawed man spoke cheerfully. Nice, strong hit. You're Wang Chuan, right? Yes. Wang Chuan lowered his hammer and cupped his hands respectfully. May I ask your names, senior brothers? Chen Feng, the square-jawed man replied. The dark-skinned man grinned broadly, showing a perfect set of teeth. Everyone calls me Haiten. Brother Feng, Brother He, Wang Chuan nodded. I just started playing today and don't know much yet. Please take care of me. First day and already at the blacksmith? You're pretty lucky. Chen Feng appraised him. Haiten chuckled. We spent days hauling stones in Haishi village before finally getting the blacksmith apprenticeship task. You're one lucky guy. Wang Chuan changed the topic. How long does this task usually take? Chen Feng shrugged. A total of 1,000 pounds. At first, it'll take 3 to 4 hours if you're not skilled, but once you get the hang of it, you can finish in 2. Same here, Haiten added. After the first few days, my entire arm felt numb and sore the next day. Took several days off before I could recover. Hearing this, Wang Chuan's fitness knowledge kicked in. This is classic delayed onset muscle soreness, tiny fiber damage from prolonged intense exercise causing localized inflammation. Capillaries might rupture, blood circulation slows down. Usually takes 3 to 5 days to fully recover, but stretching and icing help reduce symptoms. The body adapts faster with regular training. With this in mind, Wang Chuan planned to pace his work and take breaks to avoid being unable to lift his arm tomorrow. But then another thought stopped him cold. This is a game. Why would overexertion trigger delayed onset muscle soreness in reality? He shared his doubts with Chen Feng and Haiten. Both gave wry smiles. Who knows? Maybe our real bodies sync up with the game. When our characters get tired, we feel tired too. Exactly, Haiten nodded. Not just soreness in the game. In real life you really feel your arm get heavy. Wang Chuan found it hard to believe. If the game truly interfaces with our nerves and physical functions, then what if you get killed in the game? Would that mean? He suddenly remembered the game's rule that once a character dies, the account is immediately deleted. A dark shadow crossed his mind. Ha ha ha, how could that possibly be? Little junior brother, you're overthinking it. Chen Feng laughed heartily, raising his hand to pat Wang Chuan's shoulder. Though his tone was light, he added seriously, but I have to admit the death penalty in this game is brutal. If your character dies, all progress resets to 0 and the account is permanently deleted. The boss tells us every day, don't take high-risk quests, and stay far away from dangerous maps. Heijan slung his hammer onto his shoulder and nodded grimly. That's the one rule you absolutely have to remember. Wang Chuan didn't argue further, though doubts still gnawed at him. It was hard to believe that a holographic MMORPG could truly threaten one's real body. Yet the lingering unease hung over him like a shadow, heavy and unshakable, could only validate the truth of it tomorrow morning. Once he woke up, would the game's experience somehow harm his physical health? Distracted yet determined, he lifted his heavy hammer and joined his 2 senior brothers in forging. The hammer fell, sparks flying in all directions. The weight and accuracy of the first blow were crucial. Soon all 3 were deeply absorbed in the steady rhythm of hammer strikes, leaving no room for small talk. Inside the forge, the firelight danced wildly and the air was thick with heat. Only the clash of metal on anvil rang loudly and persistently. Wang Chuan was quick to grasp the technique, his movements becoming skillful in no time. Still, to conserve energy, every 20 minutes he found an excuse to take a water break, jogging outside to stretch his stiff shoulders and muscles. After 10 or so minutes, he returned to the roaring flames, hammer raised once again. Time slipped away to the relentless sound of forging. 2 hours flew by before Chen Feng dropped his hammer first, shaking out his aching wrists. Wang Chuan, keep at it, don't push too hard. We're out for now. Heijan patted his back and said, Junior brother, the remaining 400 pounds are all yours. See you tomorrow morning. They had successfully broken down 1,000 pounds of ore into various sized chunks and powder, completing the task before leaving the spacious forge behind. Only Wang Chuan remained. Keeping his own pace, he hammered steadily, occasionally glancing up through the open doorway. Night cloaked the village, the campfire flickering faintly. Patrolling guards paced along the earthen walls, their spears reflecting the firelight with cold glints, more alert now than by day. Occasionally insect chirps pierced the stillness, making the silence feel even heavier. After another hour and a half, the final chunk of ore shattered under his hammer. The task was complete. Wang Chuan wiped sweat from his brow and exhaled a bit slow, but at least on schedule. Master Blacksmith's son inspected the results with a nod, then casually tossed 5 large copper coins to him. Well done. Find somewhere to rest. The village has many empty houses. Pick any you like. Pocketing the coins, Wang Chuan followed memories to the wooden cabin where Lin Dehai had stayed before going offline. The door was half open. Inside, only a wooden table and a few worn mats remained, no other furniture. He took the mats as a makeshift bed. First, he eased his hunger by devouring 2 baked flatbreads in one go and double-checked his pouch. It still contained 8 rations. Only then did he close his eyes, speak the system command, and select to exit the game. Do you want to quit the game? Yes. Consciousness withdrew and the virtual scene instantly dissolved. Removing his helmet, Su Wangchuan raised his gaze to the window where neon lights interwove. The hour was late, nearly 10:30. The large studio was deserted. Instructor, you had long since left. Only a folded note left on the chair. Lin Dehai said, you're adapting well to the game, so I'm heading out first. This room is yours to use freely. The building employs facial recognition. Your data is registered for unrestricted access to floors 70 to 75. You can work here or return to your own apartment, your choice. Remember to sign in for the morning 6 a.m. assembly and take good care of your gaming helmet. The note wasn't signed, only a hurried scribble. He folded the paper and put it in his pocket, gently holding the helmet in his hand as he moved to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the city lights spilled like a river of stars, the traffic streams winding like flowing ribbons of light. Towering buildings stood side by side as neon reflections shimmered on his lightly sweating brow. Su Wangchuan quietly overlooked this sleepless city, while the echoes of hammer strikes and the guard's sharp spear clinks from the night patrol still reverberated in his mind, filling his heart with deep emotion. Today, not only did I become an employee at a mysterious game studio and step inside a skyscraper I once only dreamed of, but I also spent a whole day immersed in a game with astonishing realism. Under the glow of city lights, he walked out of the revolving door. Meanwhile, behind a panoramic glass window on the 75th floor, Su Wan quietly watched the street below. Her freckled, delicate face was sharp and cool, far beyond what her years suggested. New guy Su Wangchuan already landed a second job in the game on his very first day. That's some luck, she murmured to herself. He needs careful nurturing and guidance. More fresh recruits will be assigned to Blackstone Village. Soon it might just turn into the next gold mine. The night breeze brought a chill as Su Wangchuan hailed a rideshare and headed back to his rundown rented room. The hallway light flickered on and off just as the door next to his clicked open. A thin strap slid off Tao Tao's shoulder, revealing a hint of her neckline. She caught sight of Su Wangchuan and lit up. Hey there, handsome, staying out late? Yeah, Su Wangchuan nodded politely, keeping his tone restrained. Out taking the trash again? Yep. Tao Tao stuck her tongue out playfully, then suddenly pulled a packaged bun from nowhere like a magic trick. Here, help me out, will you? Consider this a treat. He was about to decline, but his eyes landed on the bread and his stomach growled loudly. After skipping 2 meals, and with no food at home, the reality hit hard. All right, he said with a smile, taking the bun and the trash bag, then headed for the elevator. Failed job hunt, and no dinner? That's pitiful. Tao Tao muttered. Tao Tao's got to hustle harder, not going to starve like the guy next door. With that, the door slammed shut. After tossing out the trash downstairs, he stopped by a convenience store and bought a couple of buns and some dry rations. He chewed the hard bread while the memory of steaming hot scallion pancakes in the game floated into his mind, their aroma so vivid, it almost blurred the line between virtual and real. Pushing down his curiosity, he went back to his room and collapsed into sleep. Just after 5 in the morning, the alarm beeped relentlessly. Su Wangchuan got up, posted a pause streaming message on his Douyin account, and cut ties with his past life for good. After gulping down a bowl of instant noodles, he put on his VR headset and logged in right at 6 to meet Lin Dehai and the others. Cock-a-doodle-doo, the game's rooster crowed in rhythm. Smoke rose from the village entrance as Wang Dalong had already set up his stall. Over 30 miners lined up carrying bamboo baskets, each taking turns to buy the fresh pancakes. Su Wangchuan grabbed 2 steaming hot scallion pancakes, the scent instantly wiping out his hunger. He joined the queue as it moved toward the mining area. Amid the crowd, he caught sight of 2 senior apprentices, Chen Feng and Haitan, standing in another studio's line. They winked at him across the way, and he gave a subtle nod back. Wangchuan, how's the pay from the blacksmith shop gig? The chatty hypey sidled up to him. Wow, that's such hard work, more than 3 hours smashing 1,000 pounds of iron ore, and only 40 copper coins to show for it? What's the point of earning money like that? Isn't it better to just come home and cuddle with your girlfriend at night? Hypey grumbled, hands on hips, recounting word for word the blacksmith apprentice task had heard from Wangchuan. At first, he sounded envious, but the more he spoke, the more disdainful he got, rolling his eyes and winking as he gave Wangchuan an unsolicited lesson on enjoying life. Guys, we're all pulling down a monthly salary in the 5 figures. We gotta know how to enjoy ourselves. Hypey wagged his finger rapidly. You work from 6 in the morning till 10:30 at night. So exhausted you're too beat to even talk. Then what? Curl up alone in a cold bed? Is that what your life's about? Trust me, go find yourself a girlfriend, or if you can't settle for one, Get to or not exactly short on options. Hype's half-joking teasing broke the monotony of the long march, making everyone burst out laughing. They kept at it until Hype lost interest in Wang Chuan's story and finally stopped talking. Only then did Lin Dehai turn his head and ask, "How's your body? Any soreness or swelling?" He patted Wang Chuan on the shoulder. "If so, that's normal. Do a few more days and you'll get used to it. Don't worry about paying back the money just yet." "Brother Lin, I'm really fine," Wang Chuan replied with a smile. "We'll see when you get inside the mine." Lin Dehai chuckled, clearly thinking Wang Chuan was trying to act tough. The mine entrance was dark and damp as the group entered one by one, carrying oil lamps back to their respective tunnels. The Battlestate studio still held the prime spot near the entrance, convenient and less tiring. Hype set his backpack on the ground, spat twice into his palm with a loud paw, rubbed them together, then swung his pickaxe with a clanging ring. Lin Dehai and Old Li watched Wang Chuan carefully through the flickering lantern light. Seeing him expertly raise and swing the pick, breaking rocks smoothly, they exchanged a look saying, "This guy's recovering fast." No wonder his fitness background showed. Soon the entire mine echoed with the steady clash of metal and stone, like a chaotic drumming band. In just 2 hours, Wang Chuan had filled his first basket. The rest of the ore he stacked in a small wall beside him, over half a man's height. As the sun climbed and light filtered through the vent, everyone stopped to eat their dry biscuits. Hype, chewing, glanced at the tall pile of ore in front of Wang Chuan and nearly popped his eyes out. "Wang Chuan, your speed is impressive. Even more than me. Is your strength stat 6 or 7 points?" Wang Chuan feigned ignorance with a smile. "Haha, 6 points." Secretly he thought, brothers help each other in hard times. When you're rich, protect your Range Rover, steady wins the race. After a brief rest, they got back to work. The monotonous banging lasted till afternoon, when suddenly bells rang outside the ore transport team had arrived. With oil lamps flickering, everyone quickly loaded ore into their backpacks and headed out. 200 pounds per trip, Wang Chuan made 5 trips total, netting a clean 200 copper coins. After settling accounts, Lin Dehai only got 160. The old miners were stunned. This rookie just jumped straight to the top earner for the day? "Drinks on you. Wang Chuan, you gotta treat us." Hype was the first to shout, grinning and creasing his face. Wang Chuan cupped his fists respectfully. "Brother Lin, it's all thanks to your guidance." Then he pulled out 155 copper coins and handed them over. "Hey, race the payment for the pickaxe and backpack, and tomorrow's full day's earnings are yours." All eyes turned to Lin Dehai, filled with envy. Lin held the shiny stack of coins and grinned broadly. "All right, Wang Chuan, since you're so generous, I won't let you down. Tonight, 2 biscuits each, on me." "Great. Brother Hai, you're awesome." Each of them mined 100 gene of iron ore and returned to Haishi village. Lin Dehai was already waiting at the village entrance. With a cheerful smile, he handed out 2 freshly baked sesame flatbreads to everyone, including Wang Chuan. The group, satisfied and content, logged off to rest. Before leaving, Lin Dehai patted Wang Chuan on the shoulder and reminded him with some old advice to act cautiously. Then he exited the game. After logging back in, Wang Chuan, carrying the heavy iron ore, headed to the blacksmith shop. Inside, the forge roared with fire, and Chun Feng and Haitan were already there waiting. The 3 stood side by side before Master Smith Sunday. Sun waved his hand and announced the new task. The crushed ore has all been pushed into the clay kiln. After a day of high-temperature smelting, it's about to become molten wrought iron. Your job: forge the wrought iron into tempered steel. Do you accept? Task details. Each piece of wrought iron must be hammered and folded 100 times, a total of 50 pieces. Reward: 200 copper coins. The 3 immediately nodded. But the moment they accepted, Chun Feng and Haitan's faces fell. Wang Chuan eyed them suspiciously. "Brother Feng, Brother He, the pay is pretty good. Why don't you look happy? Is there something fishy?" Haitan lowered his head and explained, "Tempering steel is tough and takes forever. If the forging isn't perfect, money gets deducted. What we end up with is less than yesterday's pay." Chun Feng forced a smile in agreement. Each wrought iron block needs at least 100 hammer strikes. With 100 folds, that's 10,000 hits per piece. 50 pieces means 500,000 hits. Last time we cut corners and only hammered 50 times to finish, but Master saw through it instantly. More than half the 200 copper coins were deducted, and we wasted 7 or 8 days. Haitan added, "This task repeats every 2 weeks. If you don't finish, you get stuck and can't take on new tasks. We can only rush through and do the minimum to get to the next round, just to have some living expenses." Hearing this, Wang Chuan's scalp tingled. 500,000 hammer strikes, treating people like machines. He muttered under his breath, "Why don't they just get a stamping machine?" But complaints aside, to avoid being kicked out of the smithy, the 3 had to grit their teeth and get started. The anvil, forge, and bellows were quickly set up. Master Smith's son personally placed each glowing rectangular piece of wrought iron onto the hammering surface, demonstrating carefully to Wang Chuan, "Watch my movements closely. Listen carefully to every word and copy me exactly." He deliberately slowed down as he poured the bright red molten iron from the crucible onto the anvil. When it's fully liquid, don't hammer, that will cause splashing and injury. After a short wait, he swung his small hammer with one hand. Ding, ding, ding. Sparks flew. Within a minute, he hammered precisely 100 times, then plunged the half-solid iron block into a water bucket to cool before tossing it back into the furnace to reheat. Fold after it's heated red. Hammer 100 times on each side, then cool again to remove impurities and continue smelting. The iron hardens quickly after softening, so you must keep a steady rhythm. Otherwise, it wastes twice the time. Chen Feng and Haiten practiced alongside, not daring to slack off. Ding, ding, ding. Under the intense heat and hammering, both soon broke out in sweat, their skin flushed red, muscles trembling all over. Blacksmith's son demonstrated the process 3 times in a row, folding the heated iron block with fluid, seamless movements. Wang Chuan memorized every detail carefully, then took the hammer and tongs and stood directly at the anvil. Sun handed the bellows to his 3 apprentices and controlled the airflow himself, but his eyes kept drifting back to Wang Chuan. At first, Wang Chuan was unfamiliar with the hammer's weight and bounce, so his movements were a bit awkward. But as the muscles in his right arm quickly found the rhythm, the pace of his left hand managing the tongs caught up. Clang, clang, clang. In just a few minutes, he managed to strike the iron 100 times before it lost its red heat. Although not as skilled as Chen Feng and Haiten, it was enough to keep the molten iron from solidifying. The furnace always held 3 pieces of seasoned iron, which were alternately heated and cooled in water to ensure materials were always ready for forging. After hammering for more than 10 minutes, Wang Chuan's right arm grew tired, so he simply switched to his left hand. Suddenly, the sound of hammer striking metal changed. Chen Feng and Haiten looked over, stunned. Using the left hand? Still has strength? Their amazement lasted briefly before they noticed Wang Chuan's left-hand strikes were just as fast and forceful as his right, seamlessly matching the rhythm. Little did they know, Wang Chuan had spent years training his core strength, developing equal agility in both hands. Now he alternated hands every half hour, giving his right arm a short rest. 1 hour passed, then 2. Chen Feng and Haiten were drenched in sweat, their movements faltering. They had to stop to eat pancakes and regain energy. But Wang Chuan seemed completely immersed in the flow of iron and fire. The sweat dripped down his chin onto the anvil, but his hammering grew faster and steadier. After 3 hours, clang. Task progress 150. Clang. Task progress 250. Clang. Task progress 350. System notifications flashed repeatedly, but Wang Chuan had lost count of how many times he had struck. He just knew that once the count was sufficient, there was no need to overthink it. He dumped the 3 finished pieces of forged steel into a nearby container with a loud clang. The banging caught blacksmith's son's attention. The old man came over to inspect each piece, smiling broadly and nodding in approval. Not bad. Then he looked at Chen Feng and Haiten, whose iron blanks were still misshapen. Reluctantly, they handed them over. Son's face immediately darkened. Not suitable. Keep forging. Both of them groaned, but returned to the furnace resignedly. Junior brother, are you some kind of demon? You can forge qualified steel with your left hand too. What kind of strength do you have? Oh no, the master is using you as our benchmark. If we don't finish our quotas, there's no next round for us. But 500,000 hammer strikes. Oh my god, I'm going crazy. Chen Feng and Haiten couldn't accept it. After 3 hours, none of them had managed to forge a single piece of qualified tempered steel. Even if they pushed themselves to produce a flawless batch, it would still take half a month to complete the task perfectly. 200 copper coins for half a month's work? They'd have to be crazy. Chen Feng and Haiten were drenched in sweat, barely holding on until midnight when they finally nudged the progress bar to 3 out of 50. Their clothes were soaked through, and neither wanted to stay a moment longer. Without hesitation, they dropped their hammers and logged off in a hurry. Wang Chuan, however, hammered away with both hands, swinging the hammer left and right. Sweat poured down his face, but his expression remained relatively fresh. The progress number in his hands had climbed to 6 out of 50 before he decisively quit the game, ready to rest. The knew that if he didn't sleep soon, the next day's mining would suffer. Early the next morning, when he logged in again, Chen Feng and Haiten stood by the village gate, looking tired with dark circles under their eyes and staring dryly at him. What's the matter, senior brothers? Wang Chuan greeted them. Chen Feng forced a bitter smile. This tempering steel job simply can't be finished early. We can't keep it up and plan to quit. Wang Chuan was stunned. Haiten rubbed his sore right arm and sighed. It takes half a month to finish, and my arm feels useless. We still have to mine during the day. If this keeps up, both sides will be ruined. We talked it over and decided to leave the smithy. Their expressions were serious, clearly resolved. For them, this task wasn't worth much money and was weighing down their main daytime job. Wang Chuan's heart sank. Hadn't expected that so soon after fighting alongside his brothers, he'd be left to face this alone. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "I." Chen Feng patted his shoulder. "Don't worry about us. We'll find other odd jobs. Aunt Wang needs bamboo weaving strips cut, and Wang Dalan's harvesting rice and hunting. There's always work." Haiten nodded. It'll be tough if you're the only one taking on tempering steel, but you'll get through it. Just then, the village gate creaked open, signaling the start of another workday. They exchanged a glance and went their separate ways. Wang Chuan nibbled on a dry-baked pancake while turmoil churned inside him. His brothers had left, so he was now the only one in the smithy. Should he keep going? 200 copper coins meant working 8 days over 20 coins a day. A single dinner would cost 3 pancakes, and his net earnings would barely reach a dozen coins. Was it worth it? But if he quit, only blacksmith's son would remain, and it would be even harder for him. Forget it. Less money is less money, but at least it's some income. He made up his mind to persevere. What followed could be summed up in 2 words: tough it out. During the day, he lugged heavy oars back and forth between the mine and the village gate. At 6 each evening, he dutifully entered the smithy, stoking fires, pumping the bellows, and hammering steel with a persistent clanging. His arms often ached too much to lift, but he gritted his teeth to keep pushing the progress bar forward. The real world exhausted him like a dog, and the game world worked him like a beast of burden. He was barely able to tell which was real anymore. Fortunately, the goal of a monthly salary over 10,000 from the Warring States game studio whipped him onward, and he pushed through the entire 8 days. Late that night, he hammered his final glowing red iron blank into the water trough. With a sharp hiss of rising steam, the number on the screen jumped to 50 out of 50. Blacksmith's son took the silver-like tempered steel, his rough palm running over the sharp edge. He nodded with approval. Good. This batch of tempered steel has good quality. He passed over a heavy pouch of coins. Ding. System message. Task tempered steel completed. Reward, 200 copper coins. Lifestyle profession unlocked. Blacksmith. Tempered steel forging apprentice skill unlocked. Wang Chuan's translucent status panel hovered before his eyes, now showing the word blacksmith right after his name. Correspondingly, the panel indicated profession attribute bonuses strength 1, stamina 1. These 2 solid boosts made his heart race with excitement. In this ultra-realistic game he had studied for days, there were no traditional experience levels or clues beyond the village. He had expected to remain an ordinary villager in Blackstone Village, but unexpectedly, completing the tempered steel quest unlocked a life profession for him. At that moment, Wang Chuan confirmed his choice to stay in the smithy was absolutely right. 6 hours a day after day hammering, had not been in vain. More strength meant swinging the hammer and mining would require less effort. Increased stamina meant his health pool rose accordingly, making him more resilient than ordinary people. A smile crept onto his lips as his eyes fixed on the new section at the bottom of the panel. Life skill, tempered steel forging technique beginner 0-100. Effect, allows independent forging of coarse tempered steel ingots. So I can refine steel myself, and as long as I gather materials, I can mass produce and sell for profit? He calculated rapidly in his mind. Just then, Blacksmith's son burst in with a booming voice. Wang Chuan, I've taken on many apprentices, but only you have the patience and skill to complete the tempered steel quest. Haha, from today on, you're officially my disciple. The old smith's beard twitched with joy. Today, you can rest. Tomorrow, we'll decide whether to craft tempered spearheads for the village or start with some tempered knives. Thanks to your careful guidance, master. Wang Chuan cupped his fists, unable to hide his joy. That 2 attribute boost wasn't just a number on the panel, it was a reassuring boost. Work in the mines would become easier, and next month's performance bonus might even double. Back in his quarters, before logging off, he counted his small fortune. The newbie adjustment period was over and he hadn't yet handed over shares to the company, but he had saved a full 1,400 copper coins, enough to repay Lin Dehai's old debt. Even converted into large coins at 10 coppers each, that was a hefty 140 coins, weighing heavily in his pocket and making his mind race. Unfortunately, the game was too realistic. No system backpack or storage bag to stash money. He muttered to himself that he needed to spend the money quickly, or else going out would be nerve-wracking. Having the rare chance to log off early, he glanced at the lightly dusted dumbbell and pull-up bar in his apartment and suddenly felt inspired. He needed to move, or his core strength would get rusty. Changing into workout clothes, he grabbed the bar and pulled with both arms. First rep easy, 20th breathing steady, 50th arms just beginning to ache slightly. At the 100th, his heart rate was only starting to rise. Normally he'd be gasping by then. Steadily, he reached the 120th. 130th. The astonishing count kept climbing until his mental tally hit 150th. Frozen on the bar, a realization struck him hard. The game's attributes actually mapped directly to reality. Normally, he could barely do 100 pull-ups without panting, and usually had to pause by 150. But today, he casually knocked out a solid 150 pull-ups without breaking a sweat. Wang Chuan lifted his chin off the pull-up bar. Unlike before, his heartbeat didn't race wildly upon landing. Instead, a cool sensation lingered on his skin, with no sign of overheating. What was going on? He furrowed his brow, examining his hands, then glanced back at the bar, full of suspicion. He leapt up again, gripping the metal bar tightly, and continued pulling himself up rapidly, the air whistling with each motion. Another 100 plus. Counting the previous set, it was a total of 300 pull-ups, all effortless. This can't be real, Wang Chuan murmured, pinching his biceps hard, doubting his own reality. Jumping from 150 to 200 was already a huge leap, yet he had doubled that, and his body felt like it was just warming up. He didn't stop there. Moving to the vertical pole stretching from floor to ceiling, he lightly tapped his toes, then glided smoothly through a sequence of moonwalks, as if greased. Next came push-ups, lowering and raising his body with machine-like rhythm, 300 solid reps, without faltering. Then the bench press. The weights on each end of the barbell had quietly increased from 200 to 220 kilograms, but he pressed up without changing expression. If this was a live stream, viewers would surely accuse him of doping. But where exactly was the change coming from? He recalled the life profession he had gained after mining in the spirit realm, blacksmith with system prompts adding 1 strength, 1 stamina. Could improvements in the virtual world really be syncing with his real body? Puzzled, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Wang Chuan acted as if nothing had happened. After greeting Linda Hai and others, he went down to the mine. Holding the iron pickaxe, he immediately sensed a difference. 9 strength made his arms thicker, and the pickhead felt several pounds lighter, smashing through ore veins with just 80% force. His hunger also decreased far more slowly. At noon, when the team returned to collect the ore, Wang Chuan alone could lift a basket filled with 200 gene of iron ore. That entire day, he mined 1,200 gene total, earning 240 copper coins. Linda Hai and the others looked at him like he was a monster. Must be my lucky day. Got more iron ore than usual, Wang Chuan shrugged, offering the only reasonable explanation. The others nodded slowly, accepting it. Returning to the village at dusk, Master Blacksmith's son handed him a new quest scroll. As an official disciple, Wang Chuan had 2 options. Task 1. Continue forging refined steel ingots. Paid 20 copper coins for each passable ingot. Task 2. Craft a standard long knife. Paid 100 copper coins. Son gave a serious reminder. If Wang Chuan chose the long knife, the blacksmith shop's profits would be shared with him, and Son would teach him everything. But crafting a long knife independently required smelting raw iron, tempering wrought iron, mastering the bellows heat, mold casting. Every step included taking at least a month. Without hesitation, Wang Chuan said, "He'll take the refined steel ingot task." Right now, he needed quick money to raise his wages and bonuses fast rather than diving deep into sword forging and triggering company alarms. More importantly, repeatedly forging steel ingots would deepen his refined steel forging technique and build a solid foundation. Once his basics were stable, moving on to weapon making would be much easier and more effective. After all, in this world, apprentices could only make ordinary ironware. The master could craft refined weapons. Above them stood higher-level blacksmiths, even grandmasters, who forged legendary arms. He had to take it step by step. The second task could be taken anytime. Right now, he needed to focus on refining steel. Ping. Refined steel forging task accepted. The next day, Wang Chuan deliberately held back his strength, no longer swinging the pickaxe wildly like the day before. By the end of the day, he had mined a total of 1,200 gene of raw ore. Just as the ore cart team confirmed they had taken all the ore, a sharp snap rang out. Hype's iron pickaxe broke into 2 pieces at the joint, completely ruined. "Hype, you really have your calculations down to the bone," Linda Hai said, nudging the broken handle with his toe, shaking his head with a smile. "Durability was down to just 5 points, and you still kept pushing it. It only costs a few copper coins to fix." "Exactly," Old Lee chimed in. "Digging for 2 more hours in the afternoon would only earn 20 more copper coins, but repairing the pickaxe costs 10. After all the back and forth, that's 30 less in your monthly bonus." Hype leaned against the cave wall, hands clasped behind his head, looking like he was making sure everyone knew how relaxed he was. "Unlike you workhorses, I'm not going to dig for 2 hours then carry heavy loads over the mountains for the sake of that measly 30. I'd rather just lie here and enjoy the breeze." Everyone exchanged glances. 3 hours of hard labor for a net gain of 30 copper coins wasn't exactly worth it. "Forget it. I can't talk to you guys who have no sense of style. I'm heading back to the village now, logging off to spend time with my girlfriend." Hype twisted his waist to stand and brushed dust off his pants. Wang Chuan smiled. Hype had always bragged about having a girlfriend and rushing back to her after work. Seems like his relationship was going pretty well. But Linda Hai's expression darkened. "Hype, haven't you forgotten the company rules?" "Yeah," Weijia frowned. "We're a team, and we have to leave and return to the village together. If anything happens when you act alone, the job's over for all of us." "What kind of danger could there be? You guys always make a big deal out of nothing," Hype grumbled, pausing while tying his shoelace. Though carefree in attitude, he didn't dare take this job lightly. Everyone was carrying their week's earnings. Losing that wasn't just a matter of a few copper coins. In the end, he didn't bring up going back alone again. With the tension eased, Wang Chuan took the opportunity to ask, "By the way, isn't today payday? How much did you guys make in bonuses last month?" Linda Hai shrugged. "No idea. Everyone has different workloads, and the office and the county calculates separately. But the guaranteed monthly salary is always 10,000 copper coins. Bonus amounts, I don't know. Old Lee joked. Hypus even got a girlfriend now, his bonus has to be good. Maybe around 20,000. He didn't say anything about his own. Seeing Wang Chuan still curious, Lin Dehai explained, it's simple. As long as you hand in 150 copper coins a day, you secure that 10,000 salary. Anything above that, the company pays out as bonus at a 1:3 rate. Oh, I see, Wang Chuan said, realizing the math. At his pace, digging 225 copper coins worth daily, minus the 150 compulsory payment, leaves 75. Multiply by 3, that's 225 bonus coins a day at a minimum 6,750 a month. All before factoring in extra pay from the blacksmith shop. Not bad at all. If he could forge 3 ingots of tempered steel every day, he could earn at least 60 copper coins, totaling 180 coins. That's a solid monthly income of 20,000. Wang Chuan thought about how he had never managed to save up 4 digits in his pocket before, yet now he could bring in 20,000 by the end of the month. The thought immediately brightened his mood, and even the constant clanging sounds around him now seemed like the crisp noise of coins dropping onto a table. By almost 4 in the afternoon, the last hammer struck in the mine. More than 40 miners lifted the nearly 100-pound baskets on their backs and filed out one after another. Over time, several new refugees had trickled in, making the group larger and noisier. As soon as they stepped into Haishi village, the group spotted several burly men standing at the entrance wearing short animal skin outfits and carrying swords and knives at their sides, their expressions cold and grim. From their aura alone, it was clear they were debt collectors sent by a different workshop. Lin Dehai, Chen Feng, and He Tan each led their own small teams, moving off in different directions. Wang Chuan followed Lin Dehai's group and stopped in front of a bald man. The man had thick brows slanting over his eyes and a fresh bloodied cut on his cheek, looking especially fierce. Greetings, escort leader Wang. Lin Dehai saluted with a serious expression. Was the road unsafe? Wang snorted arrogantly. Ran into a few refugee thieves, but they've been dealt with. That brief statement tightened Wang Chuan's chest with anxiety. The outside world was truly dangerous. Even fully armed escorts faced ambushes, if his group of miners ever got hit. He dared not dwell on it, instead silently reminding himself to stay extra vigilant on the road. This well-paying job with 20,000 monthly income couldn't be lost no matter what. One by one, the miners pulled out their money pouches and began handing over this week's earnings. Lin Dehai's team of 6 dumped copper coins onto a wooden tray, while Wang carefully unfolded his ledger and recorded every coin without missing a single one. Wang Chuan was new, so they added a fresh line at the very bottom for him. When it was his turn, Wang Chuan proudly showed his heavy pouch and poured out 180 big copper coins, a full double what others paid. He only kept 8 coins for buying baked buns and emergencies. Wang shot him a sharp glance, surprise flickering in his eyes, then neatly wrote, Wang Chuan 180. All collected. Everyone's money is in, Wang said as he closed the wooden box and tightly secured the heavy coins with rough hemp rope on his back. We need to get back to the county before dark. Without another word, he and the other collectors turned and left without even pausing in the village, heading back together. Watching them fade into the distance, Wang lowly muttered, it's almost dark. Is it safe to leave the village now? Don't worry, Blackskin laughed and waved dismissively. They're official escorts, basically martial artists. Skilled and fast, they'll definitely make it back in time. Lin Dehai nodded in agreement. They depend on this job. They know the safe paths and the dangerous spots inside out. For us, the trade always happens at this time. Never had any problems. All right, Wang thought, secretly filing martial arts in his mind. This was finally like how things are set up in game worlds. After the group returned to the village to deliver the iron ore, they all logged off. Wang bought 4 baked buns and returned alone to the blacksmith shop to continue his tempered steel mastery task. His forging skill had gained 3 experience points last night, logging off only at 11. Today he planned to challenge himself. Ding, ding ding, ding ding. The 9 points of strength and 9 points of stamina truly gave Wang Chuan more powerful force and control. He alternated hammer strikes between his hands at a rapid pace. With a double strike in one motion, the iron slightly dented the anvil's surface, significantly shortening the impact time needed on the tempered steel. The red glow from the furnace reflected off his sweat-soaked brow. While others had long logged off to rest, he stayed alone in the blacksmith's backyard, pacing between the forging table and the high-temperature furnace, repeatedly hammering the glowing hot iron. Hype had disappeared somewhere with his girlfriend, leaving only the firelight and the sound of hammering in the courtyard. Occasionally, Blacksmith's son would peek in, noticing Wang Chuan's increasingly skilled movements and unable to suppress a satisfied smile. Sizzle the scalding hot iron plunged into cold water, white steam instantly rising before it was thrown back into the furnace to heat up again. Wang Chuan picked up another glowing red piece, positioned it at the right angle, and swung the hammer down once more. Clang, clang clang, clang clang. The deep, Rhythmic pounding echoed through the night. Sparks flew as the anvil trembled. Inside the furnace, for iron pieces were already heated red hot. With the one in his hand, he was effectively forging 5 tempered steel ingots simultaneously. He worked nonstop until midnight, shaping all 5 steel ingots in succession. Blacksmith's son approached, inspected them carefully, then nodded in approval, pulling out 10 large copper coins and handing them over. Go rest now. After 50,000 hammer strikes, Wang Chuan's arms ached deeply. He accepted the coins and cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, master. Then he found an empty room to lie down and logged off the game. 5 ingots a day is already my limit. Doing more will just wear my body out, he calculated mentally. 100 copper coins converted to 300 daily bonus pay was already respectable time to stabilize first. His abilities were approaching their ceiling, but if he could keep this up, over 20,000 a month would at least break the cycle of living paycheck to paycheck. Day after day, the sound of hammer strikes alternated with the flicker of firelight. 20 days later, he finally made a small breakthrough. The tempered steel forging skill advanced from beginner to novice achievement. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Ding! Life skill tempered steel forging upgraded from beginner to novice achievement. Reward, 1 strength. Wang Chuan was stunned. Is there really such a perk? He had only intended to build a solid foundation and improve the steel quality, but unexpectedly, he gained an attribute bonus. He quickly composed himself and reasoned privately. Heavy physical labor over time, like weightlifting in real life, naturally strengthens muscles and nerves. It made sense that achieving 1,000,000 hammer strikes could trigger system rewards. A new progress bar appeared. Tempered steel forging novice achievement next level, proficient 0, 300. To reach the next stage, he had to forge 300 pieces of tempered steel. At his current pace of 5 per day, he could push through in about 2 months and receive another bonus. Ding dong. At midnight, his phone chimed with a salary notification. Wang Chuan's mood instantly tightened with excitement and anticipation. Opening the message, she saw that the Warring State studio had transferred 27,800 yuan to her account, with the note salary bonus. Her remaining bank balance was 28,100 yuan. The glowing blue digits hit her heart like a punch. She suddenly sprang up from her chair, clenched her fists, and whispered fiercely, "Awesome." Her first paycheck had finally arrived. Her pockets were no longer empty. All the late nights and hard work this past month had finally paid off. Overcome with excitement, she almost called her family several times and even wanted to brag about it in the fan group. But then she remembered everything related to the spirit realm had to be kept strictly confidential. To protect her job, she hugged her phone tightly and tossed, and turned late into the night before finally falling asleep. The next day, logging into the game, even the air outside Blackstone Village seemed sweet. The rice stalks along the field ridges were golden and full. A gentle breeze stirred waves of gold. Wang Chuan's steps were light and eager as she reached the village entrance, only to be quietly stopped by Hei Pai. By my count, it's been a month since you joined the company. So, salary day, huh? Hei Pai lowered his voice, his face full of gossip. It was sent right after midnight last night. How much? I'm not telling. Wang Chuan snapped shut her lips immediately. Our salaries are secret, remember? Lin Dehai laughed heartily nearby. I told you, don't underestimate Wang Chuan just because she's young. She's pretty sharp. Old Li came over and patted her shoulder. If Hei piece out of money, he'll definitely be borrowing from someone. Just ignore him. This guy spends all the loans on his girlfriend, and he still hasn't paid me back my 2,000 copper coins. Huh. Hei Pai borrowed from you, too? Fat Wei Zhou was surprised, shooting a glance at Hei Pai along with the others. Hei Pai scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Yeah, money's tight lately. He'll pay everyone back once things get better, I swear. Everyone burst out laughing, and after a few jokes, they resumed their journey. Along the way, the golden waves of rice fields appeared again. Wang Chuan gazed at the fields and sighed. The rice is ripe. It's time for the autumn harvest. Probably within the next few days, Lin Dehai added casually. Around noon, a convoy carrying or ascended the mountain path. The workers stopped to catch their breath, but the caravan leader did not start loading or immediately. Instead, he raised his voice and announced, Everyone, we won't be coming back for the next 7 days. What? Why? Over 40 miners stood up at once, their sesame cakes suddenly tasting bland. If no one collected, or how would they get paid? The merchant was prepared and bowed respectfully. The official notice just came. The autumn harvest is starting. To protect the fields from wild boars, all laborers in Huishui County must help with the harvest. The village chief of Blackstone Village will assign tasks soon. We'll return to or collecting as usual after 7 days. Hearing the explanation, the miners finally relaxed their tense expressions. That afternoon, the group returned to the village. As the merchant said, the village chief publicly declared, tomorrow morning, everyone will leave the village to harvest rice. 1 full basket equals 3 copper coins. But you'll need to bring your own sickles. They cost 5 copper coins each. As soon as the news spread, people rushed toward the blacksmith shop, afraid the tools would run out. Inside the smithy, the sound of hammering rang out continuously. Blacksmith's son wiped his sweat and whispered to Wang Chuan, who had just arrived, "Don't go out harvesting tomorrow." "Master, why not?" "Sickles wear out quickly during harvest, so we need to focus on making more." Sun's face grew serious. "Plus, with wild boars coming down the mountain late in autumn, hunters' weapons also get damaged. From now on, we rely on the smithy to supply farm tools, weapons, especially iron arrowheads. Tonight, he'll teach you how to make arrowheads. Would you accept the task of making iron arrowheads?" The system prompt read, "Crafting 10 iron arrowheads would earn 100 copper coins," and the task was repeatable. Compared to rushing to harvest rice, Wang Chuan didn't hesitate to choose the more valuable long-term crafting job. Once the nearby rice was cut, he'd have to run farther, and the gains would shrink day by day. But the demand for iron arrowheads would only grow. They were consumables after all. Mastering this craft would be far more profitable than simply wielding a regular long knife. Blacksmith's son didn't know what Wang Chuan was thinking. Seeing him nod, he immediately pumped the bellows and demonstrated amid the blazing fire. Making arrowheads is different from forging knives or hoes. They must be lightweight and sharp, use less material, and be folded 20 or 30 times at most. The connecting part needs extra precision. The hammer fell, sparks flying. Sun explained as he hammered, showing how to forge the arrowhead and connection point step by step. Repeatedly folding the raw iron billet to expel slag and toughen it, then spinning and hammering into a thin, pointed triangular shape, finally punching the hole for attaching the shaft. After several rounds, a rough arrowhead prototype took shape. Next, it needs grinding to sharpen. He'll have a few hunters help with that. He passed Wang Chuan the hammer. "Your turn." Wang Chuan stepped forward, scooping molten iron from the furnace and pouring it into the mold. His movements were as skilled as a veteran craftsman. While the metal glowed red hot, he folded and hammered it repeatedly, removing impurities and improving toughness. The front was forged into a sharp, flat point, while he spun and hammered the rear hole precisely. Compared to his past difficulty forging high-grade steel ingots, this simple arrowhead was a breeze. He finished the first one in under 10 minutes. Sun inspected it and nodded with approval. Then Wang Chuan began repeating the process, mechanically pouring, folding, spinning, shaping. The hammering never stopped all night. Before long, a basket was full of arrowheads. At the end, 100 arrowheads earned 100 large copper coins, equivalent to 1,000 copper pieces. Wang Chuan stared at the hefty pile of money in amazement. Just one night. Weapon crafting profits were incredibly. No wonder great powers wanted to be arms dealers. He even toyed with the idea of switching professions if similar jobs came after the autumn harvest. The only downside was forging arrowheads didn't unlock new skills or grant any attribute bonuses. Early the next morning, he found Lin Dehai. "Son, the blacksmith gave me new work, so I'm not going to rush to harvest rice." Lin patted his shoulder. "The village is safe. You focus on your work." He called back to the others. "We won't wait for you then. Let's go. Time to harvest rice." A group of miners charged out of the village like ruthless reapers. Inside the blacksmith's shop, Wang Chong stood like a tireless machine, seizing glowing red-hot iron ingots and hammering them onto the anvil. Sparks flew as his hammer rose and fell relentlessly. By midday, he had forged a full 100 crude iron arrowheads, and the tally in the ledger quickly rose to 1,000 copper coins. In the afternoon, as the molten iron roared again, he knocked out another 100 arrowheads, adding another 1,000 copper coins to the total. It wasn't until nightfall that he finally paused, took a sip of water, and roughly calculated the day's output for 100 arrows and 2,000 copper coins earned, equivalent to what an average miner might make in half a month. Yet, these 400 arrowheads still weren't enough to satisfy the demands of Blackstone Village. Wang Chong glanced toward the street entrance. Guards and hunters were all carrying quivers full of arrows, their expressions tight with tension. The morning mist had not yet lifted when he ran into Lin Dehai at Wang Dalong's sesame cake stall. Lin Dehai whispered that last night the hunters had encountered a group of wild boars in the rice fields near the mine. They had engaged in close combat. Wounded, the boars had fled, but several hunters were injured as well. Hype joined in, gesturing quickly with his hands. "Wang Chong, you don't know those beasts weigh 300 to 400 pounds each, with hides as tough as iron plates. Iron arrows only make small bloody holes in their skins." Several of the boars were pierced by a dozen arrows each, like spiked porcupines, but they still ran wild as ever. He clicked his tongue, while those around him nodded in agreement. A chill ran down Wang Chang's spine. He finally understood why his master, the blacksmith's son Tai Jiang, had pushed him so hard. The 300 arrows made yesterday had already been completely used up. Old Li sighed. "Luckily, we were far away yesterday, or else if the boars had charged through, who could have run fast enough?" Hype scanned the crowd. "Look, fewer miners came today, because they're scared to die. If you die, your worker number gets cancelled, you lose your job. Better to hold on for these 7 days." Wei Zhou and Zhang Kai exchanged looks, their eyes betraying their wish to back down. Lin Dehai shook his head. "It's not that simple. We might run out of iron, but the grain can never be stopped. If the rice isn't harvested, the mine won't start working that day." Everyone agreed reluctantly. They promised to stick together during the harvest, not break ranks, and not stray far from the hunters. With shouts, the main force once again left the village gate. Wang Chang's face was grave as he headed back to the blacksmith shop. Master Sun Taijiang was already waiting there, weary but with sharp, burning eyes. Yesterday, the hunters drove off the boars thanks to your arrows, the older smith said directly, but our supplies are low. Those beasts will come back to destroy the rice again today. If the harvest is incomplete, we'll all starve this winter. Yes, master. Wang Chang saluted respectfully, donned his apron again, and swung his hammer to begin work. They worked in rhythm, the ringing clangs ringing out non-stop as the furnace's fire illuminated the whole workshop. In the middle of their toil, the village chief arrived with several burly men. They carried away newly finished quivers of arrows, bringing grim news. A patrolling hunter had been gored through the abdomen by a boar tusk and was bleeding heavily. Even if saved, he would likely be permanently disabled. Luckily, the hunters rallied, killed 2 giant boars, and stabilized morale otherwise. Most miners might have fled. Hearing this, Master Sun Tijiang's face darkened even further. The rhythm of his hammer blows grew heavy and grim. Wang Chang looked up and saw his master's brows furrowed tight. Wang Chang, Sun Taijiang began slowly. Ordinary iron arrowheads rarely deal fatal wounds to wild boars. Now I'm going to teach you how to forge tempered steel arrowheads. Spending more time with Master Sun the blacksmith, Wang Chuan increasingly saw him as a real, living person with blood and flesh. In front of Chun Feng and Haitan, Master Sun always hid his true skills carefully, having immediately seen that the two were there just to make quick money and would never endure hardship. To outsiders, forging steel 100 times might seem like torture, but for a blacksmith it was a normal, everyday process. So in the end, Chun Feng and Haitan were weeded out, leaving only Wang Chuan by the forge, officially becoming Master Sun's apprentice and inheriting the craft of forging steel through repeated tempering. Very soon, Blackstone Village faced intense pressure with a surge in demand for arrows. Upon learning this, Master Sun immediately repaired the bellows and stocked up on pig iron, preparing to forge a batch of iron arrowheads overnight to boost the hunters' firepower. Then, upon hearing several hunters were injured by wild boars, he changed plans. Instead of ordinary arrowheads, he would forge hardened steel arrowheads capable of taking down wild boars. Wang Chuan deeply agreed. After living in Blackstone Village for over a month and sharing daily life with the villagers, he had tied his own honor and fate to the village. Hunters getting hurt made him angry too, as if an outside threat had ignited a shared sense of enemy within. He focused wholeheartedly on learning his master's technique for forging the 100-tempered steel arrowheads. To make arrowheads both tough and sharp, the metal must be folded and forged a full 100 times. Each hammer strike compresses and refines the billet, making it denser and smaller to provide a strong structure for subsequent polishing only. Then can the edge remain sharp despite frequent grinding. Clang, clang. Sparks flew. Wang Chuan quickly grasped the method and his skill improved. After shaping a small steel ingot, he began crafting the arrowhead, first flattening, then stretching it longer and thinner than normal arrowheads, so it could fly far, while maintaining both destructive power and penetration. Master Sun often reached over to adjust the hammer angle and control the heat. At last, the first 100-tempered steel arrowhead was finished. Master Sun held a whetstone, sharpening it for 10 minutes. Then with a sharp shing, the arrowhead's tip gleamed razor-sharp, edges like blades, able to slice even a hair. Done. He showed a rare smile. Then he pulled out an arrow shaft, wrapped on fletching, and knocked the arrow firmly. Pulling a weathered wooden bow unknown from where, he bent it fully into a crescent. Release. Whiz. The arrow flew like a white streak, cutting the air, burying deep into a wooden beam of the smithy with the entire head embedded inside solid wood. Master Sun tossed the bow aside. See that? The power of 100-tempered steel arrowheads' armor-piercing and lethality are at least twice that of ordinary iron heads. Even a full-grown boar king would have its mouth shredded by this arrow. At this rate, today we'll make 10 of these for the village's best hunters. An ordinary arrowhead might penetrate about an inch into hardwood. This 100-tempered steel head was fully 3 inches deep, completely buried. If it could pierce wood like this, it could tear through flesh even more easily, causing far greater wounds. Wang Chuan nodded, a fierce fire burning in his eyes. This was a true weapon of death, a real killing tool. And he noticed the progress bar for his 100-tempered steel forging skill had advanced by 1 point during the crafting. Forging finished tempered steel arrowheads also grants experience in the tempered steel forging skill. Hearing the system prompt, Wang Chuan's blood surged with excitement. He immediately divided the refined iron on the forge into 6 portions. With tongs in one hand and hammer in the other, the sharp clangs of metal striking metal rang out steadily amid the glowing red flames. Master Blacksmith's son joined in personally, his heavy hammer striking with steady precision, while his apprentice's lighter hammer maintained a clear rhythm. The two alternated strikes like dual war drums echoing through the cramped smithy. Around noon, they hurriedly grabbed some flatbreads, then plunged back into the forge. Sweat slid down Wangchuan's temples, evaporating the moment it hit the blazing hot anvil. By afternoon, as players returned from rushed rice harvests, the guards shut the wooden gates. When the last batch of tempered steel cooled and was placed in the barrel, the master and apprentice had produced a total of 48 tempered steel arrowheads, each marked with gleaming, refined characters. Wangchuan claimed 24 of them, steadily pushing his experience bar to 25 out of 300. At 50 copper coins apiece, the tempered steel arrows brought a much better return than ordinary iron arrows. While everyone counted their earnings in the courtyard, Wangchuan removed his leather apron and hurried to find Lin Dahai. In a corner of the wooden wall, a few players murmured about tomorrow's harvest rush. Today, news spread that a hunter was seriously injured, 2 miners had been lightly bitten by wild boars, and Wei Zhe and Zhang Kai openly refused further tasks. As the rice paddies they had to harvest expanded farther away, the journey grew longer and returns dwindled, but they grew ever closer to the wild boar herds. Tomorrow promised to be even more dangerous. Wangchuan's gaze swept over not only his own fellow workers, but also small studios like Chinfeng's and Heighten's, each showing signs of worry and quietly plotting strikes. As murmurs rose, the village chief was drawn out, quickly emerging from the council hall. The pay for tomorrow's rice harvest will increase by 1 copper coin per basket, totaling 4 copper coins per basket. The old chief's voice boomed. Also, starting tonight the hunter group will patrol outside to strengthen boar hunting and keep everyone safe. If anyone still refuses to take the task, he scanned the crowd with a steely gaze. Then you are asked to leave Haishi village. That last line struck hard. Players ready to strike instantly fell silent. Leave Haishi village? Without walls or guards, carrying all their belongings would only attract robbers. As the chief's words sank in, the crowd reluctantly dispersed and one by one logged off. Before leaving, Lin Dahai patted Wangchuan's shoulder with envy. You're lucky. At the shop there's work to be done. It's much safer than risking yourself out there. Saying that, he slipped back into his wooden hut and logged off to rest. Wangchuan returned to the forge just as Master Sun finished speaking with the chief. The old smith stroked his beard thoughtfully. The village's arrow supply is running low. We need to make another batch tonight. Same as always. 1 person for tempered steel arrows, 1 for iron arrows. They'll take the tempered steel arrows. Wangchuan volunteered immediately. Although their price was slightly less than ordinary iron arrows, the experience gain made it well worth it. Good. Master Sun nodded with satisfaction. You focus on the tempered steel, they'll do the iron arrows. Let's try to have plenty ready before dawn. Right, master? Wangchuan tightened his wrist guards again, and the charcoal in the furnace flared brighter. Molten iron bubbled, sparks flew, and the two once more plunged into an all-night battle. When the dawn's first crow broke the night, 18 more silver-inlaid tempered steel arrowheads rested cooling on the rack. The forge's fire dimmed as Wangchuan wiped the last drop of sweat from his brow. He looked at the system panel and smiled with satisfaction. Nearly 2 taels of silver earned that day. 6 a.m. Wangchuan grabbed a couple of bites of dry bread, then hurriedly logged into the game time to make money. Just thinking about earning 2 taels of silver daily, worth about 6,000 yuan, pumped him full of energy. Who needs sleep when you're making bank? He pushed open the door to the blacksmith shop, but didn't see Master Sunday stepping outside. He found his master standing with the village chief and 4 hunters. Despite bloodshot eyes, Master Sun's gaze was sharp and unwavering. Behind the hunters were quivers stuffed with arrows tipped with newly forged hardened steel heads, gleaming cold and deadly. Wangchuan immediately guessed. His master had stayed up all night sharpening the arrowheads. Master Sun approached, his voice hoarse but lively. Rest up, then get into the forge. I need a nap first. Yes, master, don't worry. Wangchuan's heart warmed. He quickly finished 2 flatbreads, eased his hunger, then plunged into the roaring flames of the forge for another day of hard work. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, the chief patted the shoulders of the 4 top hunters, speaking earnestly. Wild boars have been wrecking our crops and hurting people these past 2 days. Today, we must wipe them out in one sweep. Master Sun stayed up all night making those arrows, so don't let him down. Don't worry, chief. The hunters saluted and flashed their quivers. With these armor-piercing arrows, we'll clear the pests away and show you results. With that, the hunting squad set out. In addition to the 4 elites, 16 hunters followed, 20 strong in all, tracking the boars as they marched out of the village. Only after they had left did the miners hoist their baskets and slowly head to the rice fields to harvest the crop. Soon, a rapid series of reports came from the field. The wild boars spent the night in the fields. We found them asleep and took down 7 or 8 on the spot. Huh, those hardened steel armor-piercing arrows really work. A big boar was pierced through the throat and didn't get far before collapsing. We hit 2 more. The rest scattered in panic, but unfortunately, the fields were badly trampled overnight. Before the voices died down, miners appeared carrying heavy wild boar carcasses, all grinning with satisfaction. By midday, the village square was piled high with a dozen or so boars of all sizes. Wang Dalong barely stopped moving boiling water, gutting, and butchering nonstop. The village chief beamed from ear to ear and immediately sent someone to the county seat to line up a buyer at a tavern. All the lively sounds reached Wang Chuan's ears, yet he dared not stop hammering. The boars coming down from the mountain were far from done. Many had escaped with the armor-piercing arrows embedded in them, which now needed replacing. Amid the roaring flames, his experience points kept climbing. For the entire day, he worked diligently, forging 48 hardened steel arrowheads and pushing his hardened steel forging skill to 91 out of 300. At dusk, Master Sun returned, eyes shining with excitement, clearly thrilled by the arrow's success in battle. Wang Chuan, my good disciple. Today, the armor-piercing arrows killed 16 wild boars in total. The village chief said to save 2 of the boars for the blacksmith shop. Wang Dalong would prepare and cure them into preserved meat to store in the cellar. That way, would have cured meat to last through the entire winter. The remaining 14 boars were sold by the village, bringing in 10 taels of silver. The blacksmith shop received a 10% share. Sun, the blacksmith, tossed 5 taels of silver to his apprentice. Hey, race your cut. Caught off guard by the flying silver ingots hitting his palm, Wang nearly dropped them. The bright, shining silver gleamed in the sunlight, and he stared blankly for a moment before snapping out of it. Master, I've already been paid a wage for my work. I can't accept this, it's too much. Sun laughed heartily and waved his thick arm. I know you've suffered grinding away on those tempered steel arrowheads these past few days. Normal iron arrowheads make money faster, but you chose the tougher tempered steel. I have to compensate you for that. Seeing his master's tone left no room for refusal, Wang accepted the silver, his heart burning. This was the first time had ever truly held that much silver, his savings suddenly surpassing 10 taels. Don't celebrate just yet. Sun changed the subject. We used up that whole batch of armor-piercing arrows yesterday. The recovered arrowheads need to be melted down and reforged. You'll have to keep hammering out tempered steel arrowheads too. Yes, sir. Wang was eager. The forging technique for tempered steel was almost mastered. He wanted to reach the point where practice makes perfect and maybe unlock some attribute point bonuses. 3 days flew by in a flash. During those 3 days, the hunters of Haishi village used the brand new armor-piercing arrows to take down over 50 wild boars in one go. They protected the miners during the final days of the rice harvest and drove the remaining boars far away. With the rice harvest winding down, the village finally breathed a sigh of relief. That evening, 5 escort leaders rode into the village to collect the weekly tribute. Earning from the harvest was less stable than mining, so villagers didn't hand over much money. When it was Wang's turn, he took out 2 silver ingots from his pocket and laid them heavily on the table. 10 taels. Escort leader Wang's eyes widened like copper bells. He paused for a long moment before writing it down. Wang, 10 taels. In truth, Wang still had 7 more taels hidden away, but he worried about drawing attention and only paid the larger sum. Not long after escort leader Wang left, he reported the situation to the company. Soon, Wang's real-world phone rang. He exited the game and answered, hearing the calm voice of Instructor Yu. I heard from old Wang you handed over 10 taels this week. Could you give the company more details? The more detailed your report, the bigger the rewards. With rewards on the line, Wang didn't hesitate to share everything. Becoming Sun the blacksmith's official apprentice, changing his profession to blacksmith, learning the tempered steel forging technique, and currently saving up money by crafting arrowheads. Instructor Yu thought for a moment, then analyzed. I see. We have colleagues in the county town who switched to blacksmithing too, but they only take farming tool orders and earn far less than you. It seems Haishi village's proximity to the iron mine makes materials cheaper, plus the autumn harvest emergency mission doubles profits. Your intelligence is valuable. The company will reward you handsomely. Thanks so much, instructor. Wang beamed with joy. Another unexpected windfall, who wouldn't love that? And thanks to Ahui for the top-level recognition. It's the first top-tier certification for this book, a moment worth remembering. Instructor Yu changed the subject and asked over the phone, Wang Chuan, are you still living in your old apartment? Have you thought about moving to the company dorms? The company's living conditions are quite good. At mealtimes, robots heat up the food and deliver it right to your door, and you can ring anytime for a late-night snack. The gym is just downstairs, fully equipped for running and strength training. Wang Chuan had indeed considered moving. Living at the company would mean better facilities and saving on rent. But he had been so busy lately that he couldn't find the time. During the first month, he was focused on hitting the opening bonus target and working overtime almost every day. Then the urgent autumn rice harvest came. With incredibly high daily earnings, he didn't want to miss. After briefly explaining the situation, he replied, we'll find time to move to the company once this task is finished. Good. Give me a call then. I'll arrange movers to help pack your things, and you can come straight to the company without disrupting your game progress. He was impressed by the company's efficient approach. Okay. Thank you, Instructor Yu. After hanging up, Instructor Yu immediately called Su Wan and told her everything about Blackstone Village. The newcomer Wang Chuan had switched to being a blacksmith with astonishing profits. They could consider sending more people there. Su Wan sounded excited when she heard the news. Great. The newcomers in Huishui County aren't doing very well. They'll have the escort agency send them to Blackstone Village tomorrow. We'll try to train a few more blacksmiths. Instructor, you asked, how should we arrange the reward for Su Wang Chuan? After a moment of thought, Su Wan said, if this intel helps us create more blacksmiths, it's quite valuable. We'll start by giving him 50,000 now, and add it to next month's bonus. 50,000. Instructor, you hesitated. Su Wang Chuan was earning at least 6 to 9,000 daily, and more blacksmiths would inevitably cut into his future profits. Su Wan's tone was calm as she added, the current income isn't sustainable anyway. Hey, race the deal. If our people successfully join the blacksmith shop and complete the transfer, we'll give him an additional 50,000. All right. Instructor, you said no more. That evening, Wang Chuan received the company's notice. Knowing the bonus was only 50,000, he felt indifferent, but upon hearing they planned to send even more blacksmiths to Blackstone Village, he instinctively frowned. The village was already tight on manpower and resources. Increasing the number of blacksmiths would squeeze his training opportunities and reduce his daily earnings. He silently cursed himself for revealing too much. But since things were already out there, all he could do was focus on improving his skills. At that moment, his 100-forged steel smithing technique experience had reached 289 out of 300, just 11 more forged steel arrowheads to advance to skillful mastery. The next day, when he logged in, Wang Chuan didn't hesitate. He cleared his hunger status and hurriedly set to crafting forged steel arrowheads. In just a few hours, the system pinged. Ding. Your mastery of the steel forging technique has increased. You've advanced from novice to skilled artisan. Rewards: 1 strength, 1 agility. Forgetful River's eyes suddenly lit up, his chest filling with a warm surge, 2 attribute points, all at once. He nearly tossed his hammer into the air from excitement. Across from him, Master Sun the blacksmith caught the change in his apprentice's expression and looked up, his brow furrowed in confusion. But Forgetful River had no intention of stopping. With the harvest season ending soon, this might be his last chance to freely forge steel arrowheads of the highest quality. He had to make the most of it. Holding back his joy, he pushed a fresh batch of iron into the furnace. At that moment, his task panel read, Forgetful River, male blacksmith. Hunger, 62,100. Strength, 8.3. Attack, 34. Agility, 8.1. Defense, 1.8. Speed, 9. Stamina, 8.1. HP, 9,090. Spirit, 8 inactive. Life skills, steel forging technique, skilled artisan level. Next rank, Master Craftsman 1500. Current location, South Continent, Southern Yu Kingdom, Sana County, Huishui District, Blackstone Village. With 11 points in strength, the hammer felt as light as a wooden mallet in his hand. Each swing came down crisper and more precise than before. Ding, ding, ding. The hammer beats struck the glowing iron in rapid succession. Where once it took 2 strikes to shape the metal, now a third hit suddenly appeared. Forgetful River realized he could complete a triple strike in one breath. Ding, 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 ding. The rhythm tightened, the sound 2 notches sharper than before. A triple strike in one breath. Master Sun trembled and looked up, eyes alight with shock and excitement. You've managed the triple strike so quickly. Forgetful River, caught in the new rhythm, paused and wiped sweat off his brow. Master, what exactly is a triple strike in one breath? Master Sun explained at once. Most blacksmiths lose most of their power after a single heavy swing. Only novices stop there. A skilled smith can evenly release energy over 2 consecutive strikes, greatly boosting efficiency and quality. But 3 in a row? He took a breath and smiled wryly. If you can do it. First, your strength needs to be enough. Second, stamina and control have to be exceptionally high. Even I cannot do it. He shook his head self-deprecatingly. I never thought you'd pull off a triple strike in just over a month. Forgetful River froze. His master hadn't crossed that threshold either. Then he realized it was his high base stats combined with the steel forging technique that made this possible. A fierce flame rekindled in Master Sun's eyes. With the triple strike, you'll forge anything faster, better. Come, try again. He was as excited as a child in his 40s, as if he himself had leveled up, urging him on eagerly. Of course, Wang Chuan was pleased. Now that he had mastered the 3-strike flow, the speed and force of his hammer blows surged dramatically. This meant he could forge many more high-quality steel arrowheads in the future, and thus earn a lot more silver. For him, nothing was more satisfying than such a tangible improvement. He casually picked up a glowing hot iron billet, took a deep breath, cleared his mind, and quickly steered his focus inward, chasing that seamless unity between man and hammer he had just tasted. Clang, 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 clang. The hammer strikes rained down like droplets, sparks flying in every direction. Wang Chuan slipped almost instantly into the rhythm of the 3-strike flow, his power precise and steady, the hammerhead landing down squarely time after time. 100 perfect blows, all completed in little over 30 seconds. Whoosh. The iron tongs flipped swiftly as he switched to the next billet without hesitation. His speed was visibly increasing. The system notified him agility 1, a boost he gradually integrated through the harmony of muscle and bone. Even the subtle jitters in his strikes were now smoothed out to finesse. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang. Clang, clang. The trio of quick hammer sounds gradually settled into 2 sharp strikes, ringing out with a crisp clarity that felt like a tap on the chest. Standing beside him, Master Sun the blacksmith's eyes shone brighter, and he held his breath, afraid to disturb his disciple's flow. Long after, he finally exhaled slowly. The 3-strike flow was fully mastered. If one day Wang Chuan could merge those 3 strikes into a single blow, that would mark true mastery enough to elevate any smith into the ranks of renowned artisans. Gazing at Wang Chuan's steady back, Master Sun felt a rare admiration well up inside him. His officially accepted apprentice had such outstanding talent. It was a stroke of luck. Feeling content, he made an exception and fetched a small stash of treasured tea leaves, brewing a pot to sip alongside the rhythmic hammering sounds until drowsiness quietly pulled him to sleep. Wang Chuan didn't disturb his master. Over these past days, his teacher was both guiding him and painstakingly sharpening the steel arrowheads by hand. He knew how exhausting that was. So he poured all his focus into the anvil and forge. The steel arrowheads were small, and a batch used to take 3 hours to produce. But now, with the 3-strike flow, his output time steadily approached 2 hours. The first batch took 2.5 hours. The second shrank to 2 hours and 18 minutes. By the third batch that afternoon, it was down to just 2 hours and 10 minutes. Meanwhile, he managed adding raw iron, tending the fire, and controlling the bellows without missing a beat. Just as the fourth batch was nearly done, several unfamiliar faces appeared at the blacksmith shop's doorstep. Led by Lin Dehai, the newcomers lined up, clutching money. Lin spoke up. The rice harvest is finished, and the village chief asked me to bring them to buy some iron pickaxes. Master Sun nodded in agreement. The rice, safely stored, was a major milestone, making the coming winter easier. Wait here, he'll get them. Soon, he completed the sales with the newcomers. Lin Dehai then smiled and stepped forward, asking casually, "Uncle Blacksmith, are you still taking apprentices here?" He was on a company mission. Newly assigned people had to gather information from him, and bonuses hinged on it, so naturally, he had to ask. Master Sun squinted at Lin Dehai's frame, then waved his hand, shaking his head. "You want to?" Lin Dehai's face darkened with bitterness. He stepped aside, gesturing to the 6 others standing behind him for Master Sun to examine. All 6 were very young and in good physical shape. The blacksmith, Sun, glanced over them and singled out 2 sturdy young men, pointing casually. "A smith is no ordinary place. Can you handle hard work?" "Yes, I can." The 2 immediately puffed out their chests and answered decisively. They had already heard through the company grapevine that the Blackstone village smithy was even busier than the county towns. Once you switched to being a blacksmith, you could easily earn 2 to 3 taels of silver a day, with some even receiving bonuses of 5 taels. That meant monthly income could potentially top 120,000 yuan. Landing a spot here was a dream come true. "All right then, you're staying." Sun the blacksmith's words settled it, and the 2 beamed with joy. Nearby, Lin Dehai smiled too. Having someone willing to stay meant his bonus mission would be secure. The other 4, disappointed at not being chosen, had no choice but to follow Lin Dehai away. In the hot backyard of the smithy, Sun led the new apprentices by Yu Hui and Hong Kaibao into the inner workshop. The 2 glanced around, soon drawn to the youthful figure behind the forge, fair-skinned with a slight flush, muscles defined, hammer rising and falling as sparks flew, sweat dripping from his chin. The scene was full of explosive energy. Just as Wang Chuan plunged a glowing hot iron piece into the water bucket with a sizzling splash, Sun called out with a smile, "Wang Chuan, hold on a moment. I've found you 2 helpers." Wang Chuan set down his tongs and approached. "Bai Yuhui, Hong Kaibao, from now on your apprentices here, assisting with tasks," Sun said, turning to them. "And this is your senior brother, Wang Chuan." "Greetings, senior brother." The 2 had heard of Wang Chuan before and saluted cheerfully. Wang Chuan guessed their background, nodding. "Welcome, junior brothers. Now that you're here, Master won't have to work so hard." Sun patted Wang Chuan on the shoulder. "Keep hammering the iron. It'll take them to practice smelting ore and controlling the furnace temperature." Bai and Hong were a bit surprised. Such menial chores were usually for disciples, but the master was personally teaching them. Still, they didn't hesitate and followed attentively. Wang Chuan returned to the forge, thoughts swirling. The company had sent new people so fast. The master assigned them to the grunt work like breaking ore and managing the bellows, so Wang Chuan's main role remained intact. Plus, having just made a breakthrough mastering the 3 consecutive strikes, the master certainly wouldn't train another successor. Realizing this eased much of his anxiety, and he focused on hammering. Clang, clang, sparks flew. The 2 new apprentices picked up quickly, mastering the smith's chores in just 1 day. By the next day, they eagerly took over much of Wang Chuan's tedious tasks. With more free time, Wang Chuan cut the forging time for a batch of cold-forged steel arrowheads from 2 hours and 10 minutes down to exactly 2 hours. Daily output surged to 54 arrowheads, generating hefty income and boosting his experience by leaps and bounds. Watching his apprentice's progress, Sun felt both joy and worry. Joy that his heir displayed outstanding talent, and worry that the village no longer purchased excess steel arrowheads. With over 200 in stock unsold, he still had to buy a batch of bamboo from Granny Wong for shafts. Money was going out, but not coming in. The small treasury was rapidly depleting. Sun was just an ordinary blacksmith in Blackstone Village, and already supporting 3 people's wages was a strain, but he couldn't resist Wang Chuan's explosive momentum. Wang Chuan felt utterly miserable. The production of tempered steel arrowheads had been abruptly halted, cutting off his daily income of 2 to 3 taels of silver, which translated to 6 or 7,000 in cash, and bringing his recently mastered forging technique to a sudden stop. With no other option, he trudged back to the mine, picking up his heavy pickaxe again. After a whole day of hard labor, he barely earned 100 coins, leaving him frustrated and stuck in a dead end. Fortunately, the freed up time allowed him to move into the company dormitory, a spacious duplex apartment of nearly 200 square meters. Upstairs was the bedroom, downstairs, the living room and open kitchen. The place came fully equipped with air conditioning, a washer-dryer combo, and a holographic projector. He could order any meal he wanted with a tap, and delivery robots would reliably bring it right to his door. During breaks from work, Head hit the gym floor, where rows of dumbbells and barbells stood neatly, beckoning him to train. After several days of intense workouts, the changes in his body were noticeable to the naked eye. He could do 500 pull-ups in a row, powering through them with stable breathing and a tempo faster than before. Next, he tested his bench press, adding plates from the previous max of 220 kilograms up to 240 kilograms, his chest muscles taut like steel cables. It was astonishing to see his real-world strength evolving alongside his in-game stats. This discovery ignited an itch inside him to push his tempered steel forging craft to the next level. But reality was harsh. 10 days of shuttling between the mine and the smithy sent his income plummeting to a meager 2 taels of silver. Unable to bear it any longer, he confronted his master. Blacksmith's son stroked his beard and sighed. If we can sell all these armor-piercing arrows, the smithy will be able to reopen and keep teaching you, but right now, the shop's cash flow is completely drained. Armor-piercing arrows? What price are they going for? Wang Chuan pressed stubbornly. Sun lowered his voice to a whisper. Do you really want to sell? The court strictly forbids private iron sales. If caught, it's a death sentence. And since these are weapons, the trouble's even worse. Those words sent a chill down Wang Chuan's spine. Iron was a strategic resource in ancient times, and armor-piercing arrows were military-grade. For a village blacksmith to sell them illegally was tantamount to treason, sealing off any chance to move that stock. A sudden idea struck him. What about hunters using armor-piercing arrows? Is that allowed? There are wild beasts in the mountains, so hunters carry a quiver of arrows. The county officials usually turn a blind eye, Sun explained, waving a hand, but the quantity can't exceed 1 quiver, and they must stay far from the county seat. If discovered, the punishment ranges from fines to imprisonment. Hearing these rules made Wang Chuan frown deeply. All profitable avenues were blocked tight. He picked up 1 armor-piercing arrow, examining Ito white-grade item with 5 attack and 1 armor penetration. Such a fine piece, yet it would only gather dust on the shelf. Out of boredom, he kept bombarding his master with questions. Who buys these? What's the market like? How risky is it? Patiently, Sun answered each one, finally adding, things like this are valuable because they're rare. The prices fluctuate wildly. On an ordinary day, the iron arrows made by the county forge would only fetch about 3 taels of silver per bundle of 20, which breaks down to roughly 150 copper coins per arrow. But during emergencies, when demand far outstrips supply, the price would skyrocket, selling for twice or even 3 times as much. Before this autumn's harvest, Blackstone Village was thrown into chaos by wild boars, and the village chief was frantic. He reluctantly bought arrows from Master Sun the blacksmith at a high price. Each bundle of armor-piercing arrows was forcibly raised to 4 taels of silver. Master Sun did a rough calculation and realized that even after deducting the cost of iron for arrowheads, wooden shafts, feathers, and labor, he could still turn a decent profit. Unfortunately, this good fortune lasted only a few days. After the harvest, demand for armor-piercing arrows suddenly plummeted. Sun hastily stocked up on several bundles, only to get himself stuck. Wang Chuan helped his master review the accounts and quickly spotted the problem. The forge had taken in over 80 taels of silver recently, but raw material and daily costs ate up more than 30 taels. Without the inventory buildup, the net profit would have been an easy 50 taels. But to prepare stock, they'd spent almost 30 taels extra on labor, plus expenses for iron ore, arrow shafts, and food, leaving the financials nearly drained. Master, Wang Chuan closed the ledger with a spark of insight. What about other nearby villages? Could they use armor-piercing arrows? I already asked, Master Sun said, waving his calloused hand with a resigned tone. Their boar problems aren't as bad as ours, so this batch will likely gather dust for a while. Maybe in winter, when the mountain beasts come down, we'll move some arrows and recoup a bit. Winter lasts barely half a month here, so letting the arrows sit idle was frustrating. As Wang Chuan pondered a plan, Sun saw through his thoughts and said, since things are slow and you can't yet shoot or use a spear, why not learn now? When winter comes, the whole village will have to join the fight. We can't just rely on armor-piercing arrows. Will our village really be that dangerous? Wang Chuan blinked in surprise. Of course, Master Sun's face darkened. In past years, when food was scarce, the wild beasts came down to raid our chickens and ducks, and if they were fierce, they'd even attack people. Jackals, tigers, leopards, bears, they eat huge amounts, and when hungry, they'll pounce on anything. He shifted the topic. Worse still are the human dangers. Refugees band together and become bandits. Whenever those gangs move out of the mountains, they can assemble a whole fighting force in no time. Last year they attacked our village. Blackstone fought desperately to drive them off, but we lost many villagers. See those empty houses over there? That's from that raid. A chill ran down Wang Chuan's spine, and he blurted out, doesn't the government do anything? How many soldiers could the county have? When the bandit problem gets bad, they even dare to attack the county seat. Master Sun snorted coldly. Rich city folk wouldn't risk sending their men out for us farmers to die. So every winter, the village stops outside work, and all able men must train with guns. You won't be able to skip it either. With that, he patted Wang Chuan's shoulder. They'll find you a teacher for archery or spear. Learning some skills won't hurt. If trouble comes, at least you can protect your life. All right. Wang Chuan agreed readily. Since staying in the village was becoming unsafe, making money was no longer the priority. What mattered most was learning how to defend himself and others. Sun the blacksmith still held a fair amount of reputation and connections in the village. When Wang Chuan nodded in agreement, he immediately led his apprentice straight to the village gate watchtower and found the captain of the guards. Wang Chuan, this is the militia captain Zhao Hanyu, the best hunter in our village. Captain Zhao, this is my apprentice. He's very capable. Under the moonlight, Wang Chuan sized up the hunter before him. Zhao Hanyu had a well-proportioned build, with strong, defined shoulders and back. Holding a spear, with a wooden bow and quiver slung over his shoulder, he looked like a taut bowstring ready to snap at any moment. Zhao Hanyu studied Wang Chuan closely, then nodded with a smile. I know him. Most of those armor-piercing arrows in the village come from his hand. Not bad, he's got some skill. But son, why are you dragging your apprentice here in the middle of the night instead of guarding the forge? Sun wiped sweat from his forehead. The shop's a bit slow right now, and the apprentice has some free time. I thought I'd ask you to take him under your wing, teach him spear and bow. Done. Zhao Hanyu agreed readily. If he builds arm strength by forging in the day and practices spear and bow at night, he'll become a good fighter for sure. Then it's settled. Starting today, he's with you. Sun beamed broadly. Zhao patted Wang Chuan on the shoulder. It's usually peaceful in the village. Patrolling with us is easier than hammering iron all day. They'll put him in your hands. Sun seemed relieved, and before leaving, he reminded, Wang Chuan, learn well from Captain Zhao. It'll benefit you in the future. Yes, sir. Wang Chuan watched his master walk away. Zhao Hanyu led him around the corner of the village. By a campfire, several guards sat cross-legged warming themselves against the chilly late autumn night. Captain, you brought out old Sun's prized apprentice already? The guards teased. Zhao ignored them, stopping to point at a scarecrow mounted 20 steps away. He's a blacksmith. His strength and endurance won't be bad. Leave the spear for later, start with archery. Show me your aim. He handed Wang Chuan a wooden bow and a quiver of feathers. Wang Chuan had used compound bows before at the gym, so his movements were not unfamiliar. He knocked an arrow, drew the string back, and smoothly aimed. His fingers held steadier than a rock. The guards stopped their teasing and watched silently. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air and struck the scarecrow's head dead center. Not bad. Zhao clapped his hands. Keeping that accuracy in the dark shows good arm strength too. You really are Sun's apprentice. But if you fight for real, don't just stand there like a target. Better to do it like this. Before finishing, he drew an arrow from his back. Moving forward as he pulled the string, he released smoothly with the bowstring at full draw in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows flew in succession, each landing on the scarecrow's head with nearly identical angle and height. Wang Chuan stared, speechless, shooting as soon as the bow's drawn, while moving, and still so accurate. No wonder his master said Zhao was the village's top hunter. The reputation was well-deserved. Captain Zhao is amazing, Wang Chuan applauded enthusiastically. Someone nearby said, missing dead center isn't a big deal. Wait until you see the captain shoot those fast-moving beasts. That's when you really understand what skill looks like. Exactly. The hunters and villagers watching started cheering, all eyes turning to Zhao Hanyu. Zhao Hanyu gave his signature smile and raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Standing still and shooting is just the first step. Next, just like I showed you, shooting at a fixed target while moving lets you find your rhythm, shoot faster and more accurately, all while staying safe. Third, shoot at a moving target. The prey runs, so you have to release the arrow in an instant. Lastly, moving while hitting a moving target. Hat's true mastery of archery. He swung his bow over his shoulder, and his tone grew serious. I've shown you how. Now go practice. Each stage requires 10,000 successful hits on target before you move on. Before leaving, he reminded Wang Chuan, by the way, in the beginning, don't use arrows with tips. Use arrow shafts without tips as much as possible. Got it. Wang Chuan replied decisively. He began removing the heads from the arrows in his quiver and started practicing. After each round, he jogged to gather all the arrow shafts, strung his bow again, and repeated without pause. The next day, he headed first to the iron mine to work, then returned to the training ground. The scorching sun beat down on the yellow earth, yet he stood firmly practicing his shot. The nearby hunters and villagers didn't understand Wang Chuan's accuracy was good, so why shoot 10,000 times? Even Zhao Hanyu didn't bother explaining. Wang Chuan understood. It was about building muscle memory. As a fitness enthusiast, he knew that accuracy was one thing, but real speed and consistency could only come from millions of repetitions like steel forged through endless hammering, precise even with closed eyes. So he burned the 10,000 shots of standing archery into his bones. Raise the hand, draw the bow, pull fully, release, every detail fine-tuned until it fit perfectly with his breathing. After 10,000 arrows, he could complete the seamless motion of knock 'em release within a single breath, with obvious improvement in speed. After a short rest, he moved to phase 2, shooting fixed targets while moving. The difficulty skyrocketed. At first, nearly all his arrows missed, with only the occasional lucky hit. During downtime, he watched archery tutorial videos repeatedly, taking notes. Back online, he adjusted his breathing, controlled his steps, kept his upper body steady, no sway of breath affecting aim, no disruption of rhythm from footfall, no transmission of leg vibration to shoulders. His mind grew calmer, movements gentler, his bow handling steadier. The miss rate gradually dropped, and arrows clustered closer to the bullseye. Each hit brought a solid surge of pride. This went on for 5 full days. Every morning, he still swung his pick in the mine. Every afternoon, he returned to the archery range, practicing into the late night as the sun set. That week, he paid only 2 taels of silver to the company, his income nearly back to square one, but his progress was remarkable. Over 5 days, he completed another 10,000 shots on the move, now hitting 10 out of 10, able to mimic Zhao Hanyi's smooth, rapid-fire style. Though not yet matching the captain, he had earned quiet respect from the village hunters. One morning, as usual, he went to report at the iron mine, only to find one person missing from the group. Brother Lin, where's Hype? Did he take leave? Wang Chuan asked curiously as he helped Old Li carry a basket of ore. The company crew had grown to 12. Missing one made the mine feel much quieter. Linda Hai sighed, you don't know? Hype tried to get his girlfriend into the company. When they refused, she went online to search for Ling Yu herself. That broke the contract terms, so he got fired. Old Li and others shook their heads sadly, seeming already aware. Hype has always been reckless with his girlfriend, racking up debts and getting chased by collectors. Now he has to beg the company for help. Wang Chuan looked speechless. He knew that He Pai was reckless with money and always did whatever his girlfriend wanted. But the fact that the guy had gone into debt everywhere, just to please her and ultimately lost his job over it was something he simply couldn't wrap his head around. You all have to remember, he couldn't help but warn everyone. Don't waste your money, and never risk losing your livelihood for a woman. It's just not worth it. Wei Shi chimed in confidently. He Pai doesn't even have a job now. His girlfriend probably won't stick around for long. I'm not just being harsh. Any woman who can get a high-earning boyfriend into debt and make him lose his job is definitely trouble. The group quickly joined in with their criticism, but Wang Chuan felt a pang of sympathy for He Pai. He knew full well how hard it was to find a top-tier job like the one at the Warring States workshop with excellent pay and benefits. Losing that job might mean He Pai would never get a second chance in his life. Such regret couldn't be undone. During the afternoon break, Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui came over. Brother Chuan, are you still going to practice archery tonight? Or come back to do tasks? We've smelted quite a bit of pig iron lately. They knew their senior had been training archery with the village militia every day and hadn't taken any orders to earn money for several days. They felt both grateful and admiring. It seemed like he was giving them the opportunity to make money instead. Wang Chuan's been practicing archery lately? Linda Hai overheard and asked curiously. Is there something going on? Wang Chuan thought for a moment and explained plainly. Since winter is coming, the village might not be safe. Master told me to practice both archery and spear techniques for self-defense. As soon as he said that, several heads turned with wide eyes. Again? Last time it was the autumn harvest. Now there's more trouble? Can't we just mine and farm in peace? Wei Zhi groaned, holding his head. He still shuddered when recalling how weak had been during the last harvest, earning the least of anyone. The others looked grim as well. Manual laborers hated disruptions most of all. Any fluctuation in income or injury meant big losses. Several players had been hurt last time and had to stay in the village sick for half a month. Linda Hai pressed for details, so Wang Chuan relayed Master's words exactly. When winter hits, the mine will be sealed off. When the snow gets heavy, the mountain is hard to access and wild beasts are common. The village will restrict who can come and go. Seal off the mine. That means no money for months? A newcomer who had just arrived at Blackstone Village panicked instantly. Just a few days of peace, and now this. I should have stayed in the county doing odd jobs. Should we ask the company to let us go back to the county? Four newcomers huddled together, talking nervously about giving up. Even the elders like Linda Hai fell silent. Wang Chuan said nothing. It was a fact that no income would come from Blackstone Village for months. He couldn't stop others from seeking other options. That very evening after returning to the village, his terminal rang. The caller ID showed Coach Yes number. Once he answered, "You didn't beat around the bush. Wang Chuan, is what you said true? Will Blackstone's iron mine really be sealed for months?" "That's what Master told me. Every year once it snows, the mine is hard to access and wild beasts appear. The village seals it off, and no one is allowed to come and go freely." No sooner had he finished speaking than Coach Yu abruptly hung up. Early the next morning, fog rolled over Haishi village again. For newcomers who had only arrived a few days ago, quietly packed up their bedding and slipped down the mountain. They voluntarily gave up their village residency, planning to find better-paying work in other villages. Weijia left with them. The mining workshop, which originally had 10 workers, suddenly shrank to 6. Old Li and Zhang Kai were paired up as one team, while Linda Hai, Hong Kaibao, and Bai Yuhui stayed behind. The reason they stayed was purely practical. The company had no better positions to offer. Although the county town was short on labor, the cost of living there was high and vacancies scarce, so it was hard to place more people. Linda Hai patted Wang Chuan's shoulder and said they planned to keep working until the snowfall sealed the mine, then the company would rearrange assignments. Otherwise, the company wouldn't pay out wages for months without work. Wang Chuan was determined not to leave. He had already hung a sign outside the blacksmith shop, and the furnace would be lit all winter, so there would always be work. While others might starve, a blacksmith wouldn't. Hong Kaibao and Bai Yuhui had both been squeezed in by the company through every possible means, and before their targets were met, they dared not walk away. Night fell. The forge's fire hissed and blazed as Wang Chuan began his third round of archery training with Zhao Heinio. Wang Chuan had already mastered the second stage, shooting on the move, able to hit any target within 20 steps without even pausing his stance. But the third stage required hitting moving targets, which brought new difficulties. The village chickens and ducks were too fragile for such tests, while wild beasts in the mountains were too dangerous. Zhao Heinio came up with a compromise, finding someone to wear thick clothes and act as a moving target. But Wang Chuan didn't yet have the status to hire militia hunters for hours of practice. After some thought, he knocked on Linda Hai's dorm door. "Brother Lin, if you're free tonight, stay and help me out. I'll pay, no freeloading." Linda Hai quickly recoiled and froze at the door. "No, that's not my thing really." His face turned pale as he scrutinized Wang Chuan. Only then did Wang Chuan realize the misunderstanding and spat out. "No, not like that. I'm training archery and need a moving target. 10 copper coins an hour, you just keep moving nonstop." Linda Hai considered seriously. "How long is one session?" 6 hours. 6 hours means 60 copper coins, which converts to a bonus of 180, fine. Linda Hai gritted his teeth. "Paid daily?" "Paid daily." To advance quickly, Wang Chuan didn't hesitate to spend money. Linda Hai was a pro just after coming down from the mine that day. He rummaged through scrap heaps to find a few broken backpacks, cut strips of cloth, tied up grass ropes, and cobbled together a set of crooked protective gear. Wang Chuan hammered out a battered iron helmet in the forge. It looked like a rusty pumpkin helmet from afar, but it would stop arrows. The night wind howled, but the torches heated the training ground ruby red. Before the first hour ended, Linda Hai burst out laughing. "Chuanzi, your aim's no good. After all this time, you've barely nicked me. Doesn't even hurt. I feel guilty taking your money." Wang Chuan readied his bow, a twang cracking like a firecracker. "Then you want less pay? Contracts mean everything." Linda Hai snorted, wriggling his hips. "Ha! Almost had me again." Arrows whistled past his sleeves as he darted like a shadow. His strength, honed from carrying hundreds of pounds of, or over 7 or 8 miles, was all put to use. His feet barely touched the ground, making the watching guards and hunters burst out laughing. "This kid can really run. Even wild boars wouldn't catch him," one said. "How long is this going to take? Till pigs fly?" Another muttered. Zhao Heinio just chuckled, hand resting on his knife's hilt, saying nothing. All night long, Wang Chuan drew his bow tens of thousands of times, emptying quivers repeatedly only to refill them, but his hit rate remained sparse. Linda Hai barely broke a sweat, effortlessly pocketing 60 copper coins. He tapped his bulging coin pouch, threw his arm around Wang Chuan's shoulder, and laughed heartily. "Boss Chuan, you've worked hard. See you tomorrow, boss. Do you know why your arrow keeps missing?" Hearing the voice behind him, Wang Chuan turned around to see Zhao Heinio, holding a rough wooden bow. A practice arrow without a tip was carelessly knocked on the string, the arrowhead aimed toward the bustling group of hunters nearby. Suddenly, Zhao Heinio shouted sharply, "Dashin!" Among the crowd, the hunter named Dashin instinctively looked up, his pupils widening in alarm. He misstepped and tried to dodge to the side. Whoosh! Zhao Hanyu slightly adjusted the angle and released the string. The arrow flew like a shadow, moving faster than the eye could catch, striking hard on Dashin's waist. Dashin groaned, fumbling to touch the hit spot. After confirming it was only a dull ache with no skin broken, he finally exhaled in relief. Zhao Hanyu lowered his bow and faced the still-stunned Wang Chuan. If you want to hit a living target, first predict their next move in advance, then release the arrow. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Wang Chuan frozen, his mind slowly turning over those key words. The next afternoon, at the workbench, Lin Dehai swaggered in, flicking his sleeve, grinning broadly but squinting his eyes. Boss Chuan, the cavalry has arrived. He was excited about this part-time gig that paid extra, even better than by Yuhui or Hong Kaibao. He had already planned to give his best. But today, Wang Chuan seemed like a different man. He stood firm, bow in hand, shoulders relaxed but steady. A glint flashed along the string. As Lin Dehai stepped sideways, the first arrow sliced through the air to strike just outside his thigh with a snap. That's just luck. Lin Dehai grinned crookedly, telling himself not to relax. But more arrows streaked in succession, landing with fiery stings all over him. Gotta get back to yesterday's form. He muttered under his breath, crouching and running, constantly changing direction. Whoosh, whoosh. Wang Chuan's eyes locked onto his target like a hawk's. Each time he caught Lin Dehai's movement, he instantly raised the bow, released the motion crisp and fluid. The rhythm head-honed shooting fixed targets now fully transformed into real combat. An empty quiver, 13 or 14 arrows hitting Lin Dehai with deadly precision. Wang Chuan, don't get cocky. Hey, did you take medicine today, or what? My butt. Can you not aim for my butt? Lin Dehai yelped in pain, darting around to confuse him with feints. But Wang Chuan was rock solid, only drawing and releasing at the perfect moment. 2 hours later, Lin Dehai was covered in bruises, finally realizing things had gone completely off script. Wang Chuan's accuracy had soared from sometimes hitting to 7 out of 10 arrows, terrifyingly good. In the distance, a group of hunters and militias whispered among themselves. Wang Chuan's impressive, hitting moving targets so fast. His hit rate's high enough, low difficulty tasks will be no problem. Old Sun's apprentice has some real skill. Another archer for winter will be great. He used to be a blacksmith, right? Oh yeah? Further back in the shadows, Zhao Hanyu squinted, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. By nightfall, Lin Dehai was exhausted and limping, wincing in pain. Boss Chuan, this money's not easy to earn, you gotta pay more. Wang Chuan laughed heartily, but refused. Contract spirit. Scoring 3,000 hits a day, he was very proud of his results. Lin Dehai muttered as he quit the game, while Wang Chuan went to find Zhao Hanyu to thank him. Study hard. Zhao Hanyu patted his shoulder. It's getting cold. Aim to master your archery before the snow falls. Yes, sir. A chill ran down Wang Chuan's spine. He still had a fourth task ahead, the toughest challenge yet. Over the next 2 days, Wang Chuan worked even harder, pushing himself relentlessly. He successfully hit Lin Dehai's moving target over 7,000 times, becoming increasingly adept at hitting the moving target with ease. On the morning of the 3rd day of training, his bow drawing speed noticeably quickened. Each string pull and release was crisp and decisive, while Lin Dehai could only retreat in frustration. When the system announced the start of the 4th challenge, mobile pursuit of a moving target, the scene instantly escalated. The target no longer dodged in place, but ran wildly through the entire Blackstone village. Alleyways, eaves, fences, chicken coops, dog houses all became makeshift cover as the sound of flapping wings and barking dogs filled the air. At first, when the new challenge began, Wang Chuan missed almost every shot. But within half a day, he found the rhythm, predicting which alley Lin Dehai would duck into next, taking the corner first, forcing him to face the bowstring directly. Pausing briefly in the right spot, he aimed and released arrows shot forth with precision. This tactic of cutting off the escape route seemed a bit like cheating, but Zhao Hanyu did not intervene, implicitly allowing it. Days of pursuit sharpened Wang Chuan's footwork and situational awareness in tandem. His steps became lighter, his turns nearly seamless, his peripheral vision continuously scanning rooftops and corners. In his mind, a mental map formed showing how to corner the prey effectively. On the other side, Lin Dehai fully embraced his role as the prey. Every day he studied how to use water jars, firewood stacks, and wall bases to minimize his hits and avoid bruising all over. The chase and escape training gradually took on an addictive, competitive edge. As the weather cooled and cold winds swept over the village's dry grass, another pursuit finally ended. Lin Dehai panted heavily and logged out, leaving only Wang Chuan standing in the clearing, bow in hand. Zhao Hanyu strode over and called out, Wang Chuan. At attention, Captain, Wang Chuan responded. Zhao Hanyu's face beamed with satisfaction. You've completed all 4 training tasks. You can head back now. I won't have time to teach you gunsmanship unknown for the time being. Just learn that with the others. Huh. Wang Chuan was stunned, thinking the real archery lessons were just beginning. Zhao Hanyu chuckled, you already know it. From now on, just attach arrowheads to your shafts, and remember one thing, archery is for hunting, for survival. If anything threatens you, treat it like prey and aim for the head, the heart, or the neck. As he finished speaking, a sudden system alert sounded in Wang Chuan's ear. Ding! You've mastered beginner-level archery. Please continue training to reach modest achievement. His heart leapt as he quickly pulled up his status panel. Name, Wang Chuan. Gender, male. Profession, blacksmith. Hunger, 60,100. Strength, 83. Equipment bonus attack, 34. Agility, 81. Defense, 1.8. Speed, 9. Stamina, 81. HP, 90. Spirit, 8. Inactive. Life skills, steel forging mastery level, proficient progress, 158500. Combat skills, archery level, beginner progress, 0-100. Current location, Southern Continent, Nanyu Kingdom, Sana County, Huishui District, Blackstone Village. He grinned at the second combat skill listed. Finally, he had a craft other than forging. Secretly, he wondered if leveling up would boost his attributes too. The thought thrilled him. Hurrying back to the forge, he selected several arrowheads from the iron pile, fixed them to wooden shafts with rivets, filled his quiver, and crafted a simple wooden target. Standing firmly, he drew his bow. Bang! The arrow hit perfectly in the bullseye. Yet on his panel, the archery experience showed no sign of increase. Unconvinced, he shot a dozen more arrows until his quiver was empty. Still, the archery experience bar remained stubbornly unchanged. How can I improve my archery experience? Wang Chuan pondered this for 2 days, but couldn't figure it out. He tried shooting at empty air, fixed straw targets, even extended his shooting range, and doubled his practice sessions. Yet the experience bar didn't move an inch, not a single point gained. Nearing despair, the sky suddenly darkened, and snow began to fall. Snowflakes blew in his face as temperatures in Haishi village plummeted. Villagers scrambled to squeeze into Wang Liaoniang's shop, grabbing cotton-padded clothes to keep warm. Meanwhile, at the blacksmith's, roaring flames shot up. Highsmith's son cranked both the furnace and forge to full blast, sending waves of heat and molten iron splashing. He loudly declared that a large batch of iron arrowheads would soon be ready. Hearing this, Wang Chuan's heart burned with excitement, could finally make quick money selling arrows again. But the good times didn't last. Before the snow stopped, the village chief beat the gong to gather everyone and announced, "Mountain closed. No one is allowed near the mountain or iron mine." The reason was simple. With heavy snow sealing the mountain, wild beasts would come down searching for food and storing supplies. Hunters and militia immediately armed themselves, bows strung, spears sharpened, village gates locked tight, fire pits lit, and patrols doubled. A tense atmosphere quickly blanketed Haishi village. The blacksmith's hammer rang through the cold night without pause, clanging and echoing. Sure enough, that very night, howls rose repeatedly outside the village. Several gray shapes leaped onto the earthen walls, trying to break in, only to be driven back by a volley of arrows from the patrolling hunters. At dawn, frozen wolf carcasses lay outside the walls, each one unusually large and robust. The villagers thought the crisis was over, but early the next morning, more rustling noises came from the forest. In the afternoon, Wang Chuan was helping Smith's son in the shop craft crude iron arrowheads, when suddenly someone started beating the gong urgently inside the village. Wolves. Wolves are coming. Arm yourselves. Defend the village. On the earthen walls, bowstrings twanged in unison. Outside, wolf howls mixed with agonized cries, paw scrapes on dirt sounding dangerously close. The village chief and Smith's son were jolted awake and dashed outside. Wang Chuan's face went pale. At this time, most online players had already logged off, leaving only 30 or 40 able-bodied men in the village. Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui exchanged a glance and bolted, "Run. Don't get bitten by wolves. Hurry, senior brother, run." They both rushed into the nearest wooden house. But Wang Chuan was worried about his master, Smith's son, and his half-master, Zhao Hanio. He grabbed his bow and arrows and charged for the earthen wall. Before leaving, he slung on a quiver full of armor-piercing arrows if ordinary iron arrowheads couldn't hold. Then these mountain varmints would get a taste of real, armor-piercing power. Though his fingers hadn't touched a bow for 2 days, the moment he gripped the wooden bow, he felt a familiar warmth. Muscle memory instantly kicked in. His steps grew light, his gaze sharp, the bowstring trembling under his fingertips. He was like a fully drawn arrow ready to shoot. Knocking an arrow, drawing it back, moving forward briskly, he stuck close to the houses, constantly scanning left and right. The sounds of wolves digging at the mud walls rose and fell around him. Occasionally, a wolf's head would peek over the wall, half its body trying to peer inside. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Hunters' arrows screamed through the air, but these mountain wolves were even quicker than Linda High. Many arrows missed because on every side, there were only a few hunters. Everyone stood just inside the earthen wall, but it was easy to be spotted when shooting arrows. The wild wolves clearly understood the power of bows and arrows. Perhaps they had faced hunters before as they prowled in the dim light, with exceptional caution and agility. More able-bodied men surged out into the courtyard, spears in hand, charging toward the wall. "Hold steady. Spearmen up front, archers behind. Push the wolves back. Zhao Hanyu shouted commands. The elderly, women, and children hurried to protect the fire basins. The flames flickered as they prepared to lift the braziers onto the wall to provide light and warmth. While giving orders, Zhao Hanyu drew his bow twice in rapid succession, then instantly spun around his bowstrings, snapping like tearing silk. Two wolves fell to the ground with pitiful howls that stirred everyone's spirits. Captain, Wang Chuan approached with his bow ready. Zhao Hanyu nodded, signaling, "Come with me up the wall." That single sentence sent a thrill through Wang Chuan's veins. At this moment, he discarded company rules, and his usual cautious approach was a man of Haishikin and had to protect it, had to repel the wolves. Move out. Around Zhao Hanyu, 7 or 8 others gathered. For militiamen carrying spears led the charge up the ladder onto the wall. Suddenly, a wolf hidden outside lunged with lightning speed, knocking the foremost militiaman down into the village. Zhao Hanyu didn't look back or slow his pace. Unable to resist, Wang Chuan glanced behind. The wolf that had broken through was swiftly pierced by 3 or 4 spear wounds and fell silent after a few agonized howls. The fallen militiaman was not seriously injured, hobbled back toward the ladder, clutching the wall, determined to stay in the fight. Focus. Zhao Hanyu's voice came from ahead. Swish. Swish. Before he finished speaking, he had reached the wall top, firing arrows from both sides, eliciting 2 sharp wolf howls. Outside the wall was pitch black and visibility was limited. The wolves' movements were nimble. Facing such a hostile charge for the first time, cold sweat trickled down Wang Chuan's palm, gripping his bow. Yet under Zhao Hanyu's guidance, he took a deep breath, forced himself to stay calm, and slowly drew his bowstrength. Modest archery skills had learned, now facing their harshest test. 3 spearmen stood in front of him, their weapons flashing, buying time and protection for the archers behind. In the misty night, only the wolves' eerie green eyes shone densely all around. At Wang Chuan's feet gathered over 40 wolves, while the entire Haishikin was likely guarded by at least 200 of the fierce beasts. The archers released a volley, but hits were few and far between. Wang Chuan also fixed his gaze on a pair of glowing eyes, drew and loosed 2 arrows. Both missed their mark. Stay calm. Don't rush. They're trying to wear out our arrows, Zhao Hanyu reminded. Shoot only when they're within 10 steps. Don't be afraid they can't get in. Those words were like steel nails, firmly anchoring the shaken hearts. Everyone paused their shooting as instructed. The north wind cut like a blade, stinging faces raw. The fire basins were lifted onto the wall, flames dancing and casting an orange glow across the snowy ground outside. The wolves' shadows grew clear. A few unlucky ones lay wounded from earlier arrows, barely alive. The others prowled restlessly beyond 10 steps, searching for gaps. Figures moved atop the earthen wall. Spearmen stood firm like a forest of spears, hunters readying their bows, eyes sharp as blades. On this wall where icy night and burning firelight intermingled, Wang Chuan's heart jolted fiercely. Had fully stepped into Haishikin's life and death moment. His no mistakes. Mistakes mean disaster. Quick. Everyone who can move in the village, bring the arrows up front. The village chief's hoarse voice commanded the elderly, women, and children, along with blacksmith's son, to carry bundles of arrows onto the snowy ground. In the biting cold air, shafts of arrows clanked crisply as they piled into small heaps along the earthen wall. Unfortunately, the stock was limited. The arrows were few. The blacksmith set up his anvil by the base of the wall, assembling arrows on the spot with his team. Roughly made arrowheads and tempered steel tips lined up in a row, their dark blades flickering in the firelight. The blacksmith shop that had struggled all year finally broke its financial drought on this winter night. But everyone knew, if the wolf packs broke through Blackstone Village tonight, dozens of lives would still be lost. You 2 useless slackers, get over here and help. Sun dragged by Yu Hui and Hong Kaibao out of their wooden hut. Both looked grimy and scared, filled with guilt. Wang Chuan noticed they hadn't logged out, if they could even log out at all. But with the crisis unfolding outside like a drawn bowstring, there was no time to ponder. Outside the earthen wall, the wild wolves suddenly stirred restlessly. The next moment, piercing howls rent the night as all the wolves lunged toward Blackstone Village. They're here. Shoot. A dozen archers were already knocked, their bowstrings thrumming in unison. The first volley pierced through the blizzard, hitting a dozen wolves in the chest, which screamed and tumbled in agony. The thick hide of the wolves couldn't stop the iron arrows from piercing through. Unlike boars, they lacked a layer of fat, so deep wounds quickly gushed dark red blood, shattering their charge. For the first time, Wang Chuan hit his mark, an arrow buried deep in a wolf's chest, blood spreading as the beast collapsed. But he had no time to savor his debut shot, quickly drawing another arrow, knocking, aiming, releasing. Thunk. 2 wolves scrambled over the wall's edge near the earthen embankment. A spear wielder instantly skewered one, while Zhao Hanyu's arrow pierced the other's eye socket, splattering blood in a grisly scene. So precise, so fast, Wang Chuan thought to himself, just releasing his second arrow as the captain already scored 3 kills. Zhao Hanyu held the defense post with 4 archers, quickly felling a dozen more wolves. This section of the wall became a no-go zone for the wolves, who whimpered and fled elsewhere. But alarms rang out from the other 3 sides simultaneously. Captain, we can't hold this side much longer. Help us over here. Zhao Hanyu's face turned ashen as he fired the last arrow from his quiver. Wang Chuan, stay here with the spearmen. Don't let any wolves in. The rest, follow me. With that, he led 3 hunters to reinforce the other fronts, leaving Wang Chuan with 3 spearmen to guard this corner. The sudden chill atop the wall made Wang Chuan suck in a sharp breath, but his nature was to grow calmer under pressure. Lowering his voice, he repeatedly encouraged himself and his comrades. Within 10 steps, kill on sight, no wolves get through, don't be afraid. This was the rule Zhao Hanyu had taught him. He flipped the quiver to his most convenient position and pressed his forearm against the battlement to steady his breathing. Wolves crouching near the wall sensed fewer defenders on the battlement. Hesitant, they howled to call their pack and began cautiously approaching this side. Wang Chuan held his breath, his eyes calm and focused as 7 or 8 wild wolves approached simultaneously. Silently, he notched his arrows and drew his bow. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught one wolf quietly circling toward the earthen wall, but staying still for now. Suddenly, 3 wolves at the front exploded forward, leaping onto the wall's edge. The spearman standing guard there immediately tensed up and slammed his heavy spear sideways to block them. Seeing his comrades' breakthrough stalled, the wolves behind picked up the pace. Wang Chuan moved. Whiz, whiz. 2 arrows flew almost in a straight line. The wolf at the rear was struck square in the chest, grunting as it collapsed into the snow. Another right behind it was pierced through the abdomen. Blood instantly stained the white snow red. At the base of the wall, 3 wolves recoiled from the gleaming spear tips, retreating to prowl nervously at the foot of the wall. Wang Chuan didn't bother with them, they couldn't get up here. The wolves behind, seeing their comrades temporarily safe near the wall, continued to charge and howl. Wang Chuan plucked another arrow from his quiver, drew his bow, and released in one smooth motion. Whiz. One wolf that had just closed and suddenly had an arrow buried deep in its thigh, staggering from the pain. Before it could cry out, a second arrow zipped out. A few wolves on the left tried to slip past the melee. Without taking careful aim, Wang Chuan fired 3 arrows in quick succession. 3 wolves rolled over and died, their blood soaking the snow in dark crimson patches. Suddenly, a wolf crouched low and darted forward, lunging at Wang Chuan's feet. The stench of its hot, rank breath singed his scalp. Its tongue nearly touched his straw sandals. Wang Chuan's expression didn't change. The bowstring trembled, and the arrowhead flashed cold light as it pierced straight through the wolf's eye. It let out a short whimper, as if all its strength was sucked away, then collapsed heavily. Nice shot. A militiaman nearby couldn't help whispering in admiration. In this short time, Wang Chuan had taken down 7 wolves. His archery was sharp and deadly. Yes, but more impressive was his steady breath, smooth movements, and total command over the rhythm of the fight, a calm many seasoned hunters lacked. Whiz, whiz, whiz. His shots grew smoother and faster. Within 10 paces, he seized every opening, his arrows rarely missing their mark. 3 wolves died instantly, while the others dragged themselves in bloodied heaps across the snow, bleeding out quickly as the cold wind hastened their demise. Meanwhile, Zhao Hanyu's reinforcements arrived from 2 other directions, stabilizing the situation. After the rapid firing, wolf carcasses piled outside the wall, but many still lived. Wang Chuan reached for his quiver, 2 were empty. On the other side, 2 other hunters had also used up multiple quivers, shouting breathlessly without concealing their panic. More arrows. I need arrows. Use them sparingly. Zhao Hanyu barked with a grim face, seeing their lackluster aim. By the earthen wall's base lay more than 40 dead or wounded wolves. The cunning pack had thought this side held only 1 archer and saw their best chance to break through, only to meet Wang Chuan's cold, fierce marksmanship that kept every wolf from slipping into the village. Zhao Hanyu kept a close watch on that side, ready to support if needed, but he saw Wang Chuan move like a seasoned hunter, calmly pacing while shooting single-handedly, holding the entire defense line. He muttered to himself, this guy was born to hunt. Too bad he ended up as old son's apprentice. No one could pry him away now. As time passed, the wolves' anguished howls grew more frequent. The greatly depleted pack finally faltered and retreated into the darkness. A few remaining strong wolves tried to drag their wounded companions away. Zhao Hanyu ordered in a low voice, the wolves are no longer a threat. Everyone, do your best to capture the remaining wolves. Alaviso, these pups don't come back for us. All right. The whole village's morale surged. By the time Zhao Hanyu spoke, Wang Chuan was already starving. The night wind howled, and he had to stay alert behind the wooden wall, his strength and energy torn apart by the cold. When he could barely hold on, he pulled a still warm sesame flatbread from his inner garment, bit into it fiercely several times, and swallowed it quickly. The warmth spreading through his chest and stomach barely kept the chill of the night at bay. Once his hunger eased slightly, he pulled up his status panel. He intended only to check his condition, but was shocked by the archery skill section. What had long been stuck at 0-100 after self-teaching now read 37100. 37. Wang Chuan froze in disbelief. Before he could think more, a barely audible thud came from nearby. A wild wolf, finally succumbing to the cold, collapsed and died, causing his experience bar to jump quietly to 38,100. A sudden insight struck him. To improve his archery, he had to use his arrows to take lives. Blood suddenly heated through his veins. Swiftly, Wang Chuan drew a feathered arrow from his quiver. Under the startled eyes of 3 militiamen, he raised his bow, drew it fully, and fixed his gaze on a pair of eerie green wolf eyes piercing the darkness. Whoosh! The wolf lowered its head, biting a nearly dead comrade, as if trying to drag it back into the shadows. The arrow sliced through the air and struck its shoulder blade. With a short howl, both wolves twitched violently before falling silent. Wang Chuan didn't pause. He knocked arrow after arrow, aimed, and shot. One arrow after another found fur and flesh. After 20 arrows flew, only 3 wolves remained barely clinging to life on the ground. The rest, sensing danger, fled without a trace. He checked his panel again. Archery 47100. Throughout the night, he had slain 47 wild wolves with his feathered arrows. They waited through the long night until dawn tinted the sky pale. In the cold mist, the first ray of morning light appeared. A player logged into the game, pushed open the wooden cabin door, and was hit by the strong scent of blood and the foul smell unique to wild beasts. Looking around, the village showed signs of a fierce battle. Several wounded were bandaged crudely. The elderly, weak, and women had not slept all night, their faces worn with exhaustion. Zhao Hanio directed the guards to open the village gate, carrying in wolf carcasses one by one, most with arrows lodged in their chests, a few impaled by spears through abdomen or neck. No way, they poked the wolf den. More players came out, stunned by the scene, and called over to help. The wolf bodies were quickly piled in neat rows in the clearing. Curious, someone counted 135. What the hell happened last night? They exchanged glances. The villagers kept silent. The 3 who had fought through the night were too exhausted and hungry, logging off early. Lin Dehai and others pieced together the story from the village chief. All shaken to the core, over 200 wild wolves had attacked the village overnight. If the village fell, would we just end up as Wolf Chow as soon as we logged in? Seriously, what a nightmare. Luckily, the defenses held strong wooden fences, traps, and patrolling torches combined to block the wolf pack outside. The villagers naturally credited the local militia and hunters for the victory, without noticing that the village chief quietly took some fresh dried wolf meat from the bodies while cleaning up and slipped it into the blacksmith's cellar. Ling Yu logged off. Wang Chuan took off his holographic helmet and leaned back in his chair. The company's robot delivered 2 hot breakfasts on schedule, a cup of soy milk, 2 fried dough sticks, and a protein meal pack. After eating, he crashed on the couch and didn't wake up until 3 p.m., feeling mostly refreshed. Just then, his phone buzzed. Coach Yes name flashing on the screen. Hello? Wang rubbed his eyes, stifling a yawn. I heard from Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui that Blackstone Village got surrounded by wolves last night, Coach Yu said, barely able to hide his excitement. Yeah, that's right. Wang yawned again, tears forming from tiredness. He was still half asleep. When did you start learning archery? And why are you training combat skills? Coach Yes' tone turned serious. Not really, Wang shrugged. I spend my days mining gold for the company. Nights get boring, so I practice just for fun. Send me the full details of how you're training archery. The company wants to buy it. Coach Yu was direct. That woke Wang up like a bucket of ice water. The company wasn't interested in wolves, but archery. He thought for a few seconds. How much the bonus? 50,000. Coach Yu had already cleared it with Su Wan and got approval. Deal. Wang said without hesitation. His regular pay had dropped badly this month. The bonus would patch the hole perfectly. Right then, a text came, salary credited. Wang blinked, then realized today was payday in exactly 2 months since he joined the Warring State studio. His salary plus bonus totaled 180,000, pushing his account balance over 200,000 yuan. Seeing all those zeros, he clenched his fists, savoring the feeling of finally not having to scrimp and save. The money's already transferred, Coach Yu reminded him. Wang steadied himself and began explaining the details. Master Blacksmith's son was short on funds, so before winter, he recommended Wang to militia leader Zhao Hainu. To become an apprentice and learn archery, Wang had to pass 4 tests set by Zhao, shooting a total of 40,000 precise arrows to qualify for basic archery skills. There was silence on the other end as Coach Yu analyzed the difficulty and feasibility, then spoke again. Got it. I've recorded and reported this. Anything else? Yes. Wang couldn't help helping more. After acquiring archery skills, I tried everything but couldn't level up. Only when I shot a live wolf last night did the XP bar move. I suspect you can only improve combat skills by killing living targets, which feels pretty harsh. Coach Yu responded calmly. That's normal. In Lingyu, combat skills only improve through real battles. Wolves are low-level beasts. You must kill them to gain experience. If you face an evenly matched or stronger opponent, every attack can grant XP. Wang suddenly understood. The company indeed had far more intelligence and skill data than he realized. Coach Yu finally reminded Wang Chuan one last time. Don't forget the contract you signed with the company. Your job is to help the company make money, not just to experience or play the game. This game isn't as simple as you think. If your character dies, it's permanently deleted and the account gets wiped. So no matter what, always remember why you joined the company in the first place. Thanks for the reminder, Coach Yu. He'll be careful. After hanging up, Wang Chuan clenched his phone tightly, suppressing the excitement at the sharp increase in his account balance. Then he connected to the launcher and logged into the game. So hungry, he had been lying down for hours. Although his game character was in rest mode, which slowed hunger, his stomach still growled loudly. He grabbed a jacket and rushed out the door toward the village entrance where the pancake stall was. But the air carried no familiar scent of pancakes. Instead, a fresh aroma of meat greeted him. Ding! System notification, mandatory quest completed, assisted village in defending against the wolf pack. Blackstone village reputation increased by 1 level. Unknown somewhat known. Relationship with all villagers improved. The alert still ringing in his ears, Wang Chuan came to a stop in front of the stall. Wang Dalong appeared from the back kitchen holding a bunch of meat jerky wrapped in lotus leaves, glistening hot and steaming. With a big grin, he called out, Wang Chuan's here. Starving, huh? Freshly made wolf meat jerky. Here you go? His familiarity caught the nearby players by surprise. Was that special treatment? Wang Chuan took the jerky and bit into 2 thick pieces. Soft and rich with a chewy texture like steak, he said, not bad. Wang Dalong cheerfully handed over another strip. If you like it, have more. You'll need the strength. How much? You don't have to pay. You're part owner of this batch, Wang Dalong said casually, turning to another player in line, 5 copper coins each piece. The price wasn't outrageous, but the attitude made the other players uncomfortable. Still, Wang Dalong was the only one running food in the village, so they just had to accept it. Wang bro, no pancakes today? I've got to focus on jerky and dried meat these days. Pancakes will be on hold for a few days. All right then, he'll take 1 piece. The player grumbled a reluctant agreement. Just then, Chen Feng quietly pulled Wang Chuan aside, lowering his voice. What's going on? Why is Wang Dalong being so nice to you? Give me the inside scoop. Chen Feng and Wang Chuan were almost like brothers from the same master. He also grudged paying his daily 20 copper coins for food, so naturally wanted to get some perks. Wang Chuan nodded knowingly and didn't hide it. Nothing much. I just killed a few more wolves last night while guarding the village. You killed wolves? Chen Feng's eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Head known from the blacksmith shop that Wang Chuan was always the last to log off, so of course Head get the defense missions. Talk about luck. If I'd known, I'd have stayed with you overnight. Chen Feng slapped his thigh. Then he recalled his own training and sighed. Aren't you guys practicing shooting with the militia? How's it going? Wang Chuan asked casually. Chen Feng's expression soured. Don't even mention it. The captain has us holding spears and standing stance drills all day, from morning till night, like wooden sticks. It's exhausting and so boring. Wang Chuan felt a stir in his heart. After crafting enough iron arrowheads, he decided to join the practice to master the basic spear techniques. Although advancing in this spear style was tough, even just grasping the fundamentals could turn the tide of battle. Recalling the sharp, precise arrows flashing across the battlefield last night, his admiration for Zhao Heinyu grew deeper. He advised Chen Feng, Brother Feng, Captain Zhao is really skilled. Stick with him and learn well. That was all he could do. Whether Chen Feng took the advice was up to him. Back at the blacksmith's forge, the scorching heat hit him as he approached. Master Sun, swinging a nearly 100-pound hammer, was striking sparks flying everywhere. Hong Kai-bao and Bai Yuhui were busy assisting, sweat pouring down their faces. Wang Chuan quickly stepped forward. Master, let me take over. This old bone can't hold on much longer, Master Sun said, passing the hammer to him and rubbing his aching arm. He'll rest a bit. You 3 brothers make the most of this time. Although we drove off the wolves last night, the mountain beasts aren't limited to 1 pack. Make plenty of arrows. Don't let the village run short of weapons for defense. Ding. Accept manufacture crude iron arrowheads task. 100 units for 100 copper coins. Accept. Wang Chuan focused, and the task panel instantly locked in. He took a deep breath and raised the hammer. 12 arrowhead molds went into the forge at Anxia triple strike, move he had mastered. Bai Yuhui crouched by the bellows, stepping on the leather bag to fuel the flame into a bright white blaze. Hong Kai-bao gripped the red-hot iron billets and quickly placed them on the anvil. Wang Chuan's hammer rose and fell. The 3-strike rhythm like a drumbeat, each blow exactly right in force and angle. Bang, bang, bang. The iron was repeatedly folded and hammered tight, the tips gradually sharpening. Steam hissed as cooling water hit the hot metal, carrying a sharp, metallic scent. The finished arrowheads clinked into a bamboo basket, their numbers rapidly growing. Hunters came and went, carrying their bows and baskets, silently hauling away the finished arrows. Each time they left, They gave Wangchuan a thumbs up. Wangchuan, great work. Last night, had won the second highest kill count under Zhao Hania's leadership. The villagers' attitude toward him shifted from distant to respectful. He nodded in response to each praise, then bent over the anvil again to continue hammering. After several hours, Hong Kaibao wiped his sweat and muttered quietly, "Brother, when do you think we'll learn to smith like you?" Bai Yuhui agreed. "Yeah, we've been running errands for almost a month and haven't even touched the hammer. I heard Chen Feng and Haitan used to get to try a few swings. Now they were just apprentices fetching and carrying at the forge, earning only 40 copper coins a day." Seeing Wangchuan steadily making 2 or 3 taels of silver daily since winter stirred their envy. Wangchuan knew clearly Master Sun would never take on a second formal disciple. As long as he stayed in Haishi village, those two could only remain apprentices doing chores. But he couldn't say this outright, so he smiled and brushed it off as a special circumstance. He wasn't a saint, nor did he want a new apprentice slowing down the silver flow. Fortunately, Bai Yuhui and Hong Kaibao understood the balance. Compared to others in the village who were forced to train with guns and survived on meager gruel, at least they had steady wages better than most, if not quite enough to thrive. On the first night the village encountered the wolf pack, nearly all the iron arrowheads in stock were used up. The forge fires in the blacksmith shop were rekindled, coals crackling, and the smiths hammered away through the night, racing to produce new arrowheads. In just 3 days, Wangchuan watched copper coins pour into the shop like a river. 800 on the first day, surging to 3,600 the second day. Within 2 days, they had earned enough to cover an entire month's expenses. By the end of the third day, over 10,000 brand new iron arrows piled high like a small mountain. Only then did the blazing forge fire begin to dim, signaling a pause in the blacksmith's work. With Blackstone Village once again well stocked on arrows, Wangchuan felt none of the usual worry. He still had a comfortable balance of 200,000 copper coins in his pouch, and his monthly salary plus bonuses would bring in at least another 30,000. Confident, he set down his heavy hammer, wiped the grime from his brow, and headed straight to report to the patrol squad. Captain Zhao Haniu was already waiting at the training grounds, spears lined neatly on wooden racks. The rugged miners stood shoulder to shoulder, muscles rippling in the sunlight. Zhao repeated the rules firmly. Stand firm with spear in hand, feet steady, center of gravity low, horse stance square, the details matter. Hold still for 1 incense stick, that's an hour without moving a muscle. That's the first test. He held up 3 fingers. There are 3 more tests after that. Second, thrust the spear 10,000 times. Third, hold the spear with 1 hand, spearhead weighted with iron, and hold for 1 incense stick. Last, single-handed thrusts, 10,000 times. Don't think it's too much, whoever slacks off gets hurt. The miners had strong foundations, but many outsiders were more focused on making money and lacked the dedication to train properly. Years ago, when Chen Feng, Haitan, and their group neglected the blacksmith son's requirements, they missed out on the forged steel techniques. The current players followed the same pattern. The company, fearing they'd get pulled into battle duty, didn't even provide basic training. Wangchuan fell in line, sinking his legs firmly into a solid horse stance. With his core strength, standing motionless for an hour was easy, but he understood the true test behind these drills was muscle memory. So from dawn till dusk, he held still without a twitch an entire day. And then he endured a second day, legs aching and burning, but he gritted his teeth. When everyone else clocked out at 6 p.m., he just popped 2 pieces of wolf jerky to keep energy and silently continued practicing into the night. At 9 p.m. on the third day, the campfire crackled as Zhao Haniu approached with a smile of approval. Wangchuan, that's enough. Your horse stance and spear handling have passed. Starting tonight, you'll practice thrusting, but keep standing drills during the day. No complaints from the others. Understood, Captain, Wangchuan replied with a respectful bow. Under Zhao Haniu's guidance, he gripped the spear tightly, powering through the shaft with his palm, the spearhead slicing cleanly through the air. In the mingling darkness, firelight, and iron spear, he quickly mastered the rhythm and technique of the thrust. The spear's main attack method was thrusting and stabbing. With both hands twisted into line, legs firmly planted, the body bent like a bow, the spear became the arrow. Drawing back, gathering strength, waist and stance united, channeling every ounce of power into the spear's tip, then suddenly exploding forward. Almost nothing living could withstand such a piercing strike. Your turn. Encouraged by Captain Zhao Hanic, Wangchuan's eyes brightened. He walked quickly to the wooden stake holding the straw dummy. Following Zhao's earlier guidance, he placed his left foot forward, right foot back, spear poised horizontally. His legs spread like a bow, energy sinking into his dantian. Both hands gripped the spear and twisted fiercely. His back arched slightly, power surged through his waist and legs toward the spear's tip. In that moment, he clearly felt his inner strength gathering, as if about to burst. Thud! The spear's tip stabbed the straw dummy, but only a light muffled sound remained. The moment he struck, his power strangely dispersed, falling far short of the desired impact. Again, he adjusted his stance and stabbed once more. Thud! Again, the same result. After several tries, he still couldn't find that sharp, penetrating feeling. Wang Chuan knew deep down that if these thrusts were used on a wild wolf, they probably wouldn't even pierce its fur. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and recall the fierce fight on the earthen wall that night. The malicious spear thrusts against the wolves played frame by frame in his mind like a movie. As he recalled, he imitated the angles, stabbing the spear tip repeatedly at the straw dummy. Thud, thud. Still no vital strike. The force scattered. Captain, I still can't get the feel. Could you demonstrate it for me? Sure. Zhao Hainick didn't hesitate. He took the spear and stood where Wang Chuan had been. His steps shortened slightly, weight firmly lowered. He pulled his right foot back gently, his back instantly tensing. In the next moment, a faint sharp aura appeared along the spear's surface. Wang Chuan watched intently. Zhao's movements seemed casual, but when his stance was fully drawn, Wang Chuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Whoosh! The spear shaft formed a thin line of cold light, bursting out with a short, sharp sound of air slicing. The spear's tip pierced through the straw dummy's chest in an instant and tore out the back. Straw exploded, the wooden stake shook. Got it. Zhao Hainick retracted the spear and stood smiling lightly. Honestly, compared to the spear, I'm better at archery. The power in spear technique is abstract. You have to feel it yourself and keep practicing. Thank you, Captain. He'll practice more. That strike was like a spark landing on dry grass, igniting inspiration within him. Wang Chuan fully immersed himself in Zhao's posture. The exact foot positioning, waist and back angle, and hand grip all matched perfectly. He took a deep breath, eyes locked on the straw dummy, mind, spear tip, and target aligned in one straight line. Huh. The spear shot forward like lightning, tearing a faint whistle through the air. Zhao Hainick, still nearby, showed a flicker of surprise. This thrust finally had some of the true essence. Again, a burning heat glimmered in Wang Chuan's eyes as he seized that feeling and thrust once more. Whoosh! A sharper whistle sounded, the spear's power steady and strong. Zhao nodded with satisfaction. This kid really has a knack for it. Seeing Wang Chuan precisely replicate every move and fine-tune each point of power, Zhao finally smiled contentedly and quietly left. Wang Chuan stayed put before the straw dummy, breathing heavier with each thrust. 1, 2, countless strikes, sweat soaking his shirt and dripping down his chin. Only when the bell rang at exactly midnight did he set down the spear, clear his hunger meter, and log off to rest. A new day dawned, the air even colder than before. The moment Wang Chuan logged into the game, he saw his breath billowing out in clouds, his hands and feet trembling from the cold. Stepping outside, he was met by a flurry of thick, feathery snowflakes falling relentlessly. The village's dirt roads and wooden roofs were blanketed in a thick, pristine layer, with snow piled knee-deep in the deepest spots. Wang Chuan, time to get up? Morning, Brother Lin. He waved at Linda Hai, standing in the doorway. After their greetings, Wang Chuan's eyes were captivated by the fairy tale winter scene. Branches draped in silver, icicles hanging from eaves, mist rolling gently in the distance. Wow, it's beautiful. If my wife saw this, she'd be blown away, Linda Hai remarked. Wang Chuan took a deep breath of the crisp, biting air and stepped into the snow, leaving a deep trail of footprints. Even as an adult, he felt like a kid again, itching to roll around in the snow. But the urge to train was stronger. Let's go, time to practice. He brushed off snowflakes from his clothes and headed toward Wang Dalong's stall, planning to buy some wolf jerky to keep his strength up during spear training. Morning, Wang Chuan. Wang Dalong exhaled a puff of steam as he handed over the jerky. But I'm afraid no training today. What? Why not? Wang Chuan paused, jerky halfway to his mouth. Wang Dalong gestured toward the village. The snow's too thick. Once it freezes, wolves and other beasts can climb over the walls. The village chief and Captain Zhao decided today's priority is shoveling snow. Just this much snow? Wang Chuan underestimated the task, only to find out how naive he was once work began. Captain Zhao Hiniu stood on the earthen wall, directing efforts. The system issued a mission: carry a basket of snow for 2 copper coins reward. Players who hadn't earned anything in days perked up. After all they had to do was haul snow 30 feet away, which seemed easy. But as soon as they stepped forward, they realized the knee-deep snow was packed hard and heavy, sinking with every step like wading through a swamp. The group first had to dig out a main path, then painstakingly carry snow loads outside the village. Zhao Hiniu stressed the area within 10 feet beyond the wall had to be cleared too, or it'd become a climbing platform for wild beasts. Dozens worked from dawn until nearly noon, finally dumping all the snow from roads and rooftops into faraway piles. Catching his breath, Wang Chuan asked his master, the blacksmith's son, and learned that once the ground iced over, fighting would be impossible. Any fall could be fatal. Plus, piled snow outside gave dangerous animals cover, so all had to be removed. They labored through the afternoon, and by dusk the village was spotless, inside and out. Aching but proud, everyone had earned a few copper coins. When the logout bell rang, the players grinned, wolf jerky in hand, and logged off cheerfully. Who wouldn't want to earn money without training stances? But Wang Chuan stayed behind. Full and warm, he gripped his spear and practiced thrusts on the empty square. From the corner of his eye, he saw Captain Zhao Heniu, still perched atop the wall, eyes sharp and watchful like he was guarding against some unseen threat. Wang Chuan didn't dwell on it. He focused on his spear moves, cutting through the snowy night. The heavy snow had finally stopped, and the view grew a little clearer. In Zhao Heniu's line of sight, tiny black dots appeared on the horizon near the mountains and the mine. The village chief and several militia members followed his gaze, spotting the faint dark shapes against the blanket of white snow in the distance. Wolves or wild boars? Someone whispered. Hopefully wolves, Zhao Heniu said seriously. The wolf pack got hit hard before they won't dare enter the village again. But if it's wild boars, that's a real problem. Luckily, we cleared the snow earlier, so we're safe for now. He glanced up at the gloomy sky and added, as long as it doesn't snow again, we still have a chance to hold them off. He ordered everyone, rest while you can. There might be a brutal fight tonight. The guards and hunters huddled around the fire pits along the earthen walls, warming their frozen hands. Blacksmith's son approached Wang Chuan, carrying a wooden bow and a quiver. Don't overtrain. Tonight could be dangerous. Yes, master. I understand, Wang Chuan replied, still practicing his archery diligently. The thought of real combat and gaining experience with his bow that night excited him more than anything. 2 hours passed. The sky darkened completely, but the snow-covered fields remained bright white. The black dots drew closer, now only about 30 feet away. Zhao Heniu confirmed with the guards. A herd of wild boars around 50 or 60. On the pristine snow, each boar looked like a rolling iron ball, tusks curved and sharp like 2 gleaming bayonets, fiercer than any they'd encountered during the autumn harvest. They panted out white mist, pushing the piled snow on the outskirts like mountains toward the village with their heads and tusks, sending waves of snow creeping closer. When they hit solid ice, they'd rip it up with their tusks and hurl the chunks onto open ground before charging again. The guards atop the earthen wall watched, faces turning grim. Damn, these wild boars, they've practically turned into demons. How can they still be alive in this freezing cold? More than 60 powerful boars pushed the snow waves forward, inching the snow line closer to the village. Then, thick snowflakes began to fall. The snow that touched Zhao Heniu's hand melted instantly into water droplets. He looked up. Snow was pouring down heavily. Everyone's faces drained of color. When it rains, it pours. The village chief gritted his teeth. Old son, bring all the armor-piercing arrows from the shop. Regular iron arrows can't stop adult, while boarsonly armor-piercing arrows can penetrate. Son, the blacksmith's face showed no joy. More piercing arrows finally meant silver coins, but only if they survived first. Wang Chuan, stop training and come with me to stoke the fire and make armor-piercing arrows. He shouted. Wang Chuan put down his spear, grabbed his wooden bow and quiver, and was about to leave when Zhao Heniu called out again. Old son, leave Wang Chuan here. I'll need him tonight. Don't rush the armor-piercing arrows yet. Give them all to me first. Wang Chuan paused and looked at his master. Son grudgingly agreed, fine. Help Captain Zhao first. We still have a few hundred armor-piercing arrows left, enough to last through the night. If not, we'll restock tomorrow. Got it. Wang Chuan perked up and climbed atop the earthen wall to stand alongside Zhao Heniu and the others, watching. At that moment, the wild boars had pushed huge snowballs to within 30 feet. The snowballs rolled down the slope with a rumbling noise, crashing at the base of the earthen wall and piling up into white barriers. Watching these boars use snowballs like battering rams, Wang Chuan could no longer laugh. He swore these were the smartest pigs he'd ever seen in his life. During the day, the entire village worked together to clear the accumulated snow, but a group of wild boars was slowly pushing it back outside the village by rolling huge snowballs like giant bowling balls. These snowballs, about a meter in diameter, rolled between their tusks and heads, rumbling down the slope toward the earthen walls of Haishi village. Over 60 fat wild boars tumbled happily through the snowy field, repeatedly pushing and shoving, relishing the game. In no time, the gentle slope, only a few meters wide, was covered with piled snowballs of all sizes, the snow layer rapidly thickening. As dusk fell, a dozen or so more wild boars emerged from the creeping darkness, wagging their heads and tails as they charged toward the village. The total number now exceeded 80 and was still growing. By midnight, the snow outside the village was nearly a meter deep, leaving less than a meter gap to the top of the earthen wall. If the ground were compacted, these beasts could easily march straight into the village. The only current obstacle was the soft snow. The 100-kilogram boars sank deeply with every step, leaving hoof prints. But this challenge didn't slow them. The smartest among them first lay down and rolled back and forth, compressing the snow. The others quickly followed suit, grunting as dozens of boars collapsed onto the snow, like roaring miniature steamrollers. The snow crust hardened, almost as solid as bare ground. The villagers of Haishi could only watch helplessly as the wild boars ran and frolicked closer and closer to the wall. Even though the snow surface sank about 30 centimeters under all their weight, their faces turned pale, Even the normally calm Zhao Hanio's eyes darkened with worry. If the boars pushed the snow all the way to the wall base, the village was doomed. We can't let them get near the earthen walls. Zhao Hanio shouted harshly. Everyone, hold them back with arrows. Conserve your ammo and slow your shooting rate. Aim for their faces, necks, and legs. With permission to fire, Wang Chuan's spirit surged. He ravenously tore off a piece of dried wolf meat, stuffing it into his mouth, quickly satisfying his hunger. Then he knocked an iron arrow and took aim at a big boar rolling the snow just 10 steps away. Whiz! The arrow tore through the night air. Then, the long-suppressed militia and hunters pulled their bows taut one after another. The large boars were far easier targets than wolves. Feathered arrows fell like rain, almost every shot hitting. Unfortunately, their thick hides and deep fat layers meant that arrows only grazed the surface at 20 paces. Only within 10 steps was there some effect. Even pierced flesh felt like a hard bite, painful, but not fatal. Zhao Hanio's arrow only penetrated a boar's ear, provoking a furious roar. Wang Chuan's shot aimed at a chest was shaken off by a sudden shake. The volley of arrows failed to kill, but only enraged the beasts. Boom, boom, boom. More than 80 boars charged in unison toward the walls, roaring as their hooves struck with thunderous force. The militia and hunters atop the wall trembled in fear, tempted to flee. Fortunately, the newly piled snow outside the wall wasn't yet fully compacted, and when the boars reached it, they sank deeply, their legs flailing as they stumbled and momentarily faltered. An opportunity. Most boars faced the wall now, their thick backs fully exposed to the arrow storm. Without hesitation, Wang Chuan drew his longbow again. At just 10 paces, his eyes locked onto the nearest struggling boar. Whiz! The iron arrow screamed through the air, lodging halfway into the beast's eye socket. Blood sprayed as the boar let out a terrible scream, thrashing wildly in the snow from the searing pain. Shoot! Shoot quickly! Zhao Hanio roared hoarsely, as the archers pulled their bowstrings taut as full moons. Whiz whiz! At this moment, the wild boars found it nearly impossible to withstand the close-range fire from the front, as arrows kept striking them. Arrowheads sliced through the air like rain. The searing pain of arrows hitting their faces and the sudden darkness made them roar and thrash desperately, as fear finally took root amid the bloodshed. The bowstring of the Wang Chuan bow had barely settled from the first shot before a second and third arrow flew within a single breath. He released 3 consecutive shots. 2 arrows pierced their eye sockets, and the last dove through a tusk gap, its fletching still trembling as blood sprayed out like a red mist, dusting the snow. The boar's piercing screams tore through the cold wind, echoing among the trees. Riding the momentum of those lethal shots, Wang Chuan glanced up to summon his status panel. Archery experience indeed flickered 3. Archery level, 50,100. A shiver ran through the hunter. His experience hadn't increased this fast, even when hunting wolves, clearly proving this group of beasts was tougher and more worthwhile. Seizing the rare opportunity, he swiftly closed the panel and knocked another arrow. They flew like a string of pearls, each striking deep into still snowbound boars the eyes, noses, and mouths. Soon the boars learned their lesson. They violently shook their heads, claws clawing snow up in sprays as powerful legs forced them free from the snow pits. Some rolled in the snow to shake off the clinging powder. From then on, Wang Chuan's arrows occasionally missed or only left faint blood streaks on their hides, wounds too superficial to register experience gains. He understood immediately. Only strikes to vital spots earned system recognition. As his first quiver emptied, he pulled out a second without hesitation, letting loose a relentless barrage. Sharp whooshes filled the air, targeting bridge of the nose, face, eye sockets, and blood-dripping jaws beneath their tusks. Yet many shots that missed lethal areas only caused red scratches and failed to immediately harvest life. Elsewhere, Captain Zhao Hanyu stood firm atop the wall. When boars charged within 10 steps, he switched to armor-piercing arrows. Not aiming for precision, he struck their torsos instead, with arrows sinking 3 inches deep, delivering devastating damage. With wounds mounting, the boar's fury was fully ignited. Panting heavily, they charged toward the tumter-high earthen wall outside the village. Though short, the wall was thick enough for 2 men to stand side by side. Snow-covered mud crumbled from the repeated impacts. Militia seized the moment, crouching low to thrust long spears through bodies, sending blood fountains spraying. The boars' mournful howls reverberated over the snow. With traps and quicksand behind, and the earthen wall and spears ahead, more than 40 injured boars pressed forward, yet couldn't gain an inch. Wang Chuan disregarded the chaos around him, his expression calm and focused solely on bowstring and arrow points. Confirming once again that only precise hits to vital spots granted experience boosts, he ruthlessly turned every arrow into a death wind. Suddenly, a shout exploded. Old Lu atop the wall was violently thrusting his bloodied spear into a large boar. But the beast lurched and dragged him off balance, pulling him over the wall. Horrified comrades rushed to help, but before they could reach him, another enraged boar charged. pinning old Lu back against the earthen wall. Its sharp tusks, like curved blades, instantly pierced his chest, pinning him to the wall. Blood gushed down, pooling a vivid blotch on the white snow. Old Lu, kill that beast. Avenge old Lu. Several hunters, eyes burning red with rage, knocked their arrows in unison. The murderous boar instantly became the focal point of every archer's aim within moments. It was riddled with shafts, its head punctured like a beehive. The death of Militia Lao Lu shook every villager in Haishi village to the core. At the same time, the first fallen wild boar ignited a fierce rage in the entire group. Bang! The earthen wall shook as a fully grown wild boar went berserk, its razor-sharp tusks fiercely gouging into the wall. Blood trickled down from its mouth, staining the tusks, yet it kept ramming wildly, as if trying to tear down the entire wall. Bang! Bang bang! The other boars, driven mad by the scent of blood, charged and shoved relentlessly. The whole line of boars became a rampaging army, pounding with deafening thuds. Earthen clods and stones scattered as their tusks shredded through the thick wall, which began to thin and wobble dangerously. The village is in danger. Wang Chuan's heart tightened with every tremor, each impact a reminder of the looming threat. Zhao Hanyu shouted anxiously. All archers, switched to armor-piercing arrows. Kill the boars quickly. Only then did Wang Chuan remember the spare quiver of armor-piercing arrows head kept heavier and sharper than normal arrows, with far greater force. His first shot aimed at the face of a charging adult boar. Swoosh! The armor-piercing arrow pierced deep, the shaft shaftless, making the boar thrash and howl in pain as blood smeared its face. The close-range kill was immediate. Archers quickly loaded armor-piercing arrows, targeting faces, eye sockets, and throats with rapid fire. Swoosh! An arrow pierced straight through a mouth into the boar's body. Swoosh! Another skewered an eye, penetrating its brain. Swoosh! A third pierced the neck, blood spraying like a fountain onto the snow and wall. Boom! Boar after boar fell with a thud, collapsing unmoving into the snow. Zhao Hanyu was the fiercest, cutting down 7 of the most aggressive boars in the blink of an eye. Within mere seconds, over 30 wild boars were slaughtered, their assault completely halted. Wang Chuan fired 20 armor-piercing arrows in one breath, each earning 1 experience point, boosting his archery skill rapidly to 82,100. When those arrows ran out, he switched back to normal ones. The boars were now within close range, hitting their faces with straightforward. Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh! The second quiver emptied quickly, then the third. Wang Chuan silently vowed. Today, no matter what, he would raise his archery to the next level. After firing an unknown number of arrows in succession, a crisp system notification sounded in his mind. Ding archery advanced from novice to skilled. Agility 1. Wang Chuan's eyes brightened with excitement as he exhaled a puff of cold breath and swiftly opened his attributes panel. Wang Chuan male blacksmith. Hunger, 60,100. Strength, 8.3. Attack, 34. Agility, 8.2. Defense, 2. Speed, 10. Stamina, 9. HP, 90. Spirit, 8 inactive. Life skills. Refined steel forging. Proficient. Next level mastery 158500. Combat skills. Archery. Skilled. Next level proficient 0300. Current location, Tiannan Continent, South Yu Kingdom, Sanha Commandery, Huishui County, Haishi Village. It felt as if a sudden surge of power flowed through his body, his muscles growing tauter, his draw smoother, his aim quicker, and the rhythm of releasing arrows shifting. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows sliced through the air. But Wang Chuan wasn't lost in the joy of his improved archery skills. The village was still in danger, and he had to rack up experience points fast. He steadied his breathing to its calmest, his fingertips endlessly notch, draw, and release arrows, visibly speeding up. The advantage brought by his agility attribute quickly manifested. Behind the increase in speed was the fact that the wild boars had less and less time to react. Often, the moment the arrow left the bowstring, the target hadn't even begun to move before it was pierced sharply, either blood sprayed from the forehead or the arrow pierced through the nostrils. Experience points ticked upward one by one. Unconsciously, the few wild boars closest beneath the earthen wall were already riddled with arrows, their grisly wounds shocking to behold. Zhao Hanyu, a veteran archer, was especially sensitive to subtle changes in firing speed. He looked up for a moment and caught sight of Wang Chuan releasing 2 arrows in rapid succession from above. 2 wild boars' eyes were pierced simultaneously, fierce, precise, and fast. A look of disbelief flashed in Zhao Hanyu's eyes. To outsiders, this was just entertainment, but to an expert, it was obvious. The sharpness and accuracy Wang Chuan displayed now were almost on par with his own and far surpassed the other archers. Without hesitation, he grabbed a quiver of armor-piercing arrows and shouted a warning as he threw it over. Wang Chuan, keep it up. The quiver traced a heavy curve through the air. Wang Chuan's reflexes were lightning fast. With one lift of his hand, he caught it steadily, feeling the unique weight and edge of the armor-piercing arrows. Instantly, he understood Zhao Hanio's intention. It was time for a swift, decisive battle to clear out the remaining wild boars outside the village. Although precious and a bit painful to use, he decisively switched to the new arrows and turned to aim at those stubborn boars still relentlessly trying to break through the earthen wall. Whoosh, whoosh. The continuous rush of arrows mixed with dull thuds. Over 30 wild boars fell bloodied under the seamless firepower of the two men. Finally, the earthen wall stopped shaking. Militia and villagers on top slumped down, out of breath. In front of them were jagged holes gouged by the boar's tusks. The inner wall was covered in spiderweb cracks. Yet despite this, relief showed on their faces. They had survived a close call. The price was clear. Old Lu had fallen. 7 militia were injured while blocking the boars. 2 villagers had accidentally fallen from the wall, but, luckily, landed inside and avoided further harm. Whoosh. Thud. Whoosh. Thud. At the other end of the wall, Wang Chuan was still reloading arrows. For those boars still breathing faintly but lying motionless, he finished them off one by one. Everyone watched silently, though they knew the boars were already doomed. Those finishing shots felt satisfying. After dispatching the last, Wang Chuan gained 13 more experience points. Zhao Hanio approached with a relaxed smile, patting his shoulder. Wang Chuan, not bad. Your archery skills have leveled up? Yeah. As I was killing, somehow I just improved, Wang Chuan replied candidly. Well done. Zhao Hanio gave a thumbs up. Blackstone Village has gained another excellent archer. How about joining me and becoming my apprentice? Wang Chuan laughed heartily. Captain Zhao, aren't you afraid my master will cut you off and stop giving you armor-piercing arrows if you steal his disciple? Zhao Hanio caught on and shook his head. You are right, your master's not easy to deal with. If I want to steal his heir, he'd have to fight me tooth and nail. Captain Zhao? Wang Dalong, steaming breath visible, carried a large basket of freshly smoked wolf meat jerky, distributing it one by one across the bloodstained snow. Here, everyone's worked hard. Have some meat to warm up and shake off the fatigue. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Wang Chuan grabbed a handful of jerky, the heat rising and warming his palm instantly. No, you're the ones who've really been working hard. Eat more. Wang Dalong smiled broadly, then turned to call out to the other guards. The gunpowder smoke hadn't yet cleared. The snow at the village entrance was trampled to a muddy mess. The village chief, leaning on a wooden staff, hurried over with unsteady steps. His face was deeply lined like old tree bark. Hanyu, we lost our best fighter, Old Lu, in this battle. 7 brothers wounded, and part of the earthen wall collapsed. We have to repair it first thing tomorrow morning. Zhao Hanyu wiped the blood from his temple and shook his head, worry darkening his expression even further. It's too soon to talk about fixing the wall now. It's not even fully dark yet. I'm worried more beasts will come sniffing out the blood tonight. If they only dragged off a few boar carcasses, that'd be one thing, but what I'm afraid of is he broke off, scanning the scene. About a third of the guards were injured, and the temporary patched earthen wall was cracked and crumbling, looking as if a slight push would bring it down. Wang Chuan's heart tightened. He clenched the jerky in his hand and said, the captain's right. The wall's in bad shape. The snow piles outside are half a meter higher than the ground. The wolves could jump right in. Looks like getting a full night's sleep is out of the question. The village chief's wrinkles deepened. Captain Zhao, do you have a plan? Light more fire pits, Zhao Hanyu said grimly. Everyone stay alert, take turns on watch. Hopefully, we get through the night peacefully. But his tone revealed little confidence. Suddenly, he remembered something. Turning sharply, he asked, how many armor-piercing arrows do we have left? A young guard on duty immediately counted. 6 full quivers, plus loose arrows, 12 in total all here. Bundles of heavy arrows were brought to Zhao Hanyu's feet. He selected 3 quivers and handed them to Wang Chuan. These are yours. If a second wave comes tonight, don't hold back. Shoot with everything you've got. Kill as many as possible. If the wall can't hold, we can't afford to lose any more brothers. His hoarse voice carried exhaustion, but there was undeniable trust in his comrade's final effort. Wang Chuan was the only archer in the village who had trained from novice to competent level. I'll do my best. Wang Chuan tightened his grip on the quivers, eyes drawn like a bowstring. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, the Warring State studio office was brightly lit. Instructor, you learned of the heavy snowfall in Huishui County and worried about key villages. He called each one to check. On a whim, he called Su Wang Chuan. The phone rang repeatedly with no answer. Frowning, he thought, Wang Chuan should have logged off and been resting by now. Could something have happened? After several unanswered calls, he turned to Lin Dahai. A sleepy, groggy voice answered. Who is it? It's the middle of the night. It's me, Instructor Yu. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Dahai woke instantly, tone shifting from irritation to respect. Instructor Yu, what's going on? Log into the game immediately. Blackstone Village may be in trouble. Okay. Lin Dahai's heart raced and sleep vanished. Blackstone Village had recently suffered a wolf pack night raid. Wang Chuan's contributions had greatly increased his reputation, making him as close to all the NPC villagers as family, sparking envy from other players. This call struck Lin Dehai's heart hard. He hurriedly dressed, grabbed his helmet, and logged on at once. Lin Dehai opened the door, and the bitter cold outside made him shiver uncontrollably. Just as he was about to curse this miserable weather, a strong, metallic scent of blood hit him like a wall. The air in Haishi village felt heavy, as if weighed down by lead. Damn it! What the hell? His heart sank. Something serious had clearly happened. He immediately tried to log off to notify Instructor Yu. But then the system's icy message popped up. Temporary forced event triggered. Protect the village. Force status cannot be removed before dawn. Logging off prohibited. No way to log off. How am I supposed to tell Instructor Yu? How do I contact the company? Lin Dehai froze, panic rising. Suddenly, a loud shout came from beyond the earthen walls. Brother Lin, why are you outside? Forgetful Chuan, fully armed, was rushing from another section of the wall to the alert point. He spotted Lin standing awkwardly at the door like a dumbfounded fool. Lin's eyes lit up as he hurried toward him. Forgetful Chuan, what's going on with the village? Forgetful Chuan didn't waste a second and quickly explained everything in detail. Earlier that evening, a large group of wild boars had stormed into the village. The fight had only just ended. Lin stared in disbelief. First a wolf pack attacks the village, and now wild boars? What kind of bad luck is this? Did you manage to drive them off? They're all dead. Forgetful Chuan wiped the snow off his bow. But it's not over yet. Captain Zhao is worried the blood scent will attract more beasts. The entire village is on high alert tonight. Since you're here, Brother Lin, come join us. The mission rewards tomorrow will definitely boost your reputation. All right. Lin Dehai had no choice but to stay in the game. He decided to follow their plan. He found Captain Zhao Hanyu and picked up the mission to collect arrows outside the village. The snow had stopped, visibility was still good, and with guards on watch, retrieving arrows wasn't too dangerous. Around 2 in the morning, faint footsteps in the snow shattered the silence wolves. Drawn by the blood smell, dozens of cold yellow eyes glimmered in the darkness outside Haishi village, silently closing in. The guards signaled alert. Forgetful Chuan immediately turned back and, together with Zhao Hanyu, positioned themselves at the weakest gap in the earthen wall, flanking it left and right. Piercing arrows at 30 steps will be enough to intimidate them, Zhao Hanyu whispered. The message was clear. The wolves must not get close to the wall's base. Moments later, Zhao took aim at the first wolf stepping within 30 paces. The gleaming wolf eyes in the snow were unmistakable. Whiz. The piercing arrow sliced through the night air. Almost simultaneously, Forgetful Chuan released his arrow. Whiz. Whiz. The wolves sensed danger and tried to dodge sideways, but were half a step too slow. Zhao's arrow pierced through the thigh of one. Forgetful Chuan's arrow struck another directly in the chest. How? The injured wolf yelped and writhed in agony, while the other dropped dead instantly. The system announced, Archery Experience 1. One companion dead and another badly injured. The wolves were stunned. The overpowering smell of blood tempted them, but they dared not step closer to the village where fires were burning. Resting behind the wall, Lin Dehai watched through the arrow slits, witnessing Forgetful Chuan and Zhao Hania's precise teamwork. A complicated mix of emotions welled up inside Hema. Rookie had been in the game only a month, now one of the rare masters in Haishi village. His mouth hung open in awe. Tension returned to the village. Militiamen and hunters guarded various points, banging gongs whenever a wolf silhouette was spotted. Zhao Hanyu and Forgetful Chuan responded immediately, their piercing arrows flashing cold light. This back and forth lasted more than 2 hours, with over a dozen wolves falling in the snow. The remaining pack, outsmarted and outgunned, had no choice but to drag their fallen comrades away and slink back into the stormy wilderness. As dawn approached, the eastern sky faintly brightened. The bloodstained snow gleamed harshly in the morning light. Eventually, the wolf pack vanished into the cold wind. Haishi village was saved. Complete the mandatory tasks of defending the village against wild boar herds and assisting in repelling wolf pack invasions. The reputation of Blackstone Village increases by 1 level, jumping from somewhat known to household name. And the player's favorability with all villagers in Blackstone Village rises accordingly. As the system notification sound faded, Wang Chuan exhaled a long breath of white mist as if throwing a heavy stone from his chest into icy water. Finally over he shivered, and his stomach growled awkwardly. Since yesterday afternoon, he hadn't eaten a single grain of rice, and his 5 Viscera temple in the real world had long since gone hungry. Ignoring the new benefits unlocked by the reputation boost, he only hurriedly greeted Captain Zhao Hanyu and said he needed to rest. The captain waved him off, and Wang Chuan immediately pushed open the door to the wooden house and logged out of the game. After removing his helmet, his phone vibrated non-stop, the screen crowded with missed calls. Outside the door stood a silver service robot holding a large tray of steaming late-night food-wide noodles, a fried egg, rice rolls, all his favorites. Wow, Yu Jiao really knows me. I'm starving. Wang Chuan took 2 strides to the door, accepting the food, and started tearing into the meal while walking. Yu Jiao followed right behind, pushing the door open his loud voice echoing through the small living room. Are you okay? Did something happen again in Blackstone Village? Tell me quickly. With his mouth full of noodles, Wang Chuan mumbled everything from the night-heavy snow, wild boars, wolf packs, calling for help, counterattacks all at once. When Yu Jiaodo heard Blackstone Village was almost breached, his brow furrowed deeply, his expression darker than the night outside. Don't worry. Wang Chuan put down his empty bowl and shook his numb chopstick hand. The wild boar and wolf packs were driven off. The village is safe. Yu Jiaodo didn't relax but lowered his eyes, shaking his head, his features colder. I'm not worried about you and Linda Hai. Since you both logged off, that means things are stable over there for now. Then what are you worried about? Wang Chuan stopped eating, looking puzzled. Yu Jiaodo sighed. There are people from our side in 6 other villages in Huishui County. Last night, I had several people log back in overnight, but all of them lost contact immediately after entering. They still haven't come back. Whoa, Wang Chuan gasped. So their villages are in trouble too. Most likely, Yu Jiaodo nodded, voice low. It's just uncertain if they can hold off the beasts like Blackstone Village did. Wang Chuan glanced at the clock on the wall. It was past 5 a.m. Nearly time for people at their workstations to wake up. He hesitantly suggested, shouldn't everyone just stay offline for now? Wait until it's safe? No use. Yu Jiaodo shook his head. If a village is breached, the shelter protection disappears immediately. Those beasts will tear through every building, forcing offline players to be kicked online involuntarily, instinctively fighting the enemy hand-to-hand. Times out of 10, they won't survive. In other words, if any village falls, almost all players inside will get deleted, all their previous investment lost. Wang Chuan finally understood why Yu Jiaodo hadn't slept all night. 6 villages under attack at once. Even if only one fell, the Warring State Studio would suffer a massive loss. What do we do now? His voice was dry. There's nothing we can do. I immediately informed everyone to log on and sent a nearby team from Huishui County to rush to their aid. At this, Instructor Yu pushed his chair back, stood up with a bitter expression, and his mouth twitched slightly. Let's hope things don't really get that bad. With that, he strode out, leaving the door trembling behind him. Wang Chuan stared at the half-cold soy milk and fried dough sticks in his hands, suddenly tasting nothing. The village had been overrun, meaning any game character could be dead, and accounts would be forcibly terminated. Relief flooded his heart. Luckily, he had switched to archery early on. If Captain Zhao Hainiu was the only one defending Haishi Village, he might not have held off those wild boars, and the store of armor-piercing arrows would probably have run out. Hope everyone's okay. But whatever, I'm not management if the sky falls. There's always someone taller to hold it up. He hurriedly finished his breakfast as a wave of drowsiness hit him, then collapsed onto his bed and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, outside the Warring State Studio it was quiet, but inside, tensions ran high. By mid-morning, the usually empty 75th floor was jam-packed. A dozen or so men and women stood angrily surrounding Su Wan, their voices overlapping. We logged off normally to rest. And sleep. How is it our fault the village was destroyed? Exactly. We just grind all day to generate revenue for the company. Why are you ending our contracts over this? Sleeping seriously? You're not even letting us sleep? Manager Su, this is way too much. They had been woken up early for an emergency call. As soon as they logged in, they saw their characters lying dead in the spirit realm, the village strewn with scattered corpses, wild beasts still tearing at bodies. Several women fainted on the spot. With their characters gone, they lost all control, and all their hard-earned silver and copper vanished. It was their first time facing such a crisis. Confused and panicked, they came to demand answers from Su Wan. But her response was as cold as winter frost. According to the company's contract terms, once a game character dies, the account is terminated, causing significant loss to the company. We reserve the right to immediately end the agreement. You may leave. Of course, no one accepted this quietly. Everyone felt wrong. This wasn't their fault. They didn't want to lose their high-paying jobs. Some tried to plead for another chance, but Su Wan never said another word. Minutes later, security robots arrived, extending mechanical arms to usher them out of the Warring State Studio. As the elevator doors closed behind them, their phones buzzed simultaneously. The message read, after contract termination, the confidentiality agreement remains binding. Any leak of game-related content will be met with lawsuits and penalties of no less than 100 million yuan. Once outside the building, their faces were dark and bitter, words failing them. One person joked wryly, at least we made a few tens of thousands here. Yeah, what is this? Playing a game, and even the safe zone gets breached. Some refuse to give up. I don't believe we can't find other channels to get back into the spirit realm. Right. With what we know about the game, farming gold again will be faster than any newbie. After a few harsh words, the dozen scattered in different directions. Upstairs, Su Wan stood alone by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city traffic, her face clouded with worry. Upon waking, Wang Chuan immediately called Instructor Yu to inquire about the situation in the other villages. On the other end came a heavy, grim report last night. Tianshui village was overrun by a pack of wild wolves. Nearly 100 villagers were wiped out without mercy. The old, weak, Women and children were all brutally slaughtered. More than 50 players who had logged off to rest were forcibly controlled by the system and driven out of their houses to fight the wolves. All of them were torn to pieces. When the Huishui County rescue team arrived, they faced a scene of carnage so horrific that no one dared to step forward. Thinking about how Blackstone Village had barely held on last night, Wang Chuan's heart tightened. By the way, Instructor Yu, what about our company's people? How are they being handled? He pressed quickly. Yu sighed deeply. According to the contract, all 13 employees were officially dismissed this morning. Wang Chuan opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent for a long moment. Those 13 were merely laborers grinding for gold, with no obligation to guard the village. They logged off on time to rest, but were mercilessly kicked out of the company by realistic cruelty that left him gasping for breath. Don't be too upset. You seem to see through his thoughts. If any of us die in a force majeure event, including me, we would be immediately dismissed too. This time, it's just they who were unlucky. The call ended, leaving only an electric silence in the room. Wang Chuan stood dazed for a long time before turning and plunging into the bathroom, splashing his face with cold water. The face in the mirror, still flecked with water droplets, reminded him winter hadn't yet passed, and Huishu, the county, was still overrun with beastly threats. Rather than waste time grieving the impossible, better to find a way to survive in the spirit realm. He took a deep breath, cleared his scattered emotions, and logged into the game. The devastation in Blackstone Village came alive right from the login screen. Mud walls battered and broken. Over 80 wild boar carcasses riddled with arrows lay scattered in disarray, bloodstains staining the white snow a dark, rusty red. Wang Dalong had already led villagers to haul the boars back, busily butchering and smoking the meat. The village chief and son the blacksmith directed players in patching the walls with thick, sticky mud. The rest pushed wooden shovels, carving out new defensive lines in the heavy snow. Wang Chuan first checked in with Zhao Hanyo, then followed his master, Sun the blacksmith, back to the forge to focus on crafting armor-piercing arrows. Sun's face was grave. Our stock is under 100. If we face a pack the size of last night again, the village won't hold. We have to go all out today. Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yu Wei had returned to assist. The roar of the furnace blazed, casting a red glow on everyone's faces. Clang clang, clang clang. Thanks to 10 points of agility, Wang Chuan noticed subtle steadiness and finer control in his forging rhythm. Each hammer strike sent sparks and impurities flying, while the experience bar for the 100 times tempered steel forging skill visibly rose. Amid the crackling furnace, the knots and distractions in his mind were hammered away bit by bit, leaving only focus and clarity. Clang, clang. Wang Chuan didn't notice, but his master, blacksmith's son, was watching him with a different look in his eyes, silent, hesitant to speak. Neither of them realized that the chaotic double hammer strikes on the tempered steel had quietly merged into a steady, unified rhythm, a sign that the technique of triple consecutive hits was becoming mature. After a short break, Sun carefully picked up the freshly forged tempered steel arrowheads. He examined them one by one, a smile spreading across his lips. Wang Chuan, I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. In just half a day, you've already made 24 tempered steel arrowheads. That many? Wang Chuan suddenly realized how much his efficiency had increased again. What's wrong? Feeling down? Have you heard about the incident at Tianshui Village? Sun suddenly lowered his voice. Wang Chuan was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I heard over 100 people in Tianshui Village were wiped out. Don't worry too much, Sun reassured him. The massacre was so severe that the county officials have to act, or the magistrate will lose his position. Unfortunately, Tianshui's militia was weak and couldn't defend in time. No matter what, we must hold Blackstone Villagino repeating their fate. Got it. Wang Chuan nodded firmly. The two gripped their hammers and anvils again, sparks flying. Night fell. More than 40 players dared not log off, all staying behind to guard the village. News of Tianshui Village's massacre had spread. Everyone knew what losing the frontline defense meant. They resolved to guard the village all night. Inside and outside the earthen walls, torches flickered and shadows moved. Spears flashed coldly in the dark. During downtime, Wang Chuan held a bamboo spear, meticulously mimicking Captain Zhao Hanya's thrusts, aiming for the goal of 10,000 repetitions. Senior brother, teach us too. Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yu Wei knew Wang Chuan's archery was impressive and that he had outgrown the typical miner's skill level, so they asked humbly as junior brothers. Wang Chuan readily agreed. First, hold a horse stance steadily for an hour without wobbling. Then we move on to the second step. This was exactly what Zhao Hanyu had taught him in private. The two learned quickly and bowed deeply in thanks. Thank you, senior brother. That night passed peacefully, though everyone was exhausted. Over the next few days, Wang Chuan spent his days forging and stockpiling arrows, steadily improving his smithing skills. The forge's supply of armor-piercing arrows soon surpassed 400. Blackstone Village grew more prosperous as a result. 1. The county caravan collected a large batch of wild boar meat, bringing the village over 300 taels of silver. 2. The county rewarded 1 tael of silver for each wild boar hunted. 3. Wang Chuan earned 10 taels from his forging and received an additional 40 from the village, bringing his savings above 50 taels for the first time. News from the county also arrived. The magistrate was recruiting multiple hunting teams to hunt large beasts outside the city at high prices. Large numbers of wild animals were being brought into the city daily, temporarily easing the pressure on surrounding villages. Despite this, Wang Chuan kept up his spear thrust training to strengthen muscle memory. Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui both passed the horse stance test and officially entered the next training phase. That very day, a short video titled "Suspected Wild Beast Spotted in the City, Unlucky Man Eviscerated in the Park" caught Wang Chuan's attention on Douyin. Wang Chuan originally didn't have time to scroll through short videos. It was just that he hadn't checked his account for a long time, and when dinner was served, he casually opened Douyin. Instantly, a local horror video popped up on the homepage. The victim's body was obscured by a rough mosaic filter, but blood clearly seeped across the grass. Wang Chuan had seen bloodier scenes in the game, so his appetite wasn't affected. Instead, a question formed in his mind. With robot patrols everywhere, how did a wild beast get into an urban park? He was about to check the comments, but saw the grim message "comments restricted" in gray letters at the bottom of the screen. Almost immediately, a system notification appeared. This content has been reported and removed for extreme gore and horror. The short video vanished in an instant. Frowning, Wang Chuan searched the local tag and indeed found a few remaining clips. One showed the victim's personal belongings scattered in the park, a broken handbag and a blood-stained coat button, apparently torn off in a desperate escape. Another was a surveillance clip titled "Very Strange." The footage showed no animals, but the victim stumbling and running wildly as if chased by an invisible monster. The uploader explained, "We thought it was a prank, but the screen suddenly glitched with static. By the time we arrived on site, the victim's internal organs had been hollowed out, as if multiple beasts had ripped into them in a short time. Their body was mutilated everywhere. I never want to relive that image. I feel it will haunt my dreams forever." Wang Chuan looked surprised. Adult organs completely eaten in such a short time, that's impossible for a single beast. What was even stranger was how multiple beasts could sneak into the city. Time was up. He tossed the phone aside, put on his headset, and logged into the game. In the forge, sparks flew as the tempered steel spearheads took shape on the anvil. For now, he set the news aside. Late that night, Zhao Hanyu approached him. "We've got enough tempered steel spearheads, and your stabbing technique is good. From now on, start the third stage of training." "Yes." Wang Chuan felt a slight thrill. Zhao Hanyu tied a 5 or 6 pound iron block tightly to the spear tip with rough rope. "Horse stance. Keep the spear stabbed with one hand. Hold steady for 15 minutes without moving, that's passing." After explaining, he turned and left. At first, Wang Chuan was at ease. With 11 strength points, the iron block felt insignificant. But as seconds ticked by, the spear seemed to grow heavier by the inch. His muscles pulled as if hooked by iron claws. The spear tip slowly drooped. He had to summon all his core strength to hold it steady. 5 minutes later, sweat dripped down his cheek, his breathing heavy, but he held firm. Nearby, Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui copied him out of curiosity, but only lasted a minute before their arms shook violently and the spearheads thudded to the ground. They exchanged bitter smiles. "The third test is this tough? Even senior Wang Chuan is struggling. We don't stand a chance." Wang Chuan stayed focused, syncing his breath and heartbeat with the effort. Time pinched away slowly. After 10 minutes, he finally heard the dull clang as the iron block dropped. The brief failure didn't discourage him. He took a deep breath, switched to his left hand, and continued training with the iron block still attached. Carrying the weight in his left hand, he miraculously held on for 11 minutes straight. For the entire following day, he alternated between hands and training, but still couldn't break through this barrier. The next day was the same. After 2 days of relentless practice with no progress, Zhao Hanyu stepped forward quietly and offered a hint. "Wang Chuan, imagine the spear in your hand isn't a weapon, but a dragon. A dragon is alive, never stiff or still. Yet you must control it firmly, so that when you strike, it's like the spear moving as a dragon would." Wang Chuan was puzzled but followed the advice. Clutching the spear, he murmured, "This is not a spear, but a dragon." He stopped forcing rigid movements and let the spear sway gently in his right hand, drawing slow circles. As the spearhead drifted east and west, shaking wildly as if out of control, he gradually grasped the true meaning behind Zhao Hanyu's words. "Keep going." Bai Yuhui and Hong Kai Bao watched in disbelief. Has senior brother lost it? Is he going crazy? But Wang Chuan paid them no mind. His gaze locked on the glinting spearhead aimed straight at the straw dummy target. A dragon must be alive yet tamed. His horse stance rose and fell subtly, carrying a steady rhythm. Guided by this rhythm, the spear's shaking lessened quickly. He narrowed his eyes, focusing his inner strength, not stiff, but flowing and controlled, precisely gripping the spear tip, locking onto the wooden post, as if choosing prey to strike. Holding his breath, he pushed through for 15 minutes, though the tip still trembled slightly, unable to remain perfectly still. Another day of practice brought noticeably less shaking. 2 days later, in the eyes of Hong Kai-bao and Bai Yuhui, the spearhead steadily pointed at the post, and the iron weight hanging from the base only quivered so faintly it was almost invisible. Wang Chuan's horse stance was as still as a mountain, yet subtly swayed beneath the surface motion and stillness indistinguishable. Wow, senior brother is amazing. He's up to 18 minutes. They exclaimed. Hong Kai-bao ran off to call Zhao Hanyu over. Zhao Hanyu studied him briefly, then nodded with satisfaction. Wang Chuan, you truly have talent for martial arts. Once you pass the 4th test, you will have officially mastered spear techniques. Wang Chuan lowered his spear, still breathless with effort, all thanks to Captain Zhao's guidance. Hong Kai-bao and Bai Yuhui exchanged glances, feeling both insulted and helpless. The 4th test, single-handedly thrust the spear 10,000 times. Zhao Hanyu set up a thick wooden post again. Each thrust must penetrate at least 1 inch into the wood to count, as having pierced 3 inches of flesh. Anything less than 1 inch won't count. Complete 10,000 valid thrusts, and you will be officially admitted. Wang Chuan's gaze burned with determination. Just one final hurdle. Once Zhao Hanyu walked away, he immediately raised his spear to start. Thud! With a strength attribute of 11, his first thrust easily pierced 1 inch into the post. But he quickly realized maintaining that was no simple feat. Each thrust required every ounce of force, and pulling the spear out demanded massive effort as well. After hundreds of thrusts, his arm was aching and trembling. Clenching his teeth, he stopped and pulled out 2 pieces of dried wolf meat, chewing roughly before swallowing, then switched to his left hand to continue. Senior brother, how is your left hand so powerful? Yeah, it's really hard to master the force trajectory with the left hand, but your left hand's explosive strength is surprisingly as strong as your usual right hand. After they had a solid hands-on experience with the difficulty of the 3rd training, Hong Kai-bao and Bai Yuhui weren't satisfied and tentatively tried the 4th exercise. The right hand could barely manage after hundreds of spear thrusts. Their arms ached and went numb, requiring rest to recover. But when switching to the left hand, things took a sharp turn for the worse. Not only was it hard to thrust even an inch into the wooden post, hitting the post itself was a struggle. After repeated attempts dozens of times, the spear held in the left hand always twisted and slipped past the post, leaving only shallow scratches on the surface. Wang Chuan explained honestly, before entering the spirit realm, I worked out regularly, especially training my left hand. Using both hands is no big difference for me. My left hand's dexterity is already nearly as good as my right. Wow, are fitness bloggers really this intense? Hong Kai-bao couldn't help but complain. No choice, gotta eat and survive. Wang Chuan laughed softly, secretly grateful for the years when he pushed himself hard. The core strength, willpower, and even the left-hand training all paid off. Back then, he was just an ordinary miner at a company, making a little chicken leg money from filming videos. Now with these advantages, he stood out, earning 6 figures a month, and became a bona fide master of hard work. Hong Kai-bao's eyes lit up with envy. Senior brother, you're amazing. What's your account name? I want to follow you and learn. Bai Yuhui smiled wryly. Learning now, don't know if it's too late. Fitness is good for the body. It's never too late to start. Wang Chuan gained 2 new fans effortlessly. The next morning, he finally completed 10,000 single-hand spear thrusts. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations, you have mastered the beginner's basic spear technique. Next stage, novice mastery. After days of effort finally bore fruit, Wang Chuan summoned his status panel. Wang Chuan male. Blacksmith. Hunger, 91,100. Strength, 83. Attack, 34. Agility, 82. Defense, 2. Speed, 10. Endurance, 81. HP, 9090. Spirit, 8. Unactivated. Life skills. Refined steel forging, skilled, next level, proficient 418500. Combat skills. Archery, novice mastery, next level, skilled 87300. Basic spear technique. Beginner, next level, novice mastery 0100. Current location, Southern Continent, Nanyu Kingdom, Sana County, Huishui County, Haishi Village. This was the 3rd skill he had unlocked. Congratulations, senior brother. You're incredible. His 2 junior brothers immediately showered him with praise. You guys keep practicing too. Try to master the basic spear technique soon. After encouraging them, Wang Chuan prepared to report the good news to Captain Zhao Hiniu, only to be told the captain had gone to the smithy. When he arrived at the smithy, besides Zhao Hiniu and Master Smith's son, there was an unexpected visitor, a man in his early 30s, wearing clean, neat white cloth robes with deep, sharp eyes. His knuckles were thick and the backs of his hands covered with calluses. He was clearly no ordinary person. Zhao Hiniu and Master's son treated him with great respect, nodding frequently. Wang Chuan wisely stayed by the door without disturbing them. After a while, the 3 finished their discussion, and Zhao Hiniu and Master's son escorted the visitor out of the village. The men didn't glance at Wang Chuan even once from beginning to end. Zhao Hiniu and Blacksmith's son trudged through the snow back to the forge, their brows tightly furrowed as if bearing the weight of a mountain. The furnace still crackled, casting flickering light that deepened the gloom on their faces. Unable to hold back, Wang Chuan quickened his pace to meet them. Master, Captain, what happened? Zhao Hanyo only waved his hand and remained silent. Blacksmith's son glanced around the room, then grabbed his apprentice's arm and led him to a quiet corner of the yard. He lowered his voice. Listen carefully, but don't let this spread. A few days ago, the county summoned some expert fighters to hunt down wild beasts that came out of the mountains. Their operation went smoothly at first, but yesterday some team suddenly went missing. Word is they were moving toward the mines near here, and they got trapped inside. A biting wind blew snowflakes across Wang Chuan's face, making him shudder. Experts from the county lost in the mines just outside Blackstone Village? Master, with this cold weather, if they've been out there for a whole day and night, I'm afraid their odds aren't good. Blacksmith's son's face darkened. We think the same, but the county's orders are clear. If they're alive, we have to find them. If dead, we must find their bodies. They've mobilized experts from county and nearby villages to search the mountains. Searching the mountains. Wang Chuan instinctively looked toward Zhao Hanyo. In times like this, only the best hunters get sent out. It was likely Zhao Hanyo had been specifically chosen. Sure enough, Blacksmith's son nodded and whispered, Captain Zhao is our village's best tracker. The officials named him personally for this mission. They said to gather all your weapons, provisions, and men within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, then head to the mine area to rendezvous. What happens to the village if Captain Zhao goes out? Wang Chuan's heart turned cold. The mountains are dangerous enough if he gets trapped, and something happens to the village during the night. Who will protect us? Blacksmith's son sighed long and deep. Recently, the beast attacks have lessened. Wolves and wild boars have thinned out a lot. The village should be safe for now. But Zhao's mission, it's risky. Even he worried about Zhao Hanyo facing danger outside the village. Footsteps sounded at the gate, and Zhao Hanyo entered, snow dusting his shoulders, his expression resolute. Old son, there's no way to avoid this. We have to move and stay alert. Help me prepare 3 quivers of armor-piercing arrows. Blacksmith's son dared not defy the authorities. He quietly handed over 3 quivers. Captain Zhao, be careful. Make sure you come back safely. Zhao Hanyo slung the arrow tubes on his back and came over to Wang Chuan. His rough hand landed heavily on his shoulder. Wang Chuan, while I'm gone, watch over the village. Don't let anything happen. Got it. Wang Chuan's blood boiled, and he nodded earnestly. Captain, we're all waiting for your safe return. Zhao Hanyo nodded and turned to leave. He took 2 days' rations and picked 2 hunters from the village. At the village entrance, the county constables were already waiting. The 4 of them stepped through snow deep enough to cover their ankles, bracing against the howling wind and blinding snow, and soon vanished into the gray-white horizon. Wang Chuan turned back and saw the cold wind swirling furnace ash, flicking Blacksmith's son's coat sharply. He lowered his voice. Master, Captain Zhao should be able to come back safely, right? Blacksmith's son stood silently in the wind and snow, not answering. Around them, only the cruel, unfeeling storm howled. Wang Chuan's heart sank heavier and heavier. Drink, drink. Over 40 players formed circles, each practicing spear thrusts on wooden stakes. The devastation of Tianshui village was fresh in everyone's minds. They all understood that combat skills meant survival. Their movements were steadier and fiercer than usual. Having already passed the first basic drill, they were now in the second round of spear thrusts, grouped in teams. The spears cut through the air, sending wood chips flying. Wang Chuan strode briskly along the edge of the training ground and stopped near the small circle where Lin Dehai, Old Li, and Zhang Kai were practicing. Brother Lin, he said in a low, serious tone. The others heard him and immediately stopped, their gazes gathering in circles. Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui pushed through to join them. What's going on? Is there a problem? They asked. Lowering his voice, Wang Chuan briefly explained. Captain Zhao went out on a mission, leaving the village's defense thin. I need to log off and rest now, but I'll be back at sunset. Please keep watch during the day and notify me immediately if anything happens. Since Captain Zhao had entrusted the village's safety to him, Wang Chuan knew the responsibility was on his shoulders. Lin Dahai's expression grew serious as he nodded repeatedly. Understood. We'll handle it. You get some rest, and we'll contact you at once if anything comes up. After Wang Chuan's warning, Lin Dahai had gained some reputation points last night. Though still short of leveling up, he was even more eager to advance. He raised his voice as team leader. Who's free to help Wang Chuan tonight? I am. Count me in. Several young players eagerly raised their hands. Lin Dahai quickly assigned duties. Old Li and I will handle the daytime watch. Hong Kai Bao, Zhang Kai, Bai Yuhui log off now and be back online by 6 o'clock tonight. Once the arrangements were set, Wang Chuan greeted his master briefly, then logged off. In reality, he took a hot shower, had a hearty meal, and fell asleep straight away, sleeping soundly until 6 in the evening. Opening his eyes, a robot served him a warm dinner. Lin Dahai hadn't messaged yet, so Captain Zhao likely hadn't returned. Wang Chuan ate quickly and logged back in. In the game, dusk had long passed, and the village gates had just closed. Zhao Hanyu and 2 hunters who had gone out during the day had not returned. Tension and unease filled the air, with scattered whispers echoing at street corners. Oldly, Brother Lin, you've done a great job. Now it's my turn, Wang Chuan said as he took over the watch duty. Oldly needed to be with his family, and said be careful before logging off and walking into a nearby wooden hut. Lin Dehai patted Wang Chuan's shoulder. I'm going to get some sleep. He'll be back after midnight. Wang Chuan knew he was aiming for a reputation level up and nodded in agreement. At that moment, the village chief hurried over, his expression grave. Wang Chuan, with Captain Zhao gone, your archery is the best. You must step up to protect the village. All the armor-piercing arrows have been brought here for you to deploy as you see fit. Understood. I will complete the mission. Wang Chuan clasped his fists respectfully. Climbing onto the earthen wall, he scanned the surroundings. Remaining militia and hunters were stationed at watchtowers in the four corners, alert and focused. Bai Yuhui, Hong Kaibao, and Zhang Kai stood beside him gripping their spears, ready to respond. In the village, fire pits blazed brightly, and the lamps glowed warmly through the night. The villagers were on edge, and the players didn't dare log off. The cold wind whipped snowflakes against the earthen walls, and a heavy sense of dread spread swiftly like the falling night. In the blink of an eye, darkness engulfed the sky. Hours later, a sharp-eyed militia member suddenly pointed into the blizzard, shouting, "Something's up! Look, what is that?" Everyone on the earthen walls turned their gaze in unison. About 30 feet away in the snowfield, a shadowy figure staggered forward, steps uneven and unsteady, clearly injured. The figure wavered a few steps, then suddenly collapsed with a thud into the snow, motionless. It's a person. Could it be Captain Zhao's group? Many players called out. Should we send someone out to check? We can't let them freeze to death. Open the gate. Quickly, open the gate and save them. Hong Kaibao and others couldn't hold back and shouted encouragement. Forgetting River felt a tightening in his chest. If it really was Captain Zhao back, even a moment's delay might be fatal. A few young militia couldn't contain themselves any longer and leapt down from the walls, rushing toward the dark figure. Others hurried toward the village gate, reaching to pry at the crossbeam. Just as the crossbeam creaked under pressure, a veteran militia member raised his voice sharply to stop them. Village rules. No opening the gate after nightfall. Are you kidding? What kind of rules are these at a time like this? Someone snapped back anxiously. If it really is Captain Zhao, are you willing to be responsible if he freezes out there? Yeah. Open it now. As the argument grew heated, the veteran militia was pushed aside. At that moment, the village blacksmith shouted, "Don't open the gate." Blacksmith's son held the second highest authority in Blackstone Village after the chief and Captain Zhao Haniu. Climbing onto the watchtower, he spoke coldly. If it really were Captain Zhao, he would have called out by now. Son's words suddenly sobered everyone, and forgetting River felt a chill run down his spine. If that shadow wasn't Captain Zhao, then who was it? Without hesitation, Blacksmith's son grabbed an arrow, swathed it in cloth, soaked it in tung oil, and lit it in one swift motion. The flaming arrow whistled through the air in an arc, landing in the snow near the shadow. The firelight instantly carved out a small glowing patch, illuminating the shadow's outline clearly. More terrifyingly, beyond the firelight, a snow-covered ditch was revealed. At its bottom, pairs of fierce eyes glowed in the flickering light, and cold iron weapons gleamed ominously. There are people hidden in the snow bandits. Everyone inside the walls saw clearly now. The two militia who had rushed out suddenly froze, faces ashen, screaming, "Bandits!" At that moment, they realized the shadow was just bait. The bandits had set a trap to lure them into opening the gate. Run! Get out of here! The two fled in terror, turning to sprint away. Whiz! Whiz! Two sharp arrows cut through the air in rapid succession. One struck a man in the leg, sending him crashing into the snow with agonized screams. The other pierced a man's throat, blood instantly soaking his clothes. He clutched his neck, desperation in his eyes, reaching helplessly back toward the walls before his body went limp. Bang! Suddenly, the supposed wounded man on the ground sprang up, the firelight revealing his burly, scarred face and yellowed teeth. Swinging a shield and raising an axe, he cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it! There's smart men in the village. The gate didn't open, let's break it down. Archers, provide cover. With his shout, over 20 bandits leapt from the ditch, their knives, swords, and axes flashing coldly in the firelight as they charged through the snow toward Blackstone Village. From top to bottom, Blackstone Village was instantly gripped by fierce tension. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The bandits, brimming with murderous intent, immediately turned hostile the moment the blacksmith's son recognized their identities. They quickly slashed down two militiamen, and then the three archers lined up behind them simultaneously drew their bows and released arrows. On the earthen wall, three hunters barely had time to react before the arrows pierced their flesh. Two were struck in the chest and collapsed on the spot, while another took an arrow to the arm, blood pouring out. The sudden turn of events overwhelmed Heichuan Village in an instant, leaving 3 dead and 2 badly wounded. An unprecedented wave of terror seized Wang Chuan, but Zhao Hani's parting words, "Protect the village," exploded in his mind, replacing fear with resolve. He planted his feet firmly, crouched low, and drew the bowstring taut at his fingertips like a full moon. The next moment, his armor-piercing arrow shot forth like a hidden thunderclap. The burly thug charging ahead barely took Wang Chuan seriously at first, but raised his shield in haste when he spotted the young man aiming. The sharp arrowhead pierced straight through the wooden shield and embedded itself in the back of his hand. The searing pain made him gasp sharply, screaming, "Clear out the hunters." That kid's got before he could finish. A second armor-piercing arrow whistled through the air and struck him squarely in the forehead. Thud! The fierce bandit's eyes glazed over. His body stiffened and toppled heavily onto the snowy ground. Wang Chuan's two arrows instantly put the bandits on high alert. The three archers hiding behind their comrades quickly fixed their sights on him. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The sharp arrows tore through the cold air. But Wang Chuan was already sprinting back and forth along the earthen wall's edge, narrowly dodging the deadly hail of arrows and using the opportunity to locate his enemies. Spinning around, he fired a rapid shot whip. The arrow struck from above, piercing through the leather armor of one archer, entering the chest and exiting the back. The man could barely scream before convulsing and collapsing. The battle suddenly intensified. The hunters of Haishida village snapped back to attention and drew their bows to return fire. But the bandits in front locked their shields tightly. Their thick armor clattered under the hail of arrows, and ordinary arrows struggled to penetrate their defense. An experienced militia leader bellowed, "Fall back! Defend inside the walls. They can't break through." With nearly dozens of able-bodied men still in reserve, the villagers heeded his command, jumping down from the wall to form defensive ranks inside the courtyard. Worried about becoming an easy target, Wang Chuan lowered his bow and stepped onto a pile of firewood and crates. With a few jumps, he climbed onto the eaves of the nearest wooden house to maintain the high ground. Just then, a bandit took advantage of a rough gap in the wall to leap over. Whoosh! The armor-piercing arrow flew without hesitation, piercing the attacker's chest. The man barely struggled before collapsing face up outside the wall, becoming the third bandit felled. But more agile bandits rolled over the walls and poured in. The village hunters had all taken positions on the roofs, where the twang of longbows echoed relentlessly. A chaotic storm of arrows resumed, sending several bandits rolling in agony across the snow. The hunters soon realized ordinary arrows were ineffective against the thick armor and switched to armor-piercing arrows. Each sharp iron tip sank deeply, spraying blood with every shot. In moments, 5 or 6 hunters bore wounds from the surprise attack, some seriously hurt, but they gritted their teeth and kept firing. Wang Chuan unleashed 2 more quick shots, arrows striking like wolves and tigers at 2 bandits in his sight. They hadn't even taken in the village's defenses before clutching their faces and collapsing, blood spurting between their fingers. Beneath the eaves, nearly 60 able-bodied men formed a spear wall, pressing forward in dense ranks that sent a shudder through any intruder. A single lapse in concentration would mean a flying arrow to the throat. Inside Haishida village, both militia and villagers wiped sweat from their palms and scanned the surroundings warily. Yet as more bandits fell to arrows and their numbers rapidly dwindled, their tense expressions softened into relief and newfound confidence. Even with bandits charging fiercely, facing rows of neatly arranged spear formations made it almost impossible for them to get close. Wang Chuan moved agilely, while continuously firing arrow after arrow. His shots struck true, piercing targets precisely. Enemies either died or were badly wounded. These bandits had terrible luck. Not only did they choose to attack Blackstone village when it was fully manned, but their force of about 20 tried to storm a village guarded by over 60 strong villagers and unknowingly ran right into a defense that included custom-made armor-piercing arrows. With layers of thick clothing and leather armor protecting the defenders, ordinary arrows caused little harm. But once the armor-piercing arrows flew, the battle turned instantly. 2 bandits armed with bows crossed the earthen wall almost without caution. Seeing what was inside, they panicked and tried to flee, only to be struck midair by Wang Chuan's swift arrows, their screams echoing as they fell to more down. Within a short time after around 20 bandits surged into the village, they were completely suppressed. The 7 survivors found their chests pressed by dense spear points, unable to resist, forced to surrender. "Don't kill me. I surrender," one pleaded sharply. But it was too late. The players' hands gripping swords couldn't hold back their anger. The righteous militia silently closed in, one by one spearing the chests of the surrendering bandits. All 27 bandits lay sprawled in pools of blood. The militia's eyes burned with fury, shouting "Damn you!" as they forced in final blows, their brutal decisiveness making all cries for mercy seem hopeless and futile. "Go check on Arrow," someone shouted, and everyone remembered the comrade outside who had been hit by an arrow. Soon someone returned with a grave expression, shaking his head. "He's gone." Wang Chuan's heart sank, for had died, and another was crippled in this skirmish. If not for Master Blacksmith's son and the experienced militia support, the casualty number would have been even higher that night. Yet, nearby Lin Dehai, Hong Kaibao, and Bai Yuhui looked unusually excited. They stared at the bandits' bodies with gleaming eyes. The bandits' gear hadn't disappeared at all. The village head quickly ordered the militia to search every corpse, uncovering numerous items: shabby iron weapons, battered leather armor, piles of silver and copper coins, plus a dozen bottles of medicinal salves. Master Sun walked over, scanning the bodies with a mix of contempt and anger. Those two, and the three archers bandits, trained somewhere deep in the mountains. The rest are just ordinary refugees. They probably heard Captain Zhao Hainik had left the village and dared to sneak in and profit. The village head's expression darkened immediately. If Captain Zhao Hainik were still here, he could smell bandits from miles away. They wouldn't have made it near the village gate. We've lost a few good men again. This winter's getting harder and harder, the village head said with helpless worry. But as leader, he had to hold firm, boost morale, and ensure no more mistakes happened before dawn. They found a total of 157 taels of silver on the bodies. The village head acted decisively. 40 taels went to compensate the 4 fallen villagers, 15 taels were allocated to the wounded for care, and the remaining 102 taels would be distributed by merit. Wang Chuan contributed the most and was rewarded 30 taels. The other hunters got 5 taels each, and the rest of the villagers split the remainder evenly. The villagers' mood was heavy and complicated, but the players were fired up by the village head's words, each receiving half a tael of silver, about 500 copper coins, a solid income for several days. For the first time that month, no one would have to eat dirt to get by. Eyes filled with envy and admiration turned to Wang Chuan, whose 30 taels equated to 150,000 copper coins, a considerable fortune. His total silver now weighed in at 65 taels, heavy in hand. Yet this hefty wealth brought no joy. His heart felt numb, as if sinking into an icy valley, weighed down by the sense that he had let down Captain Zhao Hainik's hopes, failing to guard the village better and firmer. With a heart heavy from frustration, loss, and guilt, Wang Chuan kept vigil all night. Blackstone Village remained peaceful, with no new threats appearing. At dawn, the village chief began organizing a team to contact the county magistrate's office, both to inquire about Zhao Hainiu and the other search parties in the mountains, and to report the murder that had occurred in the village. The county officials were highly sensitive to the bandit attacks on villages and immediately dispatched a constable with 2 aides to investigate firsthand. The constable who arrived had a ruthless, scarred face and an intimidating presence, but he was no ordinary officer. He was Hong Dabiao, a notorious fugitive long wanted by the county. A merciless criminal responsible for at least 5 deaths, including rape and plunder. Hong was a villain of the worst kind. The fact that he had been caught by the Blackstone Village defenders was unexpected. Anyone who could bring him in dead or alive was promised a hefty bounty of 20 taels of silver by the government. Besides Hong, there were 4 other wanted bandits with bounties ranging from 5 to 8 taels. Hearing this, Constable Qin Shangyong expressed surprise. He was well acquainted with Blackstone Village and knew that although the bandits had been roaming for years, they were cunning and dangerous. With Zhao Hainiu missing, it was rare that the village could capture several such criminals. After all, the village had lost some of its strongest fighters in the process. The chief did not put Wang Chuan forward to meet the constable, fearing the county might forcibly conscript him. Chen nodded solemnly and offered his condolences to the chief. I will bring back the heads of these bandits, and the warrants will be cancelled. The bounty will be personally delivered to you soon, Chen promised. The chief quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you very much, Constable. Chen smiled faintly. Blackstone Village has helped us capture 5 wanted men. That's a big favor to the county. It's nothing. As the tension eased, Chen lowered his voice to share inside news with the village chief. We actually have information about those missing people from the county. The chief's heart tightened, urgent to know more. What happened? Chen explained. All the missing people were found dead in the Iron Mine Mountains. Our search teams clashed with the killers, but they escaped in the chaos. Such brutality? The chief was shocked into silence. Yes, Chen confirmed. The murderers are evidently skilled warriors, the best of the best. While we have fighters here too, they fought desperately and fled deep into the mountains, beyond the reach of our search parties. Chen continued. To prevent further retaliation against surrounding villages, our teams have withdrawn to Huishui County. The magistrate now fears the killers will invade the county itself this coming winter. Hunters drafted from the villages have all been held here in town, unable to return home for now. Hearing this, the chief exhaled deeply, finally relieved of a heavy burden. His worst fear all night had been Zhao Hainiu's safety and that of the others in the mountains. If anything had happened to them, Blackstone Village would suffer an unbearable blow. As long as they are alive, there is hope. Chen advised, still, be extra cautious. These bandits are registered members of the Black Wind Stronghold, especially Hong Dabiao, ranked among their top 20. After this failed raid, with no sign of them returning, the Black Wind Stronghold will likely send people to investigate. The chief replied gravely, I wonder if the magistrate will show mercy and allow Zhao Hainiu and the others to return. If they come back, our village will have more strength to hold on. Otherwise, we may not survive. At these words, the atmosphere grew heavier. Blackstone Village needed the county's immediate aid and support more than ever. They can't come back now. If anyone in Haishi village is discovered by the killer to be involved in the plot against him, this martial artist of the highest rank could single-handedly slaughter your entire village without breaking a sweat. Chun Shangyong explained gravely. At this moment, having Zhao Hanyo and the others stay in the county seat is actually protecting you. Though top-tier martial artists tend to be proud and aloof, they rarely take the initiative to harm ordinary villagers. The village chief remained silent, listening. Chun Shangyong made his final decision. After Zhao Hanyo settles matters at the county office, he will immediately lead a team back to the village. Village chief, I wish you all good luck. With that, he and his men severed the bloody heads of 5 wanted criminals and displayed them like a grim warning in front of the county office. The village chief watched them leave, then hurried to the blacksmith shop, where he found Sun the blacksmith and Wang Chuan. He recounted every detail that Chen the detective had disclosed. Chen warned us that Black Wind Stronghold might send scouts tonight. We need to prepare defenses in advance. Sun's expression darkened. 4 skilled fighters dead, 1 hunter crippled, and we have only 7 militia left plus 5 hunters and Wang Chuan, 13 total. The miners still only have spears, just trying to scare off Troublino injuries yet. This fight with Black Wind Stronghold is going to be tough. Should we ask neighboring villages for help? The chief asked. Every village's best fighters have been borrowed by the county office. They can barely protect themselves, let alone support us. We have to rely on ourselves. Sun shook his head. The chief sighed. Let's hold out until tomorrow. Once Detective Chun returns with the bounty, we'll use silver rewards to attract brave fighters. That should buy us time until Captain Zhao returns. Sun furrowed his brow and said quietly, they'll keep forging armor-piercing arrows sharp and deadly enough to hurt them from the start. Any mistake and the bandits will swarm in. The entire village is doomed. Throughout their conversation, Wang Chuan remained silent. Only after the chief left did Sun call out to him to continue forging the tempered steel arrowheads. Then Wang Chuan finally asked, Master, is Black Wind Stronghold really that powerful? Sun's face grew serious. Black Wind Stronghold is the biggest bandit lair in Huishui County. Its 3 leaders are all top-tier martial artists, commanding a huge gang of murderous looters. We don't know their total numbers, but they've attacked the county seat many times. You tell me if that's formidable or not. Wang Chuan sucked in a breath. That strong? Does that mean our village has no chance at all? Don't be afraid. Sun patted Wang Chuan's shoulder. The 3 leaders are busy plundering the big prizes near the county seat. They don't care about a poor village like ours. Mostly, smaller lieutenants and their men come down just to extort some money, food, or even women. Hong Dabiao was just one of those subordinates. His disappearance might anger those lieutenants enough to send a few dozen men down the mountain at most. Things are urgent now. They wouldn't dare launch a full-scale attack. They'll probably send scouts to test the waters tonight. Either that, or they've already scouted us out, and will come knocking for revenge by nightfall. Make plenty of armor-piercing arrows just in case, Sun warned in a low voice. That night, though the words were few, a tense sense of crisis lay beneath them. The shadow of Black Wind Stronghold was steadily creeping closer to Haishi village. The blacksmith shop had prepared well in advance, stocking up on plenty of broken armor-piercing arrows. Still, at the thought of the imminent revenge attack by the Black Wind bandits, Wang Chuan's confidence wavered. He logged off decisively and hurried to report the tense situation at Haishi village to Instructor Yu. After hearing the report, Instructor Yu immediately grasped the seriousness of the matter and said gravely, Haishi village absolutely cannot fall. We've already lost 13 workers, and if we lose Haishi village too, the company's monthly gold mining progress will be severely impacted. He added, in fact, your weekly silver contributions alone rival that of an entire village. If Haishi village is gone, not only will our funding drop sharply, the Warring States workshop will also lose a blacksmith profession and 2 apprentices. That's a loss no one wants to see. Without hesitation, Instructor Yu contacted Su Wan. Before sunset, the 2 arrived on horseback, riding through the snow straight to Haishi village. At the village entrance, the white snow reflected the light from torches. A bald man stood there, several ring scars adorning his head, wearing a gray monk's robe fluttering in the cold wind, leaning on a black lacquered iron staff, clearly a member of the Buddhist order. Next to him was a man around 30 years old, a sword hanging at his waist, with a defiant gaze and the scent of alcohol on him, unmistakably a street gang member. Their appearance immediately put the village on high alert. Militiamen and hunters rushed onto the earthen walls, working together to close the wooden gate while nervously raising bows and knocking arrows. Wang Chuan, Linda Hai, someone shouted from about 30 feet away. The militiamen on the wall all looked toward Wang Chuan. Do you know them? Someone asked. Wang Chuan smiled faintly and nodded. I invited some reinforcements. They'll help us fend off the Black Wind bandits. The tension in the bows eased as the wooden gate creaked open. Wang Chuan and Linda Hai personally greeted the newcomers. Linda Hai lowered his voice, his eyes burning with intensity. Never thought, Instructor, you could bring these 2 here. Now the village is safe. You recognize them? Wang Chuan asked, seeing them for the first time. Only from a distance in the mess hall, Linda Hai recalled. They were among the earliest old employees following Boss Yu, already respected figures in the spirit domain and their martial artists. Before he finished speaking, the two men stepped closer. The gang-dressed man looked at Lin Dahai with amusement. You must be Lin Dahai? Martial artists have excellent hearing. Startled, Lin Dahai quickly cupped his fists. May I ask your honorable name, brother? We're practically family. Lin Sun, the man said with a smile, then gestured to his companion. This is Monk Dalong. Then his gaze settled on Wang Chuan, appraising the young man's fit build and bright eyes. You must be Wang Chuan, the blacksmith of Haishi village. I hear you can now craft forged steel arrowheads, all on your own? That's right. Wang Chuan returned the salute. Greetings, Brother Lin, Master Dalong. Monk Dalong nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Lin Sun looked pleased. Normally, our time is valuable, shouldn't hang around in a single village. But headquarters values Haishi village highly and insisted we come. He paused, then announced with an authoritative tone, we've taken over matters here. You all focus on whatever you need to do. Yes, with two masters here, Blackstone Village is absolutely secure. Tonight, we can finally sleep soundly, Lin Dahai said, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. He welcomed Lin Sun and the great monk Long into the village, seating them comfortably by the campfire. The blazing fire warded off the night chill, filling the air with the enticing aroma of roasted meat. Wang Dalong and Wang Wangchuan brought over several plates of freshly grilled wild wolf and boar jerky, placing the steaming dishes in front of the two experts. The great monk Long made no pretense, grabbing the meat with large hands and devouring it in a few bites. Lin Sun pulled a wine gourd from his belt, alternating between bites and hearty swallows, loosening up with loud burps while praising. I didn't expect such craftsmanship even outside the city. Wang Dalong, your barbecue would easily hold its own in Huishui County. Everyone's faces lit up with approval. Suddenly, Lin Sun set down his wine gourd and looked at Wang Wangchuan. Before the bandits arrive, how about showing us your blacksmithing skills? Let us have a look. Caught off guard but aware that Lin Sun was both a martial artist and an older colleague in the company, Wang Wangchuan couldn't refuse and nodded. All right. He exchanged a glance with Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui, who understood and went ahead to prepare at the forge. The great monk Long wiped grease from his mouth and said, you two go ahead. He'll stay here and keep watch. Lin Dahai smiled. Then he'll keep the great monk company. With roles assigned, Wang Wangchuan led Lin Sun toward the smithy. Inside, the forge fire blazed brightly. Blacksmith Sun seemed to recognize their skill and felt both pleased and nervous, but didn't interfere, silently stepping aside to help patrol. Wang Wangchuan went straight to the anvil where 8 glowing red iron blanks already lay. Grasping 2 hammers, he began striking. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the steel was repeatedly folded, slagged, and stretched. Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui fanned the flames and flipped the iron with practiced ease. The three worked in perfect harmony, the rhythmic hammering echoing like beats in a drum, 3 strikes in unison with a tight, steady tempo. Minutes passed. Where most would tire quickly, Wang Wangchuan remained calm and composed. When one arm grew fatigued, he switched to the other, breathing steadily and moving with unfaltering precision, as if boundless energy flowed within him. Lin Sun, who had been watching silently, finally spoke. How many levels has your forging skill improved? 2 levels, Wang Wangchuan answered without breaking rhythm. I can now forge 100 times tempered steel arrowhead blindfolded. Lin Sun nodded, calm but approving. Skill upgrades mean pushing your bonus limit further. You know that, right? Of course, Wang Wangchuan said. From beginner to modest proficiency, I gained 1 strength point. From modest proficiency to skilled, I added 1 agility and 1 strength point. Lin Sun smiled. Exactly. If you raise your forging to the mastery level, you get 3 attribute points at once. 1 strength, 1 agility, and 1 stamina. The hammer fell in perfect rhythm, but inside Wang Wangchuan's heart stirred. He glanced at his attribute panel. Forging experience, 479 out of 500, only 21 points from mastery level. Reaching that next step now would grant those 3 points, a huge boost for him at this moment. He'll catch up soon, Wang Wangchuan said, suppressing the excitement and bowing respectfully. Wangchuan was excited. The forge roared as he swung the nearly half-man-high iron hammer, smashing the glowing red iron blank and sending sparks flying everywhere, all the while listening intently to every word Lin Sun said because this information was impossible to verify outside. Brother Lin, are all the skills in the spirit domain like this? When you enter a skill and reach the first minor mastery stage, you only gain 1 attribute point, and at the second stage, 2 points? As he raised the hammer again and brought it down, he asked eagerly. Lin Sun looked at Wang Chuan, nodding slightly as if assessing his potential. I heard you learned archery through training in Blackstone Village. Mastering basic combat skills without a teacher or manual suggests you have both understanding and perseverance. Why do you say that? Wang Chuan paused, then swung the hammer down hard again, the firelight flickering on his face. To learn martial arts, you usually have to join a sect, Lin Sun explained with a smile. You pay silver, offer incense, and receive a martial manual. You can then follow the instructions to enter the skill. You probably haven't seen a martial manual before, right? Wang Xuan shook his head, looking puzzled. Lin Sun was unsurprised and continued. The spirit domain has countless sects, famous powerful clans, religious lineages, aristocratic family sects, even low-level gangs with basic techniques. The Dragon Monk Dalong's sect, Kongming Temple, is a branch of Shaolin. I joined Yulong Gang in Huishui County, a branch of the Transport Gang. We paid a lot to donate into the gang and gained scrolls of cultivation techniques to practice directly. Players like you, who train hard without a manual to grasp basic skills, are rare. But honestly, it's also the most time-consuming way. He paused, noticing Wang Chuan's hammer strikes slowing down unconsciously, and nodded approvingly. I heard you've been playing for 2 months, right? 2 months and 10 days, Wang Chuan replied. With a teacher, the first 2 stages go by quickly, Lin Sun said, gesturing with his hand. Take your archery for example. Hunting living creatures earns experience, like sparrows, pheasants, mountain birds. I've seen archers in the gang shooting fish in the river during missions, easily practicing their archery until it became second nature. Shooting fish too. Wang Chuan's eyes widened. He thought to himself how much time he had wasted. Having a master really made all the difference. Seeing his reaction, Lin Sun grew more convinced of his point. Of course, shooting fish and birds only help in the early stages. Once your skills become second nature, ordinary prey no longer helps you improve. You have to hunt wild wolves, boars, or even humans. At this, Wang Chuan couldn't help but ask, Brother Lin, what about close combat? Is it the same? Lin Sun was briefly surprised as he sized him up. Don't tell me you're a life profession player who knows close combat skills besides archery? Basic spear techniques, just mastered yesterday, Wang Chuan said with a shy smile. Lin Sun was dumbfounded. He spoke slowly and deliberately. You're saying that in just 70 days of playing the game, besides mastering the steel tempering technique, you also taught yourself archery and basic spear skills? Wang Chuan nodded calmly, his expression unshaken. Lin Sun's brows furrowed deeply. It was already rare to self-learn 2 skills in 70 days, but adding a third skill, his sense of superiority crumbled instantly. You really shouldn't keep playing a life profession. He composed himself and said seriously, with your talent and ability, you should leave Coach Yes Group, quit the gold farming line at the company, and join the clearing team. No thanks. Wang Chuan shook his head like a rattle. I'm in the game to make money and support my family. The clearing team fights battles every day, and characters get wiped out randomly. I don't want to lose everything and end up back at square one. Thinking of the 13 co-workers from Tianshui village whose characters died and were immediately fired, he was even more determined. Gold farming might be risky, but clearing is an even bigger gamble. He was counting on this high salary to change his social standing. Lin Sun was brought back to reality and sighed softly. You're right. The martial path is too dangerous. One slip and your account is gone. It's safer to stay calmly forging steel. But with your gift, it's truly a shame. No shame, Wang Chuan smiled casually. I'm making 6 figures a month now, and it feels solid. Besides, I'm going to practice archery and spear skills properly so that if something does happen, I can at least protect myself. All right, since you have a plan, I won't say more. Clang, clang, clang. The firelight painted the walls red. Wang Chuan swung his hammer like the wind. Before long, one by one, steel arrowheads, shimmering faintly, appeared on the anvil. Lin Sun picked up a shaft and deftly inserted the arrowhead, glued it, and wrapped the bindings swiftly and efficiently. The final product stats appeared: attack 5, armor penetration 1. Armor penetration 1, not bad, Lin Sun nodded. Normal leather armor and wooden shields can't stop that. No wonder the first group of bandits at Blackwind Stronghold was wiped out in your village. With skills like that, even if Blackstone Village disappears, you could find a good gig in Huishui County or other towns. Wang Chuan glanced at his status panel. Steel tempering technique, 486500. A couple more rounds of forging and head advanced to Master Artisan, gaining 3 more attribute points. The firelight cast a focused glow on his profile as the hammer rang without pause. Time flew by as Lin Sun and Wang Chuan worked and talked at the same time. Night fully settled, chilling winds swept outside the village. But the forge radiated heat. Seeing Wang Chuan's amazing aptitude, Lin Sun openly shared the inside stories of the martial artists and the spirit domain, and Wang Chuan carefully took notes. Then, a faint whoosh broke through the silence outside. Lin Sun leapt up violently, pushing off the beam with his toes. His long knife slid from its sheath, its cold gleam like snow. With a single step across the roof ridge, he sped to the top of the earthen wall and pounced out toward the village outskirts. Wang Chuan quickly set down his iron hammer, grabbed his bow and quiver, and dashed outside. The night wind outside the courtyard was biting cold. Snowflakes stung his face like tiny blades. The villagers still looked confused, none fully understanding what had just happened. Lin Dahai stood frozen in place, not even realizing when Dalong the monk had vanished from his sight. Wang Chuan leapt onto the village's earthen wall and saw the glaring blade glints cutting through the snowy ground. Thuds echoed as bodies crashed into the snow. Less than 30 feet outside the village, a dozen or so bandits clad in white clothes lay sprawled in disarray. Dalong's steps were steady as a rock, his iron staff slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Each sweeping strike forced the bandits to defend themselves hastily, the clash of blades against iron sparking fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. Every inch of Dalong's staff carried immense power. His heavy iron staff cracked a bandit's hand open, blood dripping through his fingers onto the snow. The gang leader's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, "Who are you exactly? Blackwind Fortress has no grievance with you." Dalong calmly joined his palms and declared, "Protecting the righteous and exorcising demons is our duty. Since I've met you, I shall send you straight to hell, Amitba." Before the words even faded, two more staff strikes slammed into the leader, forcing him to stagger back several steps, nearly falling to his knees. At the same moment, Lin Sun appeared silently, stepping through the snow like a shadow gliding behind the bandits. In a flash of cold steel, a severed head flew through the air. He caught it effortlessly, crimson blood spraying and staining the white snow beneath his feet. "Why waste words? Kill them all," Lin Sun said, brushing hair from his forehead as he examined the head. "This is Luo Sanhua, nicknamed One Ear, the fifth of Blackwind Fortress. The bounty is 50 taels. Not bad, this trip's payoff wasn't in vain." Dalong sheathed his staff and approached the remaining bodies one by one, checking their identities carefully. A few small fry from the Huishui County wanted list too, worth another 40 or 50 taels altogether. The two moved efficiently, collecting every silver coin from the bandits' bodies before dragging the corpses back into the village. Hearing the commotion, Wang Chuan and the villagers rushed out, pointing excitedly at the fallen bodies. Everyone was amazed. No one expected that just 2 men could take down a dozen heavily armed bandits. They all looked at Dalong and Lin Sun with deep respect and awe. Lin Sun weighed the heavy money pouch in his hand and smiled. "Not bad. I thought we'd come back empty-handed after all that trouble, but hey, raced the bounty and dozens more taels besides." He tossed a 5-tael silver ingot to Wang Chuan. "Here, Wang Chuan, take this as your finder's fee." The silver ingot landed in Wang Chuan's palm as the villagers around looked on enviously, their eyes wide with admiration. But a shadow of worry crossed Wang Chuan's mind. He hurried to ask, "Thanks so much, Brother Lin, Master Dalong. But now that we've killed these Blackwind bandits, won't they come back for revenge?" Thinking of the 3 leaders of Blackwind Fortress personally coming down the mountain, he grew uneasy. He feared that Blackstone Village might not withstand such a blow. Lin Sun and Dalong exchanged a glance. Their faces darkened noticeably. Clearly, Wang Chuan's concerns were well-founded. Lin Sun surveyed the still celebratory villagers and quietly pulled Wang Chuan aside, lowering his voice. "We can't handle Blackwind Fortress. Those 3 leaders are elite martial artists, and their men are nearly as strong. With only the 2 of us, a direct fight would be like an ant trying to stop a chariot. So what about Blackstone Village?" Wang Chuan asked anxiously, frowning deeply. Lin Sun pondered briefly, then said, "Your skills will be valuable here in Huishui County. I suggest you consider leaving Blackstone Village. Our company plans to relocate Linda High and the others too. This way, we can protect company assets as much as possible." Wang Chuan instantly grew restless. He jumped to his feet, urgency sharp in his voice. "Brother Lin, is there really no other way? My master is still in the village, and I—" Before he could finish, Lin Sun raised his hand to cut him off. The wooden table thudded under his fingertips, cold and hard. "This is just a game, Wang Chuan." He pronounced each word slowly, his gaze like a blade. "They're nothing but lines of data. Don't be foolish, look out for yourself. You've said it yourself. You entered Lingyu just to make money. Don't be your own worst enemy." Wang Chuan froze, his lips trembling. Lin Sun's words were airtight, but in his mind flashed the sweat and smiles of Master Sun the blacksmith pounding iron, the image of Zhao Heinyo carrying a spear to protect villagers. Admitting those were mere data was painfully difficult. Seeing his struggle, Lin Sun patted Wang Chuan's shoulder firmly but gently. "I understand. But this isn't some pastoral paradise for farming and retirement. It's full of brutality. The tragedy at Tianshui Village is right in front of us. To survive long in this game, you have to adapt." Wang Chuan glanced toward the twilight. Dozens of bandit corpses lay scattered, the air hung heavy with the stench of blood. Villagers and militia busied themselves cleaning the battlefield, their faces a mix of relief at surviving and fear of what comes next. The scene filled him with helplessness. Lin Sun was right. The weak and lowly can't even see the truth clearly, let alone change their fate. The only way forward is to grow stronger. To grow stronger means learning more skills and pushing your realm higher. He took a deep breath and looked up. "Brother Lin, earlier you mentioned martial artists. What exactly is the difference between quasi-martial artists, and entry-level martial artists?" Lin Sun smiled knowingly. "That's the most common power ranking in Lingyu. First tier, quasi-martial artist strength, agility, and stamina each reach 10, or their total surpasses 30. That means your physical attributes far exceed ordinary humanity halfway into the martial artist threshold. Second tier, martial artist hats tougher. One of strength, agility, or stamina must break 20. Clearing just one of these will crush most quasi-martial artists. For example, I have 21 agility. I'm fast enough that I could take on 10 ordinary quasi-martial artists on Ionon. Or take Big Dragon Monk, his strength is 23. If you spar with him, any quasi-martial artist falls within 10 moves. As for entry-level martial artist, Lin Sun teased, then paused without continuing. He went on, attribute improvements are tied to martial arts mastery. Without training any martial art up to advanced mastery, don't expect to push attributes over 20. Remember, the martial arts we practice emphasize specific attributes, unlike archery or basic spear techniques that distribute attribute points evenly. Big Dragon Monk's Arhut staff boosts strength. My Gale Blade mainly adds agility. So once I reach advanced mastery, I get a pure 6 agility. Lin Sun's explanation was steady and thorough. Wang Chuan listened intently, but felt a growing weight in his chest. A few quasi-martial artists are like clay dolls before a true martial artist. He sized himself up, 11 strength, 10 agility, 9 stamina, barely hitting a total of 30, just stepping onto the quasi-martial artist threshold. If he could elevate his 100 forging steel technique to advanced mastery, he wouldn't be at the very bottom even among quasi-martial artists anymore. In fact, every village that still stands outside the county seat has at least one militia captain with the strength of a quasi-martial artist. As Lin Sun oiled the bowstring, he confided to Wang Chuan, Zhao Hanyu from your Haishi village, and your master, blacksmith's son, are both quasi-martial artists. Those words made Wang Chuan catch his breath. Zhao Hanyu's archery was even steadier than his own, having reached a level of refined mastery, and his spear skills were also proficient, so being a quasi-martial artist wasn't surprising. But Master Blacksmith's son? In his mind appeared the image of the 100-time forged steel dancing in the fire, and his master's calm posture as he drew the bow to test arrows combined. His 3 attributes had probably long surpassed 30 points. Everyone just assumed he was a blacksmith because he kept his head down forging, never realizing his martial prowess. Lin Sun set the bow down and spoke seriously. Wang Chuan, your attributes are already very close to blacksmith's sons. With a bit more effort, you'll cross the threshold into quasi-martial artist territory. The sooner you break through, the better. You'll not only safeguard your life with that extra layer of security, but once you become a quasi-martial artist, many sects will offer you opportunities. Secret manuals and expert teachers will be within easy reach. Wang Chuan nodded. Thank you, Brother Lin. He didn't mention that he had actually already crossed that threshold when it came to your roots. Being Loki was best. Changing the subject, he asked, what about first-grade martial artists? How do they differ from regular martial artists? Finally meeting someone willing to talk openly, he wanted to squeeze as much insight as possible. Lin Sun's gaze seemed to stretch beyond the distant mountains. A first-grade martial artist is someone whose martial level is truly ranked. The simplest measure is that strength, agility, and stamina must each reach 20 points. There can be no weaknesses in any of the 3, so they can adapt on the battlefield at any moment. That is first grade, also called a grade 1 martial artist. First grade martial artist Wang Chuan memorized the term but felt a chill. Adding those 3 attributes means at least 60 points total. How many foundational skills had to be honed to refine mastery or beyond to reach that? After some thought, he cautiously asked, Brother Lin, if we stockpile a bunch of manuals and keep killing live fish and birds to grind experience, pushing all basic skills to proficient, could we just stack attribute points directly that way? Lin Sun laughed and shook his head. Many studios think that way, but when they actually try it, it doesn't work. For each level and category of martial skills, you can only learn one that grants attribute points. The first skill rewards points. Learning more ends up wasted. Wang Chuan frowned. What do you mean? Lin Sun explained in more detail. Archery and basic spear techniques count as the most fundamental basic skills. If you've mastered archery, learning sling or throwing darts won't give you more attributes. If you've learned basic blade techniques, then learning basic swordsmanship probably won't add much either. Maybe just a point or 2 after raising your rank several times. To gain more attribute points, you have to learn first-grade martial arts like Arhut staff or Gale Blade. Only when your rank rises with these skills will you be rewarded. You only get attribute points when you learn first-grade martial arts like Arhut staff or Gale Blade and raise your rank with them. Wang Chuan suddenly understood. So, Brother Lin, you've also studied archery and basic martial skills? He looked up at Lin Sun, who was adding more charcoal to the fire. Of course. Lin Sun tossed the fire tongs aside and dusted off the soot from his sleeve with a "this is just how it is" expression. Everyone has to train the basics. Any attribute points you can get, you don't waste them. But beyond that, to get your hands on higher level techniques, that costs a huge price, and it's not even guaranteed you'll find them. He shifted a wine jar onto the table. The scent of wine mixed with the scorching metallic smell of the forge. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Sun beckoned Wang Chuan closer to the firelight. Not long ago, a third-rank martial artist passed through Huishui County looking for disciples. Several noble clans in town pushed forward all their young prospects, offering 100 gold for just one acceptance. But the martial artist glanced over them, didn't even ask names, and just walked away without taking any. 100 gold? Wang Chuan inhaled sharply, his palms burning from the heat of the brazier. I haven't even seen real gold before. Lin Sun tilted his head back, downed a big gulp of wine, then wiped his mouth casually. I've brought my Gale Blade technique to an advanced level, but progress is slowing. I have to focus on grass flying alongside it, hoping to push my physical skills to first rank. When that day comes, I'll save enough money to try my luck in the black market. Maybe I can buy a higher grade martial art. Brother Lin, you're so skilled you're bound to succeed. Wang Chuan raised his cup to toast him. Huh. Borrow your good wishes and I hope you make great achievements soon too. Lin Sun laughed heartily and patted Wang Chuan's shoulder. You've got the blacksmith trade steady and reliable. Work hard, and you've got a bright future. The firelight flickered over their intertwined shadows as they talked through the deep night until the eastern sky began to brighten. During the conversation, Lin Sun carefully broke down the layout of Huishui County for Wangchuan County government. Influential families, various martial factions, and roving vigilante warriors posing as heroes. Outside the county, the Black Wind Gang dominated mountain paths. The Turbulent Waves Gang specialized in hijacking merchant ships. Along with roaming bandits, pirates, and corrupt cult leaders, these forces colluded against the imperial court. Wang Chuan listened in stunned silence, realizing just how vast, fascinating, yet dangerous the spiritual domain really was. At dawn, with mist still hanging low, Lin Sun and brother Dalong hoisted heavy bags filled with bandit heads. Before leaving, Lin Sun stood at the doorway, his gaze serious. Wang Chuan, you're good. I only shared all this because I vibe with you. Listen to one piece of big brother advice. Know when to let go, don't be soft-hearted. You have to survive first to see what comes next. With that, he firmly patted Wang Chuan's shoulder and strode away with brother Dalong, their figures fading quickly into the haze at the end of the official road. Wang Chuan stood at the door, heavy-hearted. Back in the forge, he pumped the bellows. Tongues of flame shot up as sparks flew from the anvil under the steel billet. He gripped the hammer tighter, pushing forward to master the advanced realm of the 100-tempered steel forging technique. Just then, his phone rang sharply, a call from Instructor Yu. Wang Chuan, you're in luck. Instructor Yes' voice was loud, practically buzzing with excitement. The prefecture sent a third-rank martial artist to station here specifically to clean up Wishui's mess. The Black Wind Gang's fourth leader and several lieutenants were rounded up outside the city and executed on the spot. The Turbulent Waves Gang water bandits lurking in the city's pleasure quarters were also wiped out, with several lieutenants arrested. Yu paused, barely containing his delight. All the forces around Huishui will probably have to lay low for a while, avoiding the wrath of the court's third-rank martial officer. The crisis in Blackstone Village was resolved. A third-rank martial artist sent from the county government took command rumored to be from the Six Doors. For second-rank constables accompanied him, striking with overwhelming force. All the local bandit leaders both inside and outside the city were captured, along with a large number of spies who had been gathering intelligence. Once the news broke, informants from various factions fled overnight, and the Black Wind Gang, the Furious Tide sect, and the roaming pirates scattered across the region quietly withdrew from Huishui County. At dawn the next day, all the militia captains temporarily recruited by the county returned to the village. Captain Zhao Hainiu led 2 hunters as they entered the village gate, where villagers had already gathered in anticipation. Soon after, County Constable Chun Shanyong arrived and solemnly presented 43 taels of glittering silver along with a letter of commendation handwritten by the county magistrate, praising Blackstone villagers for their courageous resistance against the bandits. The elderly village chief, overwhelmed with emotion, squinted as he accepted the letter with trembling hands. Wang Chuan looked at the letter and felt the tight knot in his chest loosen instantly. The village erupted in celebration, yet sorrow lingered, for comrades were gone forever. Zhao Hainiu stood silently at the gate for a moment, his gaze drifting toward the direction of the tombstones. Though his heart ached, he was grateful the village had survived. When Ironsmith's son saw him step into the yard, he was the first to smile and say, "All right, finally, everyone's back. With Captain Zhao here, we have a backbone again." The group echoed their agreement, and Wang Chuan exhaled deeply as if a heavy burden had been lifted. After collecting themselves, the first thing Zhao Hainiu did was reorganize the team. His tone was stricter than before, but also unusually approachable as he pointed out each person's weaknesses. Lin Dehai and the others noticed their once taciturn captain now spoke more and was willing to share everything. Under his guidance, several players quickly advanced into the third stage of training. Meanwhile, Wang Chuan had returned to the forge. The furnace blazed hot as he gripped the heavy hammer, challenging the next level of his mastery in tempered steel forging. Sparks flew from the anvil with each strike. Sweat dripped from his chin. 2 hours later. Ding. System notification. Ding. Tempered steel forging mastery level increased. From skilled to advanced. Reward. Strength 1, Agility 1, Stamina 1. A gleam flashed in Wang Chuan's eyes. He immediately pulled up his status panel. Name, Wang Chuan. Identity, male blacksmith. Hunger, 71,100. Strength, 84. Attack, 44. Agility, 83. Defense, 2.2. Speed, 11. Stamina, 82. HP, 100,100. Spirit, 8 inactive. Life skills. Tempered Steel Forging Advanced 0-2000. Next level, Mastery. Combat skills. Archery Novice 109300. Next level, Skilled. Basic Spear Technique Beginner 0-100. Next level, Novice. Current coordinates. Southern Continent Nanyu Kingdom Sana County, Huishui County Blackstone Village. With a combined total of 33 points in strength, agility, and stamina, he had finally risen out of the lowest tier of quasi-martial artists. Once inside Huishui County, he could find refuge among various factions or even become an apprentice to learn more advanced martial arts manuals. Wang Chuan muttered to himself. Joyful as he was, Wang Chuan soon lifted his hammer again and continued forging a new batch of tempered steel arrowheads. Since he knew that the higher his realm, the more attributes he could gain, he naturally hoped to become stronger. Right now, the Black Wind Bandits had retreated silently deep into the mountains, shaken, but no one could guarantee they wouldn't strike back later. Even after the Six Doors captains withdrew from Huishui County, Blackstone Village remained fraught with danger. Wang Chuan understood he had to seize this rare moment of peace to fully focus on improving himself. Ding! Ding! Flames roared through the bellows as the hot fire curled around, and sparks flew wildly from the anvil where the glowing iron was hammered down. Wang Chuan stood bare-chested, his muscles sharply outlined in the firelight, sweat dripping down his chin, his gaze clearer and brighter than ever. Holding a 30-kilogram hammer, his strikes fell with precise repetition, the clang of metal ringing like cracking ice. After who knew how long, Zhao Hanyu and Master Blacksmith's son pushed open the door and stepped into the backyard side by side. Just crossing the threshold, they saw the young man lost in his craft. The fiery sparks painted his profile crimson, shining brilliantly. Zhao Hanyu and son exchanged a glance and almost smiled at the same moment. This kid was solid, forged from the toughest stuff. Over the past few days, Wang Chuan had been forging day and night without stop, even darkening the skin beneath his eyes and slimming down from the toil. Yet the harder he worked, the more his aura grew restrained and refined. Though they stood dozens of steps away amidst the constant clanging and bellows, they could clearly hear the lowered conversation between the two men. Was this a new change from his attribute upgrade? Huh. Feels like this kid's strength and speed have improved again, Zhao Hanyu whispered. Before Sun could reply, the rhythm from the forge suddenly shifted. Ding ding, ding ding. Where before there was a single hammer strike, now it split distinctly into a double beat. Sun focused intently, watching as Wang Chuan's hammer seemed to accelerate like a fast-forward button had been pressed. What one strike could not vent at once, he now completed 4 times in a breath, striking in pairs with crisp, steady rhythm. Ding ding, ding ding. Eyes wide, Sun gasped, for strikes in one breath. Then he drew a sharp breath. This kid has reached a whole new level so fast, mastering the one-breath 4 strikes technique perfectly. Wow, this is serious. Zhao Hanyu clicked his tongue in admiration. I was gone only a few days, and he already broke through. Old son, looks like you've got yourself a treasure apprentice. Sun grinned ear to ear, nodding eagerly. Found a gem. I never got to fully pass down our blacksmithing skills, but if he can push them even further, I can rest easy before our ancestors. Their words reached Wang Chuan's ears, jolting his heart. He finally realized that after adding 3 attribute points, had unintentionally broken through a barrier, mastering the one-breath 4 strikes all at once. No wonder the folding time on each iron blank had been drastically shortened. The speed of forging the steel arrowheads had more than doubled. Knowing Wang Chuan had just broken through, Zhao Hanyu and Master Sun leaned quietly against the doorway, careful not to break his momentum. Only after Wang Chuan hammered the last piece into shape, tossing the 8th shining arrowhead into the nearby basket, did they step forward. He put down his hammer and wiped the sweat from his brow, raising his voice. Master, Captain Zhao, congratulations, Wang Chuan, your forging technique has leveled up again. Zhao Hanyu praised sincerely, his eyes full of admiration. Master Sun stroked his beard, smiling even wider. Wang Chuan, starting today, your master will bring out the secret techniques, saved for last. Those arrowheads won't challenge you anymore. Next, you'll learn from me how to forge tempered steel weapons. Huh, why aren't they useful anymore? Wang Chuan was momentarily stunned. He had planned to refine his skill by forging more arrowheads to push toward total mastery. Quickly, he pulled up his attribute panel. The experience bar for tempered steel forging remained firmly at 0 out of 2,000, completely unmoved. The 8 newly forged arrowheads had failed to yield any further experience points. Ugh, what a waste. Forgetting it all in the first hour was pointless. The hardened steel arrowheads don't even grant experience points. At that moment, it felt as if the sky above his head collapsed, nearly crushing him. The hardened steel arrowhead was just a tiny piece less than a tenth of a steel ingot. But if it were a hardened steel longsword or battle knife, it would require at least 3 to 5 ingots. The difficulty and effort needed to forge those would multiply instantly. If he really had to forge 1,000 hardened steel weapons to reach the next level of mastery a year, or several years, enduring 4 years just to gain 4 attribute points, the thought alone made him feel suffocated. What's wrong, Wanchuan? Don't scare your master like that. Just a moment ago, his eyes had been bright and lively. Now they were glassy and dazed. Blacksmith's son was flustered by the sudden change in his apprentice. Wanchuan looked up, frowning painfully. Master, how long does it take to forge other hardened steel products? Sun immediately caught on and explained, we have to take it step by step. After arrowheads come the hardened steel daggers. They're definitely more difficult and take roughly twice as long. With your 4-strike technique, it would take just over an hour to finish one. A dagger over an hour? Wanchuan was stunned for a moment. Then his expression darkened again. Including heating, quenching, and polishing, it's over 2 hours per piece. At most, 6 daggers a day. To make 1,000, that's half a year. Worse, daggers aren't consumables like arrowheads. Even if you forge them, nobody buys that many all at once. So half a year's worth would just sit in storage? Thinking about it, it felt like the sky was truly falling. This blow finally made him understand why Lin Sun switched to other methods upon entering the enlightened realms, because the higher the level, the more absurd the threshold. Ordinary people simply can't push through by brute force. Zhao Hanyu and Blacksmith's son exchanged glances, seeing his mood swing unpredictably. All right, Wanchuan, business. Zhao Hanyu cleared his throat, pulling him out of his spiral. The trouble at Blackwind Village is settled for now. But the county government just sent 6 fan-men captains to Huishui County because something serious has happened. Wanchuan pricked up his ears. What serious matter? How would I know? Zhao Hanyu glared at him irritably. This is a government secret. Do you really think the captain of a local militia gets to ask? You said it yourself. I thought maybe you knew, Wanchuan blurted out. Zhao Hanyu showed no shame and went on with his gossip. The 6 fan-men sent third-rank martial artists, captains no less. They never come out for trivial cases. And it wasn't aimed at Blackwind or the Rage Tide gang. Their presence was mostly to intimidate petty criminals and keep things quiet, so they don't interfere with the investigation. Wanchuan didn't interrupt. Zhao Hanyu nodded with satisfaction and analyzed in a deep voice. I deduced that somewhere near Huishui County, either something far worse than a cult has occurred, or a treasure has been unearthed. That's why the 6 doors captains themselves have come leading the team. But what does this have to do with our Haishi village? Asked Sun the blacksmith, his face full of confusion. Zhao Hanyu raised his hand, drawing everyone's attention back. The appearance of the captains means Huishui County is about to descend into chaos. If we get caught up in it, we'll end up like Tianshui Village destroyed and wiped out. At the mention of Tianshui Village, the room fell silent. Sun the blacksmith lowered his head in silence. Zhao Hanyu spoke with unwavering resolve. From now until spring, the whole village must stay alert. Unless absolutely necessary, no one is allowed to come and go freely. Avoid getting caught in this turmoil as much as possible. That makes sense. Sun the blacksmith was the first to voice his support. Seizing the moment, Zhao Hanyu added, also, I need to focus on training the miners and get a few more of them proficient in basic gun and bow skills. The more people who can fight, the stronger our village's defense will be. If we run into bandits again, our losses will be smaller. Agreed. Sun the blacksmith replied readily, secretly relieved since it was Zhao Hanyu teaching, not him. He had no reason to object. After that, Zhao Hanyu fixed his gaze on Wanchuan. Wanchuan already knows archery, but gun skills are harder to master. I intend to teach him a quick method to improve his basic gun handling, which will boost his close combat ability. Wait. Sun the blacksmith immediately spoke up, frowning. Captain Zhao, what do you mean? Wanchuan is my apprentice, meant to carry on my craft. It's fine for him to learn archery for self-defense, but gun training? Is our blacksmith supposed to charge into battle? Zhao Hanyu was momentarily at a loss, realizing he had overstepped. Wanchuan's talent was obvious, and since Sun considered him like family, it was acceptable for him to stay back and shoot arrows. But going into melee combat was too much. Master, let me learn from Captain Zhao, Wanchuan suddenly said. You can never have too many skills. Our forge produces tempered steel weapons, but the quantity is small and sales are limited, and we can't sell them privately. Learning more skills won't hurt. Sun the blacksmith was speechless at his apprentice's words. He recalled how had stocked too many armor-piercing arrows and was short on funds, which forced him to send Wanchuan to learn archery. Now, they really couldn't produce many advanced weapons. Seeing Sun the blacksmith's opposition soften, Zhao Hanyu smiled again, his voice full of energy. Good. It's settled then. Wanchuan, come with me. They'll teach you the training method first. You can practice on your own when you're free. Wanchuan bowed respectfully to his master and took his leave, following Zhao Hanyu through the gate to a small separate courtyard behind the house. In the yard, thick wooden posts stood upright in an open space, each wrapped in thick iron sheets, the surfaces pockmarked with countless sharp puncture holes made by gun tips. In a corner, a row of weapon racks leaned against the wall, neatly holding over a dozen long spears. The spear in the center gleamed silver, its blade chillingly sharp, a clear sign it was forged from tempered steel. Captain Zhao Hanyu stood firmly in the yard and addressed Wang Chuan, explaining that practicing basic spear techniques also requires real combat experience to sharpen skills, as progress in actual battle is much faster. He raised his hand in a pointing gesture and continued, but spear fighting differs from archery. Archery depends on distance and accuracy. You have to lock onto your target first. In close combat, however, hits almost always land. For a spearman, strength and speed are the deciding factors between life and death, especially strength. As he spoke, he signaled Wang Chuan to lift his spear, then turned to the courtyard wall and tapped on a row of wooden stakes. See these? They're wrapped in tempered steel sheaths, like wearing heavy armor. Ordinary swords and knives can't easily damage them, but if you unleash your spear properly, a single thrust can penetrate. Now you try. Wang Chuan responded promptly, stepping up to the stake, stepping back with his right leg, his body taut like a drawn bow. The tip of his spear pressed down slightly, sharp and unwavering. Zhao Hanyu nodded in approval multiple times. Thrust, he suddenly shouted. Like a drawn bowstring released, Wang Chuan's arm muscles bulged as he concentrated all his strength into the spear tip, driving it fiercely into the armored stake. Boom. With a thunderous impact, the spearhead left a distinct dent in the steel covering. If this had been flesh and blood instead of wood, it would have caused a serious wound. Not bad. Your power is solid and the damage is enough, Zhao Hanyu applauded. Keep practicing attacks like this, and your basic spear skills will improve significantly. Hearing this, Wang Chuan immediately pulled up his status panel, but saw his spear technique experience still stuck at 0-100. He wasn't discouraged without killing living targets. Progress is naturally slow. He took a deep breath, focused on the strength technique Zhao Hanyu had taught him, and swung his spear again. Bang! The second strike landed, adding another fresh dent on the steel plating with a deep, solid sound. Keep going, Zhao Hanyu urged. With every strike, the recoil from the stake traveled up the spear shaft, sending tingling numbness through Wang Chuan's hand. The exertion was far greater than his previous one-handed thrusts, but he didn't slacken for a moment, maintaining perfect form. After about 100 thrusts, his arms felt heavy and aching like lead. Zhao Hanyu advised, if your strength flags, take a break. You need to stay at your peak for it to count, otherwise it's all wasted effort. When I first trained, being able to thrust 100 times was already good. Don't push yourself too hard. Don't worry, Captain Zhao, I'm fine. Wang Chuan gritted his teeth and kept driving the spear forward. His status panel showed robust stats, 12 strength, 11 agility, and 10 stamina, giving him nearly warrior-level physical prowess, a level of endurance that would seem monstrous to an ordinary person. Zhao Hanyu was about to urge caution again, but when he looked up, he saw Wang Chuan still maintaining that thunderous pace, repeatedly slamming the spear tip deep into the armored stakes. The dents on the stakes grew denser, and the captain's surprise deepened accordingly. Bang! Bang! The sharp, heavy thuds continued relentlessly. Soon, Wang Chuan had thrust the spear into the armored wooden post over 300 times. Zhao Hanyu had been casually standing by, counting the repetitions, but as he watched the spear sink repeatedly into the ironclad stake, his brow grew more and more furrowed, and the shock in his eyes deepened. Wang Chuan, your physical fitness has actually reached quasi-martial artist level, he finally exclaimed, then laughed joyfully, his face alight with excitement. Fantastic. Having quasi-martial artist constitution means your training will be twice as effective. Ha ha ha, great. Our Blackstone village now has a third quasi-martial artist. The village will be even safer. Zhao Hanyu had intended to help Wang Chuan break into the quasi-martial artist realm using this ironclad wooden post training method, but hadn't expected Wang Chuan to have already surpassed it on his own. Overcome with happiness, he patted Wang Chuan's shoulder. Keep training. From now on, this courtyard is yours whenever you want. Focus on getting basic spear technique up to beginner proficiency. I'm going out to check on those troublemakers. After giving the instructions, he watched Wang Chuan's movements a few more times, then nodded with satisfaction and left. The courtyard quieted again, and Wang Chuan immediately brought up his status panel. The progress bar finally moved. The basic spear technique experience had risen from 0-100 to 40-100. Seeing the faint blue mark, he grinned. It really works. He quickly calculated. About 100 stabs raises experience by 1 point, so 10,000 stabs should push basic spear technique to small accomplishment. Remembering that Lin Sun once said all martial arts have shortcuts at the early stage, he felt reassured. Compared to hunting live targets with live arrows, this monotonous but safe wooden post practice was far more efficient. It would take just a day or two to see results. Convinced the method was effective, Wang Chuan raised his spear again. The whistle of the spear tip and the dull thuds against the post mixed as sweat dripped down his chin. After about half an hour, his chest felt like a bellows. Hunger dropped below 60. and his health began to slowly decline. Can't push too hard. Wang Chuan knew the consequences of overexertion. At best, training efficiency would plummet. At worst, hidden injuries could develop. He immediately stopped, ate some dry rations to replenish hunger, and used the system's built-in massage technique to work through bruising inch by inch. Once his condition stabilized, he logged off decisively. Sleep was the best recovery. Before exiting, the experience bar had reached 10,100. He closed the panel with satisfaction. Back in reality, Wang Chuan entered the company's employee cafeteria on the 72nd floor for the first time. It was daytime, and most colleagues were still stuck grinding in the game. The huge dining hall was nearly empty. Only two robot chefs busied themselves in the kitchen, while a cleaning robot silently patrolled the corner. Having the place to myself feels nice, so Hidecool would be great for streaming footage, Wang Chuan thought to himself, but then remembered the company's strict confidentiality rules. He quietly ordered a few of his favorite dishes and ate alone. After finishing, he went up to the 74th floor gym for a slow walk to aid digestion. He assumed it would be similarly deserted, but in the weightlifting area, he spotted a slender figure. The girl was slight, maybe around 50 kilograms, standing at the barbell rack preparing for a clean and jerk. With his keen eyesight, Wang Chuan noticed the barbell was marked at 200 kilograms and had several extra plates on each and at least 300 kilograms total. As she lifted it, her back muscles tensed like bowstrings, and the floor lightly vibrated. His pupils constricted to pinpoints. A 50-kilogram frame lifting 300 kilograms, that's impossible. Gym, strength area. By Jingtang. Her hair tied in a high ponytail, stood with legs apart in front of the barbell. The muscle lines on her arms clearly defined under the lights. She was unusually alert to the gazes around her. The moment she felt eyes on her, she immediately looked up as if pricked by a needle. Sure enough, she caught sight of an unfamiliar young face. Wang Chuan, whose eyes were wide open, stunned as if witnessing something forbidden. Bai Jingtang furrowed her brows slightly. A newbie? Aren't company newcomers supposed to be at their desks coding at this hour? How did he end up in the strength zone? What a hassle. Without a word, she calmly racked the barbell back, swiftly removing the weight plates, never once meeting Wang Chuan's eyes or exchanging a single word. Cold as a gust of wind. Wang Chuan blinked, overwhelmed by a mix of excitement and regret at having brushed past a world champion. He was certain he hadn't misread the numbers. 300 kilograms. Having spent a long time in the fitness world, he knew that weight wasn't just beyond most women. Top-tier male weightlifters would grit their teeth to manage it. Yet this girl had just finished a clean and jerk flawlessly right before his eyes, and remember, this was just a game studio gym, not a national training center. Her icy aura made him curb his curiosity and return to his original plan, heading to the treadmill for a slow 5 km walk to aid digestion. The machine's belt hummed steadily, but his mind remained fixated on that figure and the 300-kilogram lift. Over 20 minutes later, he ended his slow walk. Before joining Warring State Studio, his bench press maxed out at 200 kilograms, but after repeatedly activating strength attributes in the Ling realm, he could now bench 240 kilograms. Could that woman also have benefited from the Ling realm? Did the strength acquired there directly translate into real life? Or was training in the Ling realm just incredibly efficient? These questions swirled as he stepped off the treadmill, almost instinctively circling back to the bench press rack in the strength area. He wanted to test his new level 12 strength. To be safe, he started with 240 kilograms. Just as expected, the weight that previously pushed him to his limits now felt much easier. He quickly added the bar to 250 kilograms. Solid lift. Then another 10 kilograms. The pressure rose instantly, but he still managed it. In less than 3 months, his bench press had soared from 200 to 260 kilograms. There was definitely something extraordinary about the Ling realm. While putting away the equipment, turmoil churned inside Wang Chuan. With his expertise as a fitness influencer, he knew human physiology couldn't possibly improve so dramatically in 3 months, yet his body was undeniably stronger. At 80 kilograms body weight, bench pressing 260 kilograms raw was already monstrous. And the snatch or clean and jerk were at least twice as difficult as bench pressing, so what could he do now in those lifts? He turned toward the barbells in the center of the area. The weights Bai Jingtang had left on the bar totaled only 75 kilograms, feeling like a toy to him. The strength area was empty. Dumbbells and barbells quietly resting on the black non-slip mats, the faint scent of rubber lingering in the air. There was no one nearby. To be safe, Wang Chuan decided to set the weight at 100 kilograms, then powdered the chalk as he had been taught before. He planted his feet firmly, gripped the bar tightly, and used his core strength to slowly lift the barbell until his arms hung freely at his sides. The pressure wasn't overwhelming. He grunted sharply as he completed the snatch. The movement was crisp and confident. 100 kilograms felt easily manageable. The barbell thudded to the ground with a muffled boom, the iron plates trembling as the sound echoed through the empty training room. Emboldened, he casually added the weight to 120 kilograms, took a deep breath, steadied himself, and lifted against still no resistance. The metallic scrape of the bar against the plates rang clear, as if heralding good news. For the third attempt, he pushed the weight up to 150 kilograms, the kind of figure that would make most casual gym-goers hesitate. Yet again, success. The barbell rested rock solid between his arms. Finally, he decided to stop testing his limits. The world record in 2030 stood at a snatch of 180 kilograms and a clean and jerk of 210 kilograms. He was tantalizingly close, only a step away. But one wrong move could mean injury, and it wouldn't be worth the risk. He knew well that strength training was a double-edged sword, beneficial but dangerous. He was almost certain the sudden surge in his strength was connected to Lingyu. Only now did he understand why major studios not only tested recruits' physical fitness, but also forced them to sign non-disclosure agreements. If the secrets of Lingyu leaked, players worldwide would probably swarm in an uncontrollable rush. But who exactly developed this game? The backdrop art was steeped in ancient Chinese martial world aesthetics, and few countries would dare invest such immersive neural network technology into a game. He couldn't figure it out, and he knew no one could give him a definitive answer, perhaps not even the big boss of Warring State Studio. Curiosity killed the cat. Better to be one of the first to try it, he thought. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he left the gym and logged back into Lingyu. In the game, he followed his plan, diligently practicing basic gun skills. Strike, strike. His spear repeatedly struck the iron-plated wooden stakes, which trembled with each blow, while the iron rings buzzed. His experience bar inched up slowly. He buried himself in training from dawn to dusk, and only managed to raise his experience to 51 out of 100 by the end of the day. The next day was more of the same. Late in the afternoon, the system finally pinged. Ding. Your basic gun skills have progressed from novice to proficient. Award, 1 strength. Next stage, skill through repetition. His character panel refreshed. Wangchuan male. Blacksmith. Hunger, 70,100. Strength, 8.5. Attack, 4.5. Agility, 8.3. Defense, 2.2. Speed, 11. Stamina, 8.2. HP, 100,100. Spirit, 8 inactive. Life skills, tempered steel forging intermediate 0.2000. Combat skills, archery proficient 109,300. Combat skills, basic gun skills proficient 0,300. Current location, Southern Continent, Nanyu Kingdom, Sana County, Huishui County, Blackstone Village. Gaining a full point of strength in 2 days delighted him. To test the difference, he visited the forge to ask Master Blacksmith's son about the steps for crafting a tempered steel dagger. The effects of his now 13 strength points became evident immediately. Holding up the glowing red iron billet with tongs, he forged in one fluent motion. Hammering, folding, reheating, forging again. The 4 moves flowed seamlessly, sparks flying off the anvil with a sharp ringing. Ding, 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 ding. The hammer strikes grew noticeably faster, and the folded layers multiplied quickly. Standing nearby, Master Sun stroked his graying beard with admiration, pointing out details now and then. Strike squarely. Watch the heat. When reheating, he nodded repeatedly, praising, your mastery of the 4-move sequence is improving fast. The folding speed has picked up a lot. Soon, your dagger forging speed might match how quickly you forge steel ingots. Tempered steel arrowheads only required a fraction of a steel ingot just once, while a tempered steel dagger demanded a full ingot to forge. The process of crafting the dagger was far more complex than simply smelting steel. Heating, folding, reheating, folding again, hammering in a steady rhythm that sparked like fireworks. Wangchuan spent 2 full hours hammering the dagger's rough shape, then had to fit the handle and carefully sharpen the blade, each step intricately connected to the next. Under the guidance of his master, Blacksmith's son, he spent another hour before the first finished weapon was finally complete. The armor-piercing arrows were disposable supplies, but this tempered steel dagger was a real weapon in the true sense. When the system notification appeared before his eyes, tempered steel dagger, white grade, durability 100,100, attack 35, tough and sharp, but slightly short, use with caution. Wangchuan held the roughly 40-centimeter double-edged dagger, its cold gleam almost touching his face. Though short, it was lightweight and easy to carry. He casually whittled a simple sheath from bamboo and tucked the dagger into his waist, hidden but ready. This is the first weapon you've ever forged with your own hands. It's yours now, take good care of it, Master Sun said, patting his apprentice on the shoulder. Thank you, Master. Wangchuan lovingly stroked the blade. The cost of a tempered steel dagger, 5 taels of silver-covered furnace fuel, materials, and labor, leaving little profit. Then he summoned the attribute panel and was surprised to see his tempered steel forging skill had jumped by a full 2 points, his first time seeing such a double increase. What if I used more steel and more time to make something bigger, like a long knife or sword? Would the experience grow even more? The thought flashed in an instant. He looked up eagerly. Master, now that I've mastered the dagger, could you teach me how to forge other weapons? Of course. Master Sun nodded without hesitation. All my skills belong to you. Since you're training in spear techniques, he'll teach you how to make a tempered steel spearhead. Before the word good had even left his lips, Wang Chuan's mind was already picturing the long spear in Captain Zhao Hain's backyard, his eyes shining with fire. Master Sun demonstrated step by step. The tempered steel spearhead uses materials similar to the dagger but requires greater toughness. The spear tip must be extremely hard, with multiple layers of steel stacked at the front to forge fine, dense steel patterns. Flames curled, the hammer fell. Wang Chuan followed the key points, hammering for another 2 hours straight, sweat mixed with iron shards dripping onto his boots. Finally, he took a sturdy pearwood shaft, fitted the spearhead securely, reinforced it with iron wedges, sealed it with wood glue, and a brand new spear stood proudly complete. The system notification appeared once more. Tempered steel spear, white grade, durability 100,100, attack 37, 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger, 1 stab, and no sound. Compared to the dagger, the higher attack cap by 2 points ignited a fire in Wang Chuan's heart. This was his second weapon, his very first spear. This time, Master Sun handed the finished weapon directly to his apprentice. After all, he would need it for spear training. Wang Chuan glanced at his attribute panel. His experience in the 100 refined steel forging technique had reached 4 out of 2,000. As expected, crafting a finished 100 refined steel weapon granted at least 2 experience points. This gave him a glimmer of hope. If he could continuously forge these weapons in large quantities, advancing his skill level would no longer be a distant dream. However, the toughest challenge now was figuring out how to manage large-scale, efficient furnace production. The next day at noon, following his instructions, the robot delivered a set of black barbells to his apartment. Closing the door behind him, Wang Chuan loaded the barbell to 160 kilograms, took a deep breath, and easily pushed it up with both arms. Then he had the robot raise the weight to 170 kilograms. This time, sweat formed at his temples, and his breathing grew heavy as he felt his strength nearing its limit. Decisively, he stopped and had the robot carry the barbell back to the gym. The physical enhancements gained from his Ling domain character upgrade translated perfectly into the real world, flooding him with excitement. Being able to earn a good salary through gaming skills while steadily pushing his bonus limits in reality was a win-win situation he couldn't pass up. Fueled by enthusiasm, he immediately logged into the game to train. For the next 7 days, he spent his time in Captain Zhao Hain's backyard, sweating profusely as he struck the armored wooden dummy. His basic spear skill leapt from beginner to proficient, and his attribute panel showed 2 glowing lines, 1 agility and 1 strength. Unfortunately, the spear's durability finally ran out. With a crack, it snapped in 2. Wang Chuan had to craft a new spear by hand and continue practicing. Sadly, once his spear skill reached proficient, the wooden dummy no longer granted any experience points. His path forward was blocked again, but he didn't lose heart. Instead, he sought out Zhao Hainiu for advice on rapidly improving his archery. After pondering, the captain patted his shoulder and suggested, "About 20 miles east of our village is Tianshui village, nestled next to mountains and streams. It's full of sparrows and fish, perfect for practicing archery. If that fails, you can always practice shooting fish in the creek to improve your accuracy." Before he left, the old captain warned, "Winter's harsh, and there are many refugees. Even though Haifeng bandit camp has been quiet lately, who knows if trouble might break out suddenly. Leave at first light and be back before sunset. Don't let your guard down." Learning that Wang Chuan was now a quasi-martial artist, he trusted his ability to handle himself, but Wang Chuan still felt hesitant. The countryside was far more dangerous than the village. If he ran into a tough opponent, he might not just lose attribute points, he could lose his life. Was 2 attribute points worth such a risk? But if he stayed home, how else could he sharpen his archery skills during this long winter? After weighing the options, Wang Chuan reconsidered and remembered Lin Sun's visit last time. When Lin Sun and Monk Dalong had left, they had exchanged contact information. He dialed the number and was quickly connected. Lin Sun's surprised laughter came through the receiver. "Wang Chuan, huh? What made you call me? Run into training troubles? Just say it." Caught. Wang Chuan awkwardly explained his dilemma in full. "You're already a quasi-martial artist? Congratulations." Lin Sun laughed heartily. Then he offered advice. "I know Tianshui village well. There are plenty of sparrows and fish. You're worried about safety, right? Perfect timing, I've got a newcomer who needs training too. Let's meet there tomorrow, and he'll act as a bodyguard for you both." "Really?" Wang Chuan was overjoyed. He hadn't expected such an unexpected help from a simple phone call and agreed on the spot. Hong Kaibao and Bai Yuhui. "Good morning, senior brother." "Good morning." At 6 in the morning, before the thick snow had been disturbed by footprints, Wang Chuan met with his 2 junior brothers at the entrance of Blackstone Village. Both Hong Kaibao and Bai Yuhui carried heavy packs of provisions slung over their shoulders, with several bundles of newly crafted arrows tied on their backs. They greeted their senior brother enthusiastically, waving energetically. Wang Chuan, on the other hand, carried twin quivers across his back, a wooden bow resting horizontally on top, and a gleaming, finely forged steel dagger strapped at his waist. making his gear appear more complete than theirs. The three had agreed the night before that Hong and Bai would accompany Wang Chuan to train in Tianshui village, earning 1 tael of silver per day. Such a generous reward put smiles on the two juniors' faces. They were eager for the challenge. Before setting out, Zhao Hanio from the village only said one word: be careful. The trio then stepped into the ankle-deep snow and headed east against the biting wind. The cold wind swept snowflakes into their collars, and with no one else around, the sound of their footsteps and the faint clinking of bowstrings grew sharper in the quiet. When they arrived at Tianshui village, Lin Sun was already waiting at the village entrance, standing beside an unfamiliar young man. Wang Chuan, brother Lin. After greetings, Lin Sun introduced, this is Li Zikai, a new recruit for the pioneer team. Like you, he's at the quasi-martial artist level. Li Zikai was broad-shouldered and muscular, resembling a college track captain. Upon hearing Wang Chuan was also a quasi-martial artist, he immediately extended his hand to shake, but his eyes were drawn instead to the second quiver on Wang Chuan's back. Wang Chuan, those arrows in that quiver look unusual. Can I have a look? Of course. Wang Chuan pulled out a sleek black arrow and handed it over. These are homemade armor-piercing arrows. Their penetration power is far superior to regular arrows. Leather armor and wooden shields won't stop them. Just in case we run into bandits on the road, better to be prepared. Holding the arrow with awe, Li Zikai's eyes nearly lit up. 1 armor penetration, 5 attack. Can these really threaten martial artists? Lin Sun nodded from the side. Armor-piercing arrows are designed specifically to counter martial artists. Even an ordinary archer shooting one could be lethal. Then why don't the weapon shops in the county sell them? Li Zikai asked, puzzled. Too dangerous, Lin Sun said with a wry smile. They're controlled weapons in the county. Unless you're officially authorized, even archers from prominent families can't carry them publicly. Getting caught means legal trouble. Blackstone Village forges its own and uses them privately, but doesn't sell them outside. The local officials turn a blind eye. I see, Li Zikai said, understanding but reluctant to let go of the deadly arrow in his hand. Seeing this, Wang Chuan said frankly, if you like it, take it. Carrying 1 or 2 armor-piercing arrows in a quiver won't be a problem. Lin Sun rubbed his nose, but didn't interrupt. In the end, Li Zikai handed the arrow back with a regretful smile. Thanks for the offer. I'm just a runner for the escort agency now, and carrying something like this might bring trouble to them. Escort agency? Wang Chuan was surprised, secretly admiring this. After all, the escort agency was a recognized force in Huishui County and might have access to genuine martial arts techniques. Well then, it was getting late. Lin Sun spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. They'll scatter some millet around the fields in Tianshui village to attract sparrows. Before that, you all head over to the creek to fish. When the sparrows arrive, it'll alert you with the call of a cuckoo. Got it. Wang Chuan and Li Zikai responded immediately, setting off at once. Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui followed closely behind Wang Chuan, their footsteps uneven but full of excitement. Halfway there, Li Zikai noticed the heavy bundle of arrows on Wang Chuan's back and laughed as he shared with the group. Brother Lin said that shooting down 1 wild game only gives 1 experience point. Once you reach skilled through practice, you don't gain more experience from it. So I only bought about 100 arrows. My aim is average. I have to rely on quantity. Wang Chuan understood this well. He carried plenty of arrows mostly for safety. Winter in the wilderness meant bandits, refugees, and wild beasts could show up anytime. More arrows meant more confidence. They soon arrived at the creek at the village entrance. The water was knee-deep, mist swirling above its clear surface. Schools of fish darted between the gravel at the bottom in search of food. Wang Chuan and Li Zikai exchanged a glance and simultaneously drew their bows. Both had made some progress in archery, though still about 100 experience points shy of skilled through practice. This was a perfect chance for a friendly contest. Let's see who breaks through first. Li Zikai raised an eyebrow. Before he finished, their bows twanged. Whizzed the arrows sliced through the air and splashed into the water. Li Zikai's arrow struck a fat fish dead center, which flipped belly up and floated. Wang Chuan's barely grazed a fish's scales, sending water spraying in surprise. There's refraction in the water. The fish isn't exactly where it looks. Aim a bit off, Li Zikai coached as he knocked a second arrow. Thanks. Wang Chuan realized his mistake and adjusted his aim. His second shot still missed. Li Zikai, meanwhile, hit fish after fish, steadily climbing in experience. On shore, Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui were sweating nervously. Their usually dominant senior brother was being outshot by an outsider. If word got out, how would their team keep authority? Come on, senior brother. They cheered through the sound of flowing water. Wang Chuan stayed calm. After 2 tries, he figured out the rules of refraction and slowly drew, centered his breath, and released. Swish. The arrow pierced the water, hitting a white-bellied fish lying among the stones. Blood instantly spread. Got one. Senior brother got one. Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui shouted joyfully. Li Zikai chuckled, shaking his head as his arrow splashed into the water again. They cleared the creek upstream and downstream separately. With his new understanding of refraction, Wang Chuan rarely missed and soon caught up with Li Zikai. But there were only so many fish in the shallow stream. and before long, they had fished it clean. Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui rolled up their pants and waded in, hauling the wounded fish ashore one by one. Using nearby water grass twisted into ropes, they gathered the fresh catch and carried it back to Tianshui village. At the village entrance, Lin Sun stood guard by the scattered millet. Seeing them return, he grinned widely. No luck today, we didn't see a single sparrow. But it's been a while since we had grilled fish, so at least our bellies will be filled. He rummaged through the village and found some charcoal, then squatted to start a fire. As the flames flickered, Wang Chuan took the chance to inspect Tianshui's wooden houses one by one. Axe marks scarred the door panels, arrow holes pocked the walls. Inside, bloodstains speckled the floors, dark drying patches like ink blots. Damage from guns, chisels, and blades was still plainly visible. Though long ago, everything in the village seemed to silently tell the story of the dreadful night it endured. When the aroma of grilled fish filled the air, Wang Chuan, burdened with a heavy heart, arrived at the village's central clearing. Fat dripped onto the campfire with soft crackles, and the golden, crispy fish skin bubbled delicately. Lin Sun cast a sidelong glance at Wang Chuan, seeming to see through his troubles. He tore off a piece of the golden fish and handed it over quietly. Your Haishi village is lucky. That Six Doors constable from the prefectural government is still in the county town and hasn't left. Otherwise, given Black Wind Bandits' nature, they would have already raided Haishi village, avenged their brothers who died, and Haishi village's fate wouldn't be any better than Tianshui village's. Wang Chuan took the fish, his fingers brushing the hot bones, and replied mildly, the Six Doors constable will return to the prefectural government eventually. As long as you know that. Lin Sun sighed lightly, a flicker of worry in his eyes. The crisis facing Haishi village is only postponed, not gone. If I were you, I'd leave before the constable heads back. Lin, do you know when he'll return to the prefecture? Wang Chuan asked. Lin shook his head, narrowing his eyes. Though I have some standing in the Yulong gang, I don't have access to those levels of information. Rumor in the city is that this constable is investigating families involved in the iron or trade across Huishui, county tracking, or inventories, and their destinations. The reason is unknown. Iron ore? Wang Chuan paused. Is the imperial court worried about someone hoarding, or to rebel? Who knows? Lin shrugged with a carefree air. The realm's been chaotic everywhere lately. War could break out any day. Before Wang Chuan could think further, Lin suddenly changed the subject and patted his shoulder. Wang Chuan, join the pioneer team. Now that you're a quasi-martial artist, you can enter the reserves. I can recommend you into the Yulong gang. Together, we could make a name for ourselves in Huishui. At that moment, Wang Chuan saw through Lin's plan. Lin wanted to plant allies in the Yulong gang to increase his influence, which is why he was so attentive to him. He nodded gently and smiled. If Haishi village really can't hold on, they'll come find you, Lin. Good. They'll be waiting, Lin said with a smile. He figured Haishi village wouldn't last long at most until spring before following Tianshui village's doomed path. I have some informants in Huishui. When the Six Doors constable leaves, they'll tell you immediately. Then don't hesitate to not go down with Haishi village. Wang Chuan nodded, bitterness rising. If that day came, the Yulong gang would be a fallback option. After finishing the fish, Lin reminded them to hurry and catch sparrows. Wang Chuan and Li Zikai each picked a wooden hut with a wide view, where through broken windows they could overlook the clearing. The charcoal embers were doused, wet ash smoked faintly, and more grains were scattered around. The air was a blend of smoky fish and chaff. Under the night sky, the sparrow hunt began. Fluttering one sparrow after another landed to peck on the ground. Suddenly whoosh, whoosh, arrows shot from the hut's sides, pinning the first sparrows to the earth. Crimson droplets stained the dust. The flock panicked and swirled into flight. Wang Chuan steadied himself in the shadows, drawing his bow. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 sparrows were pierced through chest and belly, tumbling from the air. Then he pushed open the hut door and advanced, knocking another arrow. Moonlight gleamed on the bowstring as he targeted the scattering birds. Whoosh, whoosh. More arrows flew, felling 2 more. As the sparrows dwindled, he drew again and in a final blink, shot down 2 tiny black shadows. This round was a thorough defeat for Li Zikai. He was used to shooting fish from boats experienced with agile swimming targets, but he was caught off guard by the even faster sparrows. Except for the first arrow that hit the fixed target, all the others missed. 3 arrows, 2 misses. Li Zikai stood dumbfounded, staring at Wang Chuan's flawless 5-arrow shot in a single breath, utterly stunned. He clearly saw Wang Chuan's movements neither hurried nor slow, but swift and precise, completely unlike the archery skill level of 2 minor achievers. That moment made him deeply feel the gap between them. Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui had already crouched and rushed out, stepping on the snow to retrieve the fallen prey, casually covering the sparrows bloodstained with snow. Senior brother, great shooting, they called out with pride, their faces beaming as if winning back the honor. It wasn't just them who were shocked. Lin Sun, hidden under the eaves, also involuntarily muttered in surprise. 5 perfect hits in one breath. Wang Chuan was like a seasoned hunter weathered by countless battles. Wang Chuan smiled faintly. He had practiced archery more than anyone else. Among his 4 training disciplines, had shot over 50,000 arrows just in archery alone. Compared to Lin Sun and Li Zikai's shortcut manuals, his muscle memory and combat experience were forged through diligent, painstaking practice. His mind chased the thought and pulled up his status panel. Archery experience jumped from 154,300 to 159,300. The numbers rise made the corners of his mouth twitch upwards. Let's go again, see if they dare to come down. After saying that, the 2 archers slipped back behind the snowbank, quietly waiting for the scent of blood to be diluted by the wind and snow. Sure enough, soon another flock of sparrows, tempted by the grains, landed in Tianshui village, pecking on the snowy ground. Whoosh, whoosh. The bowstrings twanged in unison as Wang Chuan and Li Zikai both fired. 2 sparrows fell instantly. Li Zikai swiftly turned to a frightened target in midair, but unfortunately his arrow just grazed it, pulling off a few feathers. The chirping and fluttering filled the air. Wang Chuan maintained his steady rhythm, pushed open the wooden door, stepped out, drew his bow, released and in one smooth motion shot sparrow after sparrow down. This time, he hit 6 in total, with 2 even pierced by a single arrow. A double kill. Hong Kaibao bounced back holding the arrow with 2 sparrows dangling from it, excitedly waving his arms. Senior brother, you're awesome. Lin Sun couldn't help but step out of hiding, staring in amazement at the double kill arrow and giving Wang Chuan a thumbs up. With skills like that, you're ready to graduate. Then he patted the somewhat dejected Li Zikai on the shoulder. Archery might not be mainstream among warriors, but mastering it to Wang Chuan's level is a serious threat to any apprentice warrior. You need to train harder. Got it. Li Zikai nodded firmly. The cold wind bit sharply at midday, yet the sparrows kept arriving in waves, flying over every now and then. Wang Chuan reliably brought down 5 or 6 each time, his experience bar creeping upward. Li Zikai, lacking training in mobile shooting, could still hit stationary targets precisely but struggled with others, barely hitting one at times, his progress painfully slow. By nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Chuan's experience had surpassed the 210 mark. Seeing himself about to be completely outpaced, Li Zikai suggested going to the stream to try fishing instead. After losing the entire sparrow battle in Tianshui village, his confidence and fighting spirit were nearly exhausted. Wang Chuan, what about you? Going to the stream? Lin Sun asked. The fish aren't many there. They'll stay here to practice archery. Wang Chuan shook his head. All right, he'll go with Li Zikai then. If anything happens, blow this whistle, Lin Sun said, handing him a carved bamboo whistle before leaving. Wang Chuan accepted it with a slight nod and once again crouched into the snow nest, blending his form seamlessly with the white landscape, waiting for the next batch of clueless sparrows. A flock of sparrows landed to peck at the rice. 6 were shot down. How many were left? None. Wang Chuan stood steadily, as always, by the river of forgetfulness. He lowered his bow, his archery experience rising to 218 out of 300, his expression calm. On the quiet snowy plain outside the village, 6 struck sparrows spiraled down into the snow. 1 fell near a gray wolf. The wolf sniffed the bird, then lifted its head, howling long toward Tianshui village. The howl sounded like a signal. Suddenly, dozens of black shapes burst across the white snow, over 30 wild wolves scattering and circling, charging straight for the village. Hong Kaibao dashed out of the village entrance, face flushing with excitement. Hearing the wolf howls, his expression instantly turned pale. Damn, wolves. Seeing the dark shapes rushing through the snow, he spun to run back. Whoosh. Wang Chuan had already taken the high ground atop the earthen wall. Shadows surged forward. His eyes narrowed, sensing trouble, and he blew his bamboo whistle sharply. Toot, toot toot. The piercing whistle cut through the air, echoing far. He tossed the whistle to Hong Kaibao. Unload your arrows. Go find Brother Lin by the creek. Then, knocking a broadhead arrow, he drew his bow to full draw, aiming at the lead wolf rushing headlong. Whiz. The arrow flew, striking true. The alpha wolf didn't even get a chance to howl before it collapsed, blood splattering on the snow. The other wolves faltered, seeing only 1 archer on the wall, then snarled and scattered faster to encircle. Wang Chuan didn't pause. Whiz. Whiz whiz. Arrows flew in quick succession, barely needing to aim. The biting wind sharpened his shot. The wolves struggled in the deep snow, hit repeatedly, tumbling and howling. Within 2 breaths, 12 wolves were dead or wounded. Experience points flickered in his peripheral vision, but he ignored them. More than 20 ferocious wolves closed in. His quiver was nearly empty of broadheads. Sweat welled on his palm, but he forced himself to stay calm. Howl. 1 wolf reached the base of the wall, clawing the bricks, leaping abruptly, but Wang's broadhead pierced its eye, dropping it instantly. Though the wall wasn't tall, it gave Wang a crucial shooting platform. He drew again, emptying all remaining broadheads, each sharp head piercing wolf stomachs or throats, spurting hot blood. In a flash, his quiver was bare. More wolves climbed onto the wall's edge, claws dislodging dirt. Wang steadied his breath, stepping aside, drawing normal arrows from another quiver. At close range, steel tips were equally lethal. Bang! A wolf closest to him took an arrow in the forehead, howling before tumbling down. The wall was only wide enough for two, so the wolves could attack only in a line. Each wolf that poked its head out was met with an arrow. As one fell, Wang already knocked the next and pierced another wolf's throat. His footsteps were steady as an old tree, the bowstrings hum relentless as rain. On the snow below lay a blood-stained row of dead wolves, the white carpet streaked with red. Yet the surviving pack pressed on, scaling the wall, clashing with Wang in the narrow battlement. Hong Kaibao dashed toward the creek with an arrow quiver, glancing back nervously. Behind the village, the gut-wrenching howls and the twang of bows blended into a grim war drum. Wang Chuan remained unshaken. Using the wall as a shield, he stepped back with each shot, swift and decisive, the bow trembling in his grip. With another wolf's skull pierced, one spot atop the wall quickly filled with a new attacker. The standoff stretched along the narrow ledge barely wide enough for one. The air thickened with the scent of blood, their breath steamed in the cold wind. Yet more wolf shadows gathered. Lin Sun was coming fast. As soon as he heard the sharp whistle of the bamboo flute, his body shuddered. Instantly, he activated grass-flying technique, leaving Li Zikai far behind, and dashed wildly through the snow toward Tianshui village. When he arrived, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. On the broken earthen wall, gray-white shadows of wolves clambered up and down. Wang Chuan stood alone on the wall's edge, his expression calm and resolute. He retreated step by step, while drawing and releasing his bowstring armor-piercing arrows cut through the wind, striking the shoulder blade of the lead wolf. With immense force, the wolf was dragged off the wall and crashed heavily into the snow. One after another, the pack of wolves was struck by arrows, falling like leaves beside the wall. The base of the wall quickly became a bloodied massacre. Any wolf daring to leap forward was stopped cold by the swift, ruthless Arausno one breached the thunder barrier. Lin Sun leapt up onto the roof ridge, overlooking the scene. Outside the wall lay stacked wolf carcasses, and dark blood stains tore through the white snow like ripped cloth, a ghastly sight. He inhaled sharply. Over 30 wild wolves, even with his formal martial training. He wouldn't escape without injury from such a fight. But Wang Chuan, only an apprentice martial artist, had used the varying heights and broken turns of Tianshui's walls to calmly command and carve out a narrow path to survival, without suffering a scratch himself. It was nothing short of incredible. With a long, exhausted breath, Wang Chuan seemed to unburden all the tension from his chest. Only 3 arrows remained in his quiver. Meanwhile, not a single wolf in the village could still stand. Brother Lin. Wang Chuan had already noticed Lin Sun on the adjacent roof and looked back with a smile. The cold wind whipped his plain clothes into a fluttering roar, sharply contrasting with the cluster of wolf corpses beneath his feet. Lin Sun was momentarily speechless. Without pause, Wang Chuan vaulted down from the earthen wall, deftly gathering the arrows scattered in the snow. Before long, he refilled 2 quivers, then raised his bow again, drawing it full as a crescent moon. Lin Sun suddenly felt a chill of unease, until he saw Wang Chuan's arrowhead steadily aimed at the wolves not yet dead. A howl pierced the air. A poor wolf took another arrow in its thigh and fell silent. Wang Chuan muttered, 37 arrows, 37 experience points gained. Why doesn't this hit give any experience? Lin Sun approached and explained with a shrug, the first arrow hit counts for experience. After a wolf is wounded, its value is locked. Unless the next arrow kills it outright, no more experience is awarded. I see. Wang Chuan nodded and drew again, finishing the howling wolf with a throat shot. The experience numbers glowed 255300. One by one, he finished off the injured wolves, steadily raising experience to 270,300. At that moment, Li Zikai returned to the village with Hong Kaibao and Bai Yuhui. The 3 were speechless as they saw the village floor covered in wolf corpses. Done already? I thought I might get some experience from this, Li Zikai said, disappointed at missing the main event. Don't say that I didn't even make it in time. Lin Sun's words stunned them. This all killed by Wang Chuan alone. Senior Wang Chuan. Really? The 3 pairs of eyes stared at Wang Chuan as if he were a monster. Wang Chuan, still visibly shaken, explained, yeah, took advantage of the earthen wall structure. Luckily, I had armor-piercing arrows, or I'd be wolf bait today. Lin Sun nodded in agreement. Exactly. Without those arrows, it would have been a completely different situation. So many wolves swarming at once, I'd be done for. Everyone needs to watch out next time. Glancing over the pile of wolf corpses, Lin Sun made a quick decision. Too late to move all of them now. He'll gut them here, toss the entrails outside to attract any nearby beasts, then drag the bodies into the cellar. We can bring people tomorrow to deal with the rest. His decisiveness showed he was used to this kind of work. After dealing with the 37 wild wolves, Wang Chuan and Lin Sun parted ways. Early the next morning, each led their own team back to Tianshui village. The village looked as if a storm had passed through. Shattered wooden doors lay scattered in the snow, tiles, and collapsed fences were strewn all around, and wolf blood had frozen into dark red patches in the wind. The wolves' stomachs had been thoroughly emptied by their own pack members, leaving only piles of pelts and bones in the courtyards. Yet the cellar door, sealed tightly with a massive stone slab, remained untouched, the sole intact corner amid the chaos. Lin Sun arrived with a caravan of over 10 horse-drawn carts, the escort banner marked Qingfeng fluttering sharply in the cold wind. Qingfeng Escort Agency, one of the well-known outfits in the county seat. After winter set in, the county government offered a bounty for each beast hunted, 2 taels of silver per head. To save time, the agency raised the purchase price to 5 taels directly. By their custom, Wang Chuan and Lin Sun kept 3 taels for each wolf, with the remaining 2 taels going to the agency. The 37 wolves were quickly weighed and recorded, and every person's face reflected an unmistakable sense of satisfaction. As the intermediary, Lin Sun hustled non-stop. Once the task was done, he split the proceeds evenly with Wang Chuan. With a generous gesture, Wang Chuan tossed 5.5 taels of leftover silver to Bai Yuhui and Hong Kaibao. Here, split it yourselves. He then happily pocketed 50 taels. The 2 junior disciples eagerly counted their silver notes, rubbing their hands in excitement. After only 2 days on the road, each had earned over 3 taels, equivalent to 2 months of mining rock. Following their senior was clearly lucrative. The caravan rolled out of the village, hooves fading into the distance. Wang Chuan and Li Zikai wasted no time and returned to the stream to practice archery. The winter water was crystal clear. Glinting fish were swiftly pierced by deadly arrows, their blood blooming faintly red beneath the ice shards. Just within a short incense stick's burn, the system's notification tone rang out loudly. Ding! Archery skill advanced from somewhat accomplished to practiced and skilled. Reward: 1 strength, 1 agility. A smile lifted Wang Chuan's lips. Drawing his bow again, the strings sang smoothly like flowing clouds in water. The draw felt effortless, aiming faster, almost instinctively hitting exactly where he intended. He immediately pulled up his status panel. Name: Wang Chuan. Profession: blacksmith. Gender: male. Hunger: 82,100. Strength: 8.6. Agility: 8.4. Stamina: 8.2. Attack: 45. Defense: 2.4. Speed: 12. HP: 100,100. Spirit: 8. Inactive. Life skill: Master Steel Forging. Intermediate: 42,000. Combat skills: Archery practiced and skilled 0,500. Basic spear practiced and skilled 0,500. Location: Southern Continent, Nanyu Kingdom, Sana County, Huishui County, Haishi Village. Thanks, Brother Lin. My archery skill has reached practiced and skilled. He closed the panel. Lin Sun nodded in approval. You and Li Zikai both leveled up. For now, since shooting fish and sparrows won't add much experience, you can put archery aside for a while. Having received the silver and leveled up in archery, Wang Chuan was in high spirits. With both skills practiced and skilled, he'll go back to forging steel and push toward Master Steel Forging. Lin Sun smiled knowingly. Don't forget, you only have 3 skills. If you keep going like this, you'll hit a bottleneck. The strength and agility are good, but stamina is weak. To advance further, you need to strengthen your basic skills. Coincidentally, I have a basic fist technique manual. 10 taels of silver. I'll sell it to you cheap. Much obliged, Brother Lin. Wang Chuan cupped his hands respectfully. Seeing his eagerness, Lin Sun produced the boxing manual. Wang Chuan's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he bought it. 10 taels, no big deal. What's the second option? He asked. Lin Sun paused briefly before replying. If you still don't want to rely on the forces in Huishui County, you can gather 100 taels and buy a first-rate martial arts manual on the black market. The moment he said that, Wang Chuan's eyes lit up. You can really buy first-rate martial arts manuals on the black market? That was completely unexpected. Of course, Lin Sun smiled and nodded. Martial arts training costs money, and folks in the Jianghu usually don't have steady jobs, so selling manuals is one way to make a living. But first-rate manuals aren't easy to come by. They mostly leak out from big sects or famous fighters. Do you have any recommendations, Brother Lin? Wang Chuan cut straight to the point. I do. Lin Sun gestured with his hand. The first is the Gale Blade technique from our Yulong gang, which focuses on agility. The second is the Arhut Long Fist from Kongming Temple, which builds endurance and is widely practiced in the Jianghu. Lastly, there's the Black Tiger Fist, almost everywhere these days, but still first-rate. It boosts strength, agility, and endurance all at once, making it a high-level foundational fist style. He paused, then added, since you already know basic spear techniques, I'd suggest picking a first-rate spear manual instead. With a master's guidance, you'll progress much faster. Wang Chuan silently nodded and lowered his head in thought. Seeing this, Lin Sun didn't press further. After a moment, Wang Chuan looked up. Brother Lin, could you help me buy the Black Tiger Fist manual in Huishui County? Huh. Lin Sun raised an eyebrow, surprised he chose the one Lin liked least. Li Zikai also looked stunned. Why the Black Tiger Fist? Wang Chuan patiently explained, I used to be a fitness blogger, so I care about overall balance. A strong core lets you maximize both explosive power and speed. Besides, I'm a blacksmith when forging, strength and agility both matter. Plus, I've already learned basic fist techniques, so continuing with Black Tiger Fist will be more effective. After saying that, he wasn't sure if Lin Sun fully understood. Months of blacksmithing had taught him that too much uncontrolled strength just wastes energy and focus. Lin Sun shook his head. I don't know about blacksmithing, but I respect your choice. The Black Tiger Fist is just a stepping stone. You'll have chances to learn others later. With that, Wang Chuan took out a money pouch he had prepared earlier. When he handed in his reward last week, he secretly set aside 50 taels, which now combined to make 100 exactly. Black Tiger Fist costs 80 taels. Keep the remaining 20. Lin Sun returned the change and said, tomorrow, we'll bring the manual to Blackstone Village for you. With that, he grabbed Li Zikai and turned to leave. Wang Chuan walked back with his two junior brothers. The mountain breeze brushed their faces as they went halfway. Then Bai Yuhui suddenly spoke up, senior brother Wang Chuan. Do you think we should save some money too and buy a first-rate manual to practice? The past couple of days had been a huge shock to Bai Yuhui and Hong Kaibao. Wang Chuan had repeatedly taken action in the village, his arrows slicing through the air and bringing back generous rewards each time. That alone earned their quiet admiration, but it was the image of him last night, single-handedly shooting 37 wild wolves, that burned deeply into their minds. The calm confidence and sheer strength of a true martial artist made these two young miners finally grasp the true weight of being strong. Senior brother Wang Chuan had clearly pulled ahead. They too craved more than just a high wage. They wanted power, or at least enough to avoid being mere pawns whenever Blackstone Village faced danger again. This yearning led Bai Yuhui to ask, senior brother Wang Chuan, do you think we should start saving up and buy a top-grade martial arts manual to practice? Wang Chuan turned, slightly surprised. You want to become a martial artist? Yes. Bai Yuhui nodded firmly. I know I'm not as talented or hardworking as you, but I want to try. We heard what you told Boss Lin that Blackstone Village will face disaster sooner or later, that Blackwind stronghold might return, and the company might transfer us elsewhere. If luck runs out, we could be forced to stay and end up like those players who died in the mines of Tianshui Village. I want to have a backup plan to survive. He spoke with determination, and Hong Kaibao immediately added, me too. By the time you save 100 taels of silver, ITLLB who knows when you can afford a top-grade manual. Wang Chuan shook his head, then pointed out a better way. If you really want to change, start by mastering basic spear techniques. Captain Zhao Heine has been training us hard lately. Train with him. He'll help you pass the third test. That's easy. As for the fourth, thrusting your spear 10,000 times with one hand, a loud hat just takes 10 days of grinding. Even if you're slow, you'll make it. Their eyes lit up with hope. Really? Thanks, senior brother. We'll do exactly that. With Wang Chuan's promise, it was like a reassurance pill had been swallowed. Their hearts burned with resolve. Wang Chuan's face turned serious. From tomorrow, follow my plan exactly. Not a step off. If I catch either of you slacking, forget everything I said today. He knew such discipline wasn't easy for everyone. But if Bai Yuhui or Hong Kaibao could tough it out, Blackstone Village might soon gain a new quasi-martial artist. Don't worry, senior brother Wang Chuan. We'll stick to it. Yes, we can do it. They pounded their chests, swearing it with full conviction. Back in the village, Wang Chuan meticulously demonstrated the key to horse stance with a spear. Stabilize your stance, fine-tune every muscle, and gradually reduce the sway of the iron weight tied to the spearhead. Bai and Hong clenched their teeth and persevered. Though the weight fell quickly and the spearhead swung wildly, the amplitude did shrink bit by bit. They sweat buckets all day, refusing to give up, and resumed with the same determination the next morning. At dusk the following day, Wang Chuan went alone to Captain Zhao Heine's backyard to practice basic fist techniques. With the manual in hand, progress was quick. The essentials boiled down to 4 characters: stance, strike, straight punch, fast, fierce. Wang Chuan stood firmly before the iron training post, his strength score of 14 driving heavy blows that made the post thud repeatedly. The scorching afternoon sun bathed the practice yard. His agility of 12 made his fists flicker like the wind as he swung both arms like bows, each strike sending dull metallic reverberations through the air. After more than a dozen punches, his knuckles were reddened and throbbing from the impact, but he refused to stop. The young man had previously learned the basics of punching and understood the rhythm of charge of release. In just moments, he found his flow again and smoothly entered a steady state. Bang, bang. Every 20 or 30 punches, his experience bar climbed by 1 point, the numbers soaring upward. But his hands paid the price. The burning pain reminded him the hit points had already dropped by 2. Wang Chuan had to take a breath, wipe away the fine lines of blood seeping from his palms, and patiently wait for his health to recover before raising his fists to continue. 2 days later, amid the monotonous, high-frequency pounding, the experience bar for basic punching finally filled. The system promptly notified him. Ding! Basic punching skill has advanced from small achievement to skilled. Reward: Strength 1, Agility 1. There had been no attribute bonus last time, so this unexpected gift lifted his spirits. He immediately pulled up his character interface. Character Wang Chuan, male blacksmith. Hunger, 82-100. Strength, 87. Attack, 55. Agility, 85. Defense, 2.6. Speed, 13. Stamina, 82. HP, 100-100. Spirit, 8 inactive. Life skills. Master Steel Forging. Intermediate 4, 2000 next level. Proficient. Combat skills. Archery. Skilled 0, 500 next level. Intermediate. Basic Spear. Skilled 0, 500 next level. Intermediate. Basic Punching. Skilled 0, 500 next level. Intermediate. Location. South Continent, Nanyu Kingdom, Sanha District, Huishui, County, Haishi Village. At this moment, his total main attribute strength 15 and agility 13 sum to 38 points. Strange, why hasn't Brother Lin come yet? Stuck at a bottleneck with his punching skill, he desperately needed a first-class martial art to break through. After hesitating briefly, he logged out of the game and pulled out his phone to call Lin Sun. On the other end, only a continuous busy signal greeted him. Having no luck there, he dialed Coach Yu. As soon as you picked up, he explained. Lin Sun got an urgent order from the Yulong gang as soon as he got home yesterday. All martial artists have to gather and escort a convoy by water with the Qingfeng Escort Agency. It's a forced mission, so he probably can't get offline. Forced mission meant danger. Wang Chuan's heart skipped a beat. I hope Brother Lin Sun is alright. No big deal. The Yulong gang runs water routes year-round, very familiar with the terrain. Plus, the escort master and escorts from Qingfeng have ample experience. Even if they encounter the new Tao gang, they should come through safely. Then Yu Coach suddenly remembered something and spoke faster. Oh, right. Before he left, Lin Sun asked me to give you the Black Tiger Fist manual. I completely forgot. He'll personally bring it to you tomorrow. Hearing the manual had been arranged, Wang Chuan felt a huge weight lift off his chest. He wasn't worried about Lin Sun taking the 80 taels of silver. What worried him was getting the Black Tiger Fist too late. If the Black Wind Bandits struck Haishi Village prematurely, it would be a serious problem. Thank you, Coach Yu. I appreciate it. No need to be polite. We're brothers. Coach Yu laughed warmly. Actually, Lin Sun has been trying to get you to join the Yulong gang. If he hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have even known you've stepped into the quasi-martial artist ranks. Hey, I guess I'm lucky. Luck is part of strength. Haishi Village is a small place after all. It's a shame to waste your blacksmithing talent and skills there. If you want to come to Huishui County, I can help set you up. Thanks, Coach Yu. But I want to learn more forging techniques from Master Blacksmith's son first. He'll think about moving to the city later. Wang Chuan declined politely. Yu Jiaodo was not angry about Wang Chuan's stubbornness. The next morning, he personally brought the fist manual to Haishi Village. Although Yu Jiaodo was only the leader of the Jin team, he was a true martial artist. His official constable uniform was perfectly fitted and wrinkle-free, and he rode a tall, spirited horse. As soon as the horse's hooves struck the village entrance, dust flew up, immediately alerting the village chief and Captain Zhao Hainik. Without exchanging greetings, Yu Jiaodo got straight to the point. I want to see Wang Chuan. Then he pulled out a fist manual, tossed it to the chief, cracked his whip, and rode off like a flash. The cover of the manual bore the characters Black Tiger Fist in ink, a first-rate martial art, mastering which would grasp the essence of Black Tiger Fist. Wang Chuan took the scroll and flipped through it on the spot. As the pages turned, he felt transported into the world described within. He saw a burly man demonstrating moves before him. Left palm shielding like a shield, right claw hooking fiercely, opening wide with powerful strikes aimed straight at vital points, accompanied by tiger-like roars of fierce wind carrying murderous intent. The entire set consisted of 12 moves: pounce, grab, hook, tear, slap, ram, elbow strike, leg sweep, headbutt, bear hug, double headbutt, and whip kick. The manual noted that repeating each move 1,000 times would unlock the Black Tiger essence and mark the entry level. After memorizing the moves, Wang Chuan hurried to Captain Zhao Hainik's backyard. Inside the stone-walled courtyard stood a single opponent, a heavy, ironclad wooden post. The village chief and Zhao Hainik stood side by side, silently watching. Didn't expect his connections in the county to be so extensive. The Yulong gang, Kongming Temple, now even the constables are befriending him, the village chief murmured. Haishi Village probably can't keep this kid much longer. Zhao Hainik nodded but kept his eyes on the courtyard. He's loyal by nature. The only reason he stayed this long is for his master. Sigh, those who can leave eventually will. Wang Chuan had already sunk into the spirit of the fist. He leapt forward, hands transforming into claws, striking the post hard. Then hooked, tore, slapped, and rammed in one fluid sequence, followed by spinning elbow strikes, headbutts, bear hugs, and double headbutts, finishing with a whip kick sweeping low and a leg sweep, the fierce wind howling. Each powerful hit made the ironclad post shudder. He rearranged the moves to his own rhythm, his attack flowing smoother and smoother. With 15 points in strength, each punch tore through the air with explosive force. 13 points in agility ensured the transitions were lightning fast. Bang, bang. Shadows of fists intertwined in the yard, dust swirling, revealing the sharp aura of a near warrior. Zhao Hainik watched with quiet satisfaction. Half a day later, after replenishing his energy with some meat jerky, Wang Chuan dove into another round of grueling training. The system had yet to give a prompt. He knew he hadn't fully mastered it and needed to keep practicing. The afternoon sun blazed down, but his fist winds grew relentless. The entire set of moves, like a sudden storm, was completed within 2 breaths, no longer the work of a beginner. The iron post shook non-stop, with chips flying, but he was unaware, sweat dripping off his chin as his punches grew more ferocious. Time slipped away without his notice. Ding! Mastery of entry-level Black Tiger Fist achieved. Next stage, modest progress. The system finally sent a notification. Wang Chuan curled the corners of his mouth into a smile, sweat dampening his face. Having the martial arts manual made learning surprisingly easy. Less than a day into practicing Black Tiger Fist, he had already stepped onto the threshold of first-rank martial arts initiation. But initiation was just the beginning. He didn't stop. Turning back, he poured his punches and kicks into the ironclad wooden dummy. Thud! Thud! Fist shadows overlapped again and again. After one round of combinations, his experience points hadn't budged, but he wasn't discouraged. Thud! Thud! After dozens of rounds, he could clearly feel his strikes growing heavier, his movements more crisp and connected. The dummy's vibrations visibly increased. A continuous low rumble brought a near exhilarating sense of clarity. Each move matched the manual's demonstrations more and more. Unconsciously, his repetitions had climbed into the hundreds. As night fell, his phone alarm suddenly rang, reminding him it was midnight. Reflexively opening his status panel, he was shocked by the numbers. Black Tiger Fist Initiation, Level 99100. Next stage, modest achievement. Just one step away. Without hesitation, he returned to the training area and unleashed another dozen rounds of Black Tiger Fist. Ding! The system message popped up. First rank martial art Black Tiger Fist advanced from initiation level to modest achievement. Next stage, proficiency. Reward, Stamina 1. A cool sensation seemed to flow through his body, fatigue instantly fading by more than half. Though only 1 stamina, his HP also increased by 10 points. Better than nothing. Status panel. Name, Wang Chuan male. Occupation, blacksmith. Hunger, 82,100. Strength, 87. Attack, 55. Agility, 85. Defense, 2.6. Speed, 13. Stamina, 83. HP, 110,110. Spirit, 8 inactive. Life skills. Steel Forging Mastery Intermediate 41,000. Next stage, Mastery. Combat skills. Archery Proficiency 0,500. Next stage, Intermediate. Basic Spear Technique Proficiency 0,500. Next stage, Intermediate. First rank Martial Art. Black Tiger Fist Modest Achievement 0,300. Next stage, Proficiency. Current location, Southern Continent, Nanyu Kingdom, Sanhe County, Huishui District, Haishi Village. One more day of training, and I can push Black Tiger Fist to proficiency, he thought to himself. Yet, early the next morning, a phone call shattered all his plans. Lin Sun's in trouble. Instructor Yes' voice was tight with restraint. Several ships of goods jointly escorted by the Yulong Gang and Qingfeng Escort Agency had been ambushed in the territory of the Angry Waves Gang. The escort team suffered heavy casualties. 5 martial artists, 18 quasi-martial artists, and dozens of crew members, with only 2 survivors: Lin Sun, the Swift Courier, and He Han, chief escort of Qingfeng Agency. Lin Sun had been struck by 3 arrows upon landing. Though alive, he had a persistent high fever and was taken to Wishui's medical clinic. He Han was also severely wounded by arrows. Both were still clinging to life. How could this happen? Wang Chuan's face darkened. They'll call him. No. Instructor, you cut him off immediately. Lin Sun must stay online to maintain his character. If his mental support breaks, the character could die any moment. Don't worry, the team will handle it properly. We're telling you this so you can prepare. Prepare for what? Lin Sun is our most critical piece embedded in the Yulong Gang. He can't be lost. Yulong just lost 3 martial artists and 8 quasi-martial artists. They're definitely scrambling to recruit. The higher-ups have decided. Mobilize all quasi-martial artist members in Huishui District to enter Yulong immediately. That's their order. Leaving Blackstone Village. Wang Chuan hadn't expected the day to come so soon, but the employment contract was crystal clear. As long as his character faced no life-threatening danger, he had to obey the studio's orders unconditionally. Instructor Yes' call left no room for negotiation. Within 24 hours. He had to sever all ties with Blackstone Village and report immediately to Huishui County. As soon as the notice was out, Lin Dehai was the first to be stunned. Word spread quickly through the village, and a group gathered to see him off, their faces full of reluctant sadness. Wang Chuan first went to the blacksmith shop to bid farewell to Master Blacksmith Sun. Inside the cramped workshop, the embers glowed dim red, and the hammer lay across the anvil. Sun's gaze darkened as he saw his disciple's solemn expression. Blackstone Village is too small for you now. Your forging skills have caught up with, and even surpassed mine. There's nothing more I can teach you. Wang Chuan clasped his hands respectfully and said firmly, I owe all I am to Master's careful guidance. When I have time, I will definitely come back to visit. The old man nodded slightly and asked, have you thought about where you'll settle? My friends said the Yulong gang is recruiting prospective warriors. I plan to try my luck there. Sun frowned slightly. The Yulong gang is a local force in Huishui with close ties to the authorities. They're not a shady outfit. But the martial world is full of excess and pleasures. Don't fall into those traps and neglect your training. Understood, Master. The Yulong gang has a blacksmith shop and a weapons store. I want to work there first to continue honing the hundredfold steel forging technique, practice my martial arts, and get familiar with Huishui. Hearing that Wang Chuan wasn't abandoning forging, Sun broke into a smile. Good. You've already mastered the One Chi, 4 strikes forging technique. It would be a shame to waste it. Once in Huishui, aim to become the top blacksmith there. After bidding farewell, Sun personally carried the hundredfold steel spear and Wang Chuan's pack, walking his disciple to the edge of the village. The news arrived, and Bai Yuhui and Hong Kaibao also rushed over. Their eyes were red, but they forced themselves calm. Senior brother, don't worry. Once we master the basic spear techniques, we'll join you in Huishui. Yes, we're already on the 4th stage of training, and we'll soon master the basics. Wang Chuan nodded and smiled, acknowledging each of them. At that moment, Captain Zhao Hainiu stepped forward silently and slipped something into Wang Chuan's hand. Looking down, he saw a blue cover with 4 golden characters embossed, 100 steps piercing willow. A first-rate archery manual, Zhao said quietly. Once mastered, you can hit a willow leaf at 100 paces, hitting exactly where you aim. Wang Chuan's palm trembled slightly. This was a priceless, top-tier martial arts manual. He looked at Zhao Hainiu, his voice thick with emotion. In just a few months, he had been carefully guided by 2 masters in Blackstone Village. Now, though the troubles of Blackwind Stronghold remained unresolved, he was forced by company orders to leave alone. The weight of the manual felt heavy in his hand, but heavier still was the feeling in his heart, a nagging shame, as if fleeing the battlefield made him a deserter betraying Blackstone Village. As usual, Zhao Hainiu patted his shoulder and said, I can't just hand over this martial arts manual for free. Once you get to Huishui County, where the news travels faster than here, if you see the 6th sect gate captain leave, I hope you can step in and watch out for Haishi Village, or if Haifeng bandit camp attacks, be the first to rush to help. Ding. A system prompt suddenly appeared. Do you accept the mission to aid Haishi Village? Mission details. Upon receiving this prompt, immediately come to Haishi Village's aid, repel the Haifeng bandit camp, and protect the village. Reward. Top-grade martial arts manual 100 steps piercing willow. So it came with conditions. Wang Chuan didn't hesitate for a moment and nodded immediately. All right. I accept, Captain Zhao. If Haishi Village is in trouble, he'll come back at once. Mission accepted. System prompt. Acquired 100 steps piercing willow. Zhao Hainiu grinned widely, his thick palm still resting on Wang Chuan's shoulder. Wang Chuan, you're a grateful kid, and I trust you. With your help, the village has a better chance. Now gotta keep those waiting for you anxious. At the village gate, morning mist drifted lightly. Instructor Yu was already waiting, holding the reins of a blue-gray horse. Wang Chuan glanced back at the villagers and players who had worked alongside him for months, standing silently by the fence, their eyes burning with a mix of hope and worry. Dozens of familiar faces met his gaze. He nodded deeply in farewell, then took the satchel and forged steel spear handed over by his master, and quickly strapped them to the saddle. The horse's hooves struck the dusty earth outside the village with steady claps. You looked relaxed but spoke earnestly. Once you leave Haishi Village and reach Huishui County, you'll see the world is far bigger than you imagine. But the county town is far more dangerous. Remember to hold back your sharpness and be cautious. Don't stir up trouble. There are plenty of quasi-martial artists and full martial artists there. Even the seasoned pioneers must follow the rules and dare not act recklessly. What kind of rules? Wang Chuan asked. The governments are clear no weapons fights in the city, though fistfights are allowed. If a fight gets out of hand, the loser could be bedridden for weeks or worse, damage to muscles and chi flow. Yes, eyes swept the official road ahead. Farther in, families have their codes, gangs have their rules, and the Jianghu customs are even stricter. Simply put, the weak obey the strong. But once you gain power, you can't show weakness, or your allies won't hold their heads up. This world is deep. One day you'll understand. He paused and pointed forward. Let me tell you about the Yulong gang. It's a branch of the Chao gang, mainly in charge of waterways transport and escort. They also smuggle salt and iron in secret. In the docks around Huishui County, they're the real power brokers. Across Sanha Commandery, they carry weight. Just at the docks, they have over 300 tough guys, and their families quite a force. The Qingfeng Escort Bureau and several wealthy families are close to them, and they have solid official connections. But this time, they took a heavy hit from the Nuteo gang. 3 martial artists dead, 1 wounded, 8 quasi-martial artists killed, 30 gang members lost. They won't let that go. Yes, tone turned grave and sharp. Next up, they'll want revenge on Nuteo. For now, You should join Yulong gang under the guise of a blacksmith. Stay in the rear for safety. The blue-gray horse snorted and lifted its hoof. On its back, the satchel and spear clinked softly against each other. Wang Chuan straightened his back and stared down the winding official road ahead, silently vowing to himself. Haishi Village, wait for me. Huishui County. This city, home to hundreds of thousands, is tightly enclosed by imposing 6 or 7-meter-high walls, giving off a strong sense of security and solidity. Wang Chuan rode alongside Captain Yu all the way to the city gates. Beneath the grayish-white walls, 2 lines of armored guards stood on either side, checking the identification of every person passing through. As a government constable, Captain Yu flashed his badge and was allowed in without any trouble, leading his horse inside. Wang Chuan presented his household registration from Blackstone Village, a wooden tag, engraved with his name and place of origin. The guard scrutinized him from head to toe and asked, "Someone from Blackstone Village, what brings you to the county seat?" Following prior instructions, Wang Chuan cupped his hands respectfully and replied, "I heard the Yulong gang is recruiting. I'm here to try my luck. Are you a quasi-martial artist?" The guard's eyes narrowed slightly. "Yes," Wang Chuan nodded, adding, "I'm a village blacksmith by trade and strong enough." The guard, wary of vagrants becoming a nuisance, only nodded after confirming Wang Chuan had a place to stay. He advised, "Report to the Yulong gang as soon as possible. If they take you in, transfer your registration here. If not, you'll have to go back where you came from." With that, he returned the wooden tag and gestured for him to pass. Passing through the gate, Wang Chuan got a more vivid sense of the strict order in Huishui County, probably because the Six Gates detective still held office here. Broad cobblestone streets stretched straight ahead, lined with buildings, bustling with pedestrians and horse-drawn carts merging into a lively crowd. Children piled snow and played at alleyways. Hunters carried firewood and game, calling out. Signs for taverns and shops were everywhere, with workers loudly advertising their wares. The cacophony hit Wang Chuan all at once, almost making him doubt. Is this really a game world? Occasionally, a martial artist with a sword at the hip strode past intersections, steady steps and sharp eyes, prompting others to give way naturally, just like in real life. Captain Yu led his horse ahead through the city, straight to the river dock, then pulled the reins. In the river breeze, dock laborers lined up in front of an imposing gang headquarters building, dressed only in light shirts. "That's the Yulong gang's main hall." Captain Yu nodded toward it. "They've been recruiting intensively these days. The junior members see this as a big opportunity to advance and come try their luck." Wang Chuan responded with a nod, clutching the wooden tag as he approached the line. Captain Yu had already explained on the way. The Yulong gang's trial tested 3 things: lifting stone locks, swordplay, and archery. Passing any one allows entry as dock laborer, earning the rank of dock disciple. Passing 2 qualifies as quasi-martial artist and grants entry to the inner sect. Passing all 3 means almost a true martial artist, eligible for a position at the main hall. Among the strong-built dock laborers, a fair-faced young man like Wang Chuan inevitably drew attention. The members of the Yulong gang couldn't help but cast appraising, sometimes hostile glances his way. There were watchers from the hall nearby, both inside and outside the line, so no one dared to act recklessly. But Wang Chuan paid them no mind. He stepped onto the bluestone path and approached the registration desk, folding his hands respectfully as he said, "Hello, I'm here to register." The man behind the desk was in his 30s, his eyes sharp like a fine blade scanning Wang Chuan from head to toe. "Where are you from? Anyone vouching for you?" "From Haishi Village," Wang Chuan replied smoothly, reciting the prepared lines. "I know Brother Lin Sun from your Yulong gang." "Old Lin, huh?" The man's expression softened significantly at the mention of Lin Sun's name. "He's been heading to Haishi Village lately. What's your name? What's your relationship with him?" "My name is Wang Chuan, and race my household registration. Brother Lin Sun saw me working as a blacksmith in the village and wanted to help me out. He told me to come to Yulong to make weapons for the brothers, so here I am." This story was exactly what instructor you had taught him. The man nodded, quickly jotting down Wang Chuan's name and details, then handed him a wooden token. "Since old Lin recommended you, go over there and get in line. When it's your turn, just say you're here to forge weapons for the gang. They'll look out for you." "Thanks, brother." Wang Chuan bowed again and took the token to the end of the line. The trials ahead moved swiftly. Most dock workers first lifted stone locks, then swung big blades, hoping to qualify as apprentice warriors. The 50-pound stone locks weren't too hard for them, but when it came to the big swords, their movements were all over the place, like they were chopping firewood rather than wielding a blade. They were scolded and kicked aside after just a few swings. The man judging them was about 40, upright and fit, with eagle-like eyes. The thick calluses on his palm showed his fighting skill. His face was dark and grim as he assessed each candidate. But so far he hadn't chosen a single apprentice warrior from the lot. A young man stepped forward next. He nearly chopped his own leg while swinging the sword and was promptly kicked out. The middle-aged fighter's face twitched with irritation, his fingers clenching with audible snaps. A heavy, oppressive weight pressed down on the waiting men like a stone sinking. Dare to mess with me when you don't even know basic swordplay? You think I won't crush your balls? His shout drained the color from several dockworkers' faces, and they retreated with their tokens, tails between their legs. Then it was Wang Chuan's turn. He held the token with both hands and said respectfully, Brother Lin Sun recommended me as a blacksmith to serve your gang. The middle-aged fighter stared at him for a moment, then pointed toward the stone locks. Go lift those. If a blacksmith's strength can't match the dockworkers, it won't do. Each stone lock weighed 50 pounds, one in each hand with arms fully extended, holding for 2 breaths to pass. With only 8 strength at the spiritual realm's entry level, Wang Chuan could never do it. But now with 15 strength, he gripped the stone locks with ease. His arms were like straight spears, steady under the fighter's keen gaze, holding firm for 2 full breaths without a twitch in his breathing. First test, passed. The judge nodded slightly. Can you swing a sword? No, Wang Chuan shook his head. He had no interest in getting stuck in the gang's fighting squad just yet. Instructor Yes plan only required him to get past the first trial. The middle-aged man stepped closer and grabbed Wang Chuan's forearm in an iron grip, his fingertips like iron bands tightening. He sneered him. Your fundamentals are solid, clearly apprentice warrior level, but you say you only know blacksmithing? Do you think I'd believe that? A chill ran through Wang Chuan's heart. He never expected the middle-aged martial artist before him to have such a sharp gaze, nor to strike with a speed so fast it was nearly impossible to follow. With a flick of those 5 fingers, his right wrist felt as if it had been locked tightly in iron pincers, instantly numb and throbbing painfully, leaving no room for struggle. At that moment, he finally understood why Lin Sun could take on a person with a single sword at Blackwind Fortress. This middle-aged man's strength attribute was definitely over 20 points, and the arm strength he had considered decent was insignificant against a true martial artist. Chief He. In this critical moment, a hoarse yet familiar voice came coughing repeatedly from deep within the main hall. Cough. Cough if this young brother recommended by me, Lin, has offended you. Chief He, I beg you to spare him out of respect for me. Everyone turned toward the voice and saw a man wrapped in a white cloak standing by the doorframe. Beneath the cloak, thick bandages wrapped around his chest and abdomen were stained with fresh blood seeping through the gauze. Yet a faint trace of a smirk lingered on his lips. Lin Sun, one of the few martial artists of the Yulong gang. The coldness in Chief He's eyes instantly retreated. He released Wang Chuan's arm and put on a look of concern. Brother Lin, your injuries haven't healed yet. Why aren't you resting properly in your room? Don't catch a chill. It's nothing. Lin Sun raised a hand to press lightly on his chest, speaking casually, just a few holes. Lin Sun can endure some wind and rain. I heard the little blacksmith from Blackstone Village had arrived, so I came out to take a look. Lin Sun knew Chief He had always been at odds with him and worried that Wang Chuan, new to the gang, might face trouble. So he timed his appearance deliberately. Smiling, he steered the conversation back. Chief He, this little brother of mine comes from a small place and only knows blacksmithing. I tricked him into doing logistics for us. Don't scare him off. Chief He laughed heartily and gave Wang Chuan a friendly pat on the shoulder. Young man, you're good. With the physique of a quasi-martial artist, a few years training, and you'll become something great. It's a waste to keep you in the back forging, but since Brother Lin requests it, of course I'll comply. Fei Zai. At your service. From the crowd, a quasi-martial artist stepped forward, punching his fist into his palm with a crisp voice. Take Brother Wang Chuan to get a gang identity token, change his clothes, then make a trip to the weapons room. Yes. Fei Zai turned with a slight bow, motioning an invitation. Brother Wang Chuan, please. Wang Chuan cast a grateful glance at Lin Sun. Lin nodded slightly. You go first. He'll come see you once I'm feeling better. This was an unspoken declaration that the newcomer Wang Chuan was under Lin Sun's protection, so others wouldn't dare mistreat him lightly. Wang Chuan followed Fei Zai through the main hall entrance. The Yulong gang's exterior was impressive, but inside was even more strictly regulated. Giant sorghum pillars carved with coiling dragons, winding corridors with posts every 3 steps, and guards every 5. Security was tight. Fei Zai first took Wang Chuan to the accounting office to have a bronze identity token made, then fetched a set of black cloth clothes. The fabric was several times better than the coarse homespun he had before. After changing, the reflection in a polished copper basin revealed a young man looking much more spirited, carrying the aura of a martial world wanderer. Fei Zai appraised him up and down and couldn't help but praise. Clothes make the man, and saddle makes the horse. Brother Wang Chuan, you look way better in these clothes than before. Big Brother Fei was joking. I'm just riding on the gang's reputation, enjoying the benefits without effort still. I'd appreciate it if you could take me to the smithy, or else wearing these clothes makes me feel like I'm burning up. Wang Chuan kept his head down, like a poor kid who just arrived in town, palms sweaty. Fei patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Don't be so stiff. Now that you're part of the hall, we're all family. Our gang's smithino, don't call it that. Everyone calls it the weapons room. Whenever anyone's weapon gets chipped or damaged, that's where we go to fix it. Brother Fei, if I help out there, they'll repair your weapons at cost price. Wang Chuan said sincerely, bowing slightly. That's loyalty, brother. Fei slapped his thigh with a broad grin. Just for that. Tonight I'll bring the fellows to Lifeng Tower to welcome you properly and show everyone my new brother. Wang Chuan almost blurted out, what kind of place is Lifeng Tower? But his reason forced the words down. His master and Captain Zhao Heinous warnings echoed in his mind. Don't get swept up in the NPCs partying. Plus, Lin Sun and instructor you just assigned him a new post. He couldn't afford to waste money in his first nights in town. He quickly waved off the invitation. No, Brother Lin has plans tonight to help me find lodging and handle some errands. We have plenty of time ahead. All right, once you've settled into the weapons room, we'll gather the brothers again. Fei's enthusiasm didn't wane. As they walked, he explained the layout of the hall. The Yulong gang is split between the wharf and the hall. The wharf is where outer disciples take on tasks and make their living very important. The hall stores valuable goods and requires many Quesa warriors to guard it, so outsiders aren't allowed in without orders. Only the boss, hall leader, helmsman, or inner disciples can enter freely. Around the hall's perimeter are warehouses, upper-level quarters, and 3 main facilities: the clinic, the training grounds, and the weapons room. The clinic has a resident doctor and 2 maids. Injured gang members come here for treatment. Headaches and fevers are treated too, but there's a consultation fee, no exceptions. The training grounds are quite large, mostly for warriors to sweat it out during the day. Quesa warriors like Fei are busy with tasks or nightlife, rarely training. The weapons room is busiest, with the constant glow of forged fires and clanging of hammers day and night. Fei lowered his voice, as if wary of eavesdroppers. Don't be surprised, repairing weapons isn't totally free. The master in charge spends precious refined iron and effort, so they charge for materials. Nobody minds as long as the price isn't sky-high. Sometimes it's almost the cost of a new weapon. Wang Chuan realized the weapons room of the Yulong gang must hold similar status to the Blackstone Village smithy, making it a respectable place among peers. Lin Sun and instructor you really did find him a good station where he wouldn't be shortchanged. Nodding quietly to himself, he stayed humble on the surface. Don't worry, Brother Fei. As long as I work in the weapons room, I won't overcharge you for a single coin. Well said, brother. True honor. Fei clapped his shoulder again, his spirit soaring. Laughing and chatting, the two walked through the hall's crisscrossing corridors. In the distance, the forge fires glowed, and the clang of hammers with sparks flying cut through the night. Wang Chuan silently vowed, once I'm firmly established, I'll decide the next step. Usually, everyone visits the weapons room fairly often. Although Fei Zai belonged to Chief He's faction, he didn't dare offend the weapon room's blacksmiths. Accompanied by Wang Chuan, he toured various parts of the main hall. Except for the residences of the gang leader and the chiefs, which he avoided, they visited the herb-scented infirmary, the spacious and grim training grounds, and finally arrived at the weapon room. The weapon room was quite large. Its front hall was designed like a shop, with counters arranged in a circle, leaving only one passageway. Outsiders could only stand in the main hall and pick through the array of weapons displayed from all directions. At that moment, 2 dark-skinned attendants were greeting customers near the entrance. As soon as Fei Zai stepped inside, the 2 men immediately frowned and saluted him. Big brother Fei Zai, one lowered his voice, we still don't have your forged steel long blade in stock. You come by 3 times a day. If the boss knew, he'd be pretty upset. The other quickly chimed in. That's right, the leaders and chiefs' weapons are already lined up, with the shipmaster and elders waiting ahead of you. We honestly can't move your order up. Please understand. Their words carried a sharp edge, hitting Fei Zai right where it hurt. His face darkened, embarrassed in front of Wang Chuan, frustration growing inside. With a stern expression, he said coldly, I'm here under orders from Chief He and Elder Lin, bringing someone to you. Bringing someone. The 2 attendants exchanged glances and immediately fixed their wary, hostile eyes on the unfamiliar Wang Chuan. We have plenty of apprentices here, but we're not short of people. Fei Zai snorted coldly. You can't produce a forged steel blade after half a month, and you keep delaying weapons for the leader, chiefs, and shipmaster. Still have the nerve to say you don't need people? This is a direct assignment from above. Hurry and bring out the boss to receive him. When the boss was mentioned, the 2 attendants dared not hesitate. One immediately hurried into the backyard. Wang Chuan remained silent, standing quietly by Fei Zai's side. The so-called boss was Zhang Zhongba, who had served the Yulong gang for many years and was nearly a martial artist in strength. At this moment, he was in the backyard forging iron, sparks flying as sweat dripped from his jaw. Hearing a disciple's report at the door, he put down his hammer, furrowing his brow and muttering, Chief He and Elder Lin both sending someone here? Are they unhappy with my slow delivery of the armor-piercing arrows? Or do they have other intentions toward my weapon room? Due to a shortage of hands and a selfish nature, Zhang Zhongba always hid things from his apprentices. He never shared the forged steel techniques with them, only letting them make common iron tools or repair old weapons. Important weapons for top gang members, especially armor-piercing arrows, were personally wrought by him. Now that he heard someone was assigned to the weapon room, he immediately grew alert and strode to the front hall. Upon meeting, Fei Zai clasped his fists and smiled. Boss Zhang, let me introduce you. This brother here is Wang Chuan, recommended by Elder Lin Sun and personally approved by Chief He. He reportedly was a blacksmith from Haishi village, specializing in forging forged steel arrowheads. So he was specifically assigned here to help you with the workload. The room fell silent in shock at this announcement. Zhang Zongba's expression shifted slightly, while the apprentices who rushed over to the doorway exchanged looks of surprise, curiosity, and caution upon hearing that the newcomer was skilled in forged steel smithing. This was excellent news. Master Zhang forced a smile on his heavily fleshy face and said, "The forging tasks in the weapons workshop are indeed intense. Elder He and Elder Lin sending such a talented hero at this moment really saved us from a critical shortage. Welcome, Brother Wanchuan." As he spoke, he glanced at the steward Fei, standing nearby. "Since that's the case, I'll leave the arrangements to you. Make sure he's settled properly. I recall there are a few vacant rooms in the weapons workshop set. Brother Wanchuan up in one of those." Wanchuan's heart stirred. This warm welcome wasn't from Elder He's instructions. Clearly, Fei was using the two elders' names to secure better treatment for him. That earlier verbal promise had already turned into tangible benefits. All right. Master Zhang nodded without hesitation. There were indeed spare rooms, and if not, a few apprentices could be persuaded to give way. Then I'll take my leave. Fei turned and gave Wanchuan a wink. "Brother Wanchuan, don't forget our agreement. Once you're settled, we'll take you to Lifeng Tower to experience the softer charms of Huishui County." "Certainly." Wanchuan clasped his fists in affirmation. After Fei left, the flesh on Master Zhang's face twitched slightly. He quickly suppressed the fierce look and replaced it with a genial smile, extending his hands politely. "I didn't expect Brother Wanchuan to be personally recommended by Elder Lin. It seems you must possess some unique skill in forging to have caught the elder's attention." Wanchuan knew now was not the time for modesty, so he replied smoothly, "I learned the art of forging 100 refined steel under my master back in Haishi village. I have some experience with weapons made from this material. However, my skills are nowhere near Master Zhang's level. I still have a lot to learn from you." At the mention of 100 refined steel, Master Zhang's eyes sparkled with interest as he quickly considered, "Oh, so there are experts in 100 refined steel techniques in Haishi village. I must admit my ignorance. How about a demonstration right here to test your skills?" He was still suspicious. Could a poor mountain youth really have any real ability? True value is proved by fire. After all, a test on the spot would reveal everything. "Please." Wanchuan wasn't intimidated. He promptly strode toward the backyard furnace. His 100 refined steel skills had reached a high level. There was no fear of showing his true ability. Besides, the test would likely involve forging small parts where efficiency and heat control mattered most, which played to his strengths. The apprentices in the weapons workshop immediately grew excited, noisily closing the front door and rushing to the backyard. The spacious courtyard was piled with tens of thousands of pounds of iron ore, sheltered by a canopy with orderly drainage ditches. Two blast furnaces blazed fiercely, surrounded by 7 or 8 forging stations with anvils. Various hammers and weapon templates were all at hand far superior to what Haishi village possessed. This contest wasn't just about Wanchuan's future in the workshop, it was also about preserving Elder Lin's reputation. He absolutely could not lose. "Start the furnace. Bring up the molten iron." Master Zhang gave the first order. The firelight flushed everyone's faces bright red. "Brother Wanchuan, let's keep it simple. Forge 100 refined steel arrowheads. Let's see who can make the most in the shortest time. Deal?" "Sounds great." Wanchuan laughed loudly. "That suits me perfectly." When it came to forging tempered steel arrowheads, Wanchuan had the most experience by far. Master Zhang's choice of this challenge made his intentions crystal clear. First, he didn't believe that a mere blacksmith from Blackstone Village could produce anything worthy of note. Second, he doubted any local smith there would dare mass-produce banned, armor-piercing arrows. Because of this, he planned to dominate Wanchuan and Lin Sun at what they thought was their strongest craft, showing everyone who the true master of this weapons workshop really was. What Master Zhang didn't know was that Wanchuan had personally forged over 800 tempered steel arrowheads by now. He could measure the heat, folding sequence, and weight perfectly even with his eyes closed. Since this was a friendly contest, Zhang deliberately kept his apprentices out of it. Every step melting the iron, pouring, cooling, hammering was to be done solely by the two craftsmen. A dozen or more apprentices formed a semicircle around the forge, their eyes fixed on the two men. "This is my home turf," Zhang thought with confidence and smiled slightly. He extended his right hand in a polite gesture. "Brother Wanchuan, since this is your first time here, why don't you warm up the forge? Once you're ready, you'll start." He deliberately raised his voice, intending to press his home advantage down onto Wanchuan's shoulders. But Wanchuan didn't even bother to raise an eyebrow. "Sure," he replied curtly in 2 short words. He picked up the smallest ladle and, with swift, fluid movements, poured the molten iron exactly into 8 armor-piercing arrow molds. In the blink of an eye, he had set all 8 molds in place. Zhang's brows twitched violently. "Wow!" The apprentices all exclaimed in unison. 8 at once. Pounding out 8 arrows at a time. The arrowheads may be small, but each needs to be hammered 30 to 50 times repeatedly to fold the steel 100 layers. 8 molds means tens of thousands of hammer strikes, probably hours of work. I've only ever seen the master run 6 molds at most. That's just daily work. If he really focused, he could handle 8. The apprentices chatted excitedly, while Master Zhang had only wanted to open 6 molds casually to show off his status as the #1 smith of the Yulong Guild. Now, forced to increase to 8 molds, he could only smile bitterly. If he didn't keep up, he'd lose right from the first round. How could he face anyone then? It's just a contest. Do I really have to go all out? He grumbled silently but quietly increased the molds to 8. Damn, he thought. I was waiting for you to wear yourself out so I could finish this easily. The problem was, he also had pressing orders from above to complete a batch of tempered steel knives. Running 8 molds at once would take at least half a day. The more he thought about it, the more it felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. But if he backed down now, he'd have to hand over the title of #1 smith in the Yulong Guild, so he gritted his teeth and pressed on. He clenched his jaw and took up his ladle again, sneaking a glance at Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan measured each ladle of molten iron with almost surgical precision, never too much, never too little, his movements clean and efficient, like a veteran craftsman who'd been at war for years. Zhang felt his heart skip. That level of feeling was no rookie's work. A shadow of doubt crept over his mind. Wang Chuan lifted his hammer and brought it down with effortless strength. Clang, 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 clang. The rhythm of the hammer strikes was oddly irregular. The hammering seemed to quicken, as if rushing against the clock. Sparks flew off the anvil, the rhythm suddenly accelerating, leaving even the watching apprentices stunned. All of them had experience with forging and knew well that forging demanded even strength and steady rhythm, otherwise the final force would fall short. But Wang Chuan's strength felt like it was shifting directions unpredictably. Just as he started, ting ting, ting ting, clusters of bright white sparks exploded, then the beat abruptly switched again. Is that all? Master Zhang snorted derisively, shaking his head with an unmistakable sneer. Can't even control your rhythm, and you want to forge 8 hardened steel arrowheads all at once. He raised his iron tongs, grasping a piece of glowing hot pig iron that was solidifying, flicked his wrist, and swung the hammer down. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. 3 strikes in quick succession, crisp and decisive. This technique ranked among the top 3 in Huishui County. Aside from that old man in the official armory, few could outmatch him. The hammer left a ghostly afterimage, the heavy knocks ringing out in a steady flow. Master Zhang immediately found his familiar rhythm, broad moves, full strength, momentum surging like a rainbow. But opposite him, the sound suddenly sharpened then deepened. Ding wong, ding wong. Sparks flew like layered iron flowers, bursting outward with even greater force. Squinting, Master Zhang almost dropped his hammer. Wang Chuan had stepped up the speed again, channeling strength precisely into 4 parts. 4 consecutive strikes fell, their sounds blending into a single harmonious beat. If not for the blaze of sparks exposing the truth, he would have thought the other was just fooling around. His thoughts raced. Wang Chuan had already plunged the first piece of pig iron into the quench bath with a sharp hiss, then grabbed a second chunk glowing red hot. New hammer, new anvil. He was growing more confident. This forging table was steadier and with more bounce than the one in Haishi village, letting him apply more power. Ding wong, ding wong. 4 strikes in a row laid down a furious ring of blazing sparks. The second piece done, he immediately moved to the third, heating, hammering, quenching, reheating all in one flow, without even pausing for breath. The apprentices were wide-eyed. No wonder he wanted to forge 8 arrowheads in parallel. If he went slower, he'd just be wasting precious waiting time. That speed, doesn't his hand get sore? Looks like fewer than 30 strikes so far. Can those arrowheads really turn out well? Hopefully he doesn't get so exhausted he can't even lift his arm. Even the master sometimes needs a breather. Their chatter buzzed all around, but no one dared interrupt the whirlwind tempo. Master Zhang recovered from his initial shock and drew a deep breath. This guy was tough, but not necessarily unbeatable. Forging 8 hardened steel arrowheads wasn't just about strength, it also demanded a solid foundation. Zhang had trained in 3 martial arts disciplines. His chi and blood ran strong. He was nearly a martial initiate, and his endurance definitely outmatched that pretty-faced kid. There was still a chance. He forced down his feelings and focused back on his own anvil, steadying his rhythm once more. But the ding wong, quadruple strikes kept pounding his eardrums, relentlessly disrupting his own timing until even his breathing was thrown off beat. It was maddening. Clang, clang. Wang Chuan's hammer flew with relentless precision, fully immersed in the roaring rhythm of forging. Mastering the advanced art of tempering steel, he executed his 4-strike combo flawlessly, each hammerfall punctuating the tempo like a perfect drumbeat, firmly controlling the rhythm in the backyard. Compared to the scattered sparks flying from Master Zhang's forge, Wang Chuan's sparks were denser, smaller, and traced sharper arcs, forming a focused curtain of fire that quickly overshadowed Zhang's momentum. As time passed, sweat dripped down Zhang's forehead, But he gritted his teeth, stubbornly refused to believe Wang Chuan could forge 8 flawless pieces in one go. He planned to call off the contest once Wang Chuan paused, using the excuse of prior commitments to save face. But just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhang's own 3-strike combo faltered. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythm broke down, drawing startled glances from the apprentices watching. Zhang hastily gathered his focus and forced the rhythm back on track. Wang Chuan's speed only quickened. His 4-strike combo made the iron block in his hands feel like a spinning branding iron, completing each round faster and faster. The blazing fires and ringing metal sounds in the backyard had already drawn the attention of a few senior figures from the Yulong Gang's hall. At that moment, a solemn elderly man with graying temples appeared at the gate. Seeing the door tightly shut, his brows furrowed slightly. Then, with a light touch of his toes, he soared upward some 6 meters, leapt several roof eaves, and landed atop the wall. From this vantage point, he looked down on the backyard. Zhang was drenched in sweat and hammering fiercely, while the young Wang Chuan's vest was soaked, but his hammer strokes remained like the wind, and his gaze stayed sharp as a flame. The old man observed silently for a while, a thoughtful shadow flashing in his eyes, before quietly descending from the wall and turning away. None of the crowd noticed. Half an hour passed. Zhang's arms ached with fatigue, and when he glanced over, he saw Wang Chuan had switched to hammering with his left hand without missing a beat. 4 strikes again, switching to the left hand too. Zhang nearly lost his grip in shock. The apprentices finally realized something was up. No way. I've heard of ambidextrous shooting, but ambidextrous hammering? That's new. The rhythm didn't skip a beat. Insane. Master Zhang's in real trouble now. A chill ran through Zhang's heart. His plan to wait for Wang Chuan to stop was completely dashed. Overwhelmed with anger and panic, his hammering grew even more erratic. After a few more hurried strikes, his chest heaved heavily, and he had no choice but to drop the hammer, gasping for breath, chugging water, and wiping his sweat to steady himself. Moments later, just as he stepped onto the forge platform again, a crisp, clear sound rang out beside his ear. Clang. Wang Chuan had already placed the first perfectly cooled and shaped tempered steel arrowhead carefully into the wooden frame beside him. All eyes instantly fixated on that gleaming silver arrowhead. Finished forging? Done just like that? The apprentices stared in disbelief, rushing forward to examine the quality of the tempered steel arrowhead. Although they hadn't mastered the art of forging tempered steel, they still had the keen eye to assess the quality and determine if the items were up to standard. On the workbench before them, sparks flew as the first arrowhead just cooled, and the second was already being forged. One after another, the third, fourth, until all 8 tempered steel arrowheads were lined up in a row, dark and sharp, identical in weight, shape, and toughness as if cast from the same mold. The crowd, which had been eagerly jostling to get a closer look, suddenly fell silent. Exchanging glances, they all nodded in unison. The quality was impeccable. Master Zhang's face turned ashen, and the apprentices quieted down, unsure how to respond. Wang Chuan set down his hammer, wiped the sweat from his palm, and calmly approached Master Zhang. Back in Haishi village, wild boars often raided the fields, so I forged a lot of armor-piercing arrows. I can make them with my eyes closed. Today's sparring gave me an advantage. There's no need for Master Zhang to take offense. The tension eased as the situation became clear. To avoid spoiling the harmony in the weapons workshop with hostility, Wang Chuan offered the other side a gracious way out. Even Sun, the smith who taught me, can't match my speed forging armor-piercing arrows these days, but in other areas, I still have much to learn from you. I hope Master Zhang won't hesitate to share his guidance going forward. Well said, Master Zhang replied, visibly relaxing, clasping his hands politely. Wang Chuan's skill with tempered steel arrowheads is truly exceptional. In that case, I'll entrust the armor-piercing arrow section to you. Armor-piercing arrows were the workshop's second largest product line and quite profitable. Yet having been thoroughly outdone in front of the apprentices, Master Zhang could hardly take the business back without seeming petty. He reluctantly conceded the point on the spot. In that case, I gladly accept the responsibility, Wang Chuan said with a fist salute and a smile. Though his expression remained a little pale, Master Zhang called over 4 apprentices and ordered, from now on, Wang Chuan will be in charge of armor-piercing arrows. Euphor will assist him. Greetings, masters, the 4 apprentices said in unison, their eyes bright with anticipation. They saw little chance of learning anything under Master Zhang and hoped a new mentor might bring fresh opportunities. Master Zhang introduced each one. These 4 are sharp lads we picked from the dockworkers. Chen Ergu, Zhang San, Dali, and Tai Dan. Hearing such straightforward, almost rough names made Wang Chuan twitch at the corner of his mouth, but he kept his composure and nodded. Since you're with me, we're brothers now. With me here, you'll always have plenty to eat. Thank you, master. They all replied enthusiastically. With the team arranged, Master Zhang continued, your quarters will be in the west wing of the weapons workshop. Right now, there are 7 orders. The boss and the hall leader each have 2, and 2 elders have 1 each. That's 4 orders still with me. The remaining 3 are 5,000 ordinary iron arrowheads, paying 5 taels, assigned to other apprentices, 500 armor-piercing arrows, paying 25 taels, and a commission from Qingfeng Escort Agency for 10 tempered steel spears, paying 3 taels. The last 2 are your responsibility, Brother Wang. Understood. Wang Chuan replied loudly. This was his first assignment since joining the Yulong gang. Holding his identification token, Wang Chuan stepped out of the guild hall into the darkening evening. The recruitment for the day had already ended. A cold night breeze blew in from the river, making the lanterns under the eaves sway. In the distance, Chief Yu, leading a gray-blue steed, was leaning against a stone lion, kicking at scattered stones with furrowed brows so tightly knit they could trap a mosquito. As soon as you spotted Wang Chuan, he came forward muttering, "What took you so long? Didn't run into any trouble, did you?" "Sorry to keep you waiting." Wang Chuan bowed slightly and recounted everything from his sparring in the weapons room, especially mentioning with a raised tone that he had completed 2 tasks there. "Well done. That's impressive." Yes' eyes lit up and his earlier frustration vanished instantly. Settling in on your first day in the weapons room and knocking out 2 assignments shows your skills have been recognized even if you only do these 2 tasks this month. The pay will be substantial enough to meet the studio's quota. As head of the gold mining department, Yes' bonus was directly tied to performance. Waiting an hour to secure a base payment of 28 taels of silver was definitely worth it. He patted the horse's mane with satisfaction and said, "With 28 taels as a baseline, you've made a solid foothold in Huishui County. Your prospects won't be any worse than in Heishiken." Wang Chuan, however, didn't forget his 4 comrades. "I still have 4 men working under me. They need a share too." You thought for a moment and nodded. Each Yulong gang member gets 2 taels of silver per month. Pay them accordingly. Plus, there's extra profit from the weapons room. Most of their iron ore comes from intercepting shipments, and Zhang, the shop owner, privately orders extra weapons to be made and quietly sells them inside and outside. There's quite a bit of extra income. You can decide how to handle that yourself. Now it makes sense. Wang Chuan recalled the shop in the weapons hall and saw the bigger picture. This meant the 4 men wouldn't need him to cover expenses if they worked the forge daily. They could support themselves. Fully booked, they'd be like 4 beasts of burden actively contributing and earning tribute for him. You glanced at the deepening sky and refocused. All right, pack up your things and settle in. If anything comes up, look for Brother Lin Sun. He's got your back. No one in the gang will dare confront you openly, but watch out for that one named Zhang. Understood. Wang Chuan took his belongings and the tempered steel spear, bidding farewell. You mounted his horse, kicked up dust as he rode off, fading beyond the alley's lamplight. Back at the guild hall, Wang Chuan passed through a long corridor and reached the west wing of the weapons room. Pushing open a carved wooden door, he found a fully furnished room. Bed, bench, windows, candles, bedding all far more comfortable than the mud house in Heishiken. Imagining logging off in his own room brought a small smile to his lips. Setting down his pack, he turned and saw Chen Ergu, Zhang San, Dali, and Taidan had been waiting for some time. "Master." The 4 greeted in unison. "Come in. Let's talk about the weapons room." Wang Chuan waved them inside. Knowing their fates were tied to Wang Chuan's, the men spoke candidly. Within moments, he understood the daily workings of the weapons room. 1. When the gang has missions, the forge is so busy with weapon repairs they barely have time to stand still. 2. Normally, they primarily repair weapons for gang members, charging slightly less than market price. 3. Since repairing yields little profit, they craft iron goods privately and sell them through the shop or find buyers outside on the side. The armory never ran short of iron ore. Yulong gang handled transportation, and every time their merchant ships docked, they'd conveniently acquire a bit of iron ore and coal enough to keep the armory supplied for a good stretch. Everyone was well aware of this arrangement, yet no one dared question it. With raw materials practically handed over for free, the armory's finished products cost almost nothing to produce pure profit all the way. The gang only gave symbolic wages, aside from boss Zhang. No one had a steady paycheck except Wang Chuan, who was on equal footing with Zhang and received a regular monthly silver stipend. "Do you usually get a lot of work? How's the income?" Wang Chuan asked. The 4 apprentices exchanged glances and answered honestly. "There's plenty of blacksmithing, but it only adds up to about 2 taels of silver a month. In Huishui County, 2 taels could cover basic living expenses," and Wang Chuan nodded approvingly to himself. "And if you make things on the side, who gets the money from selling them?" "All of it goes to boss Zhang. But in the future, obviously, master, you'll get a share. You can claim some space at the counter, stamp your own mark on our finished products, and keep all the silver from those sales." Only now did Wang Chuan fully understand why Lin Sun had recommended him for this job. This was a lucrative position. Going forward, the armory would be essentially controlled by him and boss Zhang, and at least 30 of Zhang's earnings would go to him. Even more importantly, the armory was a hub of information. Gang members were constantly coming and going. Hellmen, hall leaders, elders, and even the gang chief would occasionally appear. Whose weapon was broken? Which fleet was attacked? Whether the gang was gearing up for anything big, all of this could be gleaned from the repairs and orders here. Boss Zhang would never tolerate losing part of his share, and Wang Chuan knew that if he slipped up, they would use every means to push him out. Next, he asked the four about their skills and learned they only knew how to forge crude long knives and arrowheads. Boss Zhang was paranoid and had never taught anyone the steel refining technique for crafting tempered steel. So everyone made do by churning out large quantities of ordinary arrowheads to sustain their largest source of income, barely earning enough to live. Stop wasting time. Everyone start working, Wang Chuan said firmly. Take turns forging iron arrows. I need 2 people to help me refine tempered steel arrowheads and embed armor-piercing tips. Each arrow earns you 10 copper coins commission. From now on, you're guaranteed to make at least 2 taels a month. The promise of money instantly sparked their enthusiasm. Chen Ergu and the others perked up and followed Wang Chuan straight to the backyard. In the backyard, the other 12 workers looked at the fired-up Chen Ergu and his group, as if they'd been injected with adrenaline, their eyes filled with a strange mix of curiosity and suspicion. Weapons room, backyard. The blazing sun hadn't yet begun to set, but the courtyard was already a hive of intense activity. Several apprentices hammered iron ore relentlessly, sparks flying everywhere. Others hoisted heavy sacks, dumping the ore into the furnace with a whoosh. Some stood by the slag outlet, swiftly clearing away the glowing hot slag. Molten iron poured through dark red troughs into molds, solidifying into pig iron, which was then carried to the forging area there to be made into ordinary iron tools or further refined into tempered steel. All 6 forging stations were taken, with the sharp ring of hammers striking iron blocks ringing out non-stop. Zhang, the workshop master, squeezed into the crowd, wielding a tempered steel blade, a strict order from higher-ups. He used to be able to make excuses, but with Wang Chuan's so-called potential threat around now, skipping overtime would only diminish his influence within the Yulong gang. Wang Chuan entered, spotted an empty station, and walked straight over. He casually told his 4 followers, "You 4 take turns forging. Figure out the schedule among yourselves." Then he bent down to organize his tools. Chen Ergu was the sharp one. Instead of crowding at the forge, he stepped in as Wang Chuan's assistant, stoking the fire, hauling molten iron, preparing multiple pairs of tongs, working fast and steady right beside him. The other 3 exchanged glances and silently agreed. Let the strongest take the first shift, hammering out rough iron arrowheads, while the other 2 did miscellaneous tasks. When the heat was right, Wang Chuan swung his hammer without any flashy moves, starting with the routine 8 tempered steel arrowheads, warm up the same one breath, for strikes combo they practiced in the afternoon. Hammer up, hammer down, swinging left and right, arms alternating in a smooth, balanced rhythm like a tireless iron machine. Chen Ergu kept handing him glowing red iron blanks, wet cloths, and cooling water so Wang Chuan could focus purely on hammering. The faster pace drained his stamina quickly. Half an hour later, 8 arrowheads were finished, and without even a break, he poured more molten iron, set up molds, and started the next round. The one breath for strikes rhythm echoed through the yard as sparks flew in the rhythmic clang of hammer on steel. The first to falter were the ordinary workers, rubbing sore arms as they dropped out one by one. Even Zhang, the master, gritted his teeth and quit, his fingers stiff and aching as he slunk back to rest in the east wing. The whole courtyard was left with only Wang Chuan, his hammer still pounding steadily like a beating drum. Clangbus, clangbus. Not until midnight did he put down his last strike. 40 tempered steel arrowheads lay stacked on a wooden tray, gleaming coldly. The task progress had climbed from 0 to 48 out of 500, but his experience in tempered steel forging stubbornly remained at 4 out of 2,000. Bring the finished pieces to my room. Well, continue tomorrow, he said, finally letting Chen Ergu and the others breathe easy as they dispersed. Back in his room, guarded heavily by Yulong gang disciples, Wang Chuan rested his slightly heated arm and soon fell into a deep sleep. At dawn, he turned over and got up, expecting to be the first to reach the courtyard, but Zhang's assistants were already busy by the furnace, adding coal, testing temperatures, prepping molds. Though harsh, Zhang was strict with rules, and the smooth operation of the weapons room saved Wang Chuan a lot of trouble. Master Wang Chuan, good morning. As soon as the courtyard gate was pushed open, several workers greeted him in unison. They all knew Wang Chuan had been forging late into the night and expected him to sleep in, yet he appeared promptly at dawn as usual. Wang Chuan nodded briefly, then strode quickly to his forge. Rolling up his sleeves, his shoulders hunched slightly as he swung his arms with steady, rhythmic force. The firm clang of hammer striking metal soon echoed throughout the backyard. Clangbus, clangbus. Before the first sparks had even flown, Chen Ergu hurried over, holding up his pants waist and ignoring his disheveled clothes. While helping Wang Chuan add coal and blow air into the fire, he smiled nervously. Master Wang Chuan, you're up so early. Don't worry, I won't be late from now on. Be punctual, Wang Chuan said without stopping his hammering, fully focused. Amid the steady pounding, Zhang Xin burst in carrying a steaming paper package. Master Wang Chuan, The meat buns from the dock are especially fragrant. Have a taste. Though Wang Chuan had already eaten 2 pieces of wolf jerky and wasn't hungry, the odor of hot oil and fresh meat was irresistible. He accepted a bun and bit in thin skin, plentiful filling, juices trickling through his fingers. The prompt appeared: large meat bun, worth 2 copper coins, reduces hunger by 20. Fresh meat filling, savory and tender. He casually threw Zhang San 3 large copper coins. Bring me 5 for every meal: breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Got it. Zhang San happily pocketed the money and rushed away. Everyone at the workshop took their places, sweat shining in the glow of the burning coals. Wang Chuan worked diligently for a full hour, producing 16 fully forged steel arrowheads. Only then did Master Zhang come outside, rubbing his sore arms and yawning repeatedly. It was unclear whether he had been kept awake thinking the night before or disturbed by the hammering. He glanced indifferently at the busy backyard, then slowly settled to drink soy milk, chew fried dough sticks, and nibble on bread. Only once fully satisfied did he start his own work. After lunch, over 100 steel arrowheads gleamed coldly in the wooden crate by Wang Chuan's feet, marking progress at 104 out of 500. Meanwhile, Master Zhang was still laboriously hammering on an unfinished steel blade. Each knife required 3 steel ingots and over 300 folds of heating and folding, each cycle involving red heating in the forge and precise hammering, with any imperfection forcing a restart. No wonder he had been working from last night until now without a finished product in sight. Wang Chuan glanced over and sighed internally at the time consumed, but said nothing. After filling his stomach and resting briefly, he went back online to work. From afternoon till late night, he became a precise forging machine, leaving only hammer strikes and firelight behind. When the others finally gave out and left, he instructed Chun Ergu to carry the finished arrowhead crates into his room and lock the door to prevent any mishaps overnight. By the end of the day, the arrowhead total soared to 200 out of 500, meaning Wang Chuan had forged 152 steel arrowheads in one day. Early on the third day, Dali and Tai Dan joined the assembly line to attach shafts and sharpen edges, while Wang Chuan continued forging more arrowheads to fill the gap. On the evening of the 4th day, the final crisp hammer blow rang out. All 500 armor-piercing arrows were fully assembled. At the same time, Master Zhang's side had finally produced 5,000 ordinary arrows. Nightfall approached when Captain He personally arrived to inspect the goods. Picking up an armor-piercing arrow, he studied the blade and nodded approvingly. Not bad, not bad. Quality is excellent. Glancing around the lively forge, he smiled and said, since Wang Chuan joined the armory, this place really feels much livelier, and shipments are much faster. Then he weighed the pouch of silver coins in his hand and handed it to Wang Chuan. This is your payment, 25 taels of silver. Lowering his voice, Captain, he added, we're cooperating with the county officials to take action against the Angry Wave Gang. This batch of armor-piercing arrows couldn't have come at a better time. It was supposed to be a handover of both regular arrows and armor-piercing arrows. Yet Chief, he only publicly praised Wang Chuan by name, commending him for rushing out 500 armor-piercing arrows in time, then immediately swept up all the arrows and took them away. Zhang, the workshop owner, went pale on the spot. He had over 100 men under him, but in this time they only managed to produce a mere 5,000 regular arrows. Meanwhile, Zhang himself had put nearly all his effort into forging the 100-tempered steel blades. Compared to the difficulty of producing 500 armor-piercing arrows, this output was worlds apart. The workers all knew it clearly, and their morale visibly sank. Zhang snorted coldly and stormed back into his room, slamming the door. In the courtyard, Wang Chuan weighed the money pouch, took out a 5-tael silver ingot, and casually tossed it to Chen Ergu. Thanks to you all for your hard work on this mission. This silver is for you guys. Split it among yourselves. Chen Ergu and his 3 comrades exchanged glances as if they were holding burning coals instead of silver. For us, they had worked in the armory for a long time, but had never seen such a large reward. The other workers nearby cast envious and sour looks toward them. Wang Chuan waved his hand to cut them off. Don't loiter. The job's done, but the furnace still needs to be fired up tomorrow. We've got 10 more 100-tempered steel spears to finish. Rest early, and no being late first thing in the morning. Yes, sir. Chen Ergu, Dali, and the others rubbed their hands excitedly, thanked Wang Chuan, divided the silver, and left with brisk, energized steps. The remaining workers in the courtyard could only stare blankly. Wang Chuan then took out 2 taels of silver, bought 2 pots of huaiyao wine and some small dishes, and headed toward Lin Sun's quarters. Lin Sun was nursing his wounds. Several arrow wounds had scabbed over, but were still classified as light injuries, all attributes -3, so he was confined to rest quietly at the hall's entrance. The moonlight outside was late, but he was still glued to the game screen, brow furrowed. So late, and still not asleep? The door creaked. Lin Sun stood up, saw Wang Chuan, and immediately laughed and complained, you armory guys have been hammering like you're butchering pigs lately. I'm tempted to hide out at the inn for a few days just to get some peace. Haha. I'm afraid to embarrass Brother Lin, so I've been working day and night without stopping. Wang Chuan placed the wine and dishes on the table. Just finished the mission and came to check on you. How's the injury? Another 10 days or so, I can get back in the game. Lin Sun's eyes brightened at the scent of the huadiao, and he lifted the pot's lid. Top-grade huadiao? How do you know I have a taste for this? The armory hears everything. Who picks which girl at Fenglu in the gang that they know inside out? Not to mention what you like to drink. Wang Chuan shrugged. Those idle bastards. Lin Sun muttered, tossing back a big gulp, his eyes squeezing shut from the burn. Dr. Liao said my wounds aren't healed and I mustn't touch alcohol. But they never bring me any. You are the only sensible one. The wounds won't explode just because you sip a bit. Wang Chuan poured himself a glass and casually mentioned, after today's fuss, I bet Zhang's already holding a grudge against me. Lucky you've got Brother Lin to cover for me, or he wouldn't dare mess around. Then why are you bringing wine over in the middle of the night? Lin Sun held his cup. I Sharf knew Wang Chuan too well. He never came unannounced. If he called before, it was always for a reason. Showing up late with wine meant something was definitely up. Wang Chuan chuckled quietly and confessed, 2 things. First, Qingfeng Escort Agency placed an order asking the weapons workshop to forge 10 spears made of tempered steel, but they only offered 3 taels of silver as payment. It's not even enough to cover the cost of a single spearhead. Lin Sun understood immediately. With a raised eyebrow, he snorted coldly. That damn Zhang actually dared to skim the payment? Fine, they'll find the chief escort of Qingfeng Escort Agency and have him deal with you directly. The price will be fair market value. You won't lose out. You go ahead and fire up the forge as usual, just make sure the spearheads are top quality. His tone clearly showed he was well acquainted with that escort leader. Relieved by Lin Sun's words, Wang Chuan poured him a full cup, then continued with the second matter. I want to apply to the guild for a first-grade martial art. Brother Lin, what would be a good style to learn? Apprentice-level warriors were eligible to request 1 martial art for free, so this wasn't a difficult matter. Lin Sun raised a hand. We'll speak with Chief He. The guild's first-grade arts include Gale Saber, Arhut Fist, Iron Cloth, and Grass Step Flying. Which one do you want to learn? I want spear techniques. The only spear style is the Yang family spear, used by the army. It's straightforward and crude, not really suited for martial world dueling. That's fine. I have a solid foundation in spear work. With compatible martial arts, I might still keep pace with warriors. Good. Go back for now and wait for my word. Wang Chuan raised his cup in a toast. Hey, race to Brother Lin. Not a chance. Lin Sun grimaced, clutching his wounded ribs as he pushed Wang Chuan toward the door. The doctor said no drinking while you're healing. One more sip and he'll bleed out. Wang Chuan laughed and slipped away. At dawn the next day, as usual, he was up early. Today's task was crafting tempered steel spearheads. He lit 3 small forges lined up side by side, alternately hammering while sparks flew and molten metal hissed. Each spearhead required at least 10,000 solid hammer blows, no shortcuts allowed. By late morning, Zhang, the workshop owner, strolled into the backyard and glanced at the silvery gray spear blanks cooling on the smelting table with a sneer. No matter how skilled Wang Chuan was, he was still working for him. Tempered steel spearheads netted a profit of 6 taels. Each 10 spearheads meant 60 taels. Yet he had only paid Wang Chuan 3 taels and was secretly pleased. Wang Chuan ignored him and methodically proceeded to repeatedly quench and temper the spear blanks. By noon, all 10 spearheads were finished, shining like mirrors. A panel popped up. Tempered steel forging skill experience 242,000. Then he called over Chun Ergu and others to assemble the shafts and sharpen the spear tips. In the early afternoon, Zhang arrived with a big smile to collect the order, jingling the 3 taels of silver in his hand. Master Wang Chuan, you truly are a master craftsman. Finished already? Hey, race your payment 10 tempered steel spears. Wang Chuan took his time responding, Owner Zhang, don't be in such a hurry. Just then, Dali led a steady steps middle-aged escort into the courtyard. The man's stride was firm, his tiger-like eyes sharp. He introduced himself. I am Wang Qingkue, an escort from Qingfeng Escort Agency, sent by the chief escort to collect the order. Greetings, Escort Wang. Wang Chuan cupped his hands in respect and led him aside. All 10 tempered steel spears are here. Please inspect them. Wang Qingkue pulled out a spear and cautiously thrust it several times. The shaft stayed firm, the spearhead sharp as freshly fallen snow. He nodded approvingly. Fine craftsmanship. Then he ordered an immediate count and took the spoils away. Zhang's face went pale and red in turns as the scheme was exposed. Embarrassed beyond words, he had nowhere to hide and could only storm off in a huff. Wang Qingkue carefully inspected the 10 long spears of fine forged steel that Wang Chuan had prepared for the escort agency. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he said, Elder Lin really trusts you. These 10 spears are finely crafted and perfectly weighted. Master Wang Chuan's reputation is well deserved. He pulled out a bulging money pouch and handed it over. Here are 60 taels of silver from our Qingfeng Escort Agency. Please accept it, Master. Wang Chuan took the pouch and weighed it lightly in his hand. He immediately saw 6 neatly stacked, heavy silver ingots inside, their cold shine gleaming in the lamplight. Smiling, he closed the pouch and said, "Payment received and goods delivered. Working with Qingfeng Escort Agency is a pleasure. Whenever you need anything, just say the word. I will do my best to guarantee the quality of the weapons." Wang Qingkue carefully re-wrapped the spears, then suddenly lowered his voice. "Actually, I didn't just come to collect the goods. I have a message from the escort captain and another order." "Oh, what new work does the escort agency have in mind?" Hearing there was new business, Wang Chuan immediately perked up. His current order was finished, but the forge could never stop burning. Taking another order would be ideal. Elder Lin said Master Wang Chuan's armor-piercing arrows are expertly made and delivered quickly, and cost only 5 taels a tube. The escort captain wants to order 100 arrows to use against the Nudiobang gang. 5 taels a tube, Wang Chuan quickly calculated in his head. 25 taels was not a huge order, but enough to add another batch of quality refined iron to the forge. He nodded readily. Done. By the morning after tomorrow at the latest, Brother Wang can come pick up the order. That's soon. Wang Qingkue was surprised, then laughed heartily while clasping his fists in thanks. Good. He'll come again the morning after tomorrow. Farewell. With that, he hoisted the spear and left. Once the figure disappeared into the distance, Wang Chuan weighed the 60 taels of silver again, then casually pulled out a 5-tael ingot and tossed it to Chen Ergu. Here, split this among your 4. Chen Ergu and the 3 other workers caught the ingot, their eyes lighting up. In just a few days, they had already earned more than a month's wages, and their respect for Wang Chuan grew even stronger. The other workers in the weapon shop looked on with envy. Their foreman Zhang was usually strict. Even after working themselves sore for a whole month, they only earned 2 taels each, and bonuses were rare. Yet Wang Chuan, who earned money by burning the midnight oil at the forge, was willing to share 10% with the workers. That day, several workers privately approached Wang Chuan to express their desire to work under him. He of course welcomed them, and soon went to see Foreman Zhang, requesting the 4 by name under the pretext of needing more help. Foreman Zhang, feeling guilty for only paying 3 taels per spear of the fine forged steel, agreed readily. From then on, the 16 workers in the weapon shop were split in 2, half under Wang Chuan's command, who also gained half of the counter space for his use. Late at night, as the forge cooled, footsteps came softly to the door. Feizai pushed the door open and quietly closed it behind him. Elder Lin told me you applied for the martial arts manual as a quasi-martial artist, and Hall Chief, he has approved it. Here is the Yang family spear technique. He pulled from his chest a scroll wrapped in oiled leather and handed it over. Wang Chuan's eyes brightened as he carefully took it in both hands, packing it away with a wide smile and clasped fists. Thank you, Brother Fei, he said warmly, then added a promise. If you ever have weapons to repair or want anything forged, just come to me, I'll give you half price. Feizai laughed heartily, patted his shoulder, and turned to leave. The forge's firelight danced over the dark red patterns on the manual's cover. Wang Chuan held the scroll tightly, feeling more secure inside than he did with the silver ingots earlier. Now he had the confidence to make such promises. Fei beamed with joy and cupped his fists respectfully. Wang Chuan, since you say so, your brother won't be polite anymore. I want a dagger and a knife, both made of forged steel. Can you make them? For the forged steel dagger, I happen to have one right here. 3 taels of silver, you can take it if you want. As for the forged steel knife, I'm not done learning how to make it yet. Give me some more time, Wang Chuan said, drawing a shimmering dagger from his waist and handing it over. Fei caught it with both hands, the blade's gleam reflecting in his eyes. He loved it instantly. It's so new and flawless that in the market it'd go for at least 7 taels. All right then, 3 taels it is. Brother is taking advantage of you. He paid gladly, sheathed the dagger in his boot, and grinned like a kid. No rush on the knife. Let me know when it's ready, and I'll come pick it up. Before leaving, Fei lowered his voice and leaned in close. The gang's been moving people around a lot lately. We're probably heading to the docks to clash with the Nuteo gang's waterfront base. The Qingfeng Escort Agency, the Yamen, and a few fighters in the city are all promising support. Sounds like we'll be ordering supplies from you soon. Get stocked up and make some good silver. A chill tightened Wang Chuan's chest. Recently, Chief, he had been handling the gang's affairs, and most information came from him, usually reliable. Just yesterday, Chief, he took away a big batch of armor-piercing arrows and normal ones, clearly preparing for trouble. Thinking this over, Wang Chuan made up his mind. Ergo, he called out at the forge's entrance. Master Wang Chuan. Chun Erga hurried over. Tell everyone to focus. I'm starting an order from Qingfeng Escort Agency armor-piercing arrows. Everyone, put your full effort into forging iron arrowheads now. Yes. Chun Ergu relayed the command, and 7 apprentices echoed it, moving swiftly. The forge burst to life with crackling fires and eager hands. On the other side of the workshop, Master Zhang was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until the following afternoon that he showed up leisurely, aiming to practice forging forged steel knives. But as soon as he stepped into the yard, he froze. Wang Chuan had spent one night and half a morning to neatly stack 100 forged steel arrowheads, with apprentices busy sorting ordinary iron arrowheads beside them. Meanwhile, Zhang's apprentices sat listlessly in a corner, staring blankly. Zhang furrowed his brow deeply. At that moment, steady footsteps approached. Chief He arrived personally. His sharp gaze swept over the yard's contrasting atmospheres, his face darkening instantly. Chief He, Zhang bowed quickly, and his apprentices stood at once. Wang Chuan, absorbed in hammering, didn't notice until Chief He cleared his throat nearby. He paused, lowered his hammer, clasped his fists, and bowed. Chief He. Chief He's eyes landed on bundles of armor-piercing arrows beside him, a faint smile curling his lips. Good work. Besides taking orders, the weapons room must keep plenty of arms and supplies on hand. His voice then dropped. The boss added another 500 armor-piercing arrows and 5,000 regular ones. The deadline's 3 days. You two work together, can you deliver on time? Zhang frowned instinctively. Isn't that too rushed? No problem, Wang Chuan answered in unison. The two locked eyes. The air felt nailed shut, silencing everything. Chief He's gaze was as sharp as a wolf's, fixating on Zhang, his voice low and steady. What's wrong? Wang Chuan can do it, but Zhang can't? The atmosphere in the entire armory instantly grew tense and suffocating. The stifling heat of the furnace cast a red glow, sparks flew wildly by the blazing anvil. Yet everyone felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. It was clear to all that Chief He's anger toward Master Zhang had been completely ignited. The eyes that were once gentle now sharpened like blades, as if at any moment they would lash out and devour. In the past, a scene like this would have been unthinkable. The Yulong gang had only one blacksmith, Master Zhang, who alone could forge the renowned refined steel weapons. Naturally, the leadership always indulged him in everything. But now, with Wang Chuan joining, that monopoly was broken. For the first time, there was a second blacksmith in the armory, and this newcomer immediately drew the silent attention of all the disciples. He spoke kindly, treated the assistants with humility, and his skill in forging refined steel was astonishing. Most impressively, Wang Chuan rose earliest and slept latest, never acted like the master of the workshop, and hammered away diligently. Meanwhile, Zhang's private schemes against Wang Chuan had become widely known. When the two were compared side by side, the difference was obvious. Zhang's eyes only saw money. He was cunning and inattentive to the gang's missions. Wang Chuan quietly worked without complaint. Previously, these negative rumors were just casual gossip. The gang respected Zhang's years of hard work and did not investigate deeply. But today, even a trivial task exposed him completely. His reply sharply contradicted Wang Chuan's, sparking Chief He's fury on the spot. Under the chief's piercing gaze, Zhang's blood felt squeezed dry, cold sweat dripping from his temples. He hurriedly explained, Chief He, I still have several tasks in hand. All tasks are put on hold. Chief He stepped forward, his voice ringing so loudly that everyone's ears buzzed. First, make armor-piercing arrows and regular arrows. Within 3 days, you and Master Wang Chuan will each forge 250 armor-piercing arrows and 2,500 regular arrows. If you fail, he fixed Zhang's hesitant eyes with deadly intent, speaking slowly and clearly. I will report to the gang leader to punish you. Humph. With that, Chief He swept his sleeves and left. Zhang's face turned ashen. He shot a vicious glare at Wang Chuan, then barked at the apprentices, what are you all staring at? Get to work. 2,500 arrows work in shifts, and finish in 3 days. He jumped onto the forge platform himself and swung his heavy hammer. But his impatience caused him to strike wildly, the hammer's face veering off target every time, sparks flying without rhythm or control. On Wang Chuan's side, 2 neat rows of refined steel arrowheads had already accumulated more than 20 pieces. At his steady pace of 4 strikes in quick succession, he could finish the task in a little over 2 days. In contrast, Zhang couldn't even use both hands efficiently, nor land such powerful blows in succession. He could at most make 50 arrowheads a day, doomed to fall behind schedule. That bastard he embarrasses me in front of everyone. As soon as there's a newcomer, the old one's forgotten. Zhang cursed under his breath by the furnace. His hammer strikes grew more chaotic, sparks popping onto his boots and scorching them. If this place won't keep me, I'll find a place that will. Wang Chuan frowned at these words. Though the task was split between them, if Zhang's delays jeopardized the Yulong gang's grand plan and their foundation in Huishui County, the consequences would be severe. Quietly, he beckoned Chen Ergu over and whispered a few instructions. Chen nodded and dashed out of the armory at once. Before long, Fei Zi hurried in and loudly announced, this mission is crucial. Chief, he specially sent me to supervise the work in the armory. Everyone, you'd better pick up the pace. Zhang, the armory master, felt a sudden tightness in his chest. The blaze from the furnace cast flickering light on his sweat-soaked face, reflecting in his experienced, anxious eyes. He knew that if any conflict arose within the Yulong gang at this moment and delayed the critical orders from above, he would surely face severe punishment. So he swallowed his anger and focused on pounding the metal. 3 days passed in a flash. During those days, Zhang worked late into the night, his arms aching and numb. He managed to forge over 180 hardened steel arrowheads. Yet that still fell far short of the mandatory quota of 250. Meanwhile, across the way, Wang Chuan labored steadily. He hammered out 300 hardened steel arrowheads over 3 days without pause. Seeing Zhang still lagging behind by over 70, he stayed up late alone to make up the difference. Deep into the night, Chief He arrived with Fei Zi to inspect the results. The torchlight flushed his stern profile. Humph. Chief, he sneered, eyes sweeping over the neatly arranged arrowheads. Master Zhang, not bad for an old craftsman. But it seems the rising talent, Master Wang Chuan, has left you far behind. Both had 3 days. He delivered over 300, and you can't even reach 200. I think from now on, the armory should be handed over to Master Wang. With those few words, Zhang was publicly stripped of his position. He had expected this, but facing such harsh rebuke in front of everyone made his face pale and strained. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to remain stoic. Moreover, Chief, he flicked his sleeve, voice heavy with authority. Since you failed to submit the full quota of armor-piercing arrows on time, you forfeit this payment. The 25 taels of silver go entirely to Master Wang. As the coin pouch landed in Wang Chuan's palm with a clear chime, he bowed deeply. Thank you, Chief He. His hard work had not been in vain. Chief He nodded slightly, then scanned the assembly. I heard from Fei Zi that Master Wang worked tirelessly late into the night every day to complete the 500 armor-piercing arrows. This is what it means to put the big picture first. Unlike some who fritter their time away on petty nonsense. In the large armory, a dozen workers lowered their heads silently. None dared speak up for Zhang. Wang's apprentices already revered him, and Zhang's own disciples could only hide their resentment in silence. Publicly humiliated, Zhang felt a complex storm of emotions. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, fists clenched. Chief He, I admit I am feeling unwell and wish to return to my hometown to recuperate for a while. Leaving the Yulong gang? Chief He narrowed his eyes sharply, his gaze piercing. Even Fei Zi beside him tensed with suspicion. Zhang hurried to clarify. I do not intend to leave the gang. Only to request a short leave due to illness. Go fetch Dr. Liao to examine Master Zhang carefully. Chief, he ordered coolly. Shortly after, Dr. Liao appeared by the anvil carrying his medicinal kit, smelling faintly of herbs. After taking Zhang's pulse briefly, he reported truthfully. Master Zhang's pulse is strong and full, with abundant qi and blood. However, his heart fire is high, causing some restlessness. Nothing serious. Did you hear that? Chief, he dismissed the doctor, then stepped closer, towering over Zhang. Since your body is healthy, you'd better stay in the armory. Don't go anywhere. The Yulong gang has trained you for years, not for you to abandon at will. He turned his head and instructed, Fei Zi, keep a close watch on Master Zhang. We will decide his fate when we return from the new Tao gang's waterfront base. Yes. Fei Zi bowed and replied to the order. With just one word from Master He, Zhang, the house head, was effectively placed under formal house arrest, forbidden from leaving the armory. As the order was issued, the atmosphere tightened like a drawn bowstring, and everyone fell silent. Wang Chuan hadn't expected matters to escalate so far overnight. Zhang's authority was stripped away, and he himself was elevated by Master He to the position of armory head. After the arrows were carried away, Master He led his men out. Suddenly, the apprentices inside the vast armory exploded like firecrackers, swarming around Wang Chuan. Congratulations, house head. Congratulations, Master Wang Chuan. From now on, you're our one and only house head. Following you, we're sure to do even better. The cheers rose in waves, making the roof tiles seem like they were trembling with the noise. Zhang was pushed into a corner. Once the backbone of this place, he now clenched his fists tightly, face dark as iron, unable to force even a polite word out. At that moment, Fei swaggered over, slinging an arm around Wang Chuan's shoulders, his loud laughter practically piercing Zhang's ears. Brother Wang, congratulations. Haha, you just joined Yulong gang not long ago, and now you've toppled Zhang the house head and taken over. Brother, from now on we're counting on you for all our weapons and gear. Wang Chuan cupped his hands in return, smiling calmly. Much obliged. He knew Fei had surely been flattering Master He behind the scenes these past days, otherwise the master wouldn't have been so decisive. Since Fei was on his side, why not indulge him a bit? All right, everyone go get some rest. Work starts early tomorrow. Wang Chuan's words dispersed the crowd. Yes, sir. Replies echoed as footsteps faded, and the bustling excitement settled instantly. Only now did Zhang truly feel the biting cruelty of the world. A newcomer's casual remark carried more weight than all his years of leadership. Fei wasn't done teasing him, though, announcing with a grin, Zhang, why don't you squeeze in with me and a few brothers tonight? The East Wing is big enough. With that, Fei marched straight into Zhang's East Wing room, his movements sharp and eyes like he was tallying spoils. It was clear the assets Zhang had amassed over the years would mostly fall into Fei's hands and eventually slip right into Master He's pocket. Every gang has its own rules, and Wang Chuan stayed out of it. As for Zhang's ultimate fatigue held many secrets about Yulong gang, so no one could say for sure. Late into the night, Wang Chuan returned to his room to log off and rest. His phone lit up with several messages at once. Linda Hai said Blackstone Village seemed a little less lively lately, and everyone missed him. Bai Yuwei and Hong Kai Bao excitedly reported passing the 4th training level, mastering basic shooting, and practicing with Captain Zhao Hiniu in the backyard, making some progress. They also asked curiously how things were going in Huishui County. Wang Chuan replied one by one. All was well, and once things settled here, he'd reunite with everyone or come back to Blackstone Village when he had time. After sending the messages, he closed his phone and lay down. The lights went out. The world grew quiet, but his mind churned like restless water. Zhang was taken down, and he rose quickly, seemingly pushed by invisible hands from behind. Who was it? Brother Lin Sun? Or Master He? If it were Brother Lin Sun, he would have given him a heads up beforehand. Master He is somewhat suspicious. He might be targeting house owner Zhang's years of savings. Wang Chuan tossed and turned all night. Sensing something was off, house owner Zhang held a significant position in the Yulong gang and had extensive connections, yet now no one came to plead his case. It was as if the entire gang had already agreed on a unified stance. Unable to find an answer, he finally closed his eyes and fell asleep. At dawn the next day, Wang Chuan pushed open the door of the West Wing. The weapons workshop's backyard and hall were already bustling. The front hall floors were spotless. The furnace fire roared in the backyard, the cold water tanks steamed, and molten iron bubbled in the crucibles. Apprentices moved quickly but still smiled as they greeted, "Good morning, house owner." "Good morning, Master Wang Chuan." The atmosphere was festive, like a New Year celebration. Only house owner Zhang in the East Wing was nowhere to be seen. "Everyone, gather here." At Wang Chuan's command, the 16 apprentices snapped into 2 neat rows, eyes bright with attention. He quickly laid down the rules. "Starting today, you'll be divided into 8 groups. 2 groups mine, or 1 group handles the furnace, cold water, and molten iron. 1 group is on front hall duty. The remaining 4 group 7 will forge ordinary iron tools. 1 will assist me in forging tempered steel. The shifts will rotate daily." Then he looked at Chun Ergu. "You organize the rotation schedule fairly. Everyone must work through all the different stages." "Yes." Chun Ergu straightened his chest and replied crisply. Wang Chuan added, "Weapons you craft belong to you, and he'll pay daily bonuses. But remember, no being late in the morning, no slacking off. Otherwise, bonuses will be deducted." "Yes," echoed repeatedly, filling the workshop. Everyone understood. From now on, things in the weapons workshop would be very different conditions, and pay were much better than under house owner Zhang. "Get to work." Wang Chuan's order set off a symphony of hammering, water splashing, and shouted commands. Chun Ergo loudly announced the day's shift. He volunteered to assist the house owner himself during this round, and no one objected. The rotation system ensured everyone got a chance. Wang Chuan bent over his anvil, continuing to forge tempered steel arrowheads. Although 2 batches of armor-piercing arrows had already been sent out, he insisted the workshop must keep stock. The recent fight at Haishi Village reminded him that armor-piercing arrows were a strategic consumable, and you must always know how many are on hand. He silently judged. House owner Zhang had long been greedy for side jobs, neglecting gang affairs, so no wonder no one was speaking up for him now. Around the hour of SI, a sudden commotion came from outside the courtyard. Fizai ran out to investigate and returned like a whirlwind, face flushed with excitement. "Good news." "Huh." "Last night our men, together with Qingfeng Escort Agency and government experts, launched a surprise attack on the Nuteo gang's water stronghold. They caught them completely off guard. The stronghold is broken after years of evil deeds. The Nuteo gang is finished." The news spread like wildfire, and everyone instantly erupted in cheers. "We won. That's fantastic. After losing so many to their water mist ambush last time, we finally got revenge. Now that stronghold's gone, this whole water area will be safe." Fizai leaned close to Wang Chuan, voice low but excitement obvious. "I heard the armor-piercing arrows played a big role. 2 volleys wiped out most of the defenders. Their shields were useless. Our martial artists stormed in easily, and the stronghold gates opened right up. Boss, the weapons workshop is probably getting a reward." "A reward?" Wang Chuan's spirits lifted. Recently, he had already received payment amounting to 1 tael of gold and 20 taels of silver, and planned to keep the gold to buy martial arts manuals to advance to full martial artist rank. Another reward, plus next month's wages, would only fatten his purse more. "Looking forward to it," he said quietly. The news from the Yulong gang had already reached both the docks and the hall, where a large welcoming crowd had quickly gathered, eagerly awaiting the fleet's return. Only when the sun began to dip westward did people spot 2 massive ships slowly approaching along the river. The hulls were submerged low beneath the waterline, decks piled high with crates and sacks the loot captured from the Nuteo gang laid bare for all to see. Alongside the ships came over 20 prisoners, each battered and filthy, their arms tied together with rough hemp ropes. They were escorted ashore by constables and taken directly to the county office. "Huh, so many crates." The dock workers immediately swarmed the ships. Some pride opened the lids and exclaimed, "Isn't this the iron, ore, and salt we lost last time?" Shouts rose up, but never descended into chaos. Row after row of workers bent to lift the crates with practiced ease, steadily hauling the goods into the hall's storerooms. Following Faiza's suggestion, Wang Chuan arrived at the warehouse with a dozen apprentices to intercept the cargo. They loaded wheelbarrows with baskets of iron ore and wheeled them straight to the armory. Recently, the demand for arrows and armor-piercing bolts had depleted their iron supplies, and this shipment was exactly what they needed to restock. The warehouse guards, familiar with the armory workers' traffic, paid little mind as carts after cart transported the ore away. It was Wang Chuan's first time doing this, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Big brother Fizi, are we sure it's okay to take all this iron ore?" Fizi slapped the cart handle, his face relaxed. "Don't worry. There are over a dozen more ships behind us, 6 of them full of iron ore. Clearing out this one won't be a problem." Reassured, Wang Chuan steadied himself. The apprentices picked up the pace, quickly piling a small mountain of ore at the armory's empty lot. When there was no more space left, they packed up their tools and prepared to leave. At that moment, Lin Sun and Chief, he entered the warehouse, chatting casually. Their clothes were stained with blood, obviously fresh from the front lines, and behind them, a few gang members escorted a middle-aged man, bound tightly. "Wang Chuan," Lin Sun called, just in time. "We caught someone claiming to be a blacksmith. You test him out. If he's any good, keep him in the armory. If not, send him to the authorities for a reward." "Chief," he added, "his name's Qian Sihai, a blacksmith kidnapped from Huishui County by the Nuteo gang. He's said to be skilled with all sorts of tempered steel weapons. If he's legit, Zhang the boss won't have to micromanage anymore." His tone was sharp. Wang Chuan felt a chill, but masked it and carefully studied the man. Qian Sihai's skin was darkened from fire, his clothes tattered. His weary expression carried the unique scent of a smelting furnace-proof head spent years working with molten iron. Lin Sun reassured him, "Don't worry, he can't fight. Guarding him will be easier than Zhang's usual methods." "All right," Wang Chuan nodded. "Take him to the armory, Chief," he ordered. The disciples escorted Qian Sihai away. Once they were gone, Wang Chuan quietly asked, "Looks like this guy had a rough time with the Nuteo gang. Since he's from Huishui, do you think he'll try to escape? Does he have family there?" Chief, he shook his head, his voice calm but cold. "No. When he was captured, his wife was already dead. He's been tortured badly and kept locked in the river fortress forging iron ever since." Hearing wife already dead, Wang Chuan took a sharp breath. Poor man. He composed himself. "They'll go settle him in and observe for a few days. If anything changes, they'll report to you both." "Go ahead," Chief, he nodded. Back at the armory, the disciples who had escorted Qian Sihai finally left after delivering him safely inside. Qian Sihai stood alone in the empty clearing, looking around helplessly and confused. "Ergu," Wang Chuan called out loudly. Shen Ergu appeared quickly. "Boss, go to the Pier's bun shop and buy 5 meat buns," Wang Chuan said, waving his hand. Before long, the steaming hot meat buns were brought back. Wang Chuan handed the paper bag to Qian Sihai. "Eat quickly, then get to work." Qian Sihai took them silently, stepping aside to devour them. The aroma of meat mingled with the char from the blacksmith's forge. He finished all 5 buns in just a few gulps, wiped tears from his eyes, mumbled something inaudible, then turned sharply and headed straight to a forging bench, pushing the apprentice off it with one shoulder. The apprentice was about to protest, but saw Wang Chuan gesture slightly, so he swallowed his anger and stepped back. Qian Sihai grabbed a hammer and fixed his gaze on Wang Chuan. "What should I forge? What can you make?" Wang Chuan asked in return. "I can forge anything from tempered steel," Qian Sihai said proudly. "Arrowheads, throwing knives, daggers, spearheads, longswords, broadswords, hooked sabers, long staff, 7 full tempered steel spears. Nothing I can't make." Wang Chuan's eyes brightened. Even Master Blacksmith's son never boasted like that. This kid might really be skilled. "Then make some tempered steel blades. How many can you do at once?" Qian Sihai stared at the furnace and thought for a moment. "The process is complicated and heating takes long. One batch can make 3 blades at most, and a full finished product takes about a day and a half." "All right, fire up the forge," Wang Chuan nodded. Qian Sihai immediately picked up a large ladle and poured the glowing molten iron into the first mold with swift, clean motions. "Ergu, help out," Wang Chuan ordered. Chun Ergu followed by filling the second and third molds. The molten iron bubbled and sparks flew. Qian Sihai hammered like rain, relentlessly striking the blazing steel blanks without blinking. He completely immersed himself in the rhythm of fire and hammered 3 strikes in one breath. A high-level blacksmith skill. No wonder he spoke so confidently. His strength rivaled Boss Zhang. Wang Chuan watched closely. Back in Haishi village, he hadn't learned the technique for tempered steel blades yet, but with his sharp eyes now, a moment's careful observation was enough to understand the key points. Qian Sihai's swings were broad and bold, delivering at least 300 strikes per round, full of precision and craftsmanship. Having grasped the essentials, Wang Chuan returned to his own bench and resumed hammering tempered steel arrowheads. Clang buzz, clang buzz. The crisp ringing of steel sounded out. Qian Sihai glanced sideways. Stun Wang Chuan was now forging 4 blades in one go, simultaneously crafting 8 arrowheads. His hands alternated like a dance, clearly more skilled. His arrogance faded significantly, and his eyes cleared with newfound humility. After a full day's work, Qian Sihai realized that Wang Chuan had even greater endurance than himself. Except for brief breaks during meals, Wang Chuan stood in front of the forge the entire time, hammering at an unchanging pace and rhythm without any noticeable loss of strength or signs of fatigue. Although Qian Sihai's insights and experience surpassed Wang Chuan's, when it came to raw power and masterful striking rhythm, this fitness enthusiast amateur blacksmith actually had the edge. As the furnace's flames flickered across their faces, Qian Sihai's respect for Wang Chuan grew steadily, until he felt completely humbled. The first day ended with the relentless sound of hammer strikes ringing out. The next morning, Qian Sihai was nearing completion of forging 300 tempered steel knives. Only then did Wang Chuan approach closely, eyes fixed on the fire as the blades turned with every move. Wang Chuan had never gone through the entire forging process systematically, but with Qian Sihai's full demonstration, it was the perfect opportunity for him to silently apprentice himself. Having witnessed Wang Chuan's stamina and skill, Qian Sihai no longer distracted himself with trivial details and focused solely on perfecting the 3 knives to the highest standard, determined not to embarrass himself. After the final tempering and quenching of the molten steel, the 3 gleaming 100-tempered steel knives were finally finished. Watching the whole process 3 times, Wang Chuan had already mapped out each step in his mind, a satisfied smile spreading across his face now. He could craft 100-tempered steel knives independently. You know other styles, right? Then make 3 more 100-tempered long swords for me. Let's see how they turn out. Wang Chuan instructed. Qian Sihai readily agreed, grabbed a few steaming meat buns, swallowed them quickly, and raised his hammer once more. As the forge blazed brightly, Wang Chuan called Chen Ergu over to his side. Ergu, go tell Fei Zi that his 100-tempered steel knife is ready. Got it. Chen Ergu jogged off toward the east wing. Moments later, Fei Zi hurried into the courtyard just as Wang Chuan was examining the freshly forged knife in his hand. 100-tempered steel knife, white grade. Durability, 100,100. Attack, 58. Note, a good steel makes a good blade. This is a deadly weapon. The blade shone brightly and felt well balanced tough and razor sharp, truly a reliable weapon. Its top attack value, 8 points, was 1 point higher than Wang Chuan's own 100-tempered spear. Its minimum attack, 5 points, was a full 2 points higher, demonstrating the advantage of the knife's substantial heft. Brother Wang Chuan, is this the new 100-tempered steel knife? I can wear it now? Fei Zi's eyes lit up. He reached out to touch it, but froze midair, afraid to smudge the blade. Wang Chuan smiled and placed the knife in his palm. I promised you, and it's done. Market price is half off, so just 7 taels of silver. Thanks, Brother Wang Chuan. Fei Zi had recently received a reward from Zhang Fangzhu and was feeling flush. He quickly counted out 7 taels, then held the long knife up carefully from every angle, unable to put it down. Huh, what a fine blade. With his salary, buying a 100-tempered steel knife wasn't impossible for Fei Zi, but there were very few smiths in the county who could make them, and the wait was more than half a month. While he could wait, the silver in his pocket could not afford Tao. Whenever he had extra money, it quickly disappeared at the Fenghuang brothel, turning his grand ambitions into an empty purse. For him, actually saving up 15 taels to buy a knife was harder than patrolling the streets. Now, spending only 7 taels to fulfill a long-held wish was naturally thrilling beyond words. Still, Fei Zi couldn't resist reminding Wang Chuan, Brother Wang Chuan. I heard that the hall master and the boat captain still haven't received the several refined steel knives they ordered from the weapons workshop. You're really looking out for the brothers. As Fei Zi burst into the forging area, his voice drowned out the deafening clangs of the hammer on the anvil. Sparks flew, stinging cheeks with heat, yet he was ecstatic, slapping Wang Chuan on the shoulder with enthusiasm. Wang Chuan forced a wry smile inside, but simply nodded, I know. Of course, he knew the clan leader had already delivered the refined steel knives for the younger generation. The hall master and that Captain Song's orders were still pending, and he had quietly kept 2 blades for himself. Free favors like that were a welcome bonus. No problem. They'll hand them over when I run into them later, Wang Chuan said casually, but he hit exactly on Fei Zi's pride. Sure enough, Fei Zi pounded his chest with vigor. Good brother. No need to say more. Tonight, the Feng Tower is on me. We won't leave until we're drunk. The wild loyalty of the martial world hit Wang Chuan full force, and he felt his reason slowly wearing away. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. No, I just became the weapons workshop head. I need to set an example and not let the hall master or the brothers down. Fei Zi. Big brother, please understand. All right, you're right, business comes first. Fei Zi laughed heartily and gave Wang Chuan a heavy pat on the shoulder. Then I won't bother you. I'm off to the training ground to test my new blade. See you. With that, he turned and left, his figure lit by the glow of the fire, heat rolling off him. Wang Chuan watched him go, and then turned back toward Qian Sihai. The old craftsman's hammer moved like the wind, the steel blank repeatedly quenched between flames and anvil, sparks bursting like golden snakes. Wang Chuan held his breath, secretly studying every strike's force and rhythm. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was payday again. The third month's silver pouch landed heavily in his palm, a solid 210,000. Although slightly less than last month, he knew exactly why. 80 taels went to buying the Black Tiger Fist manual, and he kept 100 taels in reserve for another martial arts manual. If Head handed everything over to the studio, this month's earnings should have been at least 60, maybe 70,000. He did the math. Once firmly established, relying on the workshop's iron ore and refined steel craftsmanship alone, the weapons profits could net over 100 taels monthly. That translated into a steady six-figure income, which still made his heart race. Sometimes, it all felt like a dream. If only it could go on like this. Yet in the dead of night, sudden waves of fear often jolted him awake, dreams of lying again in that cramped rented room, with the bank account dwindling to a paltry few hundred. All the prosperity felt like a mirage. That night, he surprisingly logged off half an hour early. After saying goodbye to Ling Yu, he stepped out of the Warring States Tower to stroll in the night breeze. Neon lights gleamed off glass walls, the traffic roared by. Since joining the Warring States game studio, his life had been tightly scheduled. He hadn't had such a carefree walk in a long time. With $500,000 sitting in his bank now, his usual anxiety had somewhat settled, but he just wanted to breathe. Not far away, under the yellow glow of a street lamp, he spotted a familiar silhouette sitting on a stone bench in a nearby park. Shouldering hunched, half a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his vacant gaze fixed on the night ahead. Oldly, Wang Chuan paused. By rights, Oldly should have gone home early to be with his wife and kids, and he didn't even live near the Warring States Tower. Why was he here this late? He hurried over. Oldly, still not home. Startled, the man quickly stubbed out his cigarette and looked up, finally recognizing Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan. In the weak lamplight, Old Li's eyes looked as dim as wet ashes. His voice trembled. Hype is gone, he's dead. Wang Chuan felt as if had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Disbelief written all over his face. The park was heavy with a somber atmosphere. A cold, gloomy wind rustled the branches, but the two people sitting on the bench were frozen like stone statues. Old Li, unshaven and bloodshotted, looked pale and lifeless. He sat beside Wang Chuan, but kept his head lowered. His voice was hoarse, filled with deep regret, as he poured out everything he knew in one breath. It turned out that ever since Hype was fired from the company, he and his girlfriend had been glued to the computer, searching the internet day and night for any news about the Ling Yu game, hoping to join another project and make a comeback quickly. But after several days of fruitless searching, not a single useful lead had appeared. Meanwhile, Hype's health inexplicably deteriorated. His limbs grew so weak they felt as light as paper. The last time, he was carried into the hospital by emergency responders. The hospital's diagnosis was shocking. Severe malnutrition, like he had starved for days. Yet tests showed his digestive system was completely normal. Doctors were at a loss, administering constant nutritional infusions, but his condition kept declining sharply. Eventually, the hospital declared him critically ill. When Hype's parents arrived, their son was already semi-conscious, breathing faintly in a coma, and passed away within hours. His girlfriend broke down and left, while his parents desperately searched for answers. They soon zeroed in on Old Li, who lived in the same district and was Hype's closest acquaintance. Bound by a strict company confidentiality agreement, Old Li hesitated to reveal much. To avoid questioning from Hype's parents, he temporarily moved into the Warring States building. But hiding only heightened his unease. He had specifically reviewed Hype's medical records. Every indicator resembled someone starved to death in the wild. But who in this age could actually die of starvation like that? The thought led him back to those days on the Blackstone Village test server, staying in the wooden cabin. The air often smelled foul, like a corpse rotting in secret. Strangely, that stench vanished entirely after Hype's death. At this point, Wang Chuan stiffened, a chill crawling down his spine, goosebumps erupting all over. He stared at Old Li, his Adam's apple bobbing, but couldn't find a word to say. Old Li stared at his shoes, his voice barely more than a whisper swallowed in his chest. I suddenly had a terrifying thought. What if the characters in the game starved to death from not eating? And because of that, Hype died too? Wang Chuan's scalp went numb, and his breathing grew heavy. Old Li, you've been under too much stress lately and are imagining things. Don't think about it anymore. First. Hype's parents have left. You should go back and be with your wife and kids. This isn't on you. But Old Li didn't listen. His eyes flickered with doubt as he lifted his head. Do you remember the beast attacks in our city park before? I remember. What about it? Wang Chuan nodded. That incident was an old story. He thought the matter was closed. Old Li took a deep, cold breath, sounding like he was digging ice shards out of his throat. Do you really think wild beasts could randomly wander into the city? Wang Chuan felt as if his soul had been struck by an electric shock. He suddenly understood what Old Li meant. But his reason told him not to believe such a grim conclusion. It was too horrifying. Old Lee's theory was that if a character in the Ling domain died, the player in the real world would also die. The death of Hype, the bodies eaten by beasts in the park, and the follow-up information Old Lee hadn't had time to explain all pointed to the same terrifying truth. Wang Chuan felt a chill deep in his heart and dared not dwell on it. Old Lee opened his mouth as if to say more, but the sharp ring of a phone interrupted him. He glanced at the caller ID, instinctively turned his head toward the nearby Warring States building. Following his gaze, Wang Chuan saw the lights still on at the 75th floor, faint figures watching from behind the windows. Old Lee shuddered, suddenly tense, and hurriedly swallowed back his words. Forget it, maybe I'm overthinking this. Wang Chuan, you should head back. You're up early every day. With that, he gripped his phone and dashed toward the Warring States building in a panic. In the night wind, Wang Chuan stood frozen, watching the slender figure disappear into the building's entrance. An ominous feeling rose in his chest. Hype's death, the bodies in the park, and Old Lee's unsaid words, they all hit him like thunderclaps. If death in the Ling domain equaled death in reality, then the Tianshui village incident was key. After that massacre, 11 players from the Warring States game studio were forcibly expelled. If they could find out whether those 11 were alive or dead now, the truth would come to light. But were they still alive? If all were dead, why was there no sign or stir in reality? Thinking this, Wang Chuan wanted nothing more than to investigate immediately. After all, he himself was a Ling domain player, and if the rumors were true, his own death could come at any moment. A cold chill ran down his spine. He no longer lingered outside and quietly headed back to the Warring States building, resigned to another sleepless night. As he paced, he recalled the changes over the past 3 months. His strength, agility, and endurance had all grown exponentially since synchronizing with the game. Back then, had been thrilled by the gains and never imagined that a character's death might synchronize with reality. Making money was fine, but dying was not an option. He fell into a restless sleep until dawn, awakened abruptly by his alarm. After hastily eating the breakfast delivered by a robot, he logged into the Ling domain. Host, good morning. Host. Along the way, the apprentices greeted him warmly, but his mind was heavy with worry. When Chen Ergu handed him a steaming meat bun, he bit into it and headed straight to the forge. The blazing furnace lighted his face, and the practiced movements came naturally as his body took over, well trained to the bone. Hammering down, sparks flying, the sharp rhythms and cadence of the blacksmith's work gradually drove away the heaviness in his chest. The Yulong gang's headquarters and docks were bustling with activity. After yesterday's attack broke through the Mutao gang's river stronghold, the gang's fleet shuttled back and forth through the night, unloading batch after batch of captured goods from dozens of ships onto the shore. Laborers carried everything into the warehouse. With an extra 5 copper coins as bonus pay, the workers were grinning as if it were New Year's Day. The warehouse entrance was piled high with newly arrived bags of iron, ore, and salt, each sack so heavy they formed walls of supply. Even more valuable items like gold, silver, and jewels were rumored to have been sent straight to the county office, personally counted by the Six Gates captain. The armory also reaped a hefty bounty. Aside from a large pile of damaged weapons and arrowheads, there were 2 brand new blacksmithing forges. Originally, they had 8 forges, now there were 10. Wang Chuan knew these raw materials needed to be quickly melted down and forged into finished weapons that could be sold for silver, or else they would just take up space and rust away uselessly. Fortunately, the armory was now full of energy. Motivated by Wang Chuan's leadership, 16 apprentices were working hard with every weapon they sold. They received a share of the profits. With veteran blacksmith Qian Sihai joining the team, they were able to produce 2 batches of tempered steel weapons every 3 days. The income was solid and reliable. Riding this momentum, Wang Chuan cleared out all his remaining tempered steel knives. One was sold to Master He, another to Captain Song, both paying 8 taels of silver and leaving satisfied. As time passed, stacks of arrows and armor-piercing arrows in the warehouse grew taller and taller. The front counter displayed 3 tempered steel longswords priced at 15 taels each, all snapped up within half a day. That day, just after logging off, Wang Chuan received a call from Instructor Yu. Well done, Wang Chuan. I heard you're now the new head of Yulong Gang's armory. Quite a bit of power, huh? All thanks to Instructor Yu and Brother Lin Sun. I owe much to you both, Wang Chuan replied politely. Haha, let's get down to business. Instructor Yu laughed heartily. Lin told me you can take custom orders for tempered steel knives and longswords. I'd like to get some for our company. Can you move my order ahead of others? Don't worry, you'll be paid fully, no trouble on your end. So it was a business order. Wang Chuan was thrilled and quickly replied, Instructor Yu, with you personally calling and paying, how could I refuse? Since the cost of raw materials is almost zero for me, they'll give you a friend's discount half the market price. How's that? Why such generosity? Instructor Yu chuckled. I want 6 tempered steel knives and 2 long swords. 8 pieces total, 120 taels of silver, all at half price. Are you trying to let me earn 180,000 in one go? Then 180,000 it is. Wang Chuan smiled broadly. You always say skilled gold farmers can make 70,000 to 80,000 a day. I guess I'm a pretty skilled gold farmer now, right? True enough. Instructor, you nodded in agreement. Our studio has been going nearly 2 years now, and you are one of the best in the gold farming scene. Okay then, I want be polite, get those tempered steel weapons made quickly, and we'll meet at Lifeng Tower to make the trade. When Wang Chuan heard that the meeting place was set at Lifeng Tower, he noticed the look in Instructor Yes' eyes change. Well, you sharp-browed, handsome Instructor Yui had thought you were a straight shooter. All right, it's settled then. He quickly agreed and hung up, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Instructor, you wasn't just Wang Chuan's guide in the spirit realm. He was also the leader of the gold forging crew and one of Wang Chuan's official protectors back in Huishui County. 60 taels of silver was a solid investment to strengthen this relationship. Ever since sensing the enormous danger hidden in the spirit realm, Wang Chuan had grown increasingly careful about his own safety. Absolutely could not go the way of those unlucky souls like Haipi or the Tianshui village folks, dying with no clear cause. Building connections was crucial. In the gang, Brother Lin Xuan had his back. In the county office, Instructor Yu kept tabs on official affairs. Investment was necessary. Over the next 3 days, he buried himself in the forge, crafting 100 refined steel blade by hand. Working late into the night with Qian Sihai, they produced a full dozen hundred refined steel weapons, their crisp clangs sharp and gleaming with cold light. On the 4th day, fully recovered, Lin Xuan led him for the first time into the most renowned den of luxury and extravagance in Huishui County, the Lifeng Tower. Outside, bright flower decorations bloomed. Inside, the lights burned like daylight, with gentle music playing and delicate fragrances wafting. The soft voices of the girls entered his ears, tempting to the point they seemed almost capable of stealing a visitor's soul. Brother Lin, you've finally come. As soon as they entered, a few familiar girls approached, linking arms around Lin Xuan on both sides. Brother Lin, are you feeling better? We heard how you settled the score with the Anger Tide gang. Tell us all about it. Let's talk inside. Then, Lin Xuan said with a grand sweep of his hand, confidently drawing the two ladies into a private room. Wang Chuan shrank back, trying to be invisible, dodging the loaded glances. Oh, this young master is with Brother Lin? Handsome too. Never seen him before. Could he be a greenhorn? Just as the private room door closed, a sharp-eyed, pretty girl sized him up completely. Wang Chuan was caught off guard and pretended not to hear. The teasing went on. Brother Lin really is ruthless, making us wait all this time. And now he's shooing us away, just as we got here? Maybe you'll wait by the door and leave little Zixia to attend to you? They laughed shyly as they slipped away, leaving only Zixia nestled in Lingxin's arms. As Lin Xuan recounted his 2 life-or-death clashes with the Anger Tide gang, Zixia trembled and snuggled closer, her fragrant breath brushing his face. Wang Chuan sat quietly in the corner, observing in silence. Before long, Instructor Yu pushed open the door, his steps brisk and decisive. Close behind him were a man and a woman. The woman's features were sharp and stern. She frowned slightly as if unimpressed by the flashy scene inside. The man was the big dragon monk from Kongming Temple, wearing his kasaya with a calm, composed demeanor. A monk visiting a brothel? Wang Chuan nearly blinked in disbelief. Instructor Yu chuckled. Ah, Brother Wang Chuan's here too. Wang Chuan quickly stood and cupped his fists in greeting. Zixia and the other girl sensed the moment and quietly left the room. Everyone's here. Let me introduce you, Instructor Yu said, closing the door. This is Brother Wang Chuan, the new owner of the Yulong Gang's weapons workshop. From now on, all our company's weapons can be ordered through him, and you can also contact him privately. Then he gestured toward the tall monk. Long you've met before. He's captain of the company's pioneering team, a first-rank martial artist. First rank. Congrats, Brother Long. Wang Chuan's eyes lit up as he congratulated him. Finally, Instructor Yes' gaze settled on the stern-faced woman. This is Chun Hong, a member of the company's reserve team, a martial artist in training. She also contributed to this batch of 100 refined steel weapons. Chun Hong nodded and smiled faintly at Wang Chuan had taken a liking to him, noticing how he sat properly alone with no girls around when he entered. After everyone got acquainted, Wang Chuan placed the box he had brought down on the table. Inside were 6 tempered steel knives and 2 tempered steel longswords, all accounted for. He casually flipped open the box lid, and the sharp glint of cold metal immediately caught everyone's eyes. The 8 weapons lay side by side, their blades gleaming as if still warm from the forge, faintly smelling of hot iron and charcoal. The heavy weight bent the wooden case slightly, proving that this batch of tempered steel was truly well made. Instructor Yu and Monk Dalong exchanged glances, then both reached out to pick up a weapon. The thick, sturdy backs of the knives shimmered under the lantern light, while the sword edges radiated a subtle chill. After inspecting them for a moment, satisfied smiles appeared on their faces in unison. Not bad at all. Young Wang Chuan's craftsmanship is solid, you nodded. With these in hand, our reserve fighters will at least survive a few more skirmishes out in the wild. Suddenly, Monk Dalong seized one of the tempered steel long swords, flicked his wrist, and sent out a cold arc of light. With practiced ease, he tossed the sword across to Chen Hong. Chen Hong caught it steadily with a flick of his fingers, weighed it thoughtfully, then raised an eyebrow and smiled. A regular iron sword deals only 3 to 5 points of damage. This tempered steel longsword can hit 5 to 8 points, almost double. Perfect for going into the mountains to take down bears and tigers. Before he finished, Lin Sun, who had been silent nearby, snorted coldly. Taking down bears and tigers? Are the new reserve teams really that confident? Dalong, is this your doing? Monk Dalong's expression darkened slightly as he shook his head politely. She comes from a warrior family in Lin County. That's got nothing to do with me. Then he turned to Chun Hong with a grave warning. Mountain bears are as tough as trained fighters. Tigers are on the level of lower-ranked warriors. They have thick hides and strong vitality. Anyone who goes up there risks serious injury or even death. Don't take it lightly. Wang Chuan's heart tightened hearing that. He didn't think it was exaggeration. Even a grown wild boar had made nearly skilled warriors back off. Those tusks could pierce armor in close combat. Bears and tigers were far fiercer. No one risked their life just for some materials. For players in the spirit realm, the top priority was to protect their accounts and characters. Chen Hong clearly understood and lowered his voice in reply. Got it. His tone became more restrained but decisive. Wang Chuan noticed this and allowed himself a small, approving smile. Lin Sun no longer pressed the point. Looking at Instructor Yu, he urged, if the weapons check out, let's finalize the deal. We have other business. You nodded. As agreed, 120 taels of silver. He'll credit it directly to Wang Chuan's monthly gold earnings. Okay, Wang Chuan nodded. Since the payment went into the system, he could transfer the kickback to you later. The two shared a knowing glance that sealed the deal. Monk Dalong and Chun Hong stayed seated as the weapon box was closed. Everyone gathered again in a circle, the atmosphere turning a bit serious. There was clearly more to discuss. One more thing, Instructor, you scan the group. The New Teo gang's waterside stronghold was just taken down. The troubles in the waterways are mostly settled. Even if some remnants remain, they can't stir up much trouble anymore. But now he paused, his tone low but tinged with barely concealed excitement. For our studio, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The islands forming the New Tao gang's water stronghold were a series of dozens of small islets connected across a stretch of water easy to defend, but hard to attack. Among them, one island concealed deposits of iron, ore, and coal, offering significant potential for development. Inside the dimly flickering room, Instructor Yu spread out a hand-drawn map on the table. His finger traced lightly over the circled water area as he spoke in a low but clear voice. Once Captain Yu from the six-sided gate leaves, we'll join forces with the Void Studio and Dragonheart Studio to assemble 12 ranked warriors. We'll form a new gang to take control of this entire water region and its resources. Wang Chuan's heart skipped a beat, claiming territory and establishing a base on these islands. Lin Sun and the Great Dragon Monk clearly had prior knowledge. They simply nodded slightly, showing no surprise. In contrast, Chun Hong and Wang Chuan's expressions were far more complicated. The difficulty is immense, and the risks equally high. Instructor Yu surveyed the two carefully, explaining in detail. This move will inevitably draw hostility from Huishui County and neighboring powers, possibly even trigger a second official crackdown. If we proceed, we must commit the whole pioneering team, plus call up all prospective warriors from the reserve squad. The gold mining department must operate round the clock, sending a constant flow of silver to support the effort. At this point, Wang Chuan finally understood why Instructor Yu was discussing this openly with him. If the Warring State Studio truly got involved, as a senior worker in the gold mining department, had not only have to hand over all his monthly silver earnings, but also use his blacksmith skills and his position as head of the Yulong gang's armory to produce weapons for everyone. A heavy silence settled in the room. Chun Hong said nothing, and Wang Chuan lowered his gaze. Since witnessing the dangers of the spirit realm firsthand, he instinctively resisted any plan that might put them at odds with the authorities and multiple powers. Although Chun Hong was a woman, her attaining the rank of prospective warrior meant she had her own judgments about the spirit realm and, for now, remained silent too. Lin Sun and the Great Dragon Monk exchanged a look. Lin Sun smiled, breaking the tension. Don't worry, this won't start right away. Captain Yu of the six-sided gate hasn't left yet. He's a third-ranked warrior, enough alone to intimidate the forces in Huishui County, not to mention his entourage of several ranked warriors. If anything happens, it'll only be after he's gone. When will Captain Yu leave? Wang Chuan couldn't help but ask. He remembered clearly that once Captain Yu departed, the Black Wind Fortress would become active, and Blackstone Village would be in danger. Lin Sun looked up. Among the New Tao gang's islands are abundant iron deposits and a partially undeveloped iron mine. Captain Ye's current mission is to investigate the iron's destination and potential threats in Huishui County. Since the New Tao gang has been dismantled, he has merit to report. After finishing his inspection here, he'll return to the county seat for a report. He paused, then added with certainty, I estimate Captain Yu will be back before the end of the year, less than a month away. Less than a month. Lin Sun's answer made Wang Chuan tense up immediately. In the half-month since arriving in the city, he had almost every day crouched beside the blazing forge, hammering out finely tempered steel weapons for the Yulong gang, new calluses layering his forearms. Yet, this left him no time at all to practice his martial arts. The thought tightened his brow. Nothing must go wrong in Haishi village. He had promised his master, blacksmith's son, and Captain Zhao Hainiu that if the village was in danger, he would rush back to support them. Instructor Yu saw his concern and pressed his detective badge at his waist with a confident tone. You don't need to worry too much about Haishi village. If anything really happens, I'll accompany you myself. Wearing this detective uniform still has some intimidation against those bandits and thieves. Thank you very much, Instructor Yu. Wang Chuan stood up and cupped his fists in thanks, feeling a weight lift off his chest. Seeing the tension ease, Lin Sun steered the conversation back to the Nuduobang harbor. Once the county's 6 doors captains are gone, the reclamation teams of our 3 studios will crush all the martial artists in Huishui County. We have spies everywhere in the government, and the major families. Any stirrings would reach us first. Capturing the Nuduobang territory and controlling this waterway means collecting protection fees from every ship passing through. Nuduobang used to take a full 10% of profits from the fleets. Even in the slowest winter season, they earned 700 to 800 taels of silver. During the busy spring and fall, daily income could reach dozens of taels of gold. Splitting that 3 ways means a steady and endless income. His words landed with authority. Daliao Monastery's abbot nodded repeatedly in agreement. Instructor Yu remained thoughtful and silent. Chen Hong, a reservist in the reclamation squad, also did not respond. As the negotiation stalled, Lin Sun waved to end the meeting. Everyone, think it over carefully. Before Detective Yu leaves, we need a clear answer from all 3 teams. Those who want to participate will benefit. Those who don't, that's fine too, but you must keep this strictly confidential. Instructor Yu, Chen Hong, and Daliao Monastery's abbot each slung weapon-laden cases over their shoulders and left through the doors of Leifenglu in turn. Lin Sun, however, stopped Wang Chuan with an outstretched hand. Wang Chuan, sit with me for a moment. Oh, all right. Wang Chuan sat down again, facing him across the table. The room gradually grew quiet. Lin Sun stared into Wang Chuan's eyes and asked softly, do you know why we're risking everything to seize Nuduobang's harbor? To open a source of income, I suppose? Wang Chuan replied. Lin Sun nodded, then shook his head. That's only one reason. Villages, families, gangs disappear completely almost every day across the spirit domain. Even the county seat isn't safe. The higher your cultivation, the more secrets you uncover. You realize the spirit domain is full of blades ready to strike. If you don't fight, don't grab, don't get stronger, sooner or later, others will seize from you. Swallow you. Holy Owl fall prey to the law of the jungle. Haifeng Stronghold, Nuduobang, Qingfeng Express, even our Yulong gang. Anyone who rests on their laurels will be wiped out by the times. He paused, his tone deepening. I didn't plan to say all this to you since you work in the mining department. Just honestly forge iron in the county, earn some silver, build your strength, and most dangers won't find you. But the owner Zhang, you know about him, right? Lin Sun suddenly mentioned owner Zhang. Wang Chuan's eyes sharpened instantly. Owner Zhang had disappeared. Since being locked away under the watch of Flying Zai and his men on the order of sect leader Zhang had not stepped foot outside the East Wing even once. At that moment, he was contemplating how Master He's faction must have cleanly swallowed up all the wealth that Master Zhang had accumulated in his lifetime. Judging by Lin Sun's expression now, it was clearly not that simple. In a private room on the 2nd floor of the Lifeng restaurant, shadows flickered in the lantern light. Lin Sun casually drew back the curtain and asked calmly, what happened to Master Zhang? He's dead. The other man paused, lowering his voice considerably. A few brothers down below say that after he confessed to hiding some silver with his mistress, both he and the woman drowned in the river that very night. The wooden window rattled in the night wind, sending a chill down Wang Chuan's spine. Master Zhang was greedy and selfish, and scrupulously looting cash through the weapons house's resources, but he had still done some favors for the Yulong gang. Now, because of Lin Sun's sudden rise, his faction ended up completely stripped bare skin and bone, both eaten clean. Master He's ruthlessness far exceeded what Wang Chuan had imagined, and Fei Zai, who usually called him brother, wasn't holding back either when it came to drawing a blade. Lin Sun kept watching Wang Chuan's face closely. Seeing that although tense, he still sat steady, Lin's eyes showed a hint of approval. Not bad. I brought you here to Lifeng for 2 reasons. 1, to teach you that in the martial world, there are limits. That so-called red skeleton, bowtie skin, they look soft and tender, but underneath are bone-scraping knives worth little. Don't be fooled by appearances. 2, so you understand that even those who call each other brother in the gang might turn on each other for profit at any time. You need to keep that in mind. Wang Chuan nodded silently and stood, clasping his fists. I will remember that deeply. Lin Sun stood up and poured wine for him. Drink 2 cups before you go. Us Yulong gang disciples look out of place if we don't drink at the table. The clear liquor gleamed in the cup. Wang Chuan understood and raised it in salute. What you said is worth more than 10 years of study. Let me offer this flower through the Buddha to Brother Lin. The burning liquid scorched down his throat. He gasped for air, but still forced the cup to the bottom. Lin Sun drank deeply as well, then laughed loudly once his cup was empty. Among all the new blood, you're the one I value most. At first it was just a gut feeling that led me to recommend you to join. I didn't expect you to be so capable. You quickly established your footing in Huishui County, even becoming head of the weapons house. In the future, this territory will have a place for you. None of this would be possible without your guidance, Brother Lin. Wang Chuan refilled both their cups. If it weren't for you, I'd still be a blacksmith apprentice in Blackstone Village. They'll drink to you again. Their glasses clinked sharply. Wang Chuan tilted his head back to drain the cup. Though the burn in his throat remained, only a slight redness glistened in his eyes. Lin Sun clapped his hands. See how fast you learn? Wang Chuan lifted his cup a third time. A second cup, in hopes Brother Lin continues to teach me in the future. Wherever you need me, just say the word, I'll give it everything I've got. He drained the cup again. Lin Sun set down his glass and suddenly lowered his voice. I know nobody wants to take risks, and I won't force any of you into the Nuteo gang water-base affairs. But once you enter the spirit realm, you have to understand the law of the jungle survival of the fittest early on. Adapt to this game's rules as soon as possible if you want to live long. Though his words were gentle, they fell like stones into water. Wang Chuan's heart trembled. Then Lin Sun smiled. You mentioned Blackstone Village just now. That's good. It means the high salary hasn't blinded you. You haven't forgotten your village or your master. For that alone, if Blackstone Village is ever in danger, just call on me and I'll lend you a hand. Thank you, Brother Lin. Wang Chuan was overjoyed, raising his cup in return. Homeowner, have you been drinking? Should I help you back to rest for a while? Wang Chuan and Lin Sun stepped side by side into the entrance of the Yulong Gang Hall. Along the way, disciples came and went, all wearing smiles and greeting them warmly. Wang Chuan cupped his hands in thanks and waved away the concern with a smile. It's nothing. I just want to sober up a bit on the training grounds. Deep down he knew well that with alcohol still in his system, he wouldn't be able to hit iron successfully. Along one wall of the training ground stood 12 Iron Man posts, their dark red iron surfaces gleaming faintly under the lamplight, firmly fixed into the ground without a hint of movement. No sooner had Wang Chuan stepped in than he strode straight to the posts, arms swinging as he launched into the black tiger fist form. Pounce, grab, hook, tear, slap, crash, elbow strike, headbutt, hug, double headbutt, whip kick, sweep kick, a seamless, continuous flow. This was a fixed training routine he had personally refined. Completing one set at top speed earned a small but steady gain. 10 sets meant 1 full point of experience accumulated. Boom, boom. The dull, rapid thuds rang sharply through the night air. Hot sweat slid down his temples, flushing away the last traces of alcohol in his system. Wang Chuan's movements grew faster and faster, his figure blurring in the torchlight, unaware that a new observer had quietly appeared at the training ground's entrance. Lin Sun stood silently with his hands clasped behind his back, watching intently. After a long while, an elder with graying temples and an imposing presence silently arrived. Lin Sun immediately bowed low in greeting, boss. The visitor was none other than Yang Feiyue, leader of the Yulong gang. Yang Feiyue raised a hand to stop Lin Sun, narrowing his eyes to focus on the boy training inside. Is he the new head of the weapons room? Yes, boss. His name is Wang Chuan. I hear he's your recommended talent. Lin Sun nodded. I came across him by chance in Haishi village. I found him quick to grasp concepts, extremely diligent, and loyal to the village, so I decided to foster his talents. Not bad. Yang Feiyue nodded lightly, smiling. With him on board, the weapons room has become vibrant and strong, much more so than under head Zhang. It turns out he's gifted in martial arts too. His black tiger fist is already showing promise, and with his good constitution, he's nearly a martial artist. With some nurturing, the Yulong gang will have another warrior. Lin Sun added. I heard he took up martial training on a promise to his master. If the Black Wind bandits threaten the village again, he's pledged to come running. This statement both removed the stigma of being aimless and painted Wang Chuan as grateful and loyal before the boss. Gratitude is rare. Yang Feiyue nodded thoughtfully, then shifted topics. Recently, the weapons room's performance has been commendable. Especially before the clash with the Nuduobang, those armor-piercing arrows were forged just in time, reducing disciple casualties. I'm considering how to reward the room head. Elder Lin, what do you suggest? Well, I dare not presume to judge. Lin Sun bowed. But from what Wang Chuan has gained so far, he is already content. Whatever the boss bestows, I am sure he will be delighted. Elder Lin, you're quite shrewd, huh? Yang Feiyue chuckled, then looked back at the young man still punching away. In that case, grant him a first-rank martial art, grass flying step, to help him break through to a full martial artist as soon as possible. With his newfound strength, at least he now had the ability to protect himself and escape intact from those bandits in the Blackwind stronghold. What did you think about that? The leader is truly wise. Lin Sun cupped his fists respectfully, his tone firm. Yang Feiyue nodded, then turned to say, let's go. The new Tao gang still has some loose ends that need your attention. With that, he strode off briskly, Lin Sun following closely behind. Under the eaves, Wang Chuan had already used internal energy to clear the lingering scent of alcohol from his body. He had been quietly listening without daring to interrupt. Only after the two figures disappeared around the corridor did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately after, a system notification popped up in his mind. Reward unlocked a top-grade martial art, grass on the fly. This was Lin Sun's signature lightness skill. Lightness techniques were always more valuable than regular martial arts. On the black market, even a low-end one could fetch at least 200 taels of silver. Thinking that he himself could soon move with such agility, Wang Chuan's heart pounded wildly. Before noon, he practiced his fists while waiting for someone. When the sun reached its peak, Hall Master he appeared at the door of the weapons room as promised. Wang Chuan, master of the room. Hall Master he personally handed him a secret manual wrapped in oiled paper. The gang leader praised your diligence and specially rewarded you. Wang Chuan quickly expressed his gratitude. Hall Master he patted his shoulder and whispered, one of my brothers here was just promoted to prospective warrior. He wants to train the whirlwind saber technique, but he's broke and can't afford proper weapons. Though his tone was light, the meaning was clear. Wang Chuan immediately understood and promised, leave it to me. He'll have Fei Zi deliver the weapons to you in 3 days. Haha, that's straightforward. Hall Master he laughed heartily and left satisfied. Wang Chuan escorted him to the hall, then returned to his quarters and eagerly unwrapped the manual. First things first, memorize it thoroughly before moving on. At this point, he had mastered 4 top-grade martial arts. 1. Black Tiger Fist, with some proficiency. 2. 100 Steps Piercing, beginner level. 3. Yang Family Spear Technique, beginner level. 4. Grass on the Fly, beginner level. Overall, his skill level was still quite low. With the year-end approaching and Captain Yu likely to leave the gang anytime, Wang Chuan needed to improve quickly. So he handed all the refined steel tasks in the weapons room to Qian Sihai to manage, while other apprentices focused on ordinary iron weapons. He himself only patrolled the training grounds 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening, and spent the rest of the time immersed in practice. Under the fierce afternoon sun, Wang Chuan trained Black Tiger Fist on the Iron Man dummy. Tiger Pounce, Claw Swipe, rending each move slammed the iron post with a buzzing echo. His skin tingled from the shock and sweat dripped from his jaw. After a whole day, his Black Tiger Fist finally reached skill born from practice. He clearly felt his muscles tightening, with both strength and speed increasing by 1 point each. At this stage, advancing further required real combat experience, so he put it on hold for now. After a brief rest, he drew his spear. The Yang Family Spear technique was different from basic piercing drills. It emphasized wide-open, powerful moves with overwhelming momentum. Without giving full effort, the deadly intent forged on the battlefield wouldn't emerge. Normal wooden spears broke after only a few clashes with the Iron Man dummy, and their tips bent from the blows. Wang Chuan switched to his refined steel spear instead. As he twisted and shook the shaft, cold light spiraled out in a shower of sparks on the iron post. Back step, charge power, thrust attack, horizontal sweep, every move was heavy and forceful. Since the spear moves were hard to chain together, he broke them down, first practicing stabbing, then swinging, then vibrating strikes. He swapped moves once his arms grew sore, never pausing even briefly. The clang of metal on metal rang on into sunset. On the system panel, the Yang Family Spear Technique's experience points slowly crept up, and by the day's end, it finally advanced to some proficiency, granting an additional point of strength. As his attributes rose steadily, Wang Chuan realized that his mastery of the Yang Family Spear Technique was also improving continuously. Surging strength and agility flowed through his arms, making the tempered steel spear feel almost weightless in his hands. The spear tip emitted biting cold flashes as his moves connected seamlessly without pause. In just 2 days, he had practiced all the spear stances until they became fluid and natural. The gusts of wind stirred by his spinning spear roared through the training hall. He successfully pushed the Yang Family Spear Technique to the practice makes perfect level, gaining an extra 2 points of strength. At this point, both the Black Tiger Fist and the Yang Family Spear had advanced to the same realm, marking a pause in this phase of his training. Wang Chuan took a deep breath and focused his thoughts, causing the familiar attribute panel to appear in midair. Wang Chuan male. Profession, blacksmith. Hunger, 70,100. Strength, 811. Attack, 67. Agility, 86. Defense, 2.8. Speed, 14. Stamina, 83. Health, 110,110. Spirit, 8 inactive. Some martial skills collapsed. First grade martial arts Black Tiger Fist. Practice makes perfect. Next level mastery 0500. First grade martial arts Yang Family Spear. Practice makes perfect. Next level mastery 0500. First grade martial arts Flying Grass. Beginner level. Next level some achievement 0100. Seeing the bright strength 19 in his attributes, a spark flashed in Wang Chuan's eyes. As expected, first-grade strength skills provide the most direct boost. Just one more point, and he'll reach the 20-point threshold. Crossing 20 in any single attribute means officially entering the martial rank. His heartbeat quickened at the thought. Lin Sun had told him that reaching the martial rank granted the martial artist profession, immediately awarding attribute bonuses double those of civilian professions, and the bonus points were freely assignable. For any cultivator, that was priceless. I must break through once more soon and add one more strength point. Wang Chuan planned quietly. He still had 2 first-grade martial arts to train: 100 steps piercing yang and flying grass. Flying grass specialized in agility, which could wait. 100 steps piercing yang was rarely mastered in Huishui County and might be a shortcut to breakthrough. With this in mind, he turned sharply and left the training ground, heading straight back to the weapons workshop. Inside the forge, flames danced and molten iron bubbled. Qian Sihai hammered furiously, shirtless, sweat streaming down his calloused arms. Over the past time, he had worked almost day and night forging tempered steel weapons. Aside from room and board, he had never received a penny in wages. Wang Chuan often felt guilty about this, but his status as a prisoner meant he had to wait for upper approval before officially joining the workshop and earning proper pay. Old Qian, Wang Chuan greeted as he approached. Qian Sihai looked up. Boss. His tone was respectful, but not servile. From the pitch-dark prison of the Anger Tide gang, to eating warm meat buns daily at the dock and honing his blacksmith skills, his current life was something he could consider fortunate. Moreover, the boss before him was a formidable warrior who commanded his sincere respect. I want to train 100 steps piercing yang and need an iron bow, Wang Chuan said bluntly. Can you make one? Bows other than the 100 steps model required great arm strength and bow hardness. Ordinary hunting bows would crack under that tension. Only an iron bow could withstand such formidable power. Qian Sihai grinned broadly, brushing the iron filings off his face. I can do that. Qian Sihai nodded and replied. It's just a bit trickier to forge. We'll need to mix in some copper ore. All right. Wang Chuan laughed heartily and pointed toward the outer courtyard. I remember there are a few copper ingots stored in the armory. Take Chen Ergu and go get them. If you need any other materials, just ask. The iron bows have to be finished as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Qian Sihai and Chen Ergu responded in unison. Wiping sweat from their brows, they strode off toward the storage room. Lately, business at the armory had been booming. Take the simplest arrows, for example. The master and apprentices could craft 200 to 300 a day. Their wages from these amounted to at least 3 taels of silver per month, not counting occasional bonuses from the workshop owner. Life had clearly become more comfortable. As for the weapons made from temper-hardened steel, a little extra bonus money was enough for the masters to treat their families to some hearty dishes. The copper ingots arrived quickly. Qian Sihai rolled up his sleeves, his forearms bulging with veins, and raised his hammer to strike. Molten iron bubbled in the charcoal fire, sending sparks flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Wang Chuan paced calmly beside the forge, matching his steps to the rhythm of Caoshang Fi. Inhale, step, exhale, lift. His footsteps were light, and his body moved close to the ground in smooth circles. Clang, clang, clang. The hammer fell on the iron blank with crisp sounds that burst through the heavy, hot air. Qian Sihai worked furiously, sweat dripping off his chin onto the glowing metal, instantly creating white steam. Wang Chuan kept moving while listening intently to the clash of metal, silently feeling the harmony between breath and steps. This was his first real encounter with lightness skill, and he wanted to grasp every detail. Half an hour passed before Qian Sihai's gaze caught the workshop owner. He was surprised to see him still walking, but now his pace had quickened dramatically, as if a gust of wind were at his feet. Gradually, all the apprentices noticed the strange scene. Wang Chuan was moving faster along a fixed path in the yard, his clothes fluttering and his shoes barely making a whispered rustle against the ground. An hour later, everyone was drenched in sweat, and Wang Chuan's vest was thoroughly soaked. The threshold for mastering the lightness skill was far higher than imagined. Breath had to perfectly synchronize with every step to achieve the sensation of feet not touching the ground. He felt completely drained, exhausted and hungry. But at least his speed had improved. Each step felt like pressing down on a powerful spring, ready to launch him forward at any moment. He grabbed a few meat buns and swallowed them down in 3 bites, instantly staving off hunger. Then he pulled over a small stool and sat beside Qian Sihai, openly stealing the master's technique. To help Wang Chuan observe more closely, Qian Sihai decided to forge 2 iron bows at once, his left hand shaping the blank while his right hand swung the hammer, moving in one fluent motion. Wang Chuan stared intently, afraid to miss a single step. If he glanced away, he had the second piece to watch for comparison. Another hour later, Wang Chuan got up to practice his steps again, by now a familiar routine that the apprentices barely noticed. The forge fire roared, iron and copper repeatedly heated, hammered, and quenched, while the curves of the bow arms slowly took shape. Late at night, the fire's glow cast a warm red light on everyone's faces. By noon the next day, Qian Sihai set down his hammer and stretched. Two iron bows lay on the table, dark and smooth, with fine copper veins embedded along the limbs, faintly reflecting a metallic sheen. Done. He wiped the last drop of sweat from his forehead, eyes shining with pride. Wang Chuan was thrilled and eagerly took one in hand. Iron blank bow. Grade, white. Durability, 100,100. Attack, 1,015. Requirement, strength 20. Note: if you don't have any strength, it's best not to use this. Seeing the requirement of strength 20, Wang Chuan's mind went blank. This weapon actually had a usage requirement. If his strength wasn't up to 20, he couldn't use it at all. Wang Chuan refused to give up. He raised the bow high with his left hand and pulled the string back with his right, pouring all his strength into it in one breath. The special bowstring, made from tanned cowhide, could only be pulled open a little before it stuck fast. No matter how much his shoulder and back muscles bulged and veins strained, the string wouldn't budge an inch. He tried several times in a row, but the outcome was always the same. After a few moments, sweat formed on Wang Chuan's forehead and his breaths grew heavy. Reluctantly, he lowered the bow, bitterness welling up inside. Only then did Qian Sihai, standing nearby, realize the master's true intention. He hurriedly warned, "Master, this iron-bodied bow is specially made for martial artists. Since you haven't yet reached that level, you probably can't pull it." Wang Chuan took a deep breath and slowly put down the iron-bodied bow, nodding slightly. No wonder it's called the iron-bodied bow. Today I've truly been taught a lesson. He paused briefly, then shifted the topic to ease the tension. If this bow were sold in the market, how much would it fetch? Chen Ergu eagerly answered, "Master, I know. Last year someone brought an iron-bodied bow to Huishui County asking for 30 taels. A martial artist there bought it." Qian Sihai chimed in, weighing the bow carefully. "This bow uses 3 pieces of refined steel ingots and a bit of brass, the main material costing about 9 taels. Add the cowhide string at around 2 taels, and considering waste and labor, total cost is at least 18 taels. 30 taels isn't a high price." Wang Chuan nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "Is there a bow in the warehouse that's stronger than ordinary wood bows, but easier to pull than the iron-bodied bow? I want something with long range and good stability." "There is." Chen Ergu raised his hand again. "Walnut and ashwood bows are pretty strong. They're harder to pull than a regular hunting bow, but shoot farther. We have ready materials in the warehouse and can make one at any time." Wang Chuan finally noticed Ergu's deep knowledge of bows and raised an eyebrow. "How do you know so much about this?" Scratching the back of his head, Chen Ergu smiled sheepishly. "Before joining the gang, I was a village carpenter and hunted in the mountains for a few years. I made quite a few bows." "Good." Wang Chuan's eyes brightened with excitement. "Get the materials right away and make me a wooden bow that's a bit weaker than the iron-bodied bow, but easier to pull. I want it strong, with long range and stable, to go with my 100 steps piercing skill." "Yes, sir." Chen Ergu had been worried about how to repay the master, but hearing this, he dashed to the warehouse. Soon after, he carried out a piece of walnut wood and a bunch of tools, starting work swiftly. Making a bow was no easier than forging iron. First, Ergu planed the wood along the grain, removing knots, then bent it into shape using a mold. Next, he took out a jar of an unknown soaking liquid and fully immersed the wooden frame. Seeing Wang Chuan's curiosity, he explained, "Wood bows are tough but tend to break after repeated use. I soak it in warm water and this hot liquid to soften the fibers and improve flexibility, making it last longer." After soaking, the wood was dried and shaped again, then oiled and polished to improve the feel and harden the surface. The sounds of tools hitting, wood shavings flying, the scent of fresh timber mixed with rising steam filled the courtyard, making the process feel focused and intense. The whole bow-making process took about 2 days. Ergachin explained everything in great detail. Inside, Wang Chuan thought to himself that if he asked a couple more questions, this honest fellow might even teach him step-by-step how to carve a wooden stool. But he had no intention of learning the carpenter's trade. He understood well the saying about biting off more than you can chew. His own skill in forging tempered steel was stuck at the stage of entering the hall, not yet reaching complete mastery. Adding a new craft now would only be a burden. So he left just one instruction: make a good walnut bow, then turned and headed straight to the training ground. Today, he was going to formally practice the lightness skill flying on grass. Big brother Lin Sun had already told him there was a shortcut in this skill: climbing walls, also known as running along eaves and walls. As long as he mastered the technique of lifting and pushing with his legs, combined with repeated practice, that counted as basic proficiency. Earlier, in the armory, he had already memorized the breathing rhythm and footwork of flying on grass. Now, with the training ground empty, it was the perfect time to unleash it at full speed. He breathed out deeply. Wang Chuan's body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Though only at the beginner level of lightness skill, his feet still stirred a faint layer of airflow. His clothes fluttered wildly as he sprinted effortlessly past 100 meters. The training ground was only about 50 meters square, with a row of iron training posts aligned ahead. He held his breath, gathering strength, his legs like coiled springs. Pressing down, springing up, Using the posts as leverage, he lightly soared over the obstacles, landing like a cat. Success! He easily cleared the life-sized iron posts. Flying on grass was truly not overrated. But after landing, his breath was a bit erratic and his speed immediately dropped. The springiness in his legs vanished. Wang Chuan focused his mind, adjusting his breathing according to the technique. Coordinating inhale and exhale with his steps, the sensation returned. His speed picked up, and the spring's rebound came back. He grinned and pressed on. After running around the field once, he charged at the next iron post. Lifting and springing, it all flowed seamlessly. Anyone watching would be amazed at the smooth, flowing vaults, just like real martial arts lightness skills. Wang Chuan immersed himself in it, his legs rhythmically hitting the ground, his breath marking beats, true energy flowing throughout his body. He even felt a moonwalk-like sensation of weightlessness. Unfortunately, his lifting height was only just over a meter, still far from scaling walls. He had to reach a moderate level first before he could leverage that skill to run on rooftops. So he went back and forth across the yard, repeatedly lifting and springing, losing count of how many times. He pulled up his skill panel. Sure enough, flying on grass experience had only increased by a pitiful 2 points, 2,100. After so long, just 2 points progress nearly made him despair, but he knew how crucial lightness skills were for a martial artist. Slow or not, he had to endure. Gritting his teeth, he kept practicing. Half an hour later, his legs felt like lead, hunger dropped below 40 points, and he finally dragged himself away from the hall. He rushed to the dock and devoured 5 meat buns in one gulp. His stamina still wasn't fully restored, so he had no choice but to go offline and rest. Getting out of bed, Wang Chuan took off his silver gaming headset and stepped barefoot onto the cold floor. His stomach growled loudly, so he pushed open the door and headed to the apartment cafeteria. With a swipe of his card, he ordered an outrageously large seafood feast, steamed king crab, salt and pepper jumbo shrimp, and fresh salmon sashimi, all the essentials. The dining area was nearly empty, except for the mechanical lights blinking at the automated food distribution station. Wang Chuan quickly polished off the meal, licking the salty residue from his fingers before heading straight up to the 73rd floor. There was a circular jogging track there, perfect for helping digestion. The gym was brightly lit but deserted. Almost everyone else was still immersed in the spirit realm, grinding monsters or running dungeons. Wang Chuan stepped onto a treadmill and set it to the slowest pace, maintaining a steady rhythm for half an hour until sweat just lightly dampened his t-shirt. He hit the stop button, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and moved toward the weightlifting area. Bench pressing? That stopped challenging him long ago. He went straight to the barbell. Last time, with a strength stat of 12, he could clean and jerk 150 kilograms, nearly reaching the level of world champions in that category. Now that his attribute had risen to 19, he wanted to test his limits. He loaded the plates onto the barbell one by one on each side, locking them firmly in place. Total weight, 150 kilograms. Taking a deep breath, he bent over, gripped the bar, and lifted it smoothly. The barbell felt almost like an empty bar as he pressed it overhead with ease. He set it down and added more weight, 170 kilograms. Just as effortless, just by playing a game. And I'm already outlifting world champions? Wang Chuan put the barbell down, heart pounding. He caught his reflection in the mirror, eyes unfamiliar yet excited. Muttering to himself, what kind of people is the spirit realm trying to cultivate? In ancient times, martial heroes defied imperial law and weren't favored by the court. If this spirit realm is really a government project, aren't they just breeding unstable, dangerous elements? His thoughts racing, he added plates to bring the total to 180 kilograms and lifted again, arms steady as ever. The barbell clanged down. Hesitating, he reached for the last pair of 20-kilogram plates, but pulled back. 200 kilograms was still beyond his courage for now. Breathing steadily, he rotated his shoulder joints casually, glancing toward the gym's corner where several black security cameras quietly blinked red. Wang Chuan tugged at his collar and turned to head back to his apartment. On the 75th floor, in the control office, Su Wan sat at her desk, the gooseneck lamp casting sharp outlines of her composed profile. Opposite her, a wall projection displayed live footage from the 73rd floor gym. On the screen, Wang Chuan's entire lifting session played in slow motion, strength values and force exertion, curves climbing in real time beside him. You can always sense the body changing when you're on the verge of becoming a martial cultivator. She nodded slightly, a faint smile touching her lips as she murmured to herself, focused mind, stable emotions, knows restraint. Not bad. A promising new candidate. As she spoke, the monitor automatically switched scenes. Now it showed Li Guixiong, old Li, from Lin Dahai's mining team, wearing a baseball cap, skulking through the underground parking lot to rendezvous with a stranger. He exchanged a stack of photos under the dim lighting. Since suspecting that Hype died because of his game character's death, old Li's behavior had spiraled. Mining efficiency dropped sharply in game. He logged off precisely at 6 p.m. every day and was secretly investigating the whereabouts of 11 colleagues from Tianshui village. Shockingly, he found records confirming that several had disappeared or died. In front of the screen, Su Wan's smile faded, her gaze turning cold as ice. I thought you could regulate yourself. Turns out you just disappoint the company. She reached for the internal phone and dialed. ID 013372, resident of Haishi Village, oldly eliminate him. A single understood came from the other end, then the call ended. Back in his room, Wang Chuan didn't immediately log back in. Instead, a motion from the game surfaced in his mind. Barefoot by the floor-to-ceiling window, he assumed the starting stance of the black tiger fist left leg, crouching low in a horse stance, breathing deep into his dantian. His right fist sliced the air, toes, knees, hips, shoulders, elbows, and wrists aligned as one, hand and eye perfectly coordinated. Breath held, spirit concentrated. Wang Chuan suddenly lunged forward like a humanoid beast, his left hand clawing fiercely through the air, sending out a fierce gust of energy, while his right hand swiftly followed. Pounce, grab, seize. Then, with a sudden flip, his arms sliced through the air like ripping fabric. His right palm swept beside his ear with a roaring wind. Leaning forward, his shoulders and hips aligned like a black iron spear charging hard tear, strike, crash. In the blink of an eye, he twisted his waist sharply. His sharp elbow hammered into empty air like a hammer, his knee thrust out in sync, followed immediately by a crushing double arm embrace. Elbow strike, knee thrust, grapple. With a tap of his toes, he raised his knee high and fired a flying knee strike like a cannonball. As he landed, he dropped low and swept with a leg so close to the ground the wind howled, then exploded upward into a whip leg strike knee strike, sweeping leg, whip leg. This entire black tiger fist routine flowed like running water, each move laden with deadly intent. The spacious living room seemed swept by a mini tornado. The air quivered, the framed paintings on the wall trembled, and the fruit bowl on the coffee table rolled about from the gusts. As he settled his stance, Wang Chuan could still feel his blood boiling in his veins, his entire body roaring with power like a torrent. If there'd really been an opponent before him, that person would probably be collapsed and helpless by now. He stood in a horse stance, breathing heavily, staring at his slightly trembling hands with unprecedented seriousness. The martial arts from the Ling realm could actually manifest in reality. Coach Yu and Big Brother Lin Sun, was it the same for them? He murmured to himself. He recalled the slender girl he had met last time, who had lifted a 300-kilogram barbell over her shoulder with just 3 fingers, clearly the strength of an entry-level martial artist. So the power of entry-level cultivation actually carried directly into the real world? That was insane. Then a sudden realization struck him. If ordinary players already had this capability, and if this game was truly developed and secretly released by the authorities, what terrifying powers might they hold? Second or third level, or even higher-ranked martial artists. If such power fully fused into reality, the world's balance could be overturned. Lost in thought, Wang Chuan collapsed onto the large gray fabric sofa, silent for a long while. After some time, he shook his head bitterly. Why worry so much? If the government is really behind this, am not the one who'll end up bearing the brunt? His only thought now was to get strong himself during this chaos. Everything else could wait. With determination, he put the neural connector back on and re-entered the game. After resting his character on the bed for an hour to fully restore stamina, he headed straight to the training grounds to continue practicing grass flying. 1 hour of intense running raised his experience bar to 10,100, but his stamina drained completely. Hungry and exhausted, he logged out to let his character rest inside the house. Removing his helmet, an idea suddenly struck him. If Black Tiger Fist could work, what about grass flying? Without hesitation, Wang Chuan followed the energy flow paths memorized in the game, inhaled deeply and exhaled gently. Moments later, he was surprised to find his whole body suddenly felt light, his legs like spring-loaded, his muscles filled with explosive power. The lightness skill actually worked in reality. A surge of inexplicable excitement flooded him. Who doesn't dream of being a martial artist? Now, even without jumping from rooftop to rooftop, to simply glide lightly over the ground was enough to fulfill that youthful fantasy. He immediately started dashing and turning inside the living room, his toes barely touching the wooden floor, the sound of rushing wind following his every step. The dormitory the Warring State studio provided was extremely spacious, a 10-meter square living room, front and back balconies, and bedrooms, totaling over 300 square meters. There was plenty of room to run, jump, and flip without feeling cramped. The thrill of speed soon wasn't enough. Wang Chuan began pushing the furniture, fridge, wardrobe, sofa, coffee table, even the power rack and grip trainer, moving them around to create a mini obstacle course, like a little forest trail in his room. He sprang off the back of the sofa, glided along the coffee table edge, landed toes first on a weight plate, then soared again like an arrow launched from a bow, leaping back and forth through the room. As his moves became smoother, his breathing grew heavier, legs weighed down, hunger pressing in like a tide. Reluctantly, he paused and summoned the service robot to bring him an energy meal. He hastily stuffed high-protein nutrition bars into his mouth while glancing at the clock on the wall. Time was nearly up, and it was time to log back in and train. Flopping onto the bed, he reconnected mentally to the Ling realm. Back in the virtual training ground, his character continued non-stop with grass flying. An hour later, the system warned of exhausted stamina. He immediately logged out and returned to reality, checking the virtual panel casually. Grass flying, novice level, 18100. Huh. Wang Chuan was stunned. In that same time he had gained 3 more experience points this time. Wang Chuan was very sensitive to his cultivation progress. Normally, even after giving his all to train for a full hour, he would only gain a mere 5 experience points, no more than that. But this time, the experience on his status panel quietly increased by 3 points, an unusual change so striking it almost dazzled him. Who wouldn't want to break through faster? Instantly, he connected this with the extra 2 hours he spent in the real world, his eyes lighting up. Cold it be that the grass over the sky technique practiced in reality was also recognized by the spirit realm? Or maybe, once bound by the game system, a person could resonate with the spirit realm across both worlds? This idea was as exciting as discovering a new continent. If it was true, then after exhausting his stamina to train for an hour in the game, followed by 2 more hours practicing in reality, wouldn't that mean seamless progress and doubled efficiency? The thought just formed, and Wang Chuan's spirits soared as he decisively logged out to test his theory. Back in his room, he moved swiftly, climbing over his bed and furniture repeatedly, forcing his body to mimic every exertion involved in grass over the sky. 2 whole hours passed. His legs were filled with soreness and numbness, and his stomach felt hollowed out. Ignoring hunger, he immediately logged back in and summoned his attribute panel. Grass over the sky, novice level 23100. Training in the real world really worked. The extra 5 experience points rested steadily on the panel, proving the spirit realm's recognition. Clenching his fist tightly, excitement almost burst from his chest. This is amazing. Logging out once again, he muttered to himself, if reality counts, then I can train all day. 40 hours and he'll reach a decent level. Without hesitation, he rearranged his schedule, switching between game and reality like interlocking gears, steadily raising his grass over the sky experience. After 2 days of intense effort, his experience reached 93,100. At the same time, Chen Ergu brought encouraging news first. He successfully crafted a burgundy walnut wood bow. The bow was slightly heavy, smooth, and round like a full moon, with clearly defined wood grain layers. Chen had tuned the bowstring tight and strong. Just looking at it, one could tell it outperformed average wooden or hunting bows. Walnut wood bow. Grade, white. Durability, 100,100. Attack, 810. Requirement, strength 15. Craftsman, Chen Ergu masterpiece. Wang Chuan raised the bow and pulled it with 70% of his strength, already bending it into a full moon shape. The feel was far smoother than that of an iron frame bow. Smiling, he handed Chen 2 taels of silver as a reward. Ergu, you've worked hard. This is for you. Chen, thrilled to earn as much in 2 days as he normally made in a month's wage, bowed repeatedly. Thank you, house owner. Wang Chuan took the bow to the training ground and handled it again and again. When paired with normal arrows, its destructive power nearly matched that of a wooden bow combined with armor-piercing arrows. A single shot could pierce through a wild boar. Its range was even more impressive. As far as the other end of the grounds, 100 paces away, an arrow could whistle through the air. Only by holding his breath, focusing deeply, and calculating the trajectory carefully could he hope to hit the bullseye from such a distance. Even with Wang Chuan's current archery skill, misses still happened occasionally, proving that 100 paces splitting willow was no easy feat. Yet, his experience points remained utterly unchanged. This confirmed his suspicion. Only killing living targets could earn archery experience. Wang Chuan put away the bow and thought silently. First, he'll train grass over the sky to intermediate level, then go out of the city to shoot fish and level up. He looked toward the distant city gate. Eyes firm, was determined to raise his strength attribute to 20 as soon as possible and cross the threshold of becoming a martial artist. Wang Chuan's planning was meticulous. He sat cross-legged, silently activating his cultivation technique. After 2 full hours, a clear system notification finally sounded in his ear. Ding. Grass on the fly has advanced from beginner level to modest accomplishment. Reward, 1 agility point. With that, he officially broke through a cultivation stage. Wang Chuan let out a long, ragged breath, his entire body aching yet feeling relieved. He knew this had been the toughest training session since he started the game. Lightness skills weren't something you could master by mere practice. If he hadn't found a practical method to boost his efficiency, this level would have taken not 2 hours, but maybe 3 days to clear. For an ordinary player, it might have taken 6 days and nights. He gathered his fluctuating internal energy, massaged his numb legs, and was just about to contact Brother Lin to see if he could arrange a boat for practicing 100-step piercing willow, when a private message alert was abruptly cut off by the ringtone of his real-world phone. Wang Chuan quickly retreated to the side room, logged offline, removed his headset, and looked at the screen. The caller was none other than Old Li. Why is he calling now? Has something happened in Blackstone Village? A bad feeling surged abruptly, and Wang Chuan answered immediately. All he heard on the other end was suppressed crying. Deep, helpless sobs. His fingers trembled, goosebumps crawling up his arms. Oldly, what's wrong? What happened? Why, I'm doomed, my game character's dead. Wang Chuan, does that mean I'm going to die too? That choked plea chilled him to the bone. Wang Chuan's face darkened, his breath caught. Old Li's voice trembled with despair. Wah, I don't want to die. I have a wife and kids, what will happen to them if I die? Wang Chuan forced himself to stay calm, steadying his voice. Don't panic. How did you die? You've been staying inside the village, right? What about Brother Lin and the others? Are they okay? He knew too well what a character's death meant. It often carried grave real-world consequences. If Old Li's character truly died, not only would he lose his job, but his life might be at risk. Worse still, what if Lin Dahai and the others were next? Was the Blackstone village about to suffer the same tragedy as Tianshui village? Old Li recounted the nightmare in fits and starts. The morning had been normal. Everyone was practicing basic rifle skills on the training ground as usual. At noon, someone spotted a wounded, solitary wild boar lying in the snowy forest outside the village, and a proposal was made to hunt it for some extra income. Captain Zhao Heinyo quickly organized a team, hunted down the boar, promising the whole village a better meal that night. Just as everyone was excitedly crowding around the prize, a masked man suddenly emerged on the snow, claiming the boar belonged to him and demanding it be handed over. The villagers refused, taunting him loudly, with Old Li joining in the jeers. Amid the crowd's laughter, the masked man merely raised his hand before turning away without looking back. The next moment, Old Li felt a tearing pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a slender throwing knife lodged in his heart, and his health bar instantly dropped to 0. He was then forcibly logged out, and subsequently told his character had died and his account was deleted. Shortly after, the company called to confirm his termination. After hearing this, Wang Chuan could only feel the absurdity as if it were a fairy tale someone would kill over a wild boar, and the unlucky victim was Old Li. Old Li had just happened to be the unfortunate one. Old Li had already been fired from the company. The moment his game character fell unconscious in the virtual world, the robot at the Warring States building immediately bundled him and his belongings out the door, leaving him shaken to the core. After leaving the company, he secretly investigated the whereabouts of the 11 former colleagues from Tianshui village who had also been dismissed, especially those 5 rumored to have died under mysterious circumstances. From several well-informed sources, he managed to obtain photos from the scenes. The doors and windows of public rental apartments were tightly shut, with no bodies inside, only clothes soaked in blood and torn apart. Dried dark red blood stains in the corner looked as if wild beasts had licked them clean in a disorderly fashion. The authorities, afraid of causing panic, had strictly sealed off information, but these photos only deepened Old Li's growing dread. The 11 players from Tianshui village had all been devoured in their sleep by wolves within the game. Now, in reality, they kept dying one after another. He was sure that his own fate would eventually catch up to him. Wang Chuan, please help me. I don't want to die. On the phone, Old Li's voice trembled with tears. I can't reach Lao Lin, Wei Zhe, or Zhang Kai anymore. You are the only one who can save me. Hearing this, Wang Chuan's heart shot up with alarm. After all, Lin Dahai and the others, who had been with Old Li for half a year, couldn't be so cold-hearted as to ignore every call. Could something else have happened over in Haishi village? He recalled the masked man hunting wild boars outside the village the day before, almost certainly a martial artist of entry rank. If the situation wasn't handled carefully, Haishi village could be headed for serious trouble again. Old Li, don't panic. He'll check out Haishi village and see if that troublemaking martial artist is still there, Wang Chuan said to calm him before hanging up and immediately calling Yu Jiaodo, a big shot in the gold mining department. Wang Chuan, you still half asleep? Yu Jiaodo's tone was serious on the other end. Old Li had an accident yesterday, died suddenly of a heart attack. I heard He Pi's parents went to cause trouble at his public rental apartment, and he suffered the attack right there. Wang Chuan froze. But I just got a call from him asking for help. Yu Jiaodo paused thoughtfully, then confirmed he wasn't joking. The news hit Wang Chuan like thunder. Old Li had actually died yesterday? He hurriedly checked his call logs, only to be shocked that there was no record of any calls from Old Li. No record then who was on the phone just now. Yu Jiaodo continued reporting, there really was some trouble in Haishi village. Someone killed a person outside the village last night. Old Li was unlucky, died by a thrown knife. It seems someone impersonated him to prank you. But don't worry, Haishi village has already calmed down. Zhao Heinyu didn't want this escalating, so he turned over the wild boar's corpse and let the others take it away. He then sent someone to report the case to our county office, but right now, we still don't know who the other party really is. Instructor Yes' words were like a faint light, illuminating the outline of the whole matter. Something did happen in Haishi village yesterday, and Old Li really died that night. That meant the Old Li who called Wang Chuan today must have used voice alteration, number spoofing, or even block callbacks. What exactly did they want? Was it just a prank, or did they have some hidden agenda? Wang Chuan was completely baffled. On the other end of the line, Instructor Yes' voice was hoarse and weary. He let out a low sigh. Wang Chuan, don't worry about what happened in Haishi village. It's already in the past. Old Li was unlucky, and he perished in the fire. The company will settle this month's wages and offer some compensation to his family, but beyond that, it's out of our hands. As for the caller, it's probably just a prank. As long as they stop causing trouble, that's the end of it. The deceased is gone, you have to look forward. After saying this, he decisively hung up. The room suddenly became eerily silent. Wang Chuan held his phone, sitting quietly for a long time. The only sound a faint hum from the air conditioner. The screen was dark, no incoming calls anymore. Calmly reflecting, he realized the old Li on the phone had been sobbing, the voice trembling completely different from his usual low, clear tone. It was this ambiguous familiarity that made him believe it at first. But hey, race the problem. Who would joke about a dead man like that? The people in Haishi village weren't that bored, were they? He thought of another suspicious point. Instructor, you handled the matter swiftly, but never mentioned if old Li had been fired by the company. In the game, old Li's character was bitten to death, and in reality, his heart suddenly stopped. You blamed the death on the Black Pie parents barging in and causing trouble, but what if it was no coincidence? From what Wang Chuan knew about Lingyu, players bitten by monsters often die in reality the same way. Old Li's heart condition might just be an inevitable link in this strange chain of cause and effect. If the game really overlaps with reality in some way, then the old Li on the phone might not be a prankster at all but a soul that never fully faded away. Wang Chuan wrapped his hands around his head, feeling his thoughts spiral into chaos. After a long pause, he murmured, first it was Black Pie, then Tianshui village, now it's old Li. Dead in the game, and dead in real life, who's next? A chill ran down his spine. He glanced at the million-yuan balance that had just appeared on his phone, suddenly feeling it was cold and cruel. No amount of money could buy him a shred of safety. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. His pale face stared back from the glass, city lights stretching beneath him. Yet he felt trapped in a monstrous belly, ready to be digested at any moment. Sure enough, great fortune seemingly gained from nowhere always comes at a price, and that price might very well be his life. Wang Chuan leaned weakly against the window, a bitter smile curving his lips. Maybe we're not lucky at all, just unlucky souls haunted by demons. Forget it. No matter what, staying alive is what matters most. Survive. After witnessing one colleague after another get dragged into the spirit realm and die, and seeing the Warring States Studios' cold indifference toward the fallen, only one thought remained in Wang Chuan's mind: survive. From this moment on, gold farming was no longer his goal for entering the spirit realm. No matter how full the account, it couldn't save a life. When you die, your account disappears, everything vanishes like smoke in the wind. What mattered now was making himself strong enough to avoid being casually crushed. With this determination, he returned to the game and immediately sought help from Lin Sun. Upon hearing that Wang Chuan had acquired a poplarwood bough and intended to train 100 steps piercing the willow, Lin arranged to meet him the next morning at the dock. At dawn the next day, sure enough, a medium-sized cargo ship about 10 meters long was moored at the dock. Inside the hold sat more than 30 miners, both men and women, all clearly players who had come to Huishui County to make a living. Why haven't we set sail yet? It's already so late, someone muttered quietly. Shu another quickly hushed them. I heard a big shot is taking the boat to the water village today. Don't let him hear you. Right, Yulong Gang's guys are ruthless. Last time, someone in our studio talked too much and pissed off an inner disciple. He got tied up and thrown into the river on the spot, and his account was deleted. The speaker shivered and fell silent. Just then, Lin Sun and Wang Chuan stepped onto the bow, followed by Chun Ergu, who was carrying hundreds of arrows and serving as escort today. Chen's face was full of excitement as he carefully arranged the quiver. Old Chen, the ship's captain and an inner disciple of Yulong Gang, was already waiting on deck. Seeing the two board, he bowed deeply. Elder Lin, Lord Wang Chuan, it is an honor to have you aboard. Lin Sun gave brief instructions. Old Chen will take you there and bring you back this afternoon. We have people at the mine, and the waters along the way are safe. I won't be going. If you want to return early, have Old Chen make another trip. No sooner had he finished than Old Chen smiled broadly and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. If Lord wants to return, just say the word, and he'll sail at any time. Thank you, Senior. Wang Chuan returned the gesture. Although Lin Sun called him Old Chen as if giving orders, Wang Chuan could see that Old Chen was already a quasi-martial artist, only one step below a full martial artist himself. Humility wouldn't hurt. Not at all, Lord's kindness. Old Chen replied hurriedly, respectful but a little flustered. He had already heard that Wang Chuan had been personally recommended into the gang by Elder Lin, that within days of joining, he took over the armory, even received commendations, and now from the gang leader down to the hall masters, everyone was watching him closely. Such potential, no way would he dare to slack off in front of him. Someday when he needed favors, one word would suffice. All right, I'll see you off here. Safe travels, Lin Sun said as he returned to the dock and waved goodbye. Old Chen clasped his fists, turned, and ordered the crew to cast off and raise the anchor. As the sail was hoisted, The boat trembled gently and slowly departed from shore. Set sail. Wang Chuan obviously couldn't stay cooped up in the dark cargo hold with over 30 miners. He stood at the bow, hands behind his back, watching the docks slowly fade away. The cargo ship cut smoothly through the green water, entering a misty, almost ethereal landscape, and his restless mood eased a little. Chun Ergu put down the bundles of arrows wrapped around his arm, hurried to the bow, and respectfully offered a steaming meat bun. Owner, want something to eat? Wang Chuan took the bun. Steam twirled around his fingertips as he broke off a small bite. His gaze drifted to the green hills flanking both sides of the river. Behind him, the miners clustered near the cargo hold entrance, whispering among themselves. What's his real identity? Even Elder Yu of the Yulong gang personally sent him onto the ship. No clue. Aren't you guys from the Yulong gang? Don't you know who he is? Several junior disciples shook their heads. They usually didn't even have access to the main hall, much less the armory, so they'd never met Wang Chuan. I think he's like USA player, an observant youth whispered, edging closer. Look at the arrows he's carrying. No NPC would bother hauling that many. Plus, Elder Lin's a high-level player, so they're probably from the same studio. Wang Chuan caught every word but only cast a faint sideways glance, his gaze cold as starlight. The youth immediately went silent and melted back into the crowd, secretly thrilled to have been noticed by this senior. As the ship sailed farther, sunlight shimmered on the water's surface. Old Qian, the shipmaster, strolled to the bow and lowered his voice to warn. Owner, the water up ahead is thick with grass, and two currents meet there. Lots of fish. If you want to practice archery, that spot's perfect. Interest gleamed in Wang Chuan's eyes as he peered in the indicated direction. The water grew even greener, stalks swayed just below the surface, bubbles rising in streams. Thanks, Senior Qian. He clasped his fist in thanks, grabbed his poplarwood bow, stepped lightly along the ship's edge, and drew the bowstring back to 70% of a full draw. The bow was heavy, nearly 3 times the force of an ordinary wooden bow. Crack! A sharp arrow sliced through the air, tearing the water's surface. In the next instant, a crucian carp was pierced, belly up, floating lifeless. The cargo hold entrance erupted in cheers. Hit. 30 meters, at least. That's insanely accurate. To practice at that level? He's a monster. Amid the murmurs, Wang Chuan remained unmoved. He turned his thoughts inward and pulled up his stats panel. The 100 steps piercing willow skill experience bar hadn't moved at all. He fired several more arrows in quick succession. The sharp whistles sounded as more fish surfaced, struck by arrows. Yet his experience still showed no progress. Chun Ergu eagerly borrowed a fishing net and scooped up all the pierced fish, piling them on the deck, writhing. What's going on? No experience gain? Wang Chuan furrowed his brow. Had his skill already reached the practice makes perfect stage, or did he need to hit a live target over 100 steps away to advance? As he calculated, a new problem arose. The boat moved. The water reflected light. Locking a target 100 steps out seemed nearly impossible, unless the target leapt out of the water. Splash. Perhaps fate had heard Wang Chuan's prayers at that moment. A fish suddenly broke the water far off, twisting wildly as it leapt. Whoosh. With 15 agility and an extra 15 speed, Wang Chuan's reflexes ignited. Just as tiny ripples spread, he spun, drawing his slender bow. The thin bowstring vibrated between his fingers. The poplar bough bent into a perfect crescent as he released the arrow. The feathered arrow tore through the air, faster even than the fish's plunge back into the water. A cold gleam pierced the surface with a plop, scattering tiny crimson droplets. In less than a second, the wounded fish flipped to the surface along with the arrow, twitching a few times before going still. Players in the cargo hold felt their scalps tingle. Almost everyone leapt up, pressing against the ship's railing, eyes locked on the distant scene. My God, that far. I didn't even see the fish. How could he hit that? He must be an expert. Are we even playing the same game? I'm honestly impressed. It has got my full respect. The player who had previously boasted about his eyesight stood frozen, lips trembling before stammering. This isn't a newbie. That's a master archer for sure. Wang Chuan felt great. His system panel flashed a notification. Bullseye at 100 paces, entry level 1100, next rank. Slight achievement 1100. As expected, only kills beyond 100 paces gain experience. Now confirmed, he intended to become a ruthless fish shooting machine. The cargo ship drifted downstream into a stretch thick with water plants where fish darted through emerald tendrils. Some even swam lazily beneath the ship's hull. Players sneaked glances at Wang Chuan, wondering why he kept aiming at the distant school rather than the nearby fish within easy reach. Why doesn't he shoot the close ones? Close range is no challenge. This guy's here to play, not practice. Whispers rippled through the group until everyone agreed. For the next 15 minutes, Wang Chuan unleashed a rapid volley of arrows beyond 100 paces, harvesting 13 fat fish with surgical precision. Blood dotted the bow, and dark red spots surfaced on the water. As the grassy area passed behind, fish became sparse nearby. Yet he remained unfazed. Near the Angry Waves Gang's water village lay a fenced lake abundant with fish, reserved solely for training. That was his true destination. Half an hour later, the cargo ship slowed near shore. The wooden dock came into view. Boss Chien pointed left. Boss, that's the lake we fenced in plenty of fish, easy for practice. The young lads waiting on the boat. Call if you need anything. Thanks a lot, elder. Ergo, let's go. Wang Chuan replied, grabbing his poplar bough and stepping off. Chen Ergo followed. After they left, old Chien shouted toward the cargo hold. We're here. Before sunset, get all your mined goods loaded on board. Anyone late, don't blame me for sailing without you. The players scattered noisily, eager to dig and haul immediately. The Angry Waves Gang's Water Village dock was actually quite crowded, mostly guarded by disciples of the Yulong Gang. Not far away, two men dressed in government constable uniforms yawned lazily, barely sparing a glance at the man in the black Yulong Gang disciple clothes, showing no interest in questioning him. They appeared very relaxed and undisciplined. Wang Chuan walked past them carrying his poplar wood bough on his back. The constables gave him a half-flitted glance before returning to lean against the wall, lost in their own days. Turning past 2 rows of willow trees, the inner lake came into view. Though only about 100 meters wide, the lake shimmered with sparkling ripples. Every now and then, a few fat fish broke the surface, flipping to reveal silvery scales that glittered dazzlingly in the sunlight. Guarding the lake was an ordinary inner disciple of the Yulong Gang. Seeing Wang Chuan approach with his bow, he raised a hand to stop him and performed a routine check of his gang token. After confirming it was valid, he weariedly reminded him. The gang rules are clear, 1 tael of silver per day for practicing archery. If you want to take any shot fish away, you need to pay extra. He then glanced toward Chen Ergu, who stood beside Wang Chuan. Thanks, they'll be practicing alone and won't take any fish, Wang Chuan said frankly, pulling out 1 tael of silver plus 5 copper coins and tossing them over. The copper coins clinked into the guard's palm, who then gave him a knowing nod and said, all right, get to it. Chen Ergu pulled out the quiver and squatted nearby, carefully inspecting the feathers on the arrows. Wang Chuan stepped back to a small, elevated dirt mound behind the lakeshore, setting up a shooting distance of about 100 paces as he scanned for targets. Bang! With a crisp snap from the poplar wood bough, the arrow sliced through the air, creating a sharp whistling sound. The lake guard's attention immediately sharpened, his gaze deepening as if sensing Wang Chuan was deliberately shooting from a full 100 paces. To have trained to first-rank archery already? He murmured to himself, picking up a long fishing rod and flicking the line, ready to retrieve the arrow that hit a fish. Fish schools darted densely beneath the water. Even when the fish didn't surface, Wang Chuan could judge their positions by subtle ripples in the water. The poplar bough was powerful. Almost every arrow struck its mark from 100 paces, none missing. His experience bar visibly rose with each shot. After a moment, a system prompt rang loudly in his mind. Ding! 100 pace piercing skill upgraded from novice to minor accomplishment. Reward, strength 1. Almost immediately, a second prompt followed. Strength has broken through 20 points. Status changed from villager to combat profession warrior. Profession reward, free attribute points 4. Overjoyed, Wang Chuan quickly pulled up his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Wang Chuan. Gender, male. Hunger, 70100. Life profession, blacksmith. Combat profession, warrior, unranked. Strength, 812. Attack, 67. Agility, 87. Defense, 3. Speed, 15. Stamina, 83. Health, 110,110. Spirit, 8 inactive. Free attributes, for unallocated. Life skills. Refined steel forging. Intermediate 118-2000. Next level, mastery. Combat skills. Archery, skilled 0-500. Next level, intermediate. First rank martial art. 100 pace piercing, minor accomplishment. Next level, skilled 0-300. Some martial arts skills folded. Gaining the warrior identity granted an additional 4 free attribute points. Awesome. Excited yet focused, Wang Chuan noticed that all his martial arts skills now displayed a clickable icon next to them. Suppressing his anticipation, he first clicked on archery, which was at the top of the list. In an instant, a detailed panel unfolded before him, row after row of data appearing clearly. 1. Having officially entered the martial artist sequence, his understanding of techniques was re-evaluated by the system, allowing him to directly access and activate the hidden attributes of his skills. 2. Archery proficient practice. Current level. Accurate shots within 30 meters, 50 hit rate, with 5 damage. Hitting a vital spot causes severe bleeding and triggers double damage, dealing 10 damage. Next level advanced mastery. Still precise shots within 30 meters, but hit rate improves to 60, with 7 damage. Hitting vital spots causes continuous bleeding and double damage, increasing to 14 damage. Reading this, Wang Chuan suddenly understood. Only by truly becoming a martial artist could one's martial arts transcend their former limits, otherwise, they're just for show. He then clicked on basic spear technique. The panel was equally clear. 1. Current level, Spear strikes deliver forceful impact, adding 5 damage on hit. Striking vital points may interrupt the opponent's actions, causing triple damage, AE, 15 damage. 2. Next level advanced mastery. Forceful impact upgrades to force suppression, adding 7 damage on hit. Striking vital parts still has a chance to interrupt, while triple damage increases to 21 damage. Wang Chuan compared silently. Before his class change, he relied solely on his own strength and the weapon's base damage. Now, as a martial artist, the skill attributes were fully activated, causing his destructive power to soar. This explained the overwhelming advantage martial artists had against each other. Lost in thought, his eyes landed on the top-tier martial art label, and a surge of curiosity arose. What exactly was the difference between top-tier and basic skills? He quickly clicked on Black Tiger Fist. A fresh stream of stats flooded the screen. 1. Black Tiger Fist Proficient Practice. Current level, close-range strikes add 7 damage. Hitting the opponent may trigger an immediate follow-up move. If striking a vital point, there's a high chance to interrupt and instantly unleash the second attack, with double damage of 14. Next level advanced mastery. Close-range suppression adds 9 damage. Hitting the enemy may chain a second and third move. If hitting vital spots, there's a high probability of interrupting and consecutively launching second and third attacks, with double damage rising to 18. Wang Chuan focused deeply, the picture becoming clearer in his mind. Top-tier martial arts not only had higher stats, but also more vicious combo and critical effects. In actual combat, top-tier skills far outclassed basic ones at the same level. After confirming this, he opened 100 Steps Piercing Willow and began comparing it with archery. The gap became immediately apparent. The specific stats for Bai Bu Chuanyang fairly skilled jumped into Wang Chuan's view first. Range, within 100 paces. Accuracy, 60. Damage, base 6. Special effect, causes bleeding on a critical hit, with a small chance to trigger triple piercing damage 18. The next level, Practice Makes Perfect, was listed alongside. Range remains 100 paces. Accuracy increases to 70. Damage rises to 9. Special effect, also causes bleeding, but with a higher chance to trigger piercing, triple damage can reach 27. Just from that, Bai Bu Chuanyang at the fairly skilled level already boosts its power to above the Practice Makes Perfect tier, thanks to the triple piercing damaging 8-point attack increase. Next came the Yang family spear technique, with even more impressive stats. Practice Makes Perfect. Attack type, close range power strike. Damage, 9. Special effect, chance to interrupt enemy actions. If it hits a vital point, high chance to stun and freeze the target briefly, plus triple damage 27. The next tier, Mastery achieved. Damage increases to 12. Special effects remain, with triple damage reaching 36. This strength-based martial art combined with heavy weaponry delivers formidable bursts of power. Finally, the lightness skill Chao Shang, Fei Grass Flying. Fairly skilled. Movement speed 20. Easily vaults over obstacles using surroundings. Practice Makes Perfect. Movement speed 30. Can run on rooftops, scale high walls, and navigate forests and urban areas as if walking on flat ground. A brief note clarified that lightness skill growth now directly correlates with player agility. The higher the agility, the greater the bonus from Chao Shang Fei. Boss, you okay? Hungry? There are still steamed meat buns here. Chen Ergis' voice pulled Wang Chuan out of the stats panel and back to reality. Realizing he'd been staring blankly, he quickly closed the attributes window and took the bun, eating it in big bites to satisfy his hunger. Then he raised the poplar wood bow again this time. Bow and string seemed completely fused, the gathered tension clearly channeling into the arrow. Twang! The crisp sound of the bowstring rang out, the arrow flying faster than before. A splash erupted in the river as one arrow pierced 2 fat fish, sending them thrashing up. A double kill with 1 shot. Boss is awesome. Chen Erga cheered. Wang Chuan glanced at the panel, experienced too. To have such power even after hitting the water, he thought with a smile, releasing arrow after arrow. Almost every shot was a double fish kill, leaving the disciples fishing by the dock speechless. Soon, a system notification abruptly sounded. Ding! Bai Bu Chuanyang upgraded to Practice Makes Perfect. Reward, Strength 2. His strength stat jumped to 22 points. With only around 100 arrows left due to all the double kills, the experience bar stalled. Wang Chuan knew the shortcut had run out, so he lowered his bow and stopped shooting. Sigh, a new bottleneck, he muttered quietly. Just as he was about to leave, the dock erupted with shouting and panic as several figures came stumbling toward him at full speed. Help! 15 minutes ago, 6 masked men clad in black from the Angry Tide gang moved stealthily, skimming just above the lake's surface. Their bodies were drenched and dark, blending seamlessly with the water as they silently reached the shallows beside the water village. Wet footprints stretched behind them as they slipped into a deep cave along the shore, quickly shedding their water gear and forming a circle. 6 pairs of cold, piercing eyes had already locked onto their target. They knew the distribution of the Yulong gang and the county guards inside out. 1. Water Village Dock. 2 county constables, both quasi-martial artists. An old boat captain, Lao Qian, just barely a quasi-martial artist. The remaining 20 or so were ordinary lackeys. 2. Mining area. About 40 people, guarded by 2 quasi-martial artists. The rest were miners. 3. Inner lake fish ponds. 1 guard, also a quasi-martial artist, but the weakest of the group. After the briefing, one of them slowly tore off his mask, revealing a razor-sharp sword forged from bright, tempered steel, radiating deadly intent. The angry Tide gang is wiped out. Now we're rats in the street. Then we'll carve a path through with blood. Everyone in this water village dies with us. Number 5 and 6, follow number 2 to clear the mines. Number 3 and 4, come with me to wipe out the dock first. At his command, the 6 black masks dropped simultaneously, blades flashing in unison. Old boat captain Lao Qian was napping on a cargo boat's deck when the commotion at the dock woke him with a start. Opening his eyes, he saw 2 constables lying dead with their throats slit by the black-clad men. Terrified, he fled immediately, leaping straight into the river's swift and decisive action. Splash! Water erupted, but underwater, another figure was waiting. A flash of steel, and the river's surface churned with foamy blood. Lao Qian's body floated up, eyes wide open in death. They're killing. Angry Tide remnants. Run screams erupted from all directions. The Yulong gang disciples, bereft of leadership, scattered in panic. Some blindly jumped into the river, only to meet the same fate as Lao Qian ambushed beneath the surface. On the dock, 2 black-clad men slashed relentlessly. The laborers were butchered without mercy. Number 3 pressed forward with his sword, chasing several Yulong disciples fleeing toward the inner lake. 4 of them collapsed in pools of blood, and his gaze fell on a Yulong inner disciple fishing by the shore. He sneered coldly, "Fishing? We're here to catch you instead." At the forest edge, Wang Chuan's face changed sharply. "Ergu, retreat." Having trained to shoot 100 paces with precision, his vision was far keener than ordinary men's. Chen Ergu hadn't fully grasped the situation yet, but Wang Chuan had seen it all. For panicked Yulong disciples rushing over were cut down tubituo by black-clad men leaping forward. These masked figures moved with deadly lightness, obviously skilled in Qinggong lightness skill. Blood splattered across their dark clothes, their eyes cold as blades. They swiftly ended the last 2 who cried for help, then lunged toward the disciple fishing by the shore. A chill gripped Wang Chuan's heart as he glanced sideways. The dock was eerily silent, not even an echo in the air. Where are the county constables? Lao Qian? Damn it, they can't all be dead. Why did I have to run into this mess? He cursed silently, but dared not show his head, pulling Chen Ergu deeper into the forest shadows without hesitation. Fortunately, their position was well chosen. Ordinary archers usually stand by the open shore of the lake, but Wang Chuan, having trained in the art of 100-step piercing, kept his distance from the lakeside and stood at the edge of the woods, away from the inner lake, remaining unnoticed by the others. Otherwise, archers would be the first targets to be eliminated. "Boss, that guy, could he be a leftover from the Nuteo gang? What should we do?" Chen Ergu's voice trembled, his face pale. He finally realized the danger looming before them. Wang Chuan didn't answer. He stood steadily in the shadows, resting his Huangyang would bow across his chest. He drew the string, knocked an arrow, and locked his aim onto the black-clad, masked man sprinting along the lakeshore. Chao Shangfai's lightness skill was only proficient, though both were martial artists. One fought in the open, the other unseen. The outcome was uncertain who would survive. Wang Chuan didn't want to get involved in the trouble, yet he knew he would soon be discovered. His only chance to survive was to strike first. Thinking of old Li and Hypus' grim fate, his gaze hardened with resolve. By the lake, the inner disciples of the Yulong gang finally came to their senses. Several comrades had been knocked down one after another by the black-clad man. One shouted angrily and drew his heavy steel blade. Clang! The tempered steel cleaved down hard, leaving a deep notch on the blade's edge. The Yulong disciple was pushed back several steps by the shock. The black-clad figure paused, sneering as he prepared to finish the strike when suddenly a cold arrow whistled through the air, piercing his forearm. Hit him. Chen Ergu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wang Chuan Frownet had aimed for the throat, but the arrow was deflected by the arm. Damn! He was about to be exposed. The black-clad man clutched his wound and retreated, shouting hoarsely, "Big brother, there's a leak over here." From the pier, 2 black shadows shot toward the battlefield like arrows. Swoosh! Wang Chuan no longer hesitated and drew another arrow. Mastering his 100-step pierce, he predicted the target's movement. The arrow struck firmly in the man's chest. He sank straight into the lake. In the distance, the eldest and 4th brothers, seeing this, assumed the knife-wielding man was the culprit and hurried toward them. "4th brother, save him. He'll deal with that one." The eldest snarled fiercely, clearly a martial artist as well. The 4th entered the water. When he touched the 3rd brother's body, a chill ran through Hyman's arrow wound. He shouted sharply, "Watch out. There's an archer nearby." Before he finished, the shadows in the forest shifted. Wang Chuan moved swiftly and, taking advantage of the eldest's back turned to him, shot an arrow through it. Damn, you sneaky bastard. The eldest cursed, staggering as he tried to turn. Bang. A second arrow followed immediately. Wang Chuan's 100-step shot pierced the throat. The eldest sprayed blood from his mouth, dying on the spot, his eyes wide open. Only the fourth remained in the lake, but was terrified, refusing to climb ashore, diving deep underwater. Wang Chuan was determined to leave no threats behind. He slipped out of the woods, running and shooting at the same time. Thud! An arrow plunged into the water. Thud! Another. His Huangyang would bow was astonishingly powerful, arrows piercing repeatedly into the depths of the lake. After several shots, the water churned and a spreading pool of blood quickly appeared. Wang Chuan kept shooting. A relentless rain of arrows poured down. After a few breaths, the black-clad man suddenly coughed up water and surfaced, dozens of arrows piercing his body. The house owner is amazing. They're dead, all three of them. Chen Erge's fear came and went quickly, as the last black-clad figure was pierced by a sharp arrow and fell into the water with a splash before floating up. Chen's admiration and fanatic excitement instantly surged to the peak. Great. House owner. Let's head to the dock to find Lao Qian and notify the gang. No need. Wang Chuan put away his poplarwood bow, his voice low. Lao Qian and the people at the dock, they're probably already dead. Chen Erge's face turned pale. After a long pause, he forced out, what? House owner, then how do we get back? Quiet. Stay here and don't go anywhere. There are probably more attackers than just those three. After saying this, Wang Chuan tried to log out, but the system popped up a message. Emergency event in progress, unable to leave the game. In other words, the crisis at the Nuteo gang's water base was far from over. He didn't want Chen Erge to panic and attract more enemies. Other enemies too? Chen Erge's neck tightened, hands gripping his weapon tightly, eyes darting all around, fearing something would jump out from the bushes. Wang Chuan muttered quietly, these leftover Nuteo gang scum know the lay of the water base inside and out. If they got the dock, they'll head to the mine next. There are still people hiding there. He shivered. There are 30 or 40 players in there. If we get ambushed, the consequences would be terrible. He grabbed his bow and started moving. Let's go. To the mine. Amid the forest shadows, Wang Chuan slipped swiftly through the branches and leaves, hiding his figure. Chen Erge followed panting, carrying his quiver. Worst-case scenes flashed through Wang Chuan's mind. If all 30-plus players were wiped out, the outside world would be thrown into chaos. Only if they survived would there be any chance for him. Soon, the two reached the outskirts of the mine entrance. In the distance, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed distinctly. Wang Chuan felt a slight relief, at least not everyone inside was dead. He crouched at the edge of the forest and glanced out. At the mine entrance lay two dead Yulong gang inner disciples, blood blackened in the moonlight, their bodies cold. Inside, curses mixed with the sounds of battle. Damn it. These damned laborers are ruthless, using every dirty trick. Suddenly, three black-clad men staggered out, faces covered in grime. One, blinded, groped his way to the river to wash his eyes. The other two stood guard by the entrance. Ergo, what do we do? There are many inside, and they're fierce. They smeared mud on their faces. We can't see anything and can't attack. The fifth brother pulled off his mask and gasped heavily, still nursing his wounds from the fight inside. The second brother gritted his teeth and growled, we can't delay. The boss, the third and fourth brothers haven't come yet. Most likely they're in trouble too. We have to clear out the survivors in the mine quickly, then regroup. Then set fire. The sixth brother's eyes turned cold. Light torches and force them out. I remember there's tung oil back at the dock. The second brother nodded immediately. All right, you go get the tung oil, I'll guard here. The sixth brother immediately headed toward the dock. The fifth man in black washed his face and crept closer, grinding his teeth as he muttered, I didn't expect these people in the mine to be so alert, especially the ones at the entrance. The moment they heard something, they scrambled inside and gathered all the miners to fight back. After all this time, we've only taken down 2 miners. No worries. Once the sixth guy brings the tung oil, we'll set the whole mine on fire. The smoke will kill them all. Hidden in the shadows, Wang Chuan heard every word clearly. He crouched low and whispered to Chen Erge, you stay here. I'm going to try and take out the lone sixth guy. Boss, be careful. Chen Erge nodded repeatedly, clutching his short knife tightly, as Wang Chuan stealthily crept toward the dock with a cat-like crouch. Wang Chuan knew better than to confront the 2 men in black guarding the front directly. He decided to strike at the isolated sixth man first. By the dock, the sixth man found the tung oil head stashed earlier near the bodies of 2 constables. Putting away his tempered steel knife, he lifted a jar in each hand, muttering, the 3 quasi-martial artists here at the dock are dead. The plan should go smoothly. Where did the boss and the others go? He looked around suspiciously as he walked. Suddenly, a faint whooshing sound sliced through the night air. The sixth man shivered violently. Looking down, he saw a feathered arrow piercing through his chest, the cold metal tip glinting. In disbelief, he glanced back toward the forest. With a thud, his knees buckled and he dropped, smashing one of the tung oil jars. The flammable liquid splattered everywhere. A second arrow followed swiftly, piercing through his forehead. Blood trickled from his brow as he crumpled to the ground, motionless. Wang Chuan released the bowstring and summoned his attribute panel in his mind. Archery practice makes perfect next level. Mastery 21500. Bullseye practice makes perfect next level. Mastery 13500. Both skills had progressed. I'm not sure if the sixth is a full martial artist or just quasi level, but at least that's 2 experience points. He mentally noted. As long as the target doesn't die instantly, he can keep gaining experience continuously. The system values humans more than wild beasts by far. If time allows, he could shoot a few more arrows later. Drawing on the lessons from this ambush, Wang Chuan picked up his poplar wood bow and returned to Chen Erga's side. Boss? Chen Erga asked eagerly. Wang Chuan nodded slightly and whispered, only those 2 are left now. Chen Erga's face lit up, his gaze growing more feverish. At the mine entrance, the second and fifth men in black waited for quite a while, but still no sign of the sixth. The sixth should have been back by now. This doesn't look good. Something must have happened. Both veterans of the Angry Tide gang knew the terrain well. After a quick calculation, they sensed trouble and immediately abandoned the mine, turning to retreat towards the riverbank. So fast. Wang Chuan was momentarily caught off guard, but he wouldn't let them escape. The bowstring twanged. Bang! Before the sound could fade, the fifth man doubled over, an arrow buried deep in his back, stumbling to the ground. The second man spun around at the noise. Bang! A second arrow soared toward him, but he dodged just in time. Found you. With a toe pushing off a rock, the second man shot forward like a missile, speed surging as he charged straight at the archer hidden in the woods, eyes blazing with fury. You sneaky bastard, you died today. More arrows flew, but the second man evaded each one with desperate agility. Chen Ergu, sweating bullets as the attacker closed in, gripped his short knife tightly and shouted into the mine, come out. Everyone come out. There's only one black-clothed guy left. If we don't act now, we're all dead. His desperate yell worked. One by one, fearful faces peered out from the mine, and several miners gathered their courage and rushed toward the entrance. Wang Chuan kept pressing the attack. As arrow after arrow flew, the second man neared the edge of the woods. At the last moment, a burly miner grabbed a handful of furnace ash and threw it forcefully into the air. The black dust swirled thick and dense. Instinctively, the second man stepped back to dodge, but as his foot faltered, swoosh, Wang Chuan's predicted shot struck the attacker's left arm with deadly precision. Arc! The second man groaned in pain but ignored the miner. Gritting his teeth, he pushed through the ash cloud and continued his furious charge into the forest. He knew deep down, if he didn't kill that archer first, it would be his own death sentence. Once the archer was caught inside the woods, there'd be no escape. Thud! Thud! Without anyone distracting him, the second man in black relied on his keen hearing to dodge swiftly between the flying arrows, then plunged headlong into the dark forest. Chen Erga's face drained of all color, his knees buckled as if filled with lead, frozen in place. In utter despair, he closed his eyes. The second man in black glanced at him. Noting his arrow quiver and attendant's outfit, no sign, he was interested in drawing his blade. Instead, his gaze locked tightly on the young figure, who kept knocking arrows behind him. With a quick flick, the man in black slipped past Chen Ergu. At that instant, Wang Chuan swung his poplar wood longbow off to the side, spun sharply, and broke into a mad sprint. Trying to run away? Die? The man in black's eyes flashed cold as he raised his tempered steel blade, striking down with a deadly gleam. The blade whistled through the air. In an instant, it felt as if Wang Chuan grew eyes in the back of his head. He dropped low, accelerated suddenly, and pushed off the ground with his toes, rushing forward several steps like flying over grass. The steel blade missed, slicing the dry branches instead. The man in black hesitated, stunned, before Wang Chuan seized a tree trunk and vaulted into a spinning blur, reversing his attack. A roar like a tiger's shattered the silence of the forest. Wang Chuan's aura shifted fiercely. Like a ferocious beast released from the mountains, a strong wind whipped past. The man in black, drained of his old strength and not yet recovered his new power, exposed a wide opening in his chest defense. Before he could even lift his blade, Wang Chuan slammed into him hard. With a dull thud, he felt as if a giant beast trampled his chest, his breath caught. Then Wang Chuan smashed an ear-shattering elbow into his temple. His eardrums buzzed, and the steel blade nearly slipped from his grasp. His health plummeted, and his mental state tumbled. This kind of close quarters, heavy-hitting fighting was clearly practiced. And here he was, with arrows stuck in his shoulder, recklessly engaging an opponent at close range. He staggered backward, but Wang Chuan shadowed him relentlessly. The black tiger fist struck deadly blow after blow, alternating strikes that targeted heart and lungs, clawing and tearing, powerful flying knee strikes. Wang Chuan caught him off balance, wrapped an arm around his waist, and leapt up, shouting, hold tight. Now strike. Both knees pounded his chest repeatedly. Cracks echoed, broken ribs exploded in a series. The agony and suffocation sapped all the man in black's strength. He dropped the blade with a clang, blood mixed with foam spraying from his mouth and nose. Before his consciousness faded, a fierce whip-like kick snapped sideways at his head with a thunderous smack, sending him flying several yards before crashing down hard, unable to rise. The miners who had been chasing caught sight of this scene. Their horror silenced them. Only then did Chun Urga snap out of his trance, eyes wide. When the house owner barked, "Go drag that black-clad man's body over. Search him for anything," Chun Urga shuddered, then scrambled over on all fours. The rest of the miners tottered closer, clasped their fists, and said in unison, "Thank you, great hero. Thank you, boss. You're amazing." Wang Chuan's gaze landed on the young man who had raised dust earlier and successfully distracted the man in black. Without his timely interference, it would have been much harder to land a precise shot. The duel between Black Tiger Fist and blade-wielding martial artist might not have ended so decisively. The young man's face beamed with excitement as he stepped forward, bowed slightly, and clasped his fists. "Outer disciple of the Yulong gang, Wang Yuehui. Already a quasi-martial artist?" Wang Chuan asked directly. Wang Yuehui hesitated briefly, then nodded. "Boss, with your sharp eyes, my 3 attributes add up exactly to 30 points." The surrounding miners were stunned. They never guessed their everyday companion had quietly achieved quasi-martial artist rank. Wang Chuan gave a slight nod, understanding Implete himself had once been a miner, secretly honing his way to quasi-martial artist level. "Thanks for your help just now." Wang Qian grabbed the tempered steel blade left behind by the second black-clad man and tossed it at the other's feet. Tempered steel blades are hard currency in the market. You could easily sell this for 15 taels of silver. Wang Yuehui heard this clearly. His face lit up with a broad smile as he rushed forward to pick up the blade. Holding the cold, gleaming steel reverently in both hands, he bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, big brother." By the corpses, Chen Urga dragged the collar of the 5th black-clad man as he arrived, panting. "Boss, this guy had nothing on him except for this tempered steel blade." Then he crouched down by the bodies of 2 Yulong gang inner disciples and rummaged through their belongings. He only found a small handful of scattered silver coins, just over 2 taels. With that, he shouldered a blade and went to search the 6th black-clad man's corpse. Meanwhile, Wang Qian searched the second man's body thoroughly from head to toe. Aside from the weapon, it was completely empty, like a committed warrior had already severed all retreat options. A chill ran through his heart. A loyal death soldier was he? He stood and headed toward the inner lake, where 3 more black-clad corpses lay spread out. 3 tempered steel blades. They were silver and must be recovered. A dozen or so miners quickly followed closely behind, treating him as their anchor. Wang Yuehui and several companions stood tensely nearby, eyes darting around alertly. Wang Qian noticed this and silently understood. The heavily guarded people mentioned by the black-clad men were most likely Wang Yuehui and his group. No wonder the assassins couldn't penetrate the mine. Soon, Chen Urgu arrived, out of breath and carrying 2 tempered steel blades. "Boss, I searched too. Nothing but the weapons." Wang Qian nodded in acknowledgement. The group reached the inner lake. The shoreline was stained dark red, the water waves tinged with blood. The miners all let out sharp gasps. Wang Qian first secured the 3 blades, then found a 5-tael silver ingot sewn inside the collar of the black-clad leader's robe. As for the bodies of the Yulong gang disciples and county constables, he didn't search further. There were limits to what he would take. Everyone moved the corpses of the black-clad men and the victims to the dock. Once finished, 7 or 8 small boats came racing over the lake, flying government banners at their bows. On board were constables and Yulong gang fighters alike. Instructor Yu, Chief He, and Elder Lin were all present, their faces anxious. When the boats docked, everyone noticed Wang Qian was unharmed amid the crowd and breathed a collective sigh of relief, smiles breaking out on their faces. Lin Sun stepped onto the cargo boat's edge and leapt to the dock, grabbing Wang Qian's shoulder as soon as he landed. "Thank goodness. If anything had happened to you, I'd never forgive myself." "You had me worried, Brother Lin," Wang Qian replied with a smile. Only now did his tightly wound nerves truly begin to relax. Lin Sun scanned the surroundings, his gaze falling on the 6 black-clad corpses. Their face cloths had been removed, pale faces exposed to the sunlight. He took one look and inhaled sharply. 2 martial artists, for quasi-martial artists. They're all remnants of the New Tao gang. You were lucky to survive against them. Chief He, Instructor Yu, and the others came ashore one after another, immediately beginning to count the bodies and question what happened. The record was taken by Constable Liang, whose sharp eyes pressed increasingly detailed questions. Wang Qian answered truthfully, recounting the entire process clearly and without omission. Everyone grew more astonished the more they heard, exchanging looks. Finally, Instructor Yu couldn't hold back and interrupted. "Are you saying these 6 wanted men were all killed by you?" A heavy silence fell. The Yulong gang members already knew Wang Qian was the arms room master, and Instructor Yu understood he was only part of the forging crew. But now 2 full martial artists, For quasi-martial artists all felled by this blacksmith's arrows? Wang Qian didn't seek the spotlight, but the arrow wounds on the black-clad men and the dozens of witnesses couldn't be denied. He could only nod. Yes, I killed them all with my arrows. The entire scene fell into stunned silence. The constables at Huishui County government were far from idle. Following the details provided by Wang Chuan, they gathered evidence for comparison. The fish floating in the inner lake had been pierced by arrows. The arrow holes in the black-clad assailant's back matched the direction of the shots. Wang Chuan's poplar wood bow, Chun Erga's quiver full of arrows, and the footprints of consistent depth and spacing all formed a coherent truth. Coupled with the large group of miners serving as eyewitnesses, Wang Chuan's confession was irrefutable. After confirming the facts and ruling out suspicion, Constable Liang's expression softened considerably. He spoke clearly, Wang Chuan, well done. You have avenged our 2 brothers at the county office. The bounty for these 6 men will be delivered promptly to the Yulong gang. Each of the 2 formal martial artists carried a bounty of 100 taels, and the 4 quasi-martial artists 5 tiles, each a total of 400 taels of pure silver. Hearing this sum, the miners behind them all lit up with excitement. Even the usually steady Captain Yu and Lin Sun couldn't help but show some envy. Thank you, Lord Liang. Wang Chuan bowed respectfully, then boarded the Yulong gang's swift boat with Chun Ergu to return home. Unfortunately, Wang Yuehui and the other miners weren't so lucky. They had to accompany the ore back on the cargo ship, a tale of different fates for different people. As the boat cut through the river, Wang Chuan pulled up his status panel. 1. Archery 100 steps pierce willow skill experience increased. 2. Black Tiger Fist rose from 0500 to 15,500 through life or death combat. 3. Strength attribute surpassed 20, officially joining the ranks of martial artists and unlocking class advancement. The adrenaline-fueled moment still surged in his mind. If the black-clad second-in-command had been just a bit stronger, Wang Chuan wouldn't have hesitated to dump 4 potential points straight into strength or agility to overpower him. Fortunately, his earlier arrow had restrained the enemy, and since the opponent didn't realize Wang Chuan was already a formal martial artist, the tide of battle turned in his favor. Today's gains were considerable. 100 steps Pierce Willow advanced to the mastery rank. 5 forged steel blades collected as spoils. 400 taels of silver soon to be in his wallet. First-hand experience of a deadly clash between martial artists. Standing at the prow, he faced the cool river breeze, gazed out at the green mountains and clear waters, and felt exhilarated. So this was what fighting between martial artists was like, dangerous, but vast, and full of possibility. In the cabin, Chin Ergu held one of the forged steel blades, rubbing it with a cloth, eyes shining. Boss, we really made a name for ourselves this time. The remnants of the Anger Tide gang were wiped out by you. When word gets back, the Weapons Guild will respect us even more. Wang Chuan smiled and reminded him, don't get too big. Head fame brings trouble. Keep a low profile once we return. Don't forget, we're just blacksmiths. Got it. I'm listening to you. Chun Ergun nodded eagerly. He looked up again and asked, hey boss, those 5 forged steel blades, are we putting them on the shelf to sell? Wang Chuan glanced at him. What, you want one? He could tell Chin Ergu really liked the forged steel blades. The latter sheepishly scratched the back of his head and smiled. When that man in black charged over, my men actually froze in fear. We embarrassed the boss. I wanted to keep the sword and study some martial arts. In case we run into enemies again, at least I can help the boss a little. Don't overthink it. You were brave enough today, Wang Chuan said kindly, shifting his gaze from the river outside the deck. It's normal for ordinary people to be intimidated by fighters. You can keep the blade, but the martial arts manual and training methods you'll have to figure out on your own. Really? Thank you, boss. Don't worry, I may not be a full-fledged fighter yet, but I've liked playing with blades since I was little, so I know a bit about swordsmanship, Chin Ergus said, beaming with joy. He carefully cradled the forged steel sword in his hands, then suddenly flicked his wrist. The blade flashed, and 2 clean, crisp slashes cut through the air with a sharp crack by the ship's railing, sending chills down to the deck. Wang Chuan was momentarily stunned. Basic sword techniques? And not bad at all. Interesting, he smirked slightly. Didn't expect you had this foundation. More skills never hurt. Practice well. Yes. I won't let the boss down. Chun Ergu nearly jumped with excitement. Wang Chuan finally looked away. Chun Ergu was the most capable subordinate in the Yulong gang's weapons division. Even as an NPC, he had stood firm through life-or-death struggles. Hardly a coward. If he could be trained into a quasi-fighter, he would be a great asset in the future. Wang Chuan even considered teaching him archery to help him advance faster. With these thoughts in mind, the speedboat arrived at the dock. The 2 disembarked and headed straight back to the Yulong gang's weapons house. News had already reached the main hall. Just as they entered, Fei Zi came running in, out of breath, reporting, Boss, the gang leader wants to see you. Wang Chuan didn't dare delay. He tidied his robe and followed Fei Zi to the gang leader's residence. This was his first time stepping into the compound of Yulong's highest authority. Outside the courtyard gate, 2 inner disciples stood guard with halberds. Inside, 2 bodyguards patrolled. Even the maids and stewards wore calloused hands, clearly they had trained in martial arts. In the main hall, Yang Feiyue sat calmly at the desk, sipping tea. Gang leader, the weapons house chief Wang Chuan has arrived, the attendant reported. Enter, came the deep, resonant voice from the corridor. Wang Chuan stepped inside, clasped his fists and bowed. I pay respects, gang leader. Please, no need for formalities. Sit. Yang Feiyue gestured warmly, a gentle smile on his face. Chief, he has already sent the flying pigeon to report on the battle at the Nuteo gang's water stronghold. Though we suffered heavy casualties, you turned the tide at the crucial moment, saving the miners and slaying 6 leftover Nuteo fighters. You have shown both courage and strategy. You flatter me, gang leader. I just took advantage of their carelessness and silently fired a few cold arrows. Pure luck, Wang Chuan replied humbly, certainly didn't want to be sent on reckless campaigns like Lin Sun, risking his life on the front lines. Yang Feiyue nodded slightly. Chief, he also examined the 2 fighter corpses. One had broken ribs and a shattered skull. He concluded the wounds were caused by the Black Tiger Fist's heavy strikes. That means the attacker already possesses fighter-level strength. Have you crossed into the realm of fighters yet? Wang Chuan froze for a moment, realizing he had completely forgotten that question. These NPCs were not easy to fool. Yang Feiyue looked at Wang Chuan with a slight smile and said, the last time I saw you, you were still at the threshold warrior level. It seems that during your archery practice, you unexpectedly broke through to the warrior rank. Without a mentor by your side, you probably don't fully grasp the details. As the gang leader, I can understand that. But judging by your spirit and strength, you have indeed stepped into the warrior realm and become a full-fledged warrior. He relaxed further, his smile growing wider. This is truly great news. With another official warrior joining the Yulong gang, our foundation grows even stronger. Especially since you took down 6 remnant members of the Nuto gang, those were no small troublemakers. As the leader, I must reward you generously for benefiting the gang. Thank you. Gang leader, Wang Chuan said, bowing with humility. He struggled to find the right words to express his gratitude. Yang Feiyue laughed heartily, sweeping his sleeve aside, speaking plainly and directly. Tell me, what reward do you want? Weapons, martial arts manuals, women, or gold and silver? Just name it. Faced with the leader's generosity, Wang Chuan dared not be presumptuous. He knew this was a test to see if he could show restraint and maturity. After a moment's thought, he cupped his fist and replied, respectfully, gang leader, I heard those 6 were wanted criminals. Captain Liang said the county magistrate would soon send a bounty of 400 taels of silver. I wonder, that bounty is from the county office and does not conflict with my reward. Feel free to ask, Yang Feiyue said with a knowing smile, already understanding Wang Chuan's concern. Only then did Wang Chuan fully relax and clasp his hands again. Thank you for your generosity. I would like to select a martial arts manual from within the gang. Oh, Yang Feiyue raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, but remained composed. Which style do you want to learn? Lightness skills, swordsmanship, or something else? I wish to learn a hard conditioning technique. A hard conditioning technique? Yang Feiyue pondered. The Yulong gang does have a manual called the fish scale skill. It is extremely demanding and difficult to enter, requiring supplementing with certain medicinal substances. Many threshold warriors give up halfway. Other than that, there is no hard conditioning style in the gang. Are you sure? Only this one. I have made up my mind and humbly ask for your approval. In fact, Wang Chuan had already inquired about all the Yulong gang's martial arts from Lin Sun. Though fish scale skill was the only hard conditioning technique, it was known for rapidly boosting stamina and, once mastered, brought the fastest path to rank promotion. He had weighed the difficulty of training and costly ingredients in his heart. Seeing his firm determination, Yang Feiyue stopped persuading and nodded with a soft sigh. Good. Since you insist on the fish scale skill, I will grant it to you. Zhang, fetch the manual. Yes, sir. Zhang promptly obeyed and shortly returned with a thin book. Wang Chuan took the manual with respect, bowing again. Thank you for your gift. Just as he turned to leave, Yang Feiyue raised his hand to stop him. Wait. Besides the reward, there's one more matter I wanted your opinion on. Yang Feiyue fixed a mysterious smile on Wang Chuan and said, among the remnants of the New Tao gang, those 2 martial artists and 4 quasi-martial artists you killed have always been our top targets for capture and prevention in cooperation with the county authorities. It's precisely because they existed that we couldn't fully explore and control the Shuizhai. Now that these 6 are dead and the threat is gone, I plan to reallocate some manpower to take full control of the Shuizhai. Surprise flickered briefly in Wang Chuan's eyes. But I'm only the weapons room master. I just know how to smith. Yang Feiyue smiled. At that moment, Steward Zhang reminded him, Master, you're now a fully fledged martial artist. Yang Feiyue nodded, and his tone grew serious. Since last month's failed escort mission, we lost several martial artists and many inner disciples, greatly weakening our strength. Taking over the docks, shipping, and the Shuizhai at once was impossible, especially with the New Tao remnants around. We dared not slack off for a moment. But now, with the danger gone and no threats nearby, We can spare people to quickly seize the Shuizhai and secure its iron mines and waterways. At this point, a fierce ambition surfaced in Yang Feiyu's gaze. He wasn't content to remain a minor boss, just controlling the Huishui County docks. If he could control the Shuizhai, collect protection fees along the route, and involve himself in the iron and coal mines there, he would surely rise in the ranks. However, to smoothly take over the Shuizhai, elite martial artists would have to be sent. Wang Chuan's heart sank. Was Yang Feiyue planning to send him there? He knew that the Warring State Studio was already considering whether to join forces and seize the Shuizhai once the 6 former county enforcers left Huishui. Being transferred there now was clearly bad news. Unaware of these complexities, Yang Feiyue leaned forward and said solemnly, "Once the Shuizhai is secured, our gang's focus will shift from Huishui docks. But the docks are our foundation and cannot be lost. I plan to personally station at the Shuizhai, with elders He and Lin Sun guarding it alongside me. We'll promote Tua Song to Hall Master to manage the hall and inner disciples here. As for you, Wang Chuan, you'll serve as both Hall Master and Weapons Room Master. Besides overseeing the weapons room, you'll lead the outer disciples at the dock hall and handle warehouse and dock operations." This arrangement secretly eased Wang Chuan's mind. Brother Lin Sun was moving to the Shuzhai, a rat falling into a granary, while he stayed behind at the dock and weapons room, safely away from trouble. Also, managing the outer disciples' operations for the hall wasn't too risky. The real responsibility for escort and protection would fall to the future Hall Master Song. He was happy to accept this role. Wang Chuan cupped his fists. "Thank you for your trust, Master. I am ready to share your burdens." Yang Feiyue laughed heartily. "Good. Young men are straightforward. It's settled then. Tomorrow we will hold a high-level gang meeting to officially announce the appointments. You should prepare by picking a few sharp subordinates to help you manage hall affairs. Off you go." "Yes, sir." Wang Chuan nodded and left with his orders. Back at the weapons room, the forge's residual heat still licked the air. All the workers crowded around him, their eyes burning with enthusiasm. "Master is formidable. Master, tell us about the Shuizhai." "We had no idea Master was so impressive." The news had already spread through the Yulong gang. Wang Chuan knew well this was exactly Yang Feiyu's design. With the aura of having killed 2 martial artists and 4 quasi-martial artists, he would command 1 hall without dispute. "The news of your imminent promotion to leader of the Yulong gang can no longer be kept secret." Wang Chuan logged out of the game and immediately dialed Instructor Yes voice channel to report the change truthfully. On the other end, Instructor Yu was not surprised, as if he had been prepared for it. "Actually, Lin Sun has already told me," he said with a soft laugh. Yang Feiyue just sent a pigeon message. "Lin Sun and Hall Master he have been informed and ordered to strengthen the water stronghold's defenses. Captain Song also dispatched 2 boats with men rushing over, ready to make a big move. You've just been promoted to leader and have real martial strength. It makes perfect sense that Yang Feiyue singled you out. Yulong gang is short-handed, and opening a new hall you naturally have to take an important position." Instructor Yu sounded relaxed, but Wang Chuan still furrowed his brow. "Are we still planning to take the water stronghold? If things blow up, won't Elder Lin Sun be wanted? And Mei was recommended by him into Yulong gang. Could we get caught up in this too?" His life was on the line. He had to plan carefully before acting. Laughter came through the phone. "The plan to attack the water stronghold has been cancelled." Instructor Yu said. "Once Yulong officially joined the fray, we lost the initiative. The Chao gang is backing them. With over 100 branches under them, attacking Yulong would be suicide. Not to mention the authorities would definitely intervene, meaning 3 major studios would be wiped out simultaneously. 2 hours ago, we all agreed to give up. You can rest easy." That one sentence woke Wang Chuan from his worries. A huge weight lifted, and he exhaled deeply. "I see. Thanks for clarifying, Instructor. He'll head back." "Wait." Instructor Yu cut him off, his tone suddenly turning mischievous. "Since you've become Yulong's leader, you've got to look out for our studio's gold farming team. The docks are bustling daily with cargo ships loading, and unloading is done by NPCs, as well as players from various studios. Warring State's studio planted 15 workers there, pulling in 200 copper coins a day, sometimes with night shifts only outsiders know about. Just give us a heads up in advance, and we can all log in together, maybe even double the income. You give the word, and the studio will raise your monthly salary from 10,000 to 50,000. The offer was tempting, and Wang Chuan readily agreed. "No problem. But I'm also managing the weapon workshop and short-handed. Can you assign some clever, steady players to watch over the docks?" "Done. Consider it handled." Instructor Yu immediately promised, pounding his chest with confidence. The next morning, a high-level Yulong gang meeting was held in the hall's secret room. The lights shone brightly on a dozen core members seated in a circle, the atmosphere heavier than usual. Yang Feiyue looked around and cut straight to the point, announcing 3 major developments. First, the gang's base would be relocated from the dock hall to the old site of the new Tao gang's water stronghold. They would set up their main camp there. Second, half of the disciples previously stationed at the docks would be reassigned to the stronghold to help build defenses. Third, his gaze settled on Wangchuan. Half of the gang's disciples would be stationed at the new main base for the foreseeable future. Master He, Elder Lin Sun, and Elder Fang Kuei all moved into the main base, taking charge of security over the 50-mile stretch of water, essentially collecting protection fees. Then, Yang Feiyue made 2 official appointments in the hall. First, Song Minshu, the former leader of the dock branch, was promoted to the new head of the dock division, replacing Master He. He now oversaw all cargo ship escorts and dock security in Huishui County, managing the remaining 20 inner disciples of the dock hall. Second, Wang Chuan, the weapons room chief, succeeded as leader of the dock branch, responsible for coordinating dock transport operations and all affairs involving outer disciples. With the new dock division established, manpower quickly became tight. Yang Feiyue immediately ordered a recruitment drive. Inner disciples at the dock hall needed to be increased to 40, and the outer disciple vacancies at the main base had to be filled as soon as possible. With the command given, everyone dispersed to carry it out. At dusk, with the setting sun casting a golden glow and banners fluttering on the river stronghold, Yang Feiyue led elders Lin Sun and Fang Kuei onto the painted boat and officially took up residence. Meanwhile, Song Minshu set up a long table at the dock, hung a bright vermilion banner reading Dock Division, and loudly called for recruits. After finishing his handover, Wang Chuan hurried over to Song Minshu to seek guidance. Patting Wang Chuan on the shoulder and lowering his voice, Song Minshu advised, "Wang Chuan, fairness is the key word among the outer disciples here. Keep the balance, and they'll keep order for you. The silver they pay you monthly isn't a fortune, but it's steady income. As for any lingering members of the Nudarobang gang, don't worry. If there's any left, they won't bother with these outer disciple chores. We're not involved with secrets. What could they want? Take in whoever you need. Don't worry, I've got your back." Hearing this, Wang Chuan felt considerably reassured. He clasped his hands in thanks, then instructed his trusted subordinate Chen Ergu to set up a table next to the old locust tree by the riverbank, hang up recruitment notices, and start enrolling right away. Outer disciples were paid 200 copper coins per month and given priority for carrying work, a deal that quickly attracted a large crowd of laborers. A long line formed in front of the dock. The entrance test for outer disciples was simple: hold a stone lock with both arms fully extended for 10 seconds without dropping it. Those wanting to join the inner disciples had to pass 2 out of 3 assessments. Excitement buzzed among the hopeful. As recruitment was halfway done, Wang Chuan spotted 3 men standing a short distance away. They wore gray cloth sashes at their waists, the secret sign arranged with him from the workshop side. He raised his hand to call out, "You 3, come here. Leader." The 3 men quickly approached and bowed with fists clasped. Names: Zhou Song, Lu Huixiang, Chen Ping. Wang Chuan nodded. "There's not much cargo at the dock today. Help maintain order here. Follow Chen Ergus commands for everything. I'm heading to the weapons room. Send me any messages." "Yes, sir." The 3 responded in unison. They respectfully saw the leader off. Chen Ergus stood up, now leading 3 more men. That day, the dockside branch recruited more than 40 outer disciples, bringing the total number to 90. This meant that just the disciples' base salaries alone added up to 18 taels of silver every month. Wang Chuan carefully reviewed the accounts and fully understood the ins and outs of being the branch leader. The branch could take a 30 cut from unloading fees on passing cargo ships, plus management fees from the dock, warehouse, and vessels, totaling around 500 taels monthly. But from that 500, half had to be handed over to the gang leader Yang Feiyue. Then half of the remainder was passed up to the superior hall's accountant, Song Minshu. After deducting the 18 taels for the outer disciples' salaries, only then did he get to keep whatever was left. By this calculation, in calm times, he could pocket a few dozen taels each month, and if luck was on his side, even over 100. But if cargo was damaged or disciples were injured or killed, he had to pay compensation from his own purse, often wiping out all his earnings. The last time Song Minshu escorted cargo, the gang was ambushed by the New Dao gang. Dozens of outer disciples were killed, and Song Minshu had to fork out hundreds of taels in compensation and cover the entire loss of the cargo, leaving him pallid. Thinking of this, Wang Chuan could only smile ruefully. This branch leader had to do a good job, or he'd soon be running at a loss. Fortunately, the dangers in these waters had been cleared out recently, and construction at the riverside stronghold was progressing steadily. With brothers watching each other's backs, there seemed to be no immediate threat. Wang Chuan ordered Instructor Yu to assign Zhou Song, Chen Ping, and Lu Huixiang to take shifts watching the dock, while Chen Ergu was stationed in the armory. Wang Chuan himself retreated to the training yard to continue practicing grass on the fly. Soon, a bounty reward from the county government arrived: 400 taels in tightly stacked silver notes. On top of that, all 4 of his refined steel knives had sold, netting another 60 taels. By the end of the month, his income was unusually high, accumulating a total of 609 taels. To equip himself, he turned in a symbolic 109 taels to the workshop but kept the rest in hand, intending to invest in a second-rank martial art. The dangers in the spiritual realm were enough to threaten his real-world body, so he no longer planned to hand over all his earnings she needed to keep some for his own strength. His fish scale skill had reached the beginner level, and once he mastered practice makes perfect, boosting grass on the fly would grant him 3 stamina and 2 agility. With 4 free attribute points saved up, he was just one step away from becoming a first-rank martial artist. Next, he had to prepare fully for second-rank martial arts. In the following days, everyone in the Yulong gang worked tirelessly. The riverside stronghold kept sending steady shipments of lumber, stone, and craftsmen to build defenses and a new hall. The dock branch consequently received a steady stream of tasks, and daily earnings rose rapidly, especially the 15 outer disciples from the Warring States workshop. Under Zhuasong and Qin Ping's orders, whenever a cargo ship docked, they immediately logged online and worked alongside NPC laborers unloading the cargo in line. Their daily profits doubled, and life felt surprisingly comfortable. Wang Chuan continued his intense training without pause. Every day, the moment he logged in, he headed straight to the training ground, darting swiftly between the Iron Man stakes and tall walls. Using his skills for wall running and pole vaulting, he gradually accumulated experience points for the grass on the fly technique. When his stamina ran low, he snatched a meat bun from the sidelines, devoured it in a few bites, then logged off immediately. Back in his real-world room, he kept climbing along the walls and leaping between beams. To push himself harder, he had even transformed his bedroom into a parkour playground, tables, chairs, and cabinets all rearranged into obstacles piled across the floor. Not even his household robot could enter anymore. It had to leave meals at the doorway. After 8 days and nights of nonstop effort, the system finally pinged in his ear. Ding! Grass on the fly had advanced from somewhat skilled to proficient. Reward, agility 2. Next stage, mastery. His attribute panel appeared at the thought. Name, Wangchuan. Gender, male. Hunger, 70,100. Life profession, blacksmith. Combat profession, martial artist, unranked. Strength, 814. Attack, 78. Agility, 89. Defense, 3.4. Speed, 17. Stamina, 83. Health, 110,110. Spirit, 8, unactivated. Free attributes, 4 unassigned. Some martial arts collapsed. First rank martial arts. 1. Grass on the fly, proficient. Next stage mastery 0,500. 2. Fish scale technique, beginner. Next stage somewhat skilled 0,100. Totals, strength 22, agility 17, stamina 11. Seeing his agility jump by 2 points, Wang Chuan exhaled a breath of stale air and muttered, right now, only fish scale technique is left for practice. The rest are stuck at proficient. To clear first rank, I can't just stack skills. I need at least one technique to reach mastery. After thinking for a moment, he concluded, even if I bring fish scale technique to proficient, it only adds 3 stamina, still not enough to rank up. No wonder brother Lin Sun joined months earlier and hasn't passed the threshold yet. At that thought, he stopped hesitating. Focus on fish scale technique first. The fish scale technique was the signature martial art of the Yulong gang, who had long mastered ways to accelerate progress. Yet despite this, training remained brutal, nearly bordering on self-harm. Practicing it required a prospective martial artist with at least 10 strength points to launch full power attacks, while the trainee absorbed and defended with the technique's movements. Attacks too light had no effect, too strong, and the trainee's skin would tear, blood pouring. Usually it took enduring 15 to 20 hits before the internal energy could be subtly refined. Many Yulong members had been repeatedly injured trying to advance. 2 unlucky men were rumored to have wounded their lungs and regressed back to prospective martial artists, eventually fading away in despair. Another was ambushed and killed as soon as he began healing. Without exception, the others eventually quit halfway, unable to bear the constant injuries and lengthy recoveries demanded by the fish scale technique. Clinic. Dr. Liao, who was supposed to move with the gang leader to the Shui stronghold, still stayed behind at the Yulong gang's dock hall with his apprentices and medicine boys. The official reason was that the docks were always busy loading and unloading, and many laborers suffered from muscle and bone injuries that needed tending. The real reason, however, was the medicinal herb garden at the clinic. Since the herbs were grown within the city, it was easier to gather and prepare them there. The Shui stronghold was remote and inconvenient. Gang leader Yang Feiyue understood this clearly but had no choice but to let him stay. That evening, Wang Kong strode through the clinic's corridor without pause and headed straight for the backyard. In one corner of the courtyard lay a 4-meter square training pool, quietly still. The water had a yellow tint, and thick wooden stakes stuck up from the bottom incongruous with the plain surroundings of the clinic. Captain Wang Kong, what brings you to stroll around the clinic today? Dr. Liao asked quietly, creases around his eyes squeezing out a smile as he approached. Wang Kong raised a hand, gesturing toward the pool, and countered, Dr. Liao, I heard those who practiced the fish scale technique used to train in this pool? That's right. Dr. Liao was surprised but answered, the fish scale technique is extremely dangerous. If not controlled properly, it can cause severe skin lacerations, or worse, serious damage to the meridians. The gang leaders specially had this pool dug so disciples could train underwater against stakes. Captain, are you interested in this technique? Wang Kong quietly activated his internal skill. A faint hint of energy shimmered just beneath his skin, a sign of the entry-level fish scale technique, which slightly enhanced defense and occasionally blocked outside force. Whoa! Dr. Liao gasped sharply, hastening to warn him. Captain, this technique is not easy to master. I've seen many give up halfway, and some end up with lifelong hidden injuries. Wang Kong kept his gaze on the pool, voice steady. All the more reason I came to ask for a safer way to learn, Dr. Liao. If I could truly guide you, this technique wouldn't be half banned. Dr. Liao smiled wryly and shook his head. I can only prescribe remedies after injuries occur, provide medicine to seal wounds, and ease internal and external harm. What's the difference between external and internal injuries exactly? Wang Kong pressed. External injuries are mostly torn skin and muscle. Apply gold-wound medicine, bandage for 2 or 3 days, and the person can move around, heal in 3 to 5 days. Dr. Liao stroked his goatee thoughtfully. Internal injuries are more troublesome damage to the chi meridians, tendons, bones, or even organs. Mild cases severely reduce strength. Severe ones can be life-threatening. Bed rest with herbal decoctions is needed. Recovery takes about a month to start improving and 3 months for a complete cure if all goes well. If not, it can drag on for a year or more. Wang Kong felt a chill run down his spine. Training this skill could be a matter of life or death. After a moment of thought, he asked again, I heard when Yulong Gang first practiced the fish scale technique, trainees fought fists and kicks on land. Later they dug this pool for underwater training. What's the difference between the two methods? As an elder of the gang, Dr. Liao answered readily. The on-land sparring with trainees was basically taking heavy hits. When those youngsters throw a punch, it weighs at least 300 gene. Don't rely on Pia Pligo, find a sturdy tree instead. Even the toughest trees will break after too many strikes. One wrong move, and your injury could get worse. Dr. Liao motioned for Wang Chuan to look at the small square pond about 4 meters wide in the courtyard as he explained. This pond was dug to use water resistance to slow down the speed of punches and reduce impact. There are also hidden mechanisms underwater that allow us to adjust the force, making training much safer. I see, Wang Chuan said, eyes lighting up. If the mechanism is controllable, why has no one truly mastered the fish scale technique afterward? Dr. Liao shook his head. The attack force isn't strong enough, so it's ineffective. If you try to increase the strength enough to work, injuries are inevitable. He straightforwardly suggested, if the captain really wants to train, he should try it himself. The pond water hadn't been changed for years and had turned yellow. Wang Chuan frowned. We need to change it, then stepped out and shouted loudly. Dozens of outer disciples waiting for tasks rushed in with empty buckets, and within less than half an hour had drained the pond completely. They even scrubbed the 2 copper-sheathed wooden stakes at the bottom and the mechanisms until they shone. Then they carried water from the river to refill the pond. As the captain of the Yulong Gang's dock branch, such convenience was at Wang Chuan's fingertips. We'll also need someone to help with this, Dr. Liao reminded him. Ergu. Wang Chuan called over his most loyal subordinate. Chen Ergu had learned how to operate the mechanism's tread from Dr. Liao. Wang Chuan took off his shirt and jumped into the water, which reached waist level. He settled into a steady horse stance, facing the 2 copper-sheathed stakes. Master of the house, I'm ready. Chen Ergu looked a little nervous. The mechanism was set to the lowest level. He took a deep breath and stepped on the activation plate. Boom. The stakes churned up a fierce current and slammed into Wang Chuan's crossed arms in front of his chest. The immense force came through the water, pushing him backward several steps and splashing half the pond. The water absorbed some of the impact, and he silently admired the cleverness of the pond's design. After the first hit, he immediately checked his status panel. HP 109110. He had lost health that proved the effect was real. Again, Wang Chuan, showing no obvious injuries, activated the fish scale technique once more and returned to position. The second stake shot forward swiftly, thudding against him again. He was knocked back and lost a bit more health, though his experience remained unchanged. Wang Chuan remained calm and steady, standing back and forth as he took over 10 consecutive hits. At the 20th collision, the heavy force wrapped in the water slammed into his arms, his chest tightened, his feet lifted off the ground, and he floated back with the waves. HP 90110, and at last his experience bar moved slightly. Fish scale technique, beginner level 1100. Splash. Wang Chuan crawled out of the pond, water dripping from his clothes, his face pale as a ghost. He clutched his chest, feeling as if a wad of cotton filled his ribcage, his breathing rapid and erratic, with waves of nausea churning in his stomach. His eyes widened as he struggled to catch his breath, breathing in and out. Huff huff. Chen Ergu nearly lost his mind at the sight. He shouted toward the nearby old clinic. Dr. Liao, please come quickly. Is the helmsman okay? Though slow on his feet, Dr. Liao moved with practiced skill. He stepped forward to check Wang Chuan's pulse. then pressed along his arm and chest. His voice was calm. No damage to your bones or muscles, just some mild internal blood stasis. They'll give you medication to promote circulation and clear the stagnation. Rest for one more night, and you should be fine. Wang Chuan no longer fought back. A system notification blinked before his eyes. Health 20, experience 1. His whole body ached and throbbed. He secretly cursed fish scale technique, truly a torturous method. No wonder so many quit halfway. Trying to master it quickly was a pipe dream. Even reaching basic proficiency took at least 3 months. Lie flat, Dr. Liao ordered. Wang Chuan obeyed, too exhausted to resist. Despite his age, the doctor's hands were powerful, kneading through skin and meridians, combined with tapping, slowly easing the blockage within his blood vessels. The tightness in his chest felt like a stone breaking the surface tension of water, easing rapidly. His breathing became much smoother. Wang Chuan expressed his thanks repeatedly and noticed the system message pop up again. Health 7, now 97110. Dr. Liao wiped sweat from his brow and, panting slightly, sat down beside him. You're lucky your constitution is strong. Others who've trained the fish scale technique often come away with serious blood blockages or even broken ribs after copper skin stance practice. I have to massage them multiple times to relieve the pain. He patted Wang Chuan's shoulder. Youth is a blessing. A strong foundation leads to faster recovery. Wang Chuan paused, feeling fortunate, and blurted out, then does that mean I'm especially suited to learn fish scale technique? Dr. Liao rolled his eyes so hard it was visible. Nonsense. He looked exasperated, thinking, when did I ever suggest that? Then he stood and walked back toward the clinic. Wang Chuan lay back down to rest. Soon, Dr. Liao returned carrying a slender-necked porcelain bottle. Here, take one each time. It speeds up recovery. Wang Chuan took it and read the label. Circulation pills, consumable, restores 10 health points, cool down 1 hour, not a substitute for meals. His eyes lit up, but before he could ask, Dr. Liao explained, the circulation pills promote blood flow and healing. Fish scale technique practitioners love them, but they're pricey, 50 copper coins each. This bottle of 10 costs 5 taels of silver. Wang Chuan popped a pill into his mouth. It melted instantly, sending warmth flooding through his limbs and bones. The weakness and breathlessness quickly faded, health rising by 10 to 107,110. Great stuff. He rolled up and asked eagerly, Dr. Liao, how many of these do you have in the clinic? Dr. Liao casually dusted some powder from his palm. These are common medicines. The clinic usually stocks 20 to 30 bottles. Dr. Liao replied, don't overthink it. This kind of medicine isn't meant to be taken in large amounts. If you do, your body will quickly develop a tolerance. You can't expect to use this stuff to enhance your training, it just won't work. A faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered at the corner of Wang Chuan's mouth. The system panel clearly stated, blood-activating pill cooldown time is 1 incense stick for 1 full hour. Training once every hour might be slow, but it was still dozens of times faster than earning a single experience point by lying around all day. Reaching the minor achievement level in a couple of weeks was something he could accept. With his mind made up, he pulled out a 5-tael silver ingot and slapped it on the table, the gleam making Dr. Liao squint. 10 bottles. He'll take them all. Dr. Liao knew exactly what Wang Chuan was thinking, the same as those who relied on blood-activating pills to stack up their fish scale skill. He sighed helplessly, shaking his head, then turned to rummage through the clinic until he found 4 more bottles and handed them over. Captain, training the fish scale skill requires endurance. Don't rush it. Being impatient will injure both your body and fundamentals. It's not worth it. Thanks for the advice. I won't forget it. Wang Chuan bowed slightly and immediately poured all 4 unspent free attribute points into stamina. The attribute bar flickered. Stamina 1115. It felt like a warm current surged deep within his marrow, as flesh and bone were reforged in an instant. His breath grew longer and stronger, and even the HP bar leapt. 107,110, 147,150. The lingering wounds further closed up. He carefully tucked the 10 bottles of blood-activating pills inside his jacket, slid back into the pond, and called to Chun Ergu on the opposite bank. I'm feeling much better. Let's go again. Chun Ergu's eyelid twitched. Wang Chuan's voice was booming now, his chest expanding like a drum. There wasn't a trace of the weakness from before. By the pond, Dr. Liao stroked his beard, eyes full of doubt and surprise, but he didn't step forward to stop him. Wang Chuan planted his feet firmly in the water, channeling the fish scale skill the panel showed. Defense 1. Step on it. Chun Ergu triggered the mechanism. Click. A bronze stake burst from beneath the water, crashing heavily against Wang Chuan's crossed arms guarding his chest. The massive force pushed him back, sending splashes flying. HP 1. But this time, the dull ache in his internal organs noticeably lessened. A glint of surprise flashed in Wang Chuan's eyes. With increased stamina, he really could take more hits. Keep going. He returned to position and was slammed repeatedly by the bronze stake. His HP slowly declined. His face gradually paled from flush to white, yet he maintained steady breathing the entire time. The 20th blow fell. fish scale skill experience 1100 2100. Wang Chuan took several deep breaths underwater before flipping over and climbing out. Compared to the first round, though his chest still felt tight, it was no longer hard to breathe, and color swiftly returned to his face. Dr. Liao checked his pulse, frowning deeper. Strange. Your physique suddenly strengthened, your heartbeat firm. I only gave you ordinary blood-activating pills, not some rare treasure. No matter how he racked his brain, he couldn't figure it out, unaware that Wang Chuan had just forcibly added 4 points of stamina. Doctor, could you please help me activate blood and remove stasis again? Wang Chuan lay down, voice sincere. Though tired, Dr. Liao wanted to investigate further. He nodded, then placed his palms one after another with pressing, kneading, tapping, and pointing techniques, a seamless sequence to disperse accumulated blood clots. After several breaths, the HP bar jumped back. 127,147, 134,147. Relaxed all over, Wang Chuan felt immensely comfortable, could easily dive in and train again right now. If only the blood-activating pills didn't have a cooldown time of 1 hour. After leaving the clinic, Wang Chuan went to the armory to change into a dry set of clothes. He then ate meat buns that Shen Ergu had brought from the dock to ease his hunger. Having just finished practicing the fish scale technique, his stomach felt like an empty furnace. He swallowed the meat buns bite by bite to barely suppress the emptiness. He opened his status panel. His health was still lacking 134 points, but his spirit felt light and relaxed. The blood-activating pills were clearly effective, and Dr. Liao's blood circulation and bruise-relieving methods worked well too. In about an hour, he could recover 17 health points. Calculating this, if he practiced once each hour during the day, he could steadily gain 7 or 8 experience points. Adding 2 more sessions overnight could easily net 10 points daily. Resting would restore his health, and within 10 days the fish scale technique would reach a minor breakthrough. Thinking of this, he felt pleased, but remained unsatisfied with the current pace. Back in his room, he logged out, and the game view disappeared. He opened his eyes and sat up. Taking several deep breaths, he confirmed his real body was in peak condition. Wang Chuan smiled faintly. Injuries to his Ling domain character took time to reflect on his real body. Maybe he could use that delay, just like with his previous grassfly technique, to train the fish scale technique simultaneously in reality and get double the results. Without hesitation, he began. The intricate copper skin stake he had painstakingly crafted in-game was easier to assemble in real life. Wang Chuan suspended a 100-kilogram barbell in the center of the room, locking the rope to a metal ring on the wall. Gradually tightening it, the barbell's potential energy steadily built. He asked his household robot to measure the impact force. 200 kilograms registered, meeting the strength requirements for the copper skin stake. Behind him, a thick layer of foam mats was stacked to prevent injury on impact. Ready, he activated the fish scale technique. His skin rippled with dense, tight patterns, and his entire spirit surged with vigor. Begin. He released the rope. Whiz. The 100-kilogram barbell thundered forward with a low whooshing sound. The padded iron plate struck his chest with brutal force, the impact piercing through him and hurling him 3 to 4 meters backward into the foam pit. His forearm tingled numb, pain sharper and more real than in the game, but still bearable. Robot, apply ice. The intelligent robot immediately sprayed cooling mist on his forearm. The icy liquid penetrated his skin and numbed the pain quickly. Modern medical technology was more direct and efficient than the game's blood-activating pills. Again, he grinned and tightened the rope once more. Boom. The second impact lifted his body into the air again. He landed, iced the injury, and activated blood circulation techniques. Before any hidden damage could accumulate, he used the spray to eliminate the threat. The spray was cheap, and with his account holding over 1 million credits, he didn't hesitate. Repeating this cycle, he was struck more than 20 times, yet remained in good condition, only a faint redness appearing on his chest. To be safe, he logged back into the game and opened his status panel. His eyes lit up. The experience points for fish scale technique reached 3 out of 100. Clearly, practicing in the real world was effective. What's more, cultivation seemed to progress faster outside the game. Alternating 20 rounds of iceback sprays kept his muscles and meridians well protected against the cold. After considering this efficiency, Wang Chuan felt a surge of excitement and made up his mind. Keep going. He decisively logged out of the game and went back to the training room. Every step of the routine was meticulously replicated, standing in front of the specially made barbell, initiating the impact sequence, getting slammed by the heavy weight, and flying into the thick foam pit. Then crawling up to face the robot's icy mist, promoting blood circulation and healing bruises. In less than a minute, back in front of the barbell again. For a full hour, he repeated this stand impact fliss brace cycle over 60 times. Logging back into the game, he checked the stats. Fish scale technique experience had nearly doubled, jumping to 6 out of 100. Wang Chuan couldn't contain his joy. He had finally found the key to mastering this toughest physical refinement art. If he sold this method to the company, it would fetch a sky-high price. After all, Top players in the studio and pioneering warriors struggled most with breaking through stamina attributes. Cracking fish scale technique would be like opening the gate to first-grade warriors for people like Lin Sun, and only a first-grade warrior qualifies to touch second-grade martial arts. He almost wanted to tell Lin Sun right away. But then he remembered. The Zhonghua studio kept the spirit realm and reality connection a strict secret. Even the big boss never spilled a word. The company had intelligence. Coach Yu had intelligence. Lin Sun, DeLong the monk, even the woman he met at the gym, everyone held their own secrets tightly. Thinking of this, Wang Chuan swallowed his words and decided to keep quiet and focus on training. He hardly slept that night. Early the next morning, logging in, his game character's HP bar was full. He made a symbolic stop at the clinic to soak in 2 potion pools, then followed his routine for 2 training cycles before logging out again to continue his secret barbell smashing practice in reality. Around noon, estimating he was near a milestone, he logged back into the spirit realm. Sure enough, a clear notification rang in his ears. Ding. Fish scale technique advanced to initial success. Reward. 1 stamina. Next stage. Skill through practice. Wang Chuan's fingers trembled as he immediately opened the skill panel. Fish scale technique initial success. Defense 3. Chance to block incoming attacks, causing enemy strikes to miss. Next stage. Skill through practice. Defense 5. Increased chance to block and cause attacks to miss. Defense 3 means a 200 kilogram impact probably won't hurt much anymore. He muttered quietly, then went back to his real-world training spot to test it out. Activating the fish scale technique, his skin tightened instantly, as if a thin aura surrounded him, his whole demeanor elevating slightly. Instead of testing water at the clinic pond, he stepped back under the barbell. As expected, a 200 kilogram impact slammed down, but he only staggered back half a step. Not even his forearm tingled. It felt like a gentle tap from a wooden stick. He instructed the robot to raise the force to 220 kilograms. Boom. He flew back again and landed, still only taking a small step back. Just 3 defense makes that much difference? He patted his forearm, astonished. Increasing the force further to 240 kilograms, still no pain. Only when it reached 280 kilograms did a loud crash and violent tremor slam him into the foam pit hard enough for his forearm to feel a faint soreness and numbness. The robot expertly moved in, surrounding the injured area with icy mist to promote circulation and relieve bruising. Wang Chuan stretched his muscles and murmured to himself, "That should do it." Bang. Once again, Wang Chuan was slammed hard and sent flying by the barbell. As he hit the ground, his chest heaved, and his mechanical arm whirred to life, spraying a cooling mist of ice compress. The chill spread through his veins, promoting circulation and easing bruises. The tiny scrapes closed up almost instantly. At that moment, his progress in the fish scale skill was stuck at 137 out of 300. He had practically devoted all his time these past 2 days to honing this protective martial art. Apart from briefly logging in to check the task progress at the dockside branch and auditing the weapons workshop output, he had spent every other moment drenched in sweat inside the training room. Around noon, his communicator suddenly vibrated. Instructor Yes' voice came through. "Wang Chuan, why aren't you online? Take a break and eat something. You've been cashing in big bonuses. Letelius at making you slack off? How could I dare? I'm only just getting started." Wang Chuan wiped his sweat and chuckled nervously. "You called mini orders? Did something happen at Haishi village?" "Not exactly." Instructor Yu chuckled before his tone grew serious. "Captain Yu has to leave for the county seat in 2 days to report. Haishi village is still quiet, and Blackwind Fortress won't act rashly before he leaves." A sigh came from the other end. "Captain Yu is the pillar that keeps Huishui County steady. Once he's gone, all those hidden demons and devils, plus the bandits outside the city, will surely rise up and cause trouble. The county government will be overwhelmed." Wang Chuan frowned. Those bandits had been suppressed all winter and were probably itching to burst out. His time to prepare was running short. He made a mental note. In 2 days, he'd have to make a trip to Haishi village to get ahead of the trouble. By the way, Instructor Yu returned to the main point. The studio has recruited a new batch of people. Can you see if the Yulong gang can take a few more? New people come to the company all the time, and you usually lead the intake yourself. Has the number this time gotten unusually high? Yes, Instructor Yu grimaced. The nearby villages are all overcrowded. Some people were sent to Lin County. I'm running back and forth and can't handle it alone. I have to place the leftover recruits in Huishui County. They're outside the city now, just need a place to settle. You know the rules. Anyone entering the city needs a definite assignment." Wang Chuan rubbed his temple. The dockside branch already has enough members, and the outer disciples still need to pass the physical test. First, these new recruits probably can't even lift the stone locks. They can only work as assistants in the weapons workshop. We can take at most 2 or 3. More than that, and the workshop can't handle it. Fine, let's go with 3 then. Instructor Yu sounded relieved upon hearing this. After the call ended, Wang Chuan logged on right away and headed to the city gate to pick them up. The 3 new players were just over 20, their awe at entering the game showing clearly as they looked around curiously. "Wow, this is way too realistic. So cool." Chattering excitedly, they followed Wang Chuan through the bustling marketplace to the riverside docks and into the Yulong Gang Hall. Wang Chuan's expression darkened. You are strictly forbidden to enter other areas of the hall without my orders. To be clear, your activity is limited to the weapons workshop only. They'll be in the West Wing. I've arranged a place for you next door to my room that will be your resting spot and safe zone when you log off. Wang Chuan said it bluntly and pointed to a small courtyard right beside his room. Normally, your job is to help the guys in the weapons workshop break ore and smelt iron. If you're lucky, you might get to tag along with the blacksmith Qian Sihai and maybe learn the art of forging tempered steel. The three newcomers lined up, nodding repeatedly without daring to speak. Although they were all co-workers, Wang Chuan was younger than them, but radiated such a powerful warrior aura that it felt almost tangible, like a lurking beast that made people instinctively keep their distance. Besides his imposing presence, they had heard from Coach Yu while waiting outside the city about Wang Chuan's background, how he had survived a brutal battle escaping from Haishi village, once faced down 37 wolves alone, and possessed archery skills that could hit a willow leaf at 100 paces. When he first arrived in Huishui County, he rose rapidly, becoming the master of the Yulong Gang's weapons workshop. The previous master was drowned because of him. Later, at the Nuteo Gang's waterside fortress, he single-handedly killed 2 martial artists and 4 semi-martial artists, earning the respect of the gang leader and becoming the head of the dock branch. Faced with such a gang leader who had clawed his way up from nothing, the 3 refugees dared not make a sound, quietly memorizing every word of advice. Ergu. Wang Chuan stepped into the weapons workshop, his voice ringing like a bell. Chun Ergu immediately put down his hammer and jogged over with a respectful smile. Master, the 3 newcomers are here to work in the weapons workshop. Assign them tasks. Yes, understood. Chun Ergu turned and called out. Come on, they'll show you around the workshop. The 3 followed him out. When they glanced back at Wang Chuan, their eyes were filled with deeper Aween NPC, actually handing out missions. Now that was a true boss. After handing things over, Wang Chuan brushed off iron filings from his clothes, grabbed a meat bun from the table, swallowed it in a few bites, then turned back indoors to log off and continue his training. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. His experience in the fish scale skill reached 249 out of 300, just one more day to step into the skill through practice stage. At that moment, drums boomed outside the dock amid a clamor of voices. Wang Chuan frowned, about to figure out the commotion when a disciple burst in from the hall, loudly announcing, Captain Yu from the county police is returning. Officials from the Yamen have come out to see him off. Our gang leader is here too. Everyone come see. Everyone was tempted to join the excitement, but seeing Wang Chuan standing in the back courtyard, they stopped. The disciple respectfully called out, Greetings, master. Wang Chuan waved absent-mindedly. The disciple, as if granted mercy, slipped back to the forge. What does Captain Yu returning to the county police have to do with you? Focus on forging and making money, that's the right way. His words dropped like a hammer, and the clang of the weapons shop rose again to drown out the noise outside. After finishing, Wang Chuan walked out alone, passing through the hall and onto the dock. The river wind was strong, and the crowd stretched as far as the eye could see. Villagers lined the path, shouting Captain Yes' name. Rumor had it this third-rank martial artist, after arriving in Huishui County, had personally slain many wanted criminals and commanded troops to destroy the Nuteo gang long entrenched in the waters, earning him great fame. Yet to this day, most had never even seen his face. Even Wang Chuan was curious about Captain Yu, a third-rank martial artist. Did he really have 3 heads and 6 arms? At Huishui County Pier, locals and laborers crowded both sides, shouting and calling out in a cacophony that filled the air. Suddenly, 4 officials in brocade robes, each with an embroidered sword at their side, strode onto the dock. The leader spun around sharply and faced the gathered county officials of Huishui, bowing deeply with a loud voice. I have been in Huishui County for several months, and though I have caused some trouble, I am grateful for your support. Today, I am ordered to return to the prefectural seat to report on my duties. I hereby express my sincere thanks to you all. He was about 40, with a square face and sharp, piercing eyes like blades. His voice boomed like a great bell, instantly silencing the noisy dock. All the warriors and Quasa warriors nearby felt a chill run through them. Indeed, this was a 6 doors detective captain, a fearsome presence. This man was Captain Yu himself. On the steps of the hall, the crowd was tightly packed in layers. From his vantage point at Wang Chuan, looking down clearly, Yu stood like a sturdy pine, radiating an upright and resolute aura that earned him silent respect. As winter approached, the Black Wind bandits had raided Hushi village, where the villagers fought them off with desperate courage, earning the bandits' hatred. If not for Captain Yes' arrival and his relentless month-long crackdown on criminal elements in the county, Hushi village would have been in grave danger long ago. Its survival until now owed entirely to this man. As the farewell approached, the magistrate of Huishui rushed forward, grasping Captain Yes' hands tightly, his face beaming with gratitude. He thanked him profusely and earnestly invited him to return and visit the villagers someday. putting on a performance as convincing as a stage play. Soon after, Yang Feiyue, leader of the Yulong gang, and several clan heads arrived, surrounding Captain Yu and sending him off with respect. Captain Yu and his three subordinates clasped their fists in salute and boarded the decorated boat. The oars sliced the water, and the vessel slowly pulled away. Just as the boat's silhouette began to shrink, Wang Chuan caught a glimpse of a few shadowy figures slipping away near the dock's edge, crouching low as they vanished into Shunqing Alley. The eager, malicious gleam in their eyes was painfully obvious. Captain Yu leaves, and those villains are already itching to act. Wang Chuan's heart sank. Hushi Village might be facing trouble soon. He turned sharply and strode back to the gang's armory. On the wooden racks lay a poplar bow, a black iron-banded bow, and a finely tempered steel spear, all neatly arranged. With his current strength of 22 points, he could draw the iron-banded bow with no trouble. Without hesitation, Wang Chuan took down the iron-banded bow, slung 3 quivers of feathered arrows at his side, and gripped the cold, gleaming spear. No sooner had he stepped outside than he ran into Halm Master Song Minshu. Wang Chuan, what are you? Song Minshu stared at him fully armed in surprise. Captain Yu has left. The Black Wind Bandits could descend at any time. I want to ask for leave to return to Hushi Village. Song Minshu knew Wang Chuan's roots and recognized his current strength. After a brief pause, he patted Wang Chuan's shoulder. I can't go with you. Or I would. Hey race, what well do will assign you 4 men. We can't let the Yulong gang's leader travel alone. If you run into the Black Wind Bandits, they'll think twice. He called over 4 burly inner disciples and ordered sternly, you 4 are to accompany leader Wang Chuan. Follow his orders in all matters. Yes. They answered in unison with fists clasped. Wang Chuan bowed deeply. Thank you, Hall Master. Be careful on the road. Go and return safely. Song Minshu nodded. Understood. Moments later, 5 swift horses broke through the West City gate, their hooves pounding the ground in urgency. Wang Chuan and his group quickly left the city, heading straight for Hushi Village. On the road, the 4 couldn't help but press Wang Chuan for details about the battle at the floating water village. They wanted to know how he alone had slain 2 warriors and 4 Quesa warriors. Wang Chuan simply replied, just luck, but his eyes never stopped scanning the surroundings warily. Times had changed ever since Captain Yu left. All sorts of dangerous creatures from Huishui had emerged, and everywhere there was a hidden threat of blades and bloodshed. It was impossible for them not to be tense. As they neared Blackstone Village, the outline of the earthen walls came into view from a distance. Wang Chuan was the first to sense something was wrong. On the other side of the snowy plain, towards the mountain mining area, dozens, maybe hundreds soft black figures were rapidly approaching. Bandits. Master, they're from the Black Wind Fortress. The faces of the 4 inner disciples of the Yulong gang turned pale. Are they crazy? So many of them coming down the mountain in broad daylight. Clearly, they mean to wipe out the village. Master, if we go further we'll run right into them. Let's return and report to the authorities. As fear spread, suddenly the urgent clang of war drums sounded inside Blackstone Village. The villagers had sensed the danger and quickly climbed up onto the earthen walls. Wang Chuan didn't answer anyone. He took down his iron core bow and swiftly nocked a feathered arrow. The moment the string was drawn tight, he shot forward like a shadow toward the village. Master, the disciples were startled. Their hall leader had decreed, obey the master in all things. If they fled on their own, they'd surely be punished and disgraced. Then we might as well die? 2 of them gritted their teeth and charged after him. The other 2 hesitated briefly, but had no choice but to follow. Who would have expected such a simple escort mission to collide with the Blackwind Fortress? The snow was ankle-deep, but Wang Chuan unleashed his grass-over-flying technique and his speed sword. In moments, he left his companions dozens of feet behind. He silently regretted bringing them along. Had he been alone, had have reached the village by now instead of being stuck outside. Yet when he thought of the iron core bow in his hand, along with his masterful marksmanship practiced to perfection, he quickly steadied himself. Outside the village, with inner power, Bao and Honda was ready to fight. Before the battle began, neither the Black Wind Fortress nor Blackstone Village had noticed this third party drawing near. On the open plain, a bandit leader shouted hoarsely, "Damn! They dared kill my Black Wind Fortress brothers. Brothers, slaughter the village. Revenge for our fallen. I heard Wang Dalan's pancakes taste good, save me some. Spare the widows, kill everyone else." The earthen walls of Blackstone Village were already packed with defenders. Dozens of villagers lined up with spears, a dozen hunters with bows drawn. Zhao Hanio's face was grim. Those bastards actually dared come down in broad daylight. Looks like Captain Yes really gone. It's too late to call for help from the Sidawi, never got any word. Before he finished speaking, a Black Wind Fortress archer fired first. A powerful arrow sliced through the air over 20 yards and pierced the chest of a hunter, who let out a choked grunt and fell from the wall. Archers, everyone get down from the wall, defend inside. Zhao Hanio shouted. The villagers hastily retreated, but the archer was brutal, firing relentlessly. Swoosh. One fighter barely turned to jump down when he suddenly felt an explosion of pain in his back, crashing hard into the snow. pierced through front and back. He never got back up. Wang Chuan's sharp eyes had spotted the bandits in advance. At this moment, he was still some distance away from Blackstone Village, crossing a snowy plain, unnoticed by both the villagers and the Black Wind Stronghold's men. Even as he desperately accelerated with his flying grass lightness skill, he couldn't arrive in time to provide immediate help. By the time he reached the village outskirts, 2 agonized screams had already rung out within Blackstone Village. Then more arrows rained down from the bandits clustered at the edge. Another round of chilling cries followed. The cold wind carried the stench of blood straight into Wang Chuan's back, sending a shiver down his spine. This time, the Black Wind Stronghold had brought over 100 ruthless thugs, including a dozen archers specially assigned for this raid. What was most deadly was that one of those archers wielded an advanced bow technique, far beyond ordinary archery, capable of killing from great long distance. His master was in danger, Captain Zhao Hainik was in danger, and dozens of players in the village might be sacrificed as well. The bandits surged forward in ranks toward the village entrance. Wang Chuan stopped, raising his iron core bow. His first sharp arrow was already locked onto that strongest archer who had just killed 2 people in quick succession. The archer seemed to sense imminent death. His eyes flicked to the shadow moving swiftly across the snowy terrain. His vision was instantly filled with the zooming arrow. Thuck! The arrow's tip pierced his eyeball, vibrating violently. The iron head tore through brain matter at the back of his skull, mixing red and white as it splattered on the snow. Thud! The archer collapsed backward, lifeless. The leading bandits didn't notice their comrade's death. Only a few archers sharply sensed that something was wrong, but couldn't locate the source of the attack. Twang! The iron core bow twanged again. 100 paces away, another archer's throat was pierced. He fell into the snow along with his bow, wildly clawing at the deadly wound as blood gushed out. Twang! The third arrow fell, and a third archer dropped dead on impact. The series of crisp twangs finally alerted more of the bandits. Fighters and quasi-martial artists in the ranks turned their heads in alarm. Archers! Over there! The third leader is dead. Only then did they realize that the third leader leading this raid had already fallen in a pool of blood. Fury exploded within them. Kill him! Avenge the third leader! Half of the bandits charging into the village turned around, howling like wolves as they lunged at Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan remained calm. On rooftops inside the village, Zhao Hainik and the hunters had taken higher ground to fire back, the twang of bowstrings ringing out in volleys to hold off the bandits approaching the village gate. A surge of relief flashed through Wang Chuan's mind, and he resumed drawing his bow. He couldn't reach the remaining archers, but they held only ordinary hunting bows, wooden and limited in range. Plus, the charging hordes of bandits required no precise aiming. The iron core bow stretched to a full crescent. Thuck! With a warrior's strength and deadly precision, enhanced by the heavy iron bow, Wang Chuan shot a fierce thug cleanly off his feet, dragging a trail of blood behind the fallen body. He didn't stop. One arrow after another tore through the blizzard. Bandits were either pierced through the chest or blasted to the ground, dead or gravely wounded, many not even able to scream in pain. The 4 inner disciples of the Yulong sect caught up from behind, just in time to see Wang Chuan, like a murder god, loosing arrows from afar. None of the bandits hit struggled to rise. Everyone was either dead or badly injured, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Wang Chuan didn't stand still. He kept drawing his bow while steadily retreating to maintain distance. Within mere breaths, he had already taken down 13 bandits in a row. The Black Wind Fortress men pressed forward relentlessly, closing to within 50 steps like a rising tide. He could clearly see each snarling face. Yet when his bowstring aimed at them, fear and panic were unmistakably written in their eyes. Thwack! Another bandit fell backward onto the snow. With the strength of an iron-bowed arrow and his pinpoint accuracy, his shots were terrifyingly fast and lethal. Even seasoned martial artists would struggle to withstand them, let alone ordinary bandits or those barely trained. The iron arrows, forced to pierce armor, had the power of armor-piercing bolts. Each shot dealt life or death, never a second chance. 40 steps. Wang Chuan raised his hand and killed another. From deep within the crowd came a return arrow. He activated grass skimming, springing forward with a burst of power, effortlessly dodging the cold shot, then pulled back his bowstring. Thwack! A muffled grunt sounded as the hidden archer behind the lines collapsed. Seizing their moment of shock, he created more distance and slowly notched a new arrow and drew back. Thwack! The last charging bandit hit an invisible barrier and fell backward, screaming in pain. At this moment, the 4 inner disciples of the Yulong gang who had followed finally fully understood how their former leader single-handedly took down 2 martial artists and 4 quasi-martial artists at the watery fortress. Wang Chuan's power was even more fearsome than songs. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 bodies lay strewn across the snow, including apparently the Black Wind Fortress third in command. The 4 disciples, ironically, now felt like dead weight beside him. Don't just hang around here. Flank into Haishi village and help fight the Black Wind Fortress. Remember to mention my name, Wang Chuan whispered. Yes, sir. The 4 nodded quickly, suddenly realizing their leader didn't actually need their assistance. They hurried off toward the flanks. Several bandits tried to pursue, but were swiftly shot down by 3 consecutive arrows from Wangchuan the moment they took a step, falling helpless and unwilling to move again. The stir outside the village had already alerted Haishi village. The tenseness of bowstrings and the growing number of corpses in the snow breathed new hope into previously desperate villagers, and morale surged. Yulong gang disciples reached the village wall, shouting loudly, "Friends! We come by order of our leader to help, let us in." "Let them in," Zhao Haniu ordered immediately, allowing all 4 to climb over the wall into the village. "Many thanks for your great support. May I ask your leader's esteemed name?" Zhao Haniu called out with a respectful fist salute. "Aren't you from Haishi village? Don't you know him? Our leader is called Wangchuan." The crowd erupted suddenly. "Wangchuan? It's him. When did he become leader of the Yulong gang? Wasn't he supposed to be making ironworks at Yulong?" This was when the downsides of such isolated news became glaringly obvious. Zhao Haniu and the blacksmith's son exchanged looks, then their faces lit up with excitement. "It's Wangchuan. He's back. I knew he wouldn't forget this village." Meanwhile, while Haishi village's morale soared, the bandits of Black Wind Fortress outside grew increasingly despondent. Their third-in-command fell first to a single arrow. Then within a short time more than 20 brothers were lost, not one managing to even graze the enemy's clothes. Their pursuer was clearly a proper martial artist, master of lightness skills, and iron bows chasing him meant certain death. Unease spread through their ranks, and their steps faltered. At the same time, the hunter's armor-piercing arrows at the village entrance claimed more than a dozen lives, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the 4 quasi-martial disciples safely entered the village. How could they possibly continue fighting at this point? "We're outmatched. Take the 3rd chief's body with us. Carry the brothers' bodies too, and retreat." The bandits of the Black Wind Fortress were growing more and more terrified with each kill. Several minor leaders finally hoarsely shouted to withdraw. But at this point, who dared stop? Everyone wished they had 2 more legs to run on, and the corpses became unbearable burdens. Only a few forced themselves to lift the 3rd chief's corpse. The rest had scattered in all directions, and the formation instantly fell apart. Wang Chuan grabbed 2 quivers full of arrows from the corner wall of Blackstone Village and dashed out, closely pursuing the enemy's broken ranks. The snow's glare was blinding, but his eyes never wavered. The taut bowstrings hummed nonstop: draw, release, draw, release. Each arrow cut sharply through the air, and his deadly marksmanship experience visibly ticked upward with every shot. The remaining bandits of Black Wind Fortress screamed in anguish. Where did this killing god come from? They couldn't fight back, nor outrun him. Until both quivers behind Wang Chuan were completely empty, what was once a 100-strong force had dwindled to 30. To save their lives, they abandoned armor and weapons along the way, even ruthlessly tossing the 3rd chief's body they had once carried into a snowdrift. Wang Chuan shook his aching arm and paused briefly, then turned back to the snow to tally the results. No prisoners were spared. Any bandit still moaning, he stoically stabbed through their chest with his tempered steel spear. The Black Wind Fortress was notorious. Letting any live meant continued harm. When he reached the 3rd chief's body, he first cut off the frost-covered head, then found a small weight of gold coins, 15 taels of silver, a white birchwood bough, and a tempered steel dagger. All signs the 3rd chief was wealthy and formidable. Wang Chuan later sold everything, earning about 340 taels in total. According to the official bounty, ordinary minor leaders were worth 50 taels, but the 3rd chief, as a martial rank warrior, should be valued at least 1 to 200. Thinking of this, Wang Chuan's heart swelled with joy as he carried the bloodied head through the snow back to the village. The sky was gray, the cold wind biting sharply. Zhao Haniu had gathered several dozen local militia outside the village to greet him. "Wang Chuan, Captain Zhao?" They clasped hands firmly. Zhao Haniu's broad palm patted Wang Chuan's back hard as he laughed heartily. "I knew you had it in you. You really mastered that deadly archery, huh? If you hadn't fought your way back, the village would have been finished." Ding! A system alert suddenly sounded in Wang Chuan's ear. "For helping Blackstone Village repel the Black Wind Fortress invasion, your village reputation has been upgraded from well-known to revered, ranking you alongside the village chief, Captain Zhao Haniu, and the blacksmith's son." Wang Chuan paused briefly but smiled and replied, "My master's kindness is as great as a mountain, and Captain Zhao has always acknowledged me. Blackstone Village is my home. When it's in trouble, how could I not return? I just didn't expect the Black Wind Fortress to strike right after Deputy Constable you boarded the ship. Luckily, I made it in time. Well done." Zhao Hanius' eyes gleamed with pride. He was about to praise him further, but suddenly noticed the bloodied head Wang Chuan was carrying. His expression instantly changed. "What's that?" "They said it was the 3rd leader's head. I figured it must be valuable and planned to take it to the county office for a reward. Let's go. Hurry back to the village and explain everything." Zhao Haniu waved his hand, his expression growing darker. On the old mountain path, the group dragged over 100 bodies of Black Wind bandits with hemp ropes, leaving a trail of blood behind. Zhao Hainiu and several strong men wrapped the still dripping head in coarse cloth and stuffed it into a bamboo basket. Everyone understood this was something valuable. At the village entrance, Wang Chuan met with his master, blacksmith Sunday. Before exchanging many greetings, Zhao Hainiu interrupted hurriedly. This operation was led by the third leader of Black Wind Bandit Camp in person, and now his head is in our hands. Blacksmith's son snapped his head up, his eyes widening in shock as he caught sight of the bamboo basket in Wang Chuan's hands. The village chief arrived, brow furrowed. There are 3 ranked fighters in Black Wind Bandit Camp. Now that the third leader is dead, our Blackstone village is their sworn enemy. Retaliation is only a matter of time. Blacksmith's son snorted coldly. If my apprentice hadn't rushed back, the village would have been a river of blood a long time ago. What's the use of talking about grudges now? The village chief hurried to explain. I'm not blaming Wang Chuan, but he is the leader of the Yulong gang and will eventually leave. When he's gone, the first and second leaders of the Black Wind Bandit Camp will come back for revenge. Blackstone Village won't escape disaster. The crowd of villagers watching grew somber. For disciples from the Yulong gang's inner circle silent in agreement, fully aware that Black Wind Bandit Camp never forgets a grudge. Those 2 brothers would surely lead troops to massacre Blackstone Village. Zhao Hainiu sighed. All we can do now is immediately report to the authorities. Last winter, Tianshui Village was slaughtered. If the county magistrate ignores this again, all his achievements will be ruined. Wang Chuan's eyes lit up. Right. For juniors, take part of the bandit heads to the Huishui County office and ask the government to ensure justice. They gladly accepted the order. Each tied 4 heads to their belts and galloped off. The village chief gathered everyone to clean up the battlefield, swords and spears piled into 2 small mounds, polished leather armor stacked by the wall, and over 300 taels of silver found. Wang Chuan decided to keep half of the weapons and armor to arm the militia, turning the rest over to Huishui County to be cashed in. Darkness fell, and the cold wind carried the stench of blood through the village entrance. After about half an hour, there was a response from the county, for constables arrived swiftly on horseback, followed by a dozen soldiers, all aggressive and purposeful. Wang Chuan guessed the reason for the heavy presence was twofold. The magistrate wanted to project strength, and the death of the third leader plus over 100 bandit corpses scattered outside the village was a serious matter. Instructor, you came with the group. As soon as he dismounted and saw the neatly lined bodies, his face went pale and a chill ran down his spine. Wang Chuan had sparked quite a commotion this time, returning to the village. Identify the bandits. See if any are missing from the wanted list. The constable leader ordered. The soldiers rigorously searched each corpse, checking faces against records. With official backing, the dark cloud hanging over Blackstone Village lifted considerably. But before long, another group came speeding from Huishui County. Song, the Yulong gang's leader, and elder Lin Sun, accompanied by over 20 inner disciples, arrived at Blackstone Village. Master Song Minshu and elder Lin Sun led a group of 24 inner disciples in a grand procession into Haishi Village, intent on finding Wang Chuan. Song Minshu raised his hand, signaling everyone to spread out on alert, then spoke in a clear, confident tone. The gang leader has already received word and knows you're at odds with the Black Wind Bandits. Don't worry, since you killed the band's third in command. They're now down to just 2 martial artists of entry-level rank. Their edge has long been dulled. This is the perfect opportunity for us to pull this thorn out completely. Wang Chuan's heart skipped a beat, quietly wondering why the Yulong gang had taken such a sudden, decisive stance. He glanced at Lin Sun, who caught his meaning and smiled as he added, the Black Wind Bandits have long been troublemakers in Huishui County, deep grudges involved. Last winter, they lost many informants and small leaders. Now, with over 100 followers and a major general lost, their vitality is severely depleted. Seize them while they're weak and finish them off. They can't face us on the mountain now, and will have to retreat to their base to recover. As long as we hit them hard, they won't rise again for years. Hearing this, Wang Chuan suddenly understood. Having already absorbed the Rage Wave gang's waterside base, the Yulong gang was clearly becoming the dominant local force in Huishui County. Destroying the Black Wind Bandits would complete Yang Feiyu's strategy, leaving no strong rivals for years to come. Without hesitation, Song Minshu issued a firm order. We're here to join you. Then immediately enter the mountains. Hallmaster He, Elder Fong Kuei, along with the newly recruited Chief Qin Ming, have already infiltrated the mountain. Together with 4 brothers from the local constabulary, we will strike the Black Wind Bandits in one swift, decisive blow tonight. The clash of blades and swords seemed to flash before Wang Chuan's eyes as he silently exhaled. Was astonished by how many official martial artists the Yulong gang had mobilized at once. Seeing his tense expression, Lin Sun leaned in softly with reassurance. We'll go over the details on the way, no time to waste. Wang Chuan knew this battle would determine the safety of Haishi Village and that it was a disaster he had inadvertently brought upon them. To back down now would be tantamount to abandoning his comrades. Without hesitation, he turned to Zhao Hiniu and their master, Master Sun the blacksmith, saying, You two stay and defend the village to keep everyone safe. We'll be back soon. I know the Black Wind Bandits hide out well. Zhao Hiniu stepped forward eagerly, patting the large bough on his back. When I hunted, I often roamed those hills. Let me guide and shoot. All right. Bring Captain Zhao along. Song Minshu nodded in approval. As everyone prepared to set out, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Master Sun, followed by Bai Yuhui, Hong Kaibao, Linda Hai, and others, arrived carrying full quivers. The old craftsman hung two heavy pots filled with armor-piercing arrows around Wang Chuan's waist, his voice grave. Be careful. Don't worry, Master. Wang Chuan nodded slightly, recognizing the familiar arrows with a touch of his fingers. At the village entrance, Master Sun and the others stopped to see them off, their anxious expressions watching the team disappear into the forest. The mountain path was rugged, but their pace was swift. After winding over several ridges, they met Hallmaster He and the others at the prearranged spot. Now, 6 official martial artists of the Yulong gang led 24 inner disciples with near martial strength, all fully armed at the front. Behind them walked the 4 constables sent by the county, 2 martial artists and 2 near martial artists. Bringing up the rear was Captain Zhao Hiniu from Haishi village. There were 35 people in total. Leading the way was Sun Quan, an inner disciple of the Yulong gang and formerly a minor leader of the Black Wind Bandits. Lin Sun privately told his companions that years ago, Sun Quan had offended the second-in-command and was kicked off a cliff. He had miraculously survived, changed his name, and sought refuge with the Yulong gang. Since then, he had been patiently waiting for a chance to exact revenge. Not only was he familiar with the mountain trails and defenses of the Black Wind Bandits, but he had also planted a spy within the Banditsa's sworn brother who periodically sent them the latest information on guards and patrol routines. Right now, Sun Quan was the perfect guide for this team. Following his directions, the group entered the woods. After a short walk, they spotted a messy set of footprints on the ground, the sole patterns matching those of the Black Wind Bandits, the very same ones who had been pushed back at Blackstone Village earlier. Seeing the tracks, everyone silently confirmed their path was correct. As they moved forward, Lin Sun leaned toward Wang Chuan and whispered, "Stay near the back when the fighting starts. Use your archery skills to provide long-range support. Battles can change in an instant. Remember to keep yourself safe. Don't go offline." He emphasized the last phrase heavily. Wang Chuan nodded quietly, fully aware that going offline was a euphemism for dying. He silently focused his breath, ready to activate his fish scale technique and grass-skimming flight at any moment. After half a day of crossing 7 or 8 mountains, the forest suddenly opened up. Before them stood 3 wide terraces of earth, each about 5 meters high, barren of any grass and completely exposed. Through the sparse trees beyond, faint human figures flickered in the shadows. Sun Quan immediately crouched down, and the others followed suit, lowering their profiles. This was the Black Wind Bandits' first line of defense, usually staffed by 6 hidden sentries who would raise alarm at the slightest disturbance. Sun Quan lowered his voice. "We have to rely on someone good at lightness skills to sneak in and take them out quietly. Otherwise, they'll fire signal flares." He knew the bandits' rules better than anyone. Just 6 sentries? No problem. Leader, he lifted his coat to reveal a row of gleaming silver, throwing knives at his waist. "They'll handle 2. Fong Kuei took 2 knives from him. "It's been a while since I threw flying knives, better not lose my touch." "He'll take down 1. Song Minshu added. "He'll go for 1 too." Being from a water-based martial clan meant range combat was basic for him. Lin Sun, skilled with the bow for years, smiled. "He'll cover the last 1. His gaze then shifted toward Wang Chuan and Qin Ming. Qin Ming, the newly appointed leader, forced a wry smile and shook his head. "I'm good at close combat, but I'm no marksman." "In that case, he'll do it." Wang Chuan took down his iron laminated bow. The string hummed softly. Everyone nodded in approval. Wang Chuan had once felled the Black Wind Bandits' third-in-command with a single arrow. By now, 3 of their warriors had died by his bow. Clearing minor sentries around the perimeter was a walk in the park. Just then, Zhao Heinyo stepped quietly beside Wang Chuan and said, "Sometimes the Black Wind sentries number more than 6. They'll take care of any extras. Your bow has range and speed when we strike. Keep your eyes on the forest for any movement." Wang Chuan blinked slightly, but then nodded seriously. Zhao Heinyo was right. Unexpected situations could arise at any moment. All set. After 3 breaths, they struck simultaneously. Qin Ming gave the signal. Qin Ming counted down in a low voice. The bowstrings were drawn taut almost at once with a cold gleam. Zhao Heinyu pulled his bow like a full moon, already fixated on the targets. Wang Chuan held position in the shadows, his bowstring vibrating lightly as his eyes scanned all the slightest movements among the trees. "Attack!" As the sharp command fell, everyone burst into action. Leader, he fired rapidly from both sides, 2 streaks of cold light slicing through the air. Song Minshu and Fong Kuei followed closely behind. The 4 scouts from Black Wind Village, who had been resting hidden in the forest, barely reacted before clutching their chests or throats, toppling over. Lin Sun and Zhao Hanyu were slightly slower by a fraction, but still managed to release 2 accurate arrows. One struck the throat dead center. Just as everyone believed the first ambush was over, 2 terrified faces suddenly appeared deep in the woods. They were survivors who had fled in panic after the recent Blackstone village raid. Seeing their comrades fall, they cried out in shock. Bad news. The enemy's attacking. Spies among us. Everyone froze. Leader He instinctively reached for the throwing knives at his waist. Wang Chuan was faster, drawing his iron-bowed bow to its limit. The armor-piercing arrow whistled from the string. 2 bandits tried to flee, but their bodies overlapped perfectly as arrow pierced both, pinning them against a large tree behind. The blood-red arrow shaft trembled. The 2 men dropped like they'd been struck by lightning, rolling down the slope. The team rushed in to finish off the survivors and quickly cleared the area. Leader He sheathed his throwing knives, eyes full of astonishment. A single arrow, 2 kills. Captain Wang Chuan's archery is truly extraordinary. Wang Chuan smiled modestly. Leader He, you flatter me. Just lucky. Let's clean up quickly. Move into the village, Lin Sun urged quietly. 8 bodies were buried on the spot. The first line of defense was silently torn open. Crossing over the ridge, the Black Wind village proper lay hidden in thick forest. Before them, a wide mountain path riddled with traps awaited. Sun Quan scouted ahead, breaking through defenses as the group moved in single file, crawling low beneath the village wall. Suddenly, intense shouting came from above the village. Third brother is dead. No matter what, today we must massacre Blackstone village. How else can I explain this to his family, our brothers? The roar was full of murderous intent. Boss, we're as grieved by third brother's death as you are, but the situation down below is uncertain, urged another man. Over 100 of us can't take Blackstone village? I suspect the Huishui County government set an ambush. The Nuda Obang gang is gone, and we've lost most of our informants in Huishui. In chaos like this, we need to keep our heads. Another voice chimed in. Yes, boss. We've already lost a third of the village territory. If we're not careful, we'll meet the same fate as Nuda Obang. We must think about the bigger picture. Impossible. Was third brother's death for nothing? Zhao Jinhu bellowed furiously. We've been holed up on the mountain for months, crushed by that you guy. Now yes gone, and you want us to be timid? How can the brothers respect me? Zhao Jinhu, leader of Black Wind Village, was furious. His voice carried clearly across the mountaintop. Second-in-command Huang Zihai's voice was just as loud. We have to keep the big picture in mind, big brother. Even Wang Chuan could tell these 2 leaders were putting on a show, pretending to argue so the brothers in the camp would believe the chief was forced to stay behind. Master He and Master Song exchanged glances, then waved everyone over to assign attack missions. At the same time, scouts returning to the mountain brought fresh intel. Third-in-command had led a team to attack Haishi village, but was shot dead by a mysterious archer. The 7 accompanying Kwasa warrior lieutenants were all killed, and over 100 men lost. This news should have arrived an hour ago, but the scouts delayed, afraid of punishment for not bringing back the third-in-command's body. They even captured a dozen newly recruited refugees along the way and only reached the camp just now. Zhao Jinhu nearly exploded with rage upon hearing this and immediately hacked down a few refugees to vent his anger. Then he ordered all brothers in the camp to prepare to descend the mountain for revenge. Huang Zihai knew this was no time to leave, so he publicly continued the staged confrontation with his big brother to calm the men, enlisting several junior leaders to help maintain order. Just as they were speaking, a faint noise came from outside. The Walla group was climbing over. Several blades flashed through the night, and a few nearby bandits were cut down, blood gushing as they collapsed. On the left side of the camp wall, He Haisheng, Song Minshu, Lin Sun, and Fang Kuei moved with practiced ease, slashing guards as they made straight for the 2 leaders. Almost simultaneously, the right side was breached, with Captains Yu and Wu leading Qin Ming and Wang Chuan onto the ramparts. A group of bandits hesitated at the sight of the captain's uniforms, but cold arrows suddenly flew from outside the wall, each striking lethal wound. Zhao Hanyu had made his mark. Wang Chuan steadied himself and looked down at the camp inside. At least 200 hostile men packed the area. His heart tightened as he immediately activated the fish scale skill, which quietly strengthened his muscles and bones. Throw the ropes. Captain Yu tied knots and swung a rope outward, leading the charge with his steel blade flashing, cutting, and blocking in rapid succession. Clangs rang out. These foot soldiers, barely at the Kwasa warrior level, fell one by one under him and Captain Wu. Qin Ming stood guard by Wang Chuan and the ropes, covering their rear. The inner disciples of the Yulong gang swiftly grabbed the ropes and used them to vault into the camp with agility. Ropes were quickly dropped on the other side as well, and more Kwasa warrior disciples surged forward in single file. Inside, the sudden change stunned Zhao Jinhu, and Huang Zihaithi weren't even prepared to descend the mountain for revenge, yet the enemy was already within their walls. Both recognized He Haisheng, and the others instantly. Blood drained from their faces. Master He, Elder Fang Kuei, Black Wind Camp and your Yulong gang have always kept to ourselves. How dare you breach our camp? You're asking for death. Brothers, kill them. Zhao Jinhu bellowed, swinging his blade and charging ahead. Huang Zhihai followed closely with several junior leaders. He Haisheng roared back, Chief Zhao, how many of my Yulong gang have you killed over the years? How much of our supplies have you robbed? Don't think our leader doesn't know your dealings with the Nuteo gang. Today, Black Wind Camp will be destroyed. He Haisheng, vow it. Blades clashed, sparks flying. He Haisheng, also a first-rate martial artist, matched Zhao Jinhu blow for blow. Huang Zhihai fought fiercely but was held in check by Lin Sun and Fang Kuei attacking from both sides. All the Yulong gang's inner disciples were Quasa warriors wielding refined steel blades, charging into the bandit ranks with fierce courage. Quickly, over a dozen bandits fell. At its core, Blackwind Fortress was weaker than it appeared. They'd lost several minor leaders over the winter, and this time coming down the mountain, they sacrificed most of their elite troops, as well as a warrior of entry rank. Now, only about a dozen Quasa warriors remained up top. In terms of individual combat ability, they simply couldn't hold back this batch of inner disciples from the Yulong gang's elite. However, the Blackwind Fortress still held a decisive numbers advantage. As long as they overwhelmed with sheer manpower and freed their archers' hands, the Yulong gang would be on the receiving end. So this battle had to be swift and decisive, shatter the enemy's morale first, and the key figure was Wang Chuan. Protected in the center by Qin Ming and Instructor Yu, Wang Chuan crouched undisturbed beneath the eaves, the iron core bow drawn taut, and the armor-piercing arrow string curved like a full moon. His cold gaze locked on the chief, Zhao Jinhu. At that moment, Zhao Jinhu was clad in black leather armor with front and rear breastplates gleaming coldly in the firelight. The heavy broadsword he wielded was even heavier than steel, tempered 100 times over, each strike sparking wildly as he hacked away, leaving more than 10 deep notches in He Haisheng's finely forged steel blade. He Haisheng was forced back step by step, struggling even to breathe. Though Zhao Jinhu was a first-rank warrior, he was already at a senior level. His strength and agility, both over 30 points, nearly second-rank material. Meanwhile, the second-in-command Huang Zhihai, also a senior first-rank warrior, was single-handedly holding off Lin Sun and Fang Kuei. Their crossed blades had just cleaved a thick wooden handrail in two, forcing the pair to give up offense and focus on defense. Crack! A cold flash of light pierced a gap in the crowd. The first arrow from Wang Chuan broke the air. At 100 paces, every shot was unerring. Zhao Jinhu, aware of opposing warriors but underestimating the range, was struck in the thigh. The armor-piercing arrow narrowly avoided his torso and penetrated flesh, the arrow shaft trembling with blood. The searing pain halted Zhao Jinhu's movements. He Haisheng seized the opening to close in, the tempered steel blade flashing coldly as it slashed in from the side of Zhao's neck with a swift retracting motion. Whoosh! A geyser of blood erupted. Half the bones in Zhao Jinhu's neck shattered, and he collapsed, powerless to resist. Chief! Huang Zhihai shouted desperately, instinctively charging to aid. Crack! The second arrow followed, piercing Huang Zhihai in the waist. He groaned and fell, landing heavily, where Lin Sun and Fang Kuei finished him off with twin blades. In an instant, 2 entry-rank warriors had fallen. Taking advantage, leader he severed Zhao Jinhu's head and held it aloft, roaring, Zhao Jinhu is dead. Everyone surrender immediately. The shout rolled like distant thunder, leaving the Black Wind Fortress bandits in a panic, their eyes wide in disbelief. Bloodied and grimacing, the severed head was chillingly clear in leader he's grasp. Fang Kuei severed Huang Zhihai's head with a single strike and shouted, Second-in-command Huang Zhihai's head is taken. Those who lay down arms will be spared. All others will be summarily executed. Clang! One by one, weapons slipped from trembling hands, followed by the clatter of arms hitting the ground. Just as the wavering crowd had spread, a voice suddenly bellowed from deep within the ranks. What are you afraid of? They're fewer, we're many. We can crush them by numbers. If we get taken to the magistrate's office, who'd come out alive? Crack! Wang Chuan fired from above in a commanding shot. The armor-piercing arrow instantly pierced the agitator's chest, then pinned the unlucky bandit behind him to the ground. 1 arrow, 2 kills. The bandits scattered in terror. The arrow plunged deeply into the earth, its blood-stained shaft violently vibrating. That arrow from Wang Chuan shattered the last flicker of resistance among the most stubborn in the crowd. The sharp whistle of the arrow still echoed through the valley as the bandits turned pale, dropping their weapons and kneeling in submission. He Haisheng and Song Minshu exchanged glances, both unable to hide their delight. The Black Wind stronghold had crumbled smoothly and completely. Captain Wang Chuan first stabilized the situation. He Haisheng commanded immediately. All other inner disciples, pair up and search the entire stronghold thoroughly. Focus especially on the 3 leaders' residences and the warehouse. Raising his hand, he added, Detective Wu, please assist the elders in binding and escorting all the bandits. The magistrate's officers were few and far between, and now clearly auxiliary. Detectives Yu and Wu agreed promptly and efficiently. Detective Wu laughed out loud, Congratulations, everyone. With the Black Wind stronghold destroyed, the Yulong Gang's strength will soar. From now on, we're the biggest gang in Huishui County. Cheers to that. He Haisheng nodded, raising his fist. A great service to the county as well. You two will be well rewarded and gain valuable credentials. Promotion to the 6 doors is just around the corner. Amid the laughter and congratulations, Wang Chuan quietly pulled up his status panel, his pupils flickering. Archery, 271500. Eagle Eye, 106500. Back in Blackstone Village, those numbers had been only 165 and 52. Several arrows and a few bandit lives taken had boosted his experience drastically. Especially aiding in taking down a top-ranked veteran fighter was an immense gain he found hard to believe. Zhao Hanyu strode over, his face flushed with excitement. Wang Chuan, the Black Wind stronghold is finished. The village is finally safe. Yeah. Wang Chuan looked up, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. This operation went better than expected. No one needs to live in constant fear anymore. Zhao Hanyu gripped his shoulder heavily. You took the biggest risk here. Over 100 bandits, striking without hesitation. Not everyone would dare. All I have comes from Blackstone Village and the teachings of my 2 masters, Wang Chuan said earnestly. Protecting the village is what I'm meant to do. Zhao Hanyu smiled, even wider. Come back often. Blackstone Village will always be your home. I will. In the distance, Song Minshu released a homing pigeon. Its white feathers traced a graceful arc in the setting sun as it flew straight toward Huishui County. Soon, Yulong Gang disciples began hauling out huge amounts of gold, silver, and copper coins found in the stronghold, stacking countless chests and boxes across the open ground. Yang Fiyue received the news and immediately dispatched dock workers up the mountain. Over 200 porters and several hundred prisoners carried the loot using poles and ropes, continuously ferrying it downhill, where carts transported it back to the city. Such an operation couldn't be hidden. Huishui County was shaken, and the county magistrate personally came outside the city to count the prisoners. Yang Feiyue flanked by several clan elders, laughter ringing out. Boss Yang, well played. The elders gave thumbs up. First you cooperated to eliminate the Nuda Bi gang. Now the Black Wind stronghold falls. Huishui County is completely under Yulong Gang's control. Yang Feiyue looked 10 years younger, bowing brightly. Not at all. Thanks mainly to the magistrate's support. For lasting peace in Huishui County, we all must work together, clan leaders and my Yulong Gang alike. Everyone laughed heartily, the atmosphere warm and lively. On the way back to the city, a system notification suddenly sounded in Wang Chuan's ear. Ding. Participated in destroying the Blackwater stronghold. Huishui County reputation has risen from unknown to moderately renowned. More than 40 bandits from the Black Wind stronghold were wanted fugitives, each carrying charges of murder. They were shackled and thrown into the city prison right at the city gate, with execution almost certain. The remaining 300 or so bandits, along with their families, were branded on the spot and reduced to a life of hard labor under government supervision for 3 years. Even after the sentence ended, they were condemned to live as subordinates forever. Thanks to the leader Yang Feiyue's efforts to defend them in court, those without murder charges had their sentences commuted to exile and were sent under escort to the Yulong Gang's main hall at the Shui stronghold mining area to work in the coal mines. After the captives were dealt with, it was time for commendations and rewards. As the main contributors in the operation, Hall Master He, Hall Master Song, Lin Sun, Fang Kuei, Wang Chuan, and Qin Ming entered the inner hall in single file to meet the magistrate of Huishui County. Before the desk, the county magistrate flipped through the case files, his voice clear and firm. Hall Master He and Wang Chuan, you both joined forces to slay Zhao Jinhu, the Black Wind stronghold's chief, ridding the people of a menace. Your merits greatly benefit the state. On behalf of the people of Huishui County, I thank you. He waved to the attendants to present a heavy embroidered box. This contains the reward bounty placed on Zhao Jinhu, a total of 10 taels of gold, which you shall split. He Haisheng and Wang Chuan clasped fists respectfully and said together, many thanks, Your Honor. The gold ingots gleamed golden as they landed in their palms. Wang Chuan received 5 taels, his eyes betraying his barely contained delight. The magistrate continued reading the official documents and soon reached the section on second-in-commands. Elder Fang, Elder Lin, and Wang Chuan, you 3 together defeated Huang Zhihai. The people and I are equally grateful. This 9 taels of gold is yours to accept. The 3 men replied with thanks in unison. The magistrate's eyes glanced toward Wang Chuan again, unable to hide a broader smile. Turning the page, the magistrate raised an eyebrow. Wang Chuan, captain of the squad, you raced dozens of miles alone and personally slew the third-in-command of the Black Wind stronghold, again ridding the people of evil. My admiration. Here are 8 taels of gold, all for you. Wang Chuan accepted the gold and bowed again. Thank you very much, Your Honor. With this, he had received a total of 16 taels of gold. Though he knew his gains were not yet finished, more bounties awaited for other minor leaders. As expected, before the ceremony concluded, county constables brought in the remaining bounties, amounting to 4 more taels of gold. Alongside over 500 taels of silver collected during the entire operation, the total came to the equivalent of 2,500 taels of silver in just one truly lucrative haul. Among the Yulong gang's senior members, only Wang Chuan alone received 20 taels of gold, instantly becoming the talk of everyone present. That young man looks unfamiliar, the crowd whispered among themselves. I heard he's the captain of the dock branch for the Yulong gang. His followers must number over 100. Not just that, a nearby outer sect disciple said proudly. Our captain Wang Chuan also manages the armory, overseeing dozens of blacksmiths. Not long ago, the remnants of the New Tao gang launched a night raid on the stronghold. 2 martial artists and 4 quasi-martial artists fell to him. Wow, such a young warrior already officially recognized. His future is limitless. The sound of impressed murmurs and clicking tongues rippled through the crowd. Thanks to the outer sect disciples' deliberate promotion, the name Wang Chuan quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys of Huishui County. As soon as the county's commendation ceremony ended, Wang Chuan and the others returned to the Yulong gang's dock hall. Yang Feiyue personally arranged an internal celebration gathering for the victory. In the famous Bakuij restaurant in Huishui County, tables of food and drink filled the entire Duankou dock, with hundreds of people celebrating a victorious campaign. The dock was brightly lit, and the night air was thick with mingled aromas of cooking and wine. Every outer disciple held a large red envelope, raising bowls of meat and cups of alcohol. Shouts of finger-guessing games and drinking challenges echoed continuously, spreading an infectious festive spirit all the way to the river's edge. Deep inside the dock, the inner hall had only 5 tables set up, each reserved for key figures. Yang Feiyue personally lifted the wine pot, going table to table to propose toasts. Each time, he'd tilt his head back and drain his cup in one go, his generous spirit lifting everyone's mood higher and higher. Just as everyone's excitement peaked, he had a heavy black wooden box carried to the table with a loud clatter. The lid swung open, revealing a dazzling heap of silver coins. Almost every inner disciple had been injured during the operation, so each was rewarded 50 taels of silver. Banknotes and scattered coins jingled loudly across the tabletop, instantly igniting the room's enthusiasm. Next came He Haixing and 5 other formal martial artists. Yang Feiyue was even more straightforward, distributing 10 taels of gold to each. Wang Chuan secretly clicked his tongue. His own earnings for the day approached 40 taels of gold, which converted into bonuses must be worth tens of millions. Slightly dazed, he nevertheless stood along with sect leader Song and others to raise a toast to the gang master. Yang Feiyue was still riding the high, drinking every cup dry, his laughter rolling through the dock. Haha, with you 6 guarding the 2 main halls, our Yulong gang is sure to thrive. Hey race, more good news besides this gold and silver. We also seized 3 second-grade and 7 first-grade martial arts manuals from Blackwind Village. With these manuals, your gang leader aims to reach second-grade mastery, and so can all of you. All martial arts techniques will be free for you 6. For other disciples in the sect, first-grade martial arts are sold at half market price. Wang Chuan felt a jolt. This move was almost equivalent to upgrading the Yulong gang outright, making it almost certain that more first- and second-grade martial artists would emerge in the future. As his words settled, the inner disciples rose in unison, shouting, "Thank you, gang master. Thank you, gang master." He Haixing, Lin Sun, and others led the toast, their spirits blazing once more. Wang Chuan stayed cautious and didn't drink heavily, was carrying dozens of taels of gold, and didn't want to pass out. Finally, the gathering broke up. Everyone returned to their posts, while outer disciples cleaned up the scattered cups and plates. Wang Chuan headed straight back to the weapons room. Those who hadn't gone to Blackwind Village felt envious, yet disappointed, but kept busy counting weapons under Chun Ergus' urging. As soon as Wang Chuan arrived, he waved his hand. Today's a great day for the gang, so the weapons room should share in the joy. 300 copper coins for each of you. Ergu, you handle distribution. With that, he tossed down a tintal silver ingot. As the money landed, Chun Ergus shouted repeatedly, "Thank you, House Master. Thank you, Helmsman." 16 workers immediately brightened with joy. The 3 players nearby stared wide-eyed, thinking, Brother Wang Chuan is really generous. This is several taels of silver. But when Chun Erga handed out money in front of them, each of the 3 was given some as well. They froze. "We got some too, but we're not in the weapons room." Chun Erga scratched his head with a baffled look and quickly walked off after distributing the money. A moment later, he brought the leftover silver coins to Wang Chuan. "House Master, this is what's left over." Wang Chuan didn't reach out. "Keep these. You're already managing the daily workings of the weapons room now. This is my reward to you." "Thank you, House Master." Chun Ergu was overjoyed. Had been saving for days hoping to buy a copy of the saber manual. Seeing through his thoughts, Wang Chuan smiled. The gang master already said, "Inner disciples buy martial arts manuals at half price. Go learn that saber technique early tomorrow." "Ah, that's wonderful." Chun Ergu grinned, so wide his mouth nearly split. That night, Wang Chuan slept more soundly than usual. He had successfully resolved the crisis in Haishi village, firmly strengthened his position within the Yulong gang, and even pocketed 37 taels of gold in the process. Before drifting off, he had already planned his next move. First thing in the morning, he would head to the Haifeng Stronghold's warehouse to rummage through that batch of top-tier martial arts manuals, aiming to pick out a few that could boost his stamina and agility, laying the groundwork to advance to the rank of first-grade martial artist. However, while he peacefully fell asleep, dark currents stirred outside Huishui County. Beneath the bright moonlight, a group quietly gathered at the long-deserted Haifeng Stronghold. Dozens of warriors were divided into 3 factions, facing each other across an open space. The mountains surrounding the stronghold were deep and shadowed, with cold winds carrying the howls of wild beasts, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. The Nuteo gang hasn't taken it, yet this Haifeng stronghold can't be missed again, muttered a gray-clad man. Though it's deep in the mountains, there are cleared fields and ready buildings. The fortress can even keep beasts out. If we hold it and use it for gold mining, its value far surpasses the villages around Huishui. A companion shook his head, but none of our studios alone can defend it. Besides the mountains' fierce beast tigers, bears, wild boars, wolves, the snake den behind the stronghold is no easy problem either. Standing in the center was a group from the Zhonghua studio. On the fortress wall platform, the large monk Dalong held an iron staff, looking down on both sides with a mocking gleam in his eyes. Tianxia and Heibao studios sure have sharp noses. Zhonghua fought hard to take this Haifeng stronghold, and you show up right after. Want to share? Not that easy. He raised his hand, his voice echoing through the valley. The price for 1 year's usage writes 50 taels of gold per faction. That's too steep, said the smiling scholar from Tianxia studio, fanning himself gently and negotiating warmly. How about 20 taels? 50 taels. Not 1 copper coin less. Dalong answered firmly, unwilling to budge. From Heibao studio, a middle-aged man sighed. If that's the case, Heibao withdraws. Winter's almost over. The beasts in the snake den will soon come out. We'll wait a little longer. Dalong furrowed his brow and snorted coldly. You fortune teller, you trying to bluff me? The middle-aged man shrugged, just telling the truth. When Zhonghua can't hold it, you might have to come begging us for help. The smiling scholar snapped his fan shut with a light laugh. Brilliant. How many people does Zhonghua have now? Leaving the mountains will take dozens just for guards. Fine. We won't pay even 20 taels now. We'll talk again come spring. The 2 factions left abruptly, leaving Dalong with a dark expression. Those 2 obviously teamed up behind the scenes now. Neither wanted to pay a single copper coin, yet expected to freeload the stronghold. Dalong glanced at someone silent in the crowd, then gave up trying to persuade him and could only watch as Tianxiao and Haibeo's groups departed. In the end, only 12 from Zhonghua studio remained in the vast Haifeng stronghold. The night wind howled through the broken wooden doors, while the flickering campfire cast serious shadows on their faces. Boss Bai, Lin Sun, and Lao Yu were trapped in the county town. With just the 10 or so of us in the pioneer team, I'm afraid we can't keep the wild beasts in these mountains at bay. Among the crowd, a slender figure appeared, her face covered by a black veil, but her eyes shone brightly. Tianxia and the Black Panther assumed we intended to seize the territory and set up a gold farming camp. Such a camp would require a large guard force, which a single studio's pioneering team simply couldn't defend, not to mention it would be a huge waste of time. Yet, we deliberately chose to go against the grain. Behind the black veil, the woman's voice was crisp and commanding. Once spring arrives, we'll lure the snakes out of their holes and provoke the wild beasts to attack the stronghold. We'll take advantage to defend it, practice our martial arts, and improve our cultivation level. We can also leverage this moment to push for rank upgrades. With those words, the Long Monk and the others were instantly invigorated, responding in unison. Yes, boss Bai. At dawn, Wang Chuan logged in. The first thing he did was send a pigeon post via Song Minshu to headquarters to confirm the latest weapon manuals in the armory. All of the first-rate martial arts skills handed in by Black Wind Fortress had been archived. 1. Black Tiger Fist. 2. Black Wind 18 Axe Techniques. 3. Iron Head Gong. 4. Wind Cleaving Sword Technique. Other first-rate manuals like Chaoshang Fei and Gale Blade had overlapping content, so they were not listed separately. Among second-rate martial arts, 3 new skills were added: Crocodile Jawblade, Heart-Piercing Dart, and Iron Sand Palm. He didn't think much of these basic faction skills, especially the axe techniques, which held no interest for him. Having already mastered Fish Scale Gong, he didn't want to train the same level body protection skills again, so he decisively chose Wind Cleaving Sword Technique to see if he could gain any attribute bonuses. As for the 3 second-rate skills, his current rank didn't qualify him to use them yet. As the faction leader, he could take 1 manual for free. After obtaining the Wind Cleaving Sword Technique, he took the time to go to the county bank and exchanged all the gold and silver coins from his pouch for gold notes, 4 notes of 10 taels each, leaving over 50 taels of loose silver as backup. Just as he stepped out of the bank, he heard quick footsteps behind him. Friend, came a low, smiling voice. I buy silver coins from the game at a high price. If you're interested, I can offer a good deal. Wang Chuan stopped and turned cautiously. The man was plump and fair-skinned, dressed in fine brocade robes, wearing a mutton-fat jade thumb ring. He looked less like a martial artist and more like a shrewd, wealthy merchant. Yuan Daqian, from a studio specializing in buying silver in Lingyu at high prices, the man introduced himself with a polite smile. Wang Chuan was surprised this was his first time encountering a so-called silver buyer. Rumor had it they bought silver cheaply from small players and resold it at a profit to bigger clients. He hadn't expected to run into one today. How does it work? Wang Chuan cupped his fists and asked straightforwardly. 1 to 5. Yuan Daqian held up 5 fingers and spoke evenly. 1 copper coin for 5 RMB. Wang Chuan froze. His own studio rewarded him at roughly a 1 to 3 ratio, but this guy offered 1 to 5, clearly a high price. His heart stirred, but he reminded himself he still belonged to the Warring State studio and held back from making a deal on the spot. Sensing his hesitation, Yuan Daqian handed over a slip with a phone number. Hey, raise my contact. If you change your mind, feel free to reach out anytime for a deal. He paused, then lowered his voice. If the amount is large enough, we can actually raise the rate to 1 to 6. After receiving the card, Yuan Daqian smiled warmly and took his leave. Wang Chuan watched his figure fade into the distance, rapidly calculating in his head. 40 taels of gold. At 1 to 6 ratio, they'd have to pay me 24 million? If the other party still had profit margin left few. Wang Chuan took a deep breath. The silver in Lingyu is really valuable indeed. A company bonus ratio of 1 to 3, private deals with gold buyers at 1 to 6. Even a fool would know which to choose. With over 10 million yuan extra laid out right in front of him, who could just look away? Wang Chuan memorized the phone number Yuan Daqian had left him tightly. Just coming off from the armory, planning to push his fish scale skill to the mastery through practice level, his phone suddenly buzzed. Wang Chuan, come to the 75th floor, said Su Wan's voice on the other end, crisp and polite. Wang Chuan's heart stirred. He roughly guessed this summons had something to do with that huge sum of money. On the 75th floor, inside the company's upscale reception area, Su Wan greeted him with her usual sweet smile. Without any small talk, the freckled girl got straight to the point. Wang Chuan, you've earned quite a bit from the bounties and rewards during the Black Wind Stronghold operation. What are your next plans? The company offers special benefits for large-scale exchanges. Wang Chuan thought to himself that he hadn't yet mentioned anything about the gold buyers, but she had already thrown out an olive branch with a premium buyout offer. He couldn't help but be cautious. How much higher? Su Wan stood and began walking as she explained. The threshold for large exchanges is 100 taels of silver equivalent to 1 tael of gold. The company's ratio is 1 to 5, that is, 1 tael of gold can be exchanged for 500,000 renminbi. She paused, then added, for senior players, our rate is slightly lower than that of the in-game gold buyers, but we offer intelligence support to help you better experience Lingyu. Wang Chuan's heart trembled slightly. Yuan Daqian offered 1 to 6. The company offered 1 to 5, but with added intelligence. While he hesitated, Su Wan upsold. As long as you complete a large exchange and continue to provide gold to the company, your permissions will be upgraded accordingly. The intelligence we provide will include attribute point rewards from each martial art, shortcuts for cultivating various skills, and even some sensitive real-world information. Real-world intelligence? Wang Chuan's gaze sharpened, locking onto her eyes. Su Wan smiled slightly and spoke more slowly. Lingyu is a high-tech project secretly pushed by governments worldwide, currently only in small-scale testing and player selection. Soon, it will be publicly launched. The reason's simple. You can probably guess it's virtual reality that greatly enhances human potential, but also carries fatal risks. Her eyes grew serious. That's why countries first select people quietly and advance cautiously, to avoid massive deaths or social unrest caused by this revolution. Is this kind of information enough to make you hand over your gold to the company? Her words landed heavily. Wang Chuan's face darkened. Global rollout. Su Wan nodded, now speaking plainly. This game can completely transform a person's physique and abilities, but can also bring huge dangers, even cause injury or death to players. At that moment, doubt cleared up. Without careful control, widespread promotion would indeed lead to heavy casualties and potentially spark social chaos. The real-world intelligence access that Su Wan mentioned finally caught his attention, but Wang Chuan didn't immediately nod. His fingertips tapped lightly on the table, his gaze steady. Chief Su, since you said major countries will fully promote the spirit domain once the time is right, does that mean the demand for money within the spirit domain will suddenly surge, causing the exchange value of gold and silver to multiply, maybe even by tens of times? Su Wan's expression darkened slightly, clearly not expecting such a quick rebuttal. She let out a soft hum through her nose, a flicker of frustration crossing her eyes. No wonder instructor Yu and Lin Sun praise you so highly, bold and meticulous, with a sharp mind. You're smart to have thought of that. She crossed her arms and walked briskly yet authoritatively to the wide, bright floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the neon lights and traffic of the steel city reflected in the glass, but her voice remained grave. The spirit domain has been open for 2 years. It started with circulation only within secret forces and top-level officials. A few months later, it spread to the wealthy and powerful. Then licensed game studios were allowed to operate, selecting suitable players. Now, the number of players in the spirit domain has reached at least tens of millions. Wang Chuan was momentarily stunned. Then his pupils constricted 2 years, tens of millions. He had thought he was an early adopter, but he was actually behind tens of millions of others. With her back to him, Su Wan's face turned cold and her words measured carefully. But this game has also caused many to die in the harshest ways in reality. Once a character dies in the spirit domain, the account is deleted, the soul drained, retaliating against the physical body in this world. Those torn apart by wolves in Tianshui village, Black Pie starving to death in a hut at Blackstone village, and Old Lee who recently died suddenly on the street. Around the globe, every day, even every hour, someone dies because of the spirit domain. Wang Chuan felt a chill run down his spine and blurted out, if the spirit domain is so dangerous, why do governments worldwide keep pushing its expansion? Who exactly developed this game? The window reflected Su Wan's equally puzzled eyes. She shook her head gently, her voice low. The spirit domain appeared too suddenly. No research institution or game company announced any development progress. It seemed to spring out of nowhere, yet had tacit approval, even secret backing from high-level officials. We who have been in for over a year are left only to explore inside the game, with no leads on its origin. Frowning slightly, Wang Chuan listened as Su Wan gave a bitter, self-mocking smile. Don't believe it? Even I find it hard to believe. Who would have guessed that the 100 billion invested Warring States Tower was just a lifeline arranged by those in power? Wang Chuan paused. A lifeline? He quickly caught on senior officials at the Warring State studio got early access to the spirit domain, discovered the terrifying truth about character death, then panicked and hurriedly set up a studio, recruiting people to grind gold and consolidate resources to build a protective strength inside the game. Su Wan turned back to him, masking all expression, looking him straight in the eye. So I have to ask clearly, what is your plan in the spirit domain, Su Wanchuan? Do you want to exchange gold for money, or use it to enhance your power? If money, I can give you a 1:10 ratio. If power, the studio can provide martial arts manuals and intelligence. If you want to improve your strength, the studio can supply martial arts manuals. You can think about the intelligence we offer and get back to me. Leaving Su Wan's office, Wang Chuan felt as if his entire world had been turned upside down. He never imagined that behind the dazzling facade of Lingyu lay such a terrifying truth. He never imagined that the Warring States Tower, costing billions and appearing grand and luxurious, was merely a shield for certain elites to cling to life. Even more unimaginable was the future moment when Lingyu would fully open and sweep across the globe. A game where a character's death meant the player's real death would spread fear to every corner of the earth. Back in his dorm, a heavy weight pressed on his heart. Wang Chuan could almost foresee that when players worldwide first logged into Lingyu, they would be shocked by its impact and would soon spiral into madness. But by then, they would have silently been locked within the cage forged by this game. Once inside, there was no escape, only a desperate struggle to survive. Perhaps this was a collective decision by the so-called global elite, either to protect themselves or to force all the slackers to find a reason to keep living. But it was too cruel. Treating human lives like trash sent shivers down Wang Chuan's spine. No one could guarantee they wouldn't encounter danger in the game. Life only comes once, and he didn't want to die. Yet he was now bound to Lingyu maybe tomorrow, maybe next year. He would meet the same fate as Hei Pai and Lao Li. He recalled Su Wan's meaningful warning as he left her office. Save the money you have now, buy martial arts manuals. Money in the real world will soon be useless. Only by growing stronger will you earn the right to survive to survive. I will survive. Wang Chuan grit his teeth, his fist clenched so tightly it turned white. He walked to the crash device he had built with his own hands, took a deep breath, activated his fish scale technique, and released the rope. The 280-kilogram barbell crashed down, its energy turning into a violent impact boom. The dull clang of metal echoed as Wang Chuan was slammed and flew backward, landing in the foam-padded pit. The robot quickly helped him up and sprayed cooling mist. He stretched his joints and stood back up again. Bang! Another crash, another throwback, yet he kept rising, his eyes fixed like nails on the apparatus refusing to give in. The experience bar for fish scale technique slowly climbed, time stretching from day to night. Around 9 p.m., the clear chime sounded the moment he logged in. Ding! Fish scale technique advanced from somewhat skilled to practiced, awarding 2 stamina. Next level, mastery. Wang Chuan immediately opened his status panel. Name, Wang Chuan. Gender, male. Hunger, 50,100. Life profession, blacksmith. Combat profession, martial artist, unranked. Strength, 814. Attack, 78. Agility, 89. Defense, 3.4. Speed, 17. Stamina, 810. Health, 180,180. Spirit, 8 inactive. Free attribute points, 0. Rank, 1 martial art. Fish scale technique practiced 0 500. Next, mastery. Most techniques folded away. The truth Su Wan revealed felt like an invisible giant hand, pushing him to train harder and get stronger faster. What had those who entered Lingyu 2 years ago gone through? He didn't know. There was not a shred of doubt in his mind about this group's intelligence, resources, or abilities. Even they had to mobilize large numbers just to build defensive lines and protect themselves, which showed just how terrifying the danger lurking deep within the spirit realm really was. Wang Chuan quietly warned himself. He must prepare thoroughly as early as possible, even if the only goal was simply to survive. For his next skill, he chose the wind-cleaving sword technique. But before that, he needed to solidly master the basic sword technique. If he could train in both simultaneously, the results would be twice as effective. The problem was, he didn't have a secret manual for the basic sword technique. So he decided to pay a visit to Song Minshu. Clan leader Song was practicing with his blade in his own courtyard. Cold steel danced in midair, creating a curtain of shimmering steel. The slashes tore the air with a sharp, slicing sound powerful yet precise. The wooden post nearby bore deep cuts from countless strikes. Seeing Wang Chuan arrive, Song Minshu sheathed his sword, wiped sweat from his brow, and greeted him with a smile. Wang Chuan, what brings you here? I hoped you could give me some guidance. Wang Chuan said straight to the point. I want to learn the wind-cleaving sword technique, but I don't have the basic sword technique manual. Just about that? Song Minshu chuckled, flipping his palm and pulling a long sword from the weapon rack. No need for formalities, brother. I'll teach you myself. Before he finished, a flower of sword light bloomed in his palm. With a casual slash, the thick wooden post was cleanly split into 2 halves, the cut surface as smooth and reflective as a mirror. Wang Chuan's eyes gleamed. This was exactly what he had been missing. By the time he left Song Minshu's courtyard, Wang Chuan had thoroughly memorized the key movements of the basic sword technique. Having a formal swordsman's guidance truly doubled the efficiency of his practice. According to Song Minshu's explanation, the sword technique focused on 3 principles: speed, force, and precision. 1. Speed came from the blade's lightness. 2. Force was due to the sword's sharpness. 3. Precision depended on the sword's penetrating power. The wind-cleaving sword technique was built upon these basics, but specialized in the single principle of cleaving. What seemed effortless strokes suddenly exploded outward, able to slash through wind and waves or reverse and protect against them. Song Minshu also shared a shortcut for mastering the basic sword technique: strike at a wooden post repeatedly. Each single cut needed to create a notch at least 3 inches deep. Once the total number of such cuts reached 10,000, the practitioner would have mastered the technique's energy control and be eligible to advance to the wind-cleaving sword technique. Without hesitation, Wang Chuan headed straight to the practice field. Holding the long sword wisely gifted by Song Minshu, he focused intently on cutting into the wooden post. With 40 taels of gold on him, he lacked nothing materially and could practice without distraction. When his right arm grew numb, he switched hands. When his left arm stiffened, he switched back. Within just half a quarter hour, the wooden post surface was covered with countless fine sword cuts, but none deeper than 3 inches. Wang Chuan remained patient. A sword was unlike a spear. It couldn't rely on brute strength. Allanite required finesse and subtle control, exactly the kind of skill he was currently lacking. This was a good thing. It meant there was still room for him to improve. Wang Chuan is a formal martial artist. He has a clear understanding of the core principles of Lingyu martial arts. Spear techniques rely on brute force to pierce through. Archery emphasizes speed and precision, where the bowstring snap can be deadly, and fist fighting focuses on countering moves with a balance of strength, agility, and endurance. After repeated analysis, he realized he was missing a style that uses finesse to harness power. So he turned his attention to basic swordsmanship and the wind-cleaving sword technique. On the first day of sword training, he planted a thick wooden post in the center of the training ground and raised his long sword to strike down. When his force angle was slightly off, the blade clashed directly against the wood, immediately reducing the sword's durability by 1 point. By the end of the day, he had broken 2 swords luckily. As the armory guard, he wasn't short of weapons. Though it stung to see the damage, the trial and error allowed him to grasp the secret of borrowing force and following momentum. The first piercing, shattering sound tore through the air. Wang Chuan controlled his wrist pressure, letting the sword's edge just graze the wood's surface by an inch, leaving a smooth scratch. After mastering the distance, his second strike followed. The edge sliced 2 inches deep into the wood and pulled out smoothly. The resistance was stronger, but the sharp blade, driven by continuous force, easily tore through the fibers. Again, for the third strike, he compressed his movement to the extreme. The trajectory so sharp he could almost hear the air being split. The blade sank 3 inches deep, sending wood chips scattering in the wind. A system notification appeared. Experience 1. Both the basic swordsmanship and wind-cleaving sword technique experience bars flickered simultaneously. Wang Chuan's heart leaped that had found the right method. But maintaining this perfect form with every strike was no easy feat. The trajectory varied slightly, and he'd lose the blade's edge, a fraction off on distance, and either the scratch was too shallow to gain experience or the sword got stuck in the wood, rapidly losing durability. After more than an hour, only about one-third of his strikes met the standard, and his practice was full of stumbles. Finally, ding. Basic swordsmanship reached minor achievement. The next stage is skillfulness through practice. Ding. Wind-cleaving sword technique reached minor achievement, awarding agility 1. The next stage is skillfulness through practice. Both martial skills advanced simultaneously. The basic swordsmanship didn't return attribute points yet, but wind-cleaving gifted him a point of agility, leaving him both thrilled and a little regretful. His agility stat jumped to 18. He calculated that if he pushed both styles to skillfulness through practice, his agility would surpass 20, bringing him closer to becoming a first-grade martial artist. The brief excitement faded as he wiped sweat from his brow, quickly devoured a few meat buns to settle his hunger, then, after a short rest, returned to the training field to tirelessly continue his sword drills and strengthen his muscle memory. At the minor achievement level, his swordsmanship felt smoother with each strike, allowing him to better sense the sword cutting through the air. With 18 points in agility, Wang Chuan's control over the long sword improved significantly. He unleashed 10 consecutive slashes, and at least 5 of them left precise 3-inch marks. His experience soared accordingly. After replacing 2 battered wooden stakes, the familiar system alert rang in his ears. Ding. Basic swordsmanship advanced from minor achievement to skillful mastery. Next level, proficient expert. Ding. Wind-splitting sword technique advanced from minor achievement to skillful mastery. Agility 2 awarded. Next level, proficient expert. His agility instantly jumped to 20 points, reaching the critical threshold of a first-rank martial artist. Holding the long sword, Wang Chuan felt his muscle memory completely solidify. Every slash he made sliced through the air with a crisp, clear sound like tearing silk, effortlessly carving 3-inch deep cuts on the wooden stakes. Suppressing his excitement, he continued swinging rapidly left slash, right slash, agile footwork, moving like a shadow. The wooden stakes were quickly scored with neat, uniform wounds. 10 slashes in total, 10 perfect 3-inch marks, not a millimeter off. Skillful mastery truly lives up to its name, he thought, clearly sensing a leap in his judgment of distance and sword momentum. Was this transformation due to the wind-splitting sword technique's upgrade, or because his agility breached 20? He couldn't say, but the reality before him made him frown. His stamina remained at 18 points. Stamina is exactly what I lack, but I have no suitable cultivation method for it. Yulong searched the armory in vain. The dark market in Huishui County had no applicable manuals either. Seeing all his martial arts at a bottleneck, he felt helpless like a skilled cook without rice. After some thought, Wang Chuan returned to the weapon room and picked up the long-neglected 100 refinement steel forging technique. If martial arts couldn't break through, gaining experience through forging weapons was still an option. Years ago, he had learned this technique thoroughly from Qian Sihai, mastering everything from knives and long swords to throwing knives. He realized that completing a throwing knife, which required the equivalent of 1 ingot of 100 refined steel, would advance his forging experience. Although it needed 10,000 hammer strikes 3 times more than for an arrowhead, the smaller finish size made it the most efficient choice. Right away, he gathered 6 pieces of wrought iron and swung the big hammer. The weapon room workers, seeing the owner personally show up, rushed over with coal and water. Ding, ding, ding. Sparks flew, the smell of hot iron filled the air, and Wang Chuan quickly entered a flow state. From the first strike, he hammered 4 blows in quick succession. Gradually, his rhythm grew even more intense, the hammer blows beating like war drums. Each strike was precisely split into a chain of 5 powerful hits, a continuous quintuple blow. Boss, your forging skill has improved again. Qian Sihai stared in disbelief at the blaze of sparks. For over a month, he had struggled but remained stuck at triple strikes. Meanwhile, the boss had already pushed past him while busy training, fighting, and running missions. Qian Sihai couldn't understand how this happened, but Wang Chuan knew very well the recent martial arts progress, with strength at 22, agility at 20, and stamina at 18, had boosted all his attributes simultaneously. Forging required balanced physical power, and with his comprehensive improvement, the forging bottleneck naturally dissolved. He had forcefully pushed from 4 strikes in one breath to an explosive 5-strike combo. The armory. Wang Chuan was the main focus. Blinding white flames illuminated the forging bench as sparks of molten metal burst forth in endless showers before him. As time passed, his hammer strikes grew increasingly precise, his strength, speed, and breath perfectly synchronized. In just 1 hour, he had pushed the 5-strike flow technique to its limit. 5 strikes rang out tightly in succession. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythm accelerated. The glowing iron obediently flattened, folded, then smoothed again beneath the heavy blows. In under 3 hours, 6 finely forged steel throwing knives took shape, clattering into the basket beside him. On the panel, the refined steel forging skill showed 6 experience, now at 124 out of 2,000. Keep going, Wang Chuan ordered firmly. A worker quickly ladled a fresh batch of molten iron into the mold and brought it to him. Clang, clang. He hammered tirelessly. 3 players watching from the corner were speechless. Is the boss always this fierce? Doesn't he get tired? My eyes are exhausted, but these sparks are mesmerizing. Wang Chuan didn't answer. The hammer fell again and again, steel and fire flying. His skill soared to another level, and his efficiency skyrocketed. With no breakthroughs in martial arts for now, he threw himself into mastering refined steel, forging whatever it took to ascend to top-tier warrior. In Huishui County, those at the mountain's peak wouldn't be cannon fodder, erased, or sent to their deaths easily. Clang, clang. Sparks reflected in his intense, burning eyes. Inspired by his spirit, every worker pushed themselves relentlessly, hammering without pause. Except for meals and brief rests when exhaustion truly hit, the armory throbbed with the tense, exhilarating rhythm of metal striking metal, roaring late into the night. The next day was no different. Wang Chuan hammered for 18 straight hours, producing 42 refined steel throwing knives with barely a break. He maintained this relentless pace for 3 days. The end of the year arrived. The docks shut down, and all outer disciples returned home. Wishui's streets were decked out in colorful lanterns and fireworks boomed through every alley. Wang Chuan gave his men a rare holiday but stayed behind in the armory, hammering away until Lin Sun burst in through the door. The boss is here. Gather all the leaders at the dock's main hall. The dock's main hall was brightly lit. Yang Feiyue, head of the Yulong gang, was full of vigor. Recently, he had incorporated the Black Wind bandit refugees, putting them to work reclaiming coal and iron mines and building fortifications at the water stronghold. He also recruited 2 official martial artists from the county seat, expanding the inner ranks to over 30 members. Their base was bustling more than ever. This year-end meeting was both a festive gathering and a distribution of profits. Mining fees, coal and iron royalties, waterway protection charges, escort fees, ship usage, and substantial wealth collected from the Nuda gang and Black Wind bandits were all to be shared as dividends. At the banquet, Yang Feiyue handed each hall master 20 taels of gold. The elders received 15 taels each, and the 2 helmsmen were given 10 taels apiece. The golden ingots, glowing warmly under the flickering candlelight, were piled high across several long tables. Everyone's eyes sparkled at the brilliant gold, and smiles spread uncontrollably across their faces. The hall buzzed with lively chatter and excitement. After several rounds of drinking, Yang Feiyue slammed his wine cup down, scanned the crowd, and raised his voice above the noise. Next spring, business will boom. Shipping will multiply several times over, and the Yulong gang's profits will soar. We must be ready to welcome rolling waves of wealth. At the same time, train hard and strengthen yourselves. Remember, the power of our halls and branch docks must grow in unison. He raised his hand toward the dense rows of figures on the map, emphasizing the numbers scrolling by. We've fully monopolized the waterway protection fees. The profits are astonishing, but the families in the county and the neighboring gangs will certainly be jealous. Rivals and new challengers can strike at any moment. The Yulong gang must never repeat the mistakes of the New Tao gang or the Black Wind Fort. The hall fell silent. Everyone nodded in agreement. Next year, Yang Feiyue declared loudly, barring accidents, I will be a grade 2 martial artist. From then on, we only recruit grade 1 fighters externally. All helmsmen and elders must reach that grade. His words weighed heavily on the air. Don't worry, boss. They'll give it my all to break through to grade 1. Song Minshu was the first to rise, clasping his fist in salute. Qin Ming and the 2 elders quickly echoed his vow. Lin Sun and Wang Chuan exchanged glances and joined in. Good. Everyone rise to grade 1 together. Who in Huishui County can rival our Yulong gang? Yang Feiyue laughed heartily, raising his cup high. To victory. The clinking cups rang clear, golden liquor splashed, and the group's spirits surged. Half a month after the new year, spring winds melted the last snow, the earth warmed, and government roads between villages and the county reopened. As Yang Feiyue predicted, the river now teemed with sails. The number of ships was several times greater than usual, and docks buzzed round the clock. With business booming, all fees rose sharply as well. In just 2 weeks, Wang Chuan had collected over 1,300 taels and continuously recruited skilled disciples. The branch dock had grown to 150 members. Standing on the misty morning pier, watching workers unload, carry, count, and load cargo nonstop, a sense of unease gnawed at Wang Chuan. Songhall's profits were at least triple his own. The main base earned many times more just from waterway protection fees, plus its own coal and iron mines. Could they really defend this sprawling empire? Sighing, he grabbed a steaming bun and took a bite, then turned toward the armory. For now, his only reliable asset was his own strength. Inside the armory, waves of heat radiated off piles of iron blanks. After nearly a month of grueling practice, his 100 times refined steel forging technique had reached 1967 out of 2000 progress, just one final step away. One more day's effort, and he could break through to gain the coveted 4 points of free attributes. He gripped the heavy iron hammer. The workers around him tensed and quickly stepped aside. They held a deep respect for their tireless master. To speed the breakthrough, Wang Chuan opened 7 furnaces simultaneously, tossing 7 glowing red iron blanks into the flames. Clang, clang, clang. Hammer strikes overlapped, sparks flying, waves of heat carrying the ringing of metal against metal. The sun rose from east to its zenith, then slowly sank behind the western hills. Sweat drenched his clothes. The floor rang under his relentless footsteps. At last, the evening light streamed through the window, and a system chime resounded sharply in his mind. Ding! 100 times refined steel forging technique has advanced from entering the hall to mastery and integration, granting 4 points of free attributes. Wang Chuan paused, his iron hammer trembling slightly in his hands. Fierce, exhilarated light blazed in his eyes. It turned out to be a free attribute reward. An unprecedented rush of excitement instantly filled Wang Chuan's chest, and the smile on his face wouldn't fade no matter what. Without hesitation, he immediately clicked twice on stamina. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on officially breaking through to first-rank martial artist. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Granted permission to cultivate second-rank martial arts. Wang Chuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. First-rank martial artists even get an extra free attribute point. Nice. By my count, I still have 3 points left to save as a trump card for breaking into second rank. Character information. Name: Wang Chuan male. Hunger level: 47100. Life profession: blacksmith. Combat profession: first rank martial artist. Strength: 814. Attack: 78. Agility: 812. Defense: 4. Speed: 20. Stamina: 812. Health: 200,200. Spirit: 8 inactive. Free attributes: 3 unallocated. Life skill: 100 refined steel forging, proficient integration. Next stage: Masterful Flame 05000. Martial arts: folded. Location: South Continent, Nanyu Kingdom, Sana County, Huishui City. Lin Sun and instructor Yu had said that mastering a martial arts skill to the proficient integration level awards 4 attribute points. For those 4 points, Wang Chuan had planned to grind for another 2 months to just reach the first rank threshold, but unexpectedly his 100 refined steel forging skill granted him free attributes, pushing him prematurely into first rank. He thought about asking, do all life professions get this too? But quickly dismissed the idea. Instructor Yu and Lin Sun didn't have life professions, so asking them would be pointless. As for people like Monk Dalong, he had no contact info. Su Wan could ask, but the girl was still waiting for him to make the first move and send money. Besides, Su Wan had warned him, money will become worthless in the future. Only silver coins in the spirit realm will get more valuable. Wang Chuan still had over 1 million real-world currency in his account, more than enough to spend. He planned to remit a symbolic 20 taels of silver each month while converting the rest to gold notes, slowly stockpiling to buy high-grade martial arts. Rumor had it that third-rank martial arts already cost astronomical sums, and reaching 4th or 5th rank was even more terrifying. Better to prepare early. With that thought, he set down his heavy hammer, wiped sweat from his brow, and strode out of the weapons workshop. Behind him, the group of workers stared dumbfounded. The owner left? Wow, I thought he'd be forging iron all day again. The owner's around, so I don't even dare slack off. Me back and hands ache every day. Me too. Same pain. Sob sob. The hot, sweltering weapons workshop suddenly burst into quiet cheers of relief. Wang Chuan didn't look back. He headed straight for the armory. Since he qualified, of course he had to start learning second-rank martial arts. When Master Song heard the news, he was stunned. I didn't expect you to get ahead of me and break through to first rank first. Truly, the new generation is pushing the old. Alright, he'll notify the gang leader right away. That very evening, Yang Feiyue personally took a boat back to Huishui Hall. Seeing Wang Chuan successfully using second-rank martial arts, he laughed and slammed the table. Good. Our Yulong gang now has another first-rank martial artist. Wang Chuan, you really didn't let me down. Take these 3 second-grade martial arts manuals for now and start training. The news about your breakthrough to first grade must be kept strictly confidential for the time being. Yang Feiyue lowered his voice to a near whisper, but his tone was grave. His gaze swept between Song Minshu and Wang Chuan as he continued. Recently, many unfamiliar faces have flooded into Huishui County, especially near the water stronghold. People have been sneaking around at night, secretly scouting the stronghold's defenses. It won't be long before someone sets their sights on the Yulong gang. We must prepare for battle in advance. A chill ran through Wang Chuan's heart. It had finally happened. The Yulong gang controlled Huishui County's shipping and marine defenses, collecting protection fees from boat gangs and caravans. Fat profits that inevitably invited outsiders' covetous eyes. At Yang's words, Song Minshu's face instantly drained of color. The water stronghold has always been heavily guarded. Who would dare to make a move? Could it be neighboring gangs? Or perhaps some powerful reinforcements sent by the county government? When you're in Huishui County, Yang Feiyue sneered, cracking his knuckles. Whether dragon or tiger, you have to crawl low like a cat. Our main hall currently has over 70 inner disciples, 8 official martial artists, and dozens of outer disciples trained as archers equipped with armor-piercing arrows. Even if a third-grade warrior charges in, they won't escape unscathed. Only then did Wang Chuan understand. No wonder the weapons workshop has been clanging non-stop day and night, forging endless iron and armor-piercing arrows all sent straight to the main hall. Their boss had long been preparing for this. The main hall is well fortified. The only place I don't feel secure is the county hall. Yang Feiyu's gaze settled on the two of them. Although you two haven't yet reached the graded ranks, making you prime targets and weak points for enemies, fortunately Wang Chuan has stepped into first grade with confidence to stand on his own. That's why I can rest easier as the gang leader. Wang Chuan sensed the hidden meaning, but couldn't shake a lingering worry. Didn't want to become the focal point of open and covert clashes. Yang Feiyue seemed to read his thoughts and softened his tone slightly. You're in the county town. If you really face a formidable enemy, just delay a little and alert the county offices and local powers. The enemy won't dare to stick around. Besides, your breakthrough to first grade isn't public yet. If someone targets you as a weak link, they might end up falling by your hand and exposing themselves. His sharp gaze revealed he saw the county hall as bait and a hidden trap. After reiterating the details, Yang Feiyue swiftly departed, his footsteps eerily silent. The atmosphere at the hall tensed suddenly. Song Minshu and Wang Chuan exchanged looks. Song spoke first with a wry smile. I didn't expect the storm to come so soon. Starting today, they'll station more undercover scouts and increase patrols. We'll take turns standing watch at night. Our eyes must stay fully open. They'll follow your orders. Wang Chuan lowered his head respectfully, keeping his usual humility intact. Still, Song Minshu felt uneasy. His status as hall master was overshadowed by the rising strength of his subordinates, and it stung his pride. Wang Chuan's cautious demeanor only deepened his embarrassment. Hall master, Wang Chuan suddenly clasped his fists, his tone sincere. Would you teach me the basic blade techniques first? I want to practice the crocodile jaw blade style. If I have a solid foundation, my progress will be much faster. Song Minshu specialized in the gale blade style and was naturally well-versed in basic swordsmanship. He paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. All right. Though Wang Chuan had already surpassed him, he was still, in a way, a disciple he had personally guided. Thinking this way, Song felt a surge of satisfaction. Following Song Minshu's advice, Wang Chuan not only practiced the basic saber techniques, but also took the opportunity to learn the gale saber style and crocodile jaw saber style from the armory. Song Minshu's reasoning was straightforward. Although Wang Chuan had already mastered the chopping wind sword style, learning the gale saber style might still be valuable since martial arts with different weapons often have crossover benefits. Practicing these new styles could lead to breakthroughs. Plus, given their special status, access to secret manuals from the armory was free. Why not take advantage of it? After some thought, Wang Chuan decided to accept all three and promptly began studying them. 1. Combat skill, basic saber techniques beginner. 2. First rank martial art, gale saber style beginner. 3. Second rank martial art, crocodile jaw saber style beginner. Song Minshu then generously shared all his training insights. While sword and saber moves are quite similar in execution, the saber is generally more natural to wield and offers more explosive power. Their usual benchmark for progress was chopping into a wooden stake with at least 3 inches of penetration. Saber techniques weren't limited to chopping but also included lifting, stabbing, and piercing strikes capable of similar depth. As Song Minshu predicted, the gale saber style was easier to learn compared to the chopping wind sword style. Wang Chuan simply mirrored his sword training routine, and within 2 days he had brought both saber styles to a practice makes perfect level. Yet, like the basic sword and chopping wind sword styles, skillful mastery of the basic saber and gale saber techniques brought no attribute bonuses so far. Still, Wang Chuan didn't see this as a waste of time. His feel for the saber was awakened, muscle memory deepened, and naturally, his understanding of the weapon improved. When he moved on to the crocodile jaw saber style, he felt much smoother in his movements. The real difference between second rank and first rank martial arts is that the moves are more complex, requiring perfect coordination of breath control and explosive power to deliver damage far beyond normal limits. Standing before a wooden stake in the training ground, gripping a standard long saber, Wang Chuan adjusted his breathing according to the crocodile jaw saber style's principle, shifted his footing, and raised the blade. A dull sonic wave sounded as the saber sliced through the air just like the snap of a crocodile's powerful jaws. Thud! The long saber embedded into the stake, its edge penetrating fully 4 inches. This was the foundation of a first-rank martial artist combined with the detonating strikes of a second-rank style. To put it in perspective, the stake was about 6 or 7 inches thick. The deeper the blade went, the more resistance it met. Even the well-practiced Gale Saber style struggled to reach that depth easily. And this was just the beginner level of the Crocodile Jaw Saber style. Wang Chuan's eyes were wide with undisguised surprise. He hurriedly opened his martial arts panel to check. Gale Saber style proficient. Current level. Can cause close-range impact, dealing 7 extra attack on hit. Special. Certain chance to immediately strike a second blow. High chance of inflicting bleeding. Critical hits deal triple penetration damage. Bonus. 21 attack, bleeding stacks. Next level. Intermediate. Enhanced close-range pressure, 9 attack on hit. Chance to quickly follow up with a second and third strike. High chance of bleeding. Triple penetration damage on critical hits. Attack 27, bleeding stacks. Then he opened the second item. Crocodile Jaw Saber style, beginner level. At his current level, he could deal close-range damage to enemies, with each hit granting 5 attack. There was a guaranteed chance to inflict double deep damage on impact, with attack increasing by 10, always causing bleeding, and a chance to cause crippling effects. When striking an enemy's vital spot, he could deal triple deep damage, with 15 attack, triggering wound tearing and severe injury effects. The next level was called Small Achievement. At that stage, he could deal close-range damage with 10 attack on hit, a guaranteed chance to inflict double deep damage, 20 attack, inevitable bleeding, and a chance to cripple. Striking vital points then dealt triple deep damage with 30 attack, and triggered both wound tearing and severe injury effects. Wang Chuan gasped inwardly, overwhelmed by the sheer power. This was only the entry-level crocodile jaw blade technique, yet it already delivered guaranteed bleeding, potential crippling, and triple deep damage with severe wound tearing on vital strikes. No wonder the leader of the Black Wind Band ruled these mountains with less than a second-rank strength, and no wonder he had dominated Lord He Haisheng in their battle. A second-rank blade technique was indeed formidable. Knowing that Lord He had likely obtained the crocodile jaw blade technique and started training it himself, Wang Chuan's competitive spirit flared up instantly. Again, since merely cutting 4 inches into the wooden stake wasn't enough to advance, why not train until he could cut it clean in one blow? He held his breath and focused. Gripping the blade tightly, muscle memory awakened experiences from training basic blade techniques, and the Gale blade method surfaced bit by bit. Clenching his hands harder, he increased his force. The blade sliced through the air in a smooth arc, synchronized with the breathing and energy gathering of the crocodile jaw blade style. The strike was seemingly slow but actually swift, producing a hoarse humming sound in the air. Crack! A wooden stake over 6 inches thick was severed cleanly in one strike, the cut surface as smooth as if bitten by a giant crocodile. Wang Chuan stood frozen in awe. This blow was incredibly smooth, perfectly embodying the essence of the crocodile jaw blade technique. He quickly summoned his attribute panel. Sure enough, his crocodile jaw blade experience had jumped from 100 to 1100. Ergo, Wang Chuan called out loudly. Go to the warehouse and bring a batch of wooden stakes to the training ground. Chun Ergu immediately mobilized people to carry in the round logs one by one and secure them at the training site. Once the area cleared, Wang Chuan immersed himself in training again. His blade flashes were fierce and sharp, every strike unleashing the full power of the crocodile jaw blade. Stakes snapped one after another, experience creeping up little by little. If he couldn't cut through on the first try, he quickly readjusted and broke it on the second strike, never failing twice in a row. 1 hour later. Ding. System notification. Crocodile jaw blade technique upgraded to small achievement. Awarded 1 agility point. Next level. Skillfulness through practice. A smile crossed Wang Chuan's face. With this new level, his understanding deepened significantly. His blade moves grew more ferocious, his edges sharper. The wooden stakes at the training ground were now easily severed, the cuts ever cleaner and straighter. When the last stake was split in two. Ding. System notification. Crocodile jaw blade technique advanced from small achievement to skillfulness through practice. Awarded 2 agility points. Next level. Mastery and refinement. Second-tier martial art conquered and mastered to proficiency in just 1 day. Wang Chuan sheathed his blade and stood in the center of the training ground, surrounded by a ring of broken wooden stakes scattered at his feet, the blade edges still dusted with fresh wood chips. Even he found it hard to believe, yet on second thought, it made perfect sense. The similarities between sword and saber techniques and muscle memory were considerable. Over those past days, he had relentlessly refined both sword and saber basics until they were second nature. Now switching to the crocodile mouth saber style naturally yielded twice the result with half the effort. Besides, he had just discovered the key technique of this saber style: one strike to sever the stake. The Sect's armory happened to stockpile a large supply of regulation wooden stakes for training, something other disciples would struggle to gather quickly. Thinking of this, an image of sect leader He Haisheng flashed across his mind, prompting a faint smile as he murmured, I wonder if leader He has found the secret to the crocodile mouth saber, yet if not, his progress probably still lingers below proficiency. With a flicker of thought, he summoned his attribute panel. Character Wang Chuan male. Hunger 87100. Life profession blacksmith. Combat Profession First Year Martial Artist. Attributes. Strength 814. Attack 78. Agility 815. Defense 4.6. Speed 23. Stamina 812. HP 200,200. Spirit 8 inactive. Free attributes 3 assignable. Martial arts collapsed. His agility had successfully stacked to 23 points, the panel numbers steadily fluctuating. Wang Chuan nodded with satisfaction, then unfolded the detailed description of the crocodile mouth saber technique. Crocodile mouth saber current level, proficient. Melee hit 15 attack. Chance to trigger double depth damage 30 attack. Guaranteed bleeding. Chance to cause disability. Critical hit triggers triple depth damage 45 attack, plus wound laceration severe injury. Next level entering the hall. Melee hit 20 attack. Chance to trigger double depth damage 40 attack. Guaranteed bleeding. Chance to cause disability. Critical hit triggers triple depth damage 60 attack, plus wound laceration severe injury. After reviewing the stats, Wang Chuan smiled appreciatively. The second-tier martial arts attributes were undeniably powerful, already strong enough to suppress first-tier arts of the same level, even nearing the upper echelon of first-tier techniques. High-tier martial arts were truly valuable. Back then, when a third-tier martial artist passed through Huishui County, young heirs from prominent families scrambled to pay hundreds of gold to learn a single move or two. Thinking back, it was hardly an exaggeration. He quietly estimated. First-tier martial art, market price about 1 tael of gold. Second-tier martial art, at least 10 taels. As for third-tier martial art, likely 50 to 100 gold per style. If he became a second-tier martial artist, would he be willing to spend 100 gold to obtain a third-tier technique? Without hesitation, yes. Such an investment was a no-brainer. From this, he understood why third-tier martial artists scoffed at paying hundreds of gold at the gateway. The techniques needed to ascend from quasi-martial artist to third tier were nearly impossible to buy with any amount of money. The vision of Wishui's families was ultimately limited. Martial arts grew ever more expensive at higher tiers, so if he wanted to climb further, he had to save more money. Looks like he really needed to start hoarding wealth. Although Wang Chuan now held profits from the branch and the armory, totaling 70 gold ingots and over 100 silver coins, he probably couldn't even afford a third-grade martial art. In Huishui County, he finally had a respectable and profitable job, but if he were any other martial artist, he might not even be able to pay the entry fee. Only now did he truly understand why some people in the spirit domain formed game studios with dedicated gold farming teams. Training martial arts was an expensive endeavor. But to survive, one simply had to train. His excitement was quickly washed away by the harsh reality as he forced himself to calm down. Ergu, clean up the practice field. Chop all the wood into pieces and throw them into the firewood shed. Yes, sir. Chun Ergu called the workers into action, splinters flying everywhere. After a simple meal, Wang Chuan went to rest early. At night, under the flickering candlelight, he studied a second-grade martial art called heart-piercing dart, carefully analyzing its essential moves and repeatedly practicing the rhythm of wrist tremors and finger strikes until his arms ached and he finally fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, just as dawn broke, familiar shouts rang out at the county town dock. Bai Yuhui and Hong Kaibao, led by Zhao Hanio, made their way through the outer disciples guarding the pier, aiming straight for the guild hall. Senior brother, we're over here. The two waved enthusiastically, their voices loud and clear. Captain Zhao, Yuhui Kaibao, what brings you here? Wang Chuan greeted them warmly, pleasantly surprised. Zhao Hanio chuckled as he patted the two young men. These two have both reached the quasi-martial artist stage and insisted on coming to the town to find you. They told me to escort them. Even your master couldn't stop them, so I'm just doing my duty. He glanced around, adding, they're good workers, just what you need to help out. In Zhao's mind, Wang Chuan was still the honest blacksmith from Haishi village. Wang Chuan knew this visit was surely approved by Instructor Yu and nodded in agreement. He led Zhao Hanio on a tour of the armory. About 20 workers were busy quenching and polishing blades, sparks flying as hammers rang out nonstop. Zhao's eyes hardened as he realized this young man before him was no longer the naive boy he remembered. Not bad. Keep it up. Make sure to visit the village when you can. With that, he mentioned some business to tend to and prepared to leave. Wait. Chun Ergu appeared, hands laden with a few jars of Huaiyao wine, a packet of marinated beef, and some bolts of cloth, a small token from my landlord. Wang Chuan smiled as he distributed the gifts. Captain Zhao, please deliver 2 jars of wine to my master. The rest, please share with the brothers back in the village. Well, I won't refuse. Zhao grinned broadly and left, carrying the gifts on his back. After their shadows disappeared, Bai Yuhui and Hong Kaibao rushed over to Wang Chuan. Senior brother, from now on, we'll follow you. Make sure to look out for us. Wang Chuan waved them inside the courtyard of the West Wing and spoke seriously. What did Instructor Yu say? Is this part of the studio's arrangement? Bai Yuhui scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. During winter, we trained our archery and basic spear techniques until practice makes perfect. Our strength broke past 10 points. Instructor Yu asked if we wanted to continue mining with Lin Dehai and the others, or join the pioneering team as reserves. We chose the latter. Hong Kaibao added, we want to be as impressive as you, senior brother. The pioneering team, He Wanchuan mused. Why didn't they let you follow brother Lin's son? I'm the one on the gold farming team. What? Both stared wide-eyed. You're still on the gold farming team, senior brother? Yeah. I've always been under Instructor Yes command. What's the matter? Wanchuan blinked innocently. Bai Yuhui and Hong Kaibao looked utterly incredulous. How is that even possible? Senior brother, last time you rushed to help Blackstone Village, you took down so many bandits from Black Wind Camp with just a bow. Hong Kaibao's eyes went wide, his voice trembling. And now you say you only work with the Strike Gold team? Bai Yuhui couldn't hold back either. Senior brother Wanchuan, don't lie to us. You're already an official martial artist, aren't you? Wanchuan raised his hands and shrugged with an innocent look. So what if I'm an official martial artist? Who says official martial artists can't be on the Strike Gold team? Coach Yu is an official martial artist too. He's killed plenty of people, and yet he's still leading the Strike Gold team. The two junior brothers exchanged glances, but still couldn't wrap their heads around it. But senior brother, you've been part of the gang for a long time, haven't you? That's right. I've been mixed up in the gang, Wanchuan said as he slung his bow onto the wall and patiently explained. But my main role is running the weapon shop for the Yulong gang. Basically, I'm a blacksmith, and I'm also in charge of the dock branch, organizing the laborers moving cargo. My primary job is still strike gold to create value for the workshop. Maybe you've got it all wrong. He wasn't unwilling to accept them, but since the game Ling Yu affected everyone's future fate and involved life and death, randomly forming bonds could drag everyone down. Wanchuan considered himself just an ordinary player who didn't even know when he might mess up, so he couldn't take responsibility for sheltering others. If their goal was to join the pioneer team, he planned to introduce them to Lin Sun instead. After all, the Yulong gang was expanding and needed manpower. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuhui and Hong Kaibao glanced at each other, their expressions suddenly resolute. Senior brother Wanchuan, we're following you. Exactly. Hong Kaibao nodded emphatically. The pioneer team is strong, but you've only just started playing, and you've already taken out hundreds with just a bow. You're way stronger than them. When have I ever killed hundreds? Don't say things like that. Wanchuan looked around nervously, afraid someone was eavesdropping. Either way, we're sticking with you, Bai Yuhui grinned. Coach Yu agreed too. Don't worry, you can have us in the weapon shop or on dock work, whatever you want. Yeah, they exclaimed in unison. Wanchuan rubbed his temple clearly. Coach Yu wanted to push new recruits onto him, taking advantage of Yulong gang's half-price martial arts training special. All right then, he sighed. If you're so determined to stay, you can join the weapon shop. But we have to agree on 3 rules first. Just say the word, senior brother. Not 3 rules, but 30 if you want. The two quickly straightened up, eyes shining with anticipation. Wanchuan raised one finger. Rule number 1. In both the weapon shop owner and dock branch chief, me orders are commands and must be carried out immediately. Anyone who undermines my authority will be kicked out right away. Yes, sir. He raised a second finger. Rule number 2. The weapon shop and dock branch operate with fairness and justice. Everyone takes turns working, no special privileges. That includes you too. Also, no more calling me senior brother, only shop owner or branch chief from now on. Yes, sir. He raised a third finger. Last rule. You need to adjust your schedules. From now on, you two take turns doing night shifts patrolling the weapon shop from midnight till dawn. Both nodded promptly in agreement. After a brief silence, Bai Yuhui couldn't resist asking, shop owner branch chief, why do we have to do night shifts? When they were still in Haishi village, the night shifts were necessary because of threats from wild beasts and bandits, worries about them breaking into the village. What? Are there wild beasts and bandits even in the county town? Hong Kaibao asked, looking just as puzzled. Wanchuan didn't mention the truth that the spirit realm was full of unpredictable external dangers, but instead said calmly, anything can happen in the spirit realm. Don't be fooled by how powerful the Yulong gang looks now. They used to be weaker than the Nuteo gang. And the Nuteo gang, despite their big reputation, collapsed overnight. Back in the day, when Black Wind Village was at its peak, they even attacked Huishui County's town itself. Now they're completely gone. His casual words made by Yuhui and Hong Kaibao blink in disbelief, nodding rapidly. They believed him completely and quickly promised, Master, rest assured we'll take turns on the night watch from now on. Good. Wanchuan raised a hand to quiet them. Now you two have a choice. 1. Stay in the armory forging weapons, guaranteed 400 copper coins daily. 2. Specialize in night patrols for the branch, with free time to train during the day and a monthly salary of 10 taels of silver. The two glanced at each other and almost lit up simultaneously. The second one. We choose the second. In Haishi village, working mining jobs by day and running missions by night barely earns 7 taels a month. Here, it's easier and pays 10 taels. How could they not choose? Their grins stretched wide. Thank you, senior brother. No. Thank you, master. Wanchuan took them to make identity tokens. Once the paperwork was done, they officially became inner disciples of the Yulong gang. How much silver have you saved? He asked. A bit. Want to get stronger? Use it to buy martial arts manuals while they're half off. Wang Chuan pointed them in the right direction. You know, archery and basic spear techniques start with flying grass. The key is, he explained the techniques in detail. Bai Yuhui and Hong Kaibao listened intently, and that afternoon each bought a manual and went to the training grounds to practice, chasing one another around the iron dummies. After settling them, Wang Chuan returned to his west chamber to study the second-grade martial art piercing heart dart. This technique required throwing darts, and he had no shortage of those back when he mastered the 100 refined steel forging technique. He forged nearly 1,000 refined steel throwing knives. Half still remained in storage. He had a whole crate of throwing darts brought to the courtyard and practiced wrist control alone. Whoosh! A dart shot out, thunking into a wooden post. Whoosh whoosh. In moments, the post side was densely peppered with darts. Wang Chuan walked over, pulled several out, then flicked them back toward another post. The clang of metal on wood echoed rhythmically. Hundreds of darts flew back and forth between the posts, and over time the darts embedded deeper with each throw. Night deepened. Hong Kaibao ended his patrol early to rest, and Bai Yuhui took over. Only then did Wang Chuan come to the training ground to begin his formal practice of the piercing heart dart, standing about 10 zhang away from the iron dummy. Clang! The tempered steel throwing knife flew fiercely from over 30 feet away, striking the iron training post with a sharp clang. Sparks scattered in all directions before the knife skidded down onto the muddy ground in front of the target. 30 feet, double the 10 meters he was used to practicing at. The demands on both power and precision increased significantly. Wang Chuan exhaled slowly, realizing he had to completely retrain his muscle memory and adjust his feeling for the weapon. He picked up a dart from a nearby wooden stake, curled his fingers slightly, held his breath, and flicked his wrist. Clang! The dart again missed the bullseye. Wang Chuan's brow didn't twitch as he pulled out another. Clang! Time passed. At the foot of the iron post, piles of thrown darts grew thick, but only 2 solitary ones stuck embedded in the iron, their cold gleam dim. Wang Chuan's gaze remained steady and composed. After hundreds of missed throws, he finally stopped. Just then, Chen Ergu appeared carrying steaming meat buns, setting the box down on a stone slab before stooping to collect the scattered darts. Wang Chuan took a few quick bites, gulped some cool water to soothe his burning throat, then resumed the second round. After an hour, the iron post showed clearly more holes from the darts, over 30 hits in this round. By the third round, his wrist movement and breathing rhythm synced perfectly, pushing his hits past 70. Ding! System notification. Piercing dart skill upgraded to small achievement. Agility 1 awarded. Agility? Wang Chuan blinked, then understood. The piercing dart relied mostly on explosive finesse rather than brute strength, so an agility boost was exactly what he needed. He didn't stop. Riding the wave of rapidly forming muscle memory, he continued flinging darts. As his skill intensified, the fourth round's hit rate neared 40%. Thud! Thud! The morning breeze brushed his face, and faint light crept along the horizon. Ding! System notification. Piercing dart progressed from small achievement to proficient. Agility 2 awarded. Wang Chuan pulled up his attribute panel. Agility 26 points, equivalent to 26 speed. Original defense 5.2. He smiled, tired but satisfied at the pleasing numbers. Both of his second-tier martial arts had now reached proficiency. He took a deep breath and began gathering the scattered throwing knives. After wiping each tempered steel throwing knife clean, he retrieved a leather belt, fastening it tightly. One by one, he tucked the knives into his waist, forming a cold ring. Compared to bows and crossbows, throwing knives were light and easy to conceal. Plus, the second-tier piercing dart naturally added 20 attack, 1 armor penetration, and guaranteed bleeding on hit. A strike to a critical point could even trigger one-hit kill, a truly lethal weapon. Footsteps approached. Master Song entered the training ground, his gaze falling on the densely pocked iron post. He silently ran his hand over the cold metal. Wang Chuan, you've guarded here all night. You must be tired. Go rest. All right. Wang Chuan nodded and logged out, heading back to his quarters. Master Song stood alone in the field, his palm resting on the icy iron surface, his expression deep in thought. With piercing dart training complete for now, Wang Chuan turned his attention to his third second-tier martial art iron sand palm. This technique required his hands to be hardened by scrubbing them in iron sand baked under the scorching sun until his palms and fingers were harder than steel. He had no choice but to order someone to prepare a basin full of iron sand granules roughly finger-sized and lay them out in the courtyard to bake under the blistering sun. The red-hot sand glowed faintly as he rolled up his sleeves and plunged his hands in. A sharp burning pain hit instantly, but it only steeled his resolve. Then began the ritual of hand-washing practice. The so-called hand-washing meant thrusting both hands deep into iron sand until they were flushed red and raw, flesh torn and bleeding. Wang Chuan plunged his hands deeply into the cold iron sand. In just half an hour, the palms were worn and stained with blood. He had no choice but to stop. Training with the iron sand palm technique inevitably caused injuries. and losing too much blood now risked attracting enemies lurking in the shadows. At this critical moment, the Yulong gang was tightening its defenses, preparing to face outside challenges, so he could not afford to lose combat strength. During the day, he stayed in the blacksmith's workshop, the hammer ringing loud and sparks flying, repeatedly forging the 100-tempered steel, steadily improving his craft and experience in forging it. 3 days passed quietly, with no disturbances inside or outside the branch. One morning, as usual, Wang Chuan counted the accounts and put over 100 taels of silver pieces into his money pouch, then went to the bank to exchange them for lighter gold notes. In the afternoon, while walking along the stone-paved street, he suddenly felt a slight chill at his chest, as if something sharp had grazed him lightly. In a flash, he twisted his wrist, lightning fast, catching a slender yet strong hand and pressing it down. Ouch! That hurts, let go. The thief fell face down onto the ground, barely in his early 20s, lips pale, sweating profusely from the wrench. Wang Chuan looked down sneeringly. Such nerve, stealing from the leader of this branch? The money pouch contained 80 taels in gold notes, not only his hard-earned wages, but also part of the branch members' funds for protection. If this had succeeded, the consequences would have been disastrous. Moreover, the thief's precise strike and timing made it clear he had been watching him for days. I'm blind and foolish. Please spare me, big brother. Let go. My hand will break. The young thief kowtowed repeatedly. Spectators quickly gathered along the street, whispering among themselves. That's the Yulong gang's branch leader. This little thief is asking for death. I heard at the end of last year, when he went easy on Black Wind Camp, hardly anyone survived. Right. All 3 headmen of Black Wind Camp fell to him. The crowd's murmurs unsettled the young thief further. His face went pale, trembling all over. Suddenly, the crowd was roughly pushed aside as a group of men in blue official uniforms squeezed forward. Leading them was Constable Wu, who had fought alongside Wang Chuan in rooting out Black Wind Camp. So it's leader Wang Chuan. Constable Wu greeted with a salute. What's happening here? A petty thief on the road. Wang Chuan pushed the thief forward lightly. He tried to steal the branch's gold and almost succeeded. Constable Wu frowned and searched the thief, pulling out a rough wooden tag inscribed with Heilong County in small characters. Oh, not from our Huishui County. Wang Chuan narrowed his eyes. Wu's expression darkened and his voice grew stern. Such audacity, they come all the way from neighboring Heilong County to cause trouble? Do they know the rules here? At these words, the young thief collapsed weakly, wailing, No. I was wrong. Please spare me, sir. I have an 80-year-old mother and hungry children to feed. Please don't cut off my hand. Wu waved his hand, and 2 county constables stepped forward to bind the thief tightly. He then respectfully saluted Wang Chuan again and patted his chest reassuringly. Leader Wang, they'll take him back to the county jail. Don't worry, his claws won't be saved. Wang Chuan watched as Captain Wu and his men led the young thief away, his eyes thoughtful. A swirl of dust blew around the street corner as he carefully gathered the scattered silver coins from the thief's torn clothes. He then turned into the nearest money exchange, converting all the loose change into a thick stack of gold notes. Without hesitation, he hurried back to the gang hall and went upstairs to log off. As soon as the screen darkened, he immediately called Lin Sun through the communicator. Any news from Heilong County recently? There was a brief pause on the other end before Lin Sun's tone tightened sharply. Why the sudden interest in Heilong County? Did you run into someone from there? Wang Chuan recounted in detail how his coin pouch had almost been snatched in the city, emphasizing that Captain Wu had mentioned a strict rule among thieves that they could only steal within their own territory. Yet this particular thief had crossed boundaries. The Qingyi sect, Lin Sun muttered, voice darkening. The most powerful group in Heilong County is the Qingyi sect, a branch of the Beggars Gang. They almost monopolize the local brothels and gambling dens, and control the escorts and shipping. The kid you caught was most likely one of their disciples. Wang Chuan silently noted down Qingyi sect and pressed. What's the real conflict between them and our Yulong gang? Lin Sun reacted quickly. You're saying this little thief wasn't just grabbing random targets, but came after you deliberately? Exactly, Wang Chuan nodded. I have some standing in Huishui County and am an official martial artist. A petty thief of nearly martial level skill who dares to make a move on me must have overstepped and come prepared. He didn't mention that he had recently mastered second-tier martial arts, with his crocodile jaw blade and piercing dart techniques polished to perfection, and his agility reaching 26 points beyond a first-tier warrior. Without that edge, he might have lost all his gold notes by now. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Sun said, the Qingyi sect's shipping routes clash with ours the most. Ever since we took over the Nuteo gang's waterside stronghold, Heilong's ships have had to pay protection fees to pass. A Qingyi sect leader came twice trying to reduce the fees, but was refused by our boss. That's probably why they hold a grudge. Our boss isn't afraid of them. The stronghold sits at a critical choke point in the waterway. Heilong's ships can't pass without our territory, but our ships bypass their areas. Naturally, they're not happy about it. This explanation suddenly made everything clear to Wang Chuan. So, That thief slipping into Huishui was most likely a probe before a move. Be very careful, Lin Sun warned quietly. He'll report to the boss now and have the stronghold increase security. Unaware that Yang Feiyue had already ordered Huishui to raise its alert level, he ended the call hastily. Wang Chuan logged back into the game and rushed to the hall to report everything to Song Minshu. As the longtime transport captain familiar with the Qingyi sect's layout, Song Minshu sprang to his feet with a shout, raising his voice. Qingyi sect disciples. Let's move. Wang Chuan. Come with me, we're going to the county office to demand their arrest. If we manage to bring back this Qingyi sect disciple, we might be able to trace the thread and uncover other Qingyi sect martial artists hiding within our county. Suddenly snapping back to attention, Wang Chuan immediately summoned reinforcements with Song Minshu and headed straight to the county office. Unfortunately, they arrived just a moment too late. At the entrance, Constable Wu rushed out rapidly, bowing slightly while repeatedly apologizing from a distance. Sorry. It's all my fault. He lowered his voice to explain. Someone just paid the fine for that thief and bailed him out. I was soft-hearted and let him go. While speaking, Constable Wu pressed 2 gold notes into the hands of Wang Chuan and Song Minshu. Leader Song, Master Wang Chuan, this is entirely my fault. A small token of goodwill. Come to Lanfeng Tower tonight. It's on me, consider it my apology. Song Minshu glanced down and saw the notes totaled a full 10 taels of gold, no small amount. He kept a steady expression, fully aware that the Qingyi sect had invested heavily in that thief, so it was no wonder the constable let him go so readily. If that's the case, Song Minshu said, slipping the notes into his sleeve. Don't let my good friend Constable Wu miss out on making a profit. Wang Chuan was slightly surprised. The feud between the Qingyi sect and Yulong gang could not possibly be settled with 20 taels of gold. Seeing them accept the notes, Constable Wu sighed in relief, clapping Song Minshu on the shoulder as he led him aside, speaking softly with a sheepish grin. I really was in the wrong here. Thanks for your understanding. Come on. To Lanfeng Tawerno, leaving before getting drunk. All right. Song Minshu readily agreed, but then cupped his fist to Constable Wu. Wang Chuan can't go. Someone still has to keep watch over the docks. Then he ordered, Wang Chuan, take a few men back to the hall and stand guard. Yes. Wang Chuan saluted and led a dozen disciples away, leaving Song Minshu and a few trusted men to accompany Constable Wu to Lanfeng Tower. Night fell and the city lights flickered on. Most of the cargo on the docks had been unloaded, leaving only a few laborers guarding the sparse business remaining. As darkness deepened, the crowds thinned. Disciples at the hall gradually rested, leaving only 2 on the night shift to guard the front and back doors or patrol the inner courtyard. The armory remained lively, the clang of steel ringing out until midnight before falling silent, the surroundings returning to stillness. Song Minshu had yet to return, likely passed out drunk on the fragrant couch of a girl at Lanfeng Tower. Wang Chuan gripped his tempered steel saber, sitting at the stone table in the armory's west wing courtyard. On the table lay an iron-banded bow, and behind it a quiver of armor-piercing arrows. The day's events left him uneasy, sensing tonight would bring no peace. He kept watch in the courtyard for a full hour, exactly the time when people are most prone to nodding off. The sky was covered in clouds, blotting out the moon, so dark he couldn't see his hand before his face. Suddenly, the fine hairs on his ear twitched. A top-tier warrior's keen senses caught the sound of something tearing through the air outside the hall, mixed with the faintest tiptoe against the walls. Fly thieves. Wang Chuan's expression stiffened sharply. He grabbed the iron-banded bow, pushed off lightly with his toes, and floated up onto the roof ridge. In the pitch black, he squinted into thin lines, spotting several black shadows streaking across the rooftops, heading straight for the patrolling disciples inside. Thuds and muffled grunts followed, blood splattering, yet no sounds escaped beyond the courtyard walls. Outside, even faster footsteps surged toward the hall. In that instant, a chilling numbness crawled across Wang Chuan's scalp. Who's there? Someone's out there. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The hidden scouts Song Minshu had stationed at the entrance finally proved their worth. Patrols outside the door and inside the main hall were taken out one by one, but at the same moment, disciples hiding in the shadowed corridor corners sensed something amiss and shouted out to expose the enemy's trail. Clang, clang. The sharp sound of gongs exploded from all directions, rousing everyone on duty. Enemy attack. Hostiles have breached the main hall. Everyone, grab your weapons. Outside the hall, over 20 figures clad in black had just jumped over the wall and slipped inside, but the gong's alarm froze them in place. Their leader shouted fiercely into the night, Song Minshu isn't here. Only the helmsman guards the entrancees, no match for us. Kill. Their eyes were cold and full of deadly intent as they surged forward to confront the Yulong gang disciples rushing out of the building. Thud. The sleepy inner disciples gripped their blades tightly, but were no match for this prepared assault team. The leader, a fully trained martial artist with the strength of a tiger, flashed his blade. 3 went down immediately, blood splattering the pillars crimson. The black-clad assailants pressed forward relentlessly. Several fighters assigned to guard the courtyard abandoned stealth and instead launched a brutal massacre, storming into the inner courtyard. In moments, 7 or 8 disciples collapsed, trembling on the ground. Only then did Wang Chuan approach the main hall eaves and see the bloodbath unfolding inside. The number of fighters down was already 4, 5, 6, including at least 2 first-ranked martial artists, plus 2 or 3 dozen martial artist candidates. Damn it. That bastard Song Minshu better not actually be asleep with a woman right now, Wang Chuan cursed inwardly. If he drew his bow too soon, he'd reveal himself and become the top target for Qingyi Sect's precision strikes. But watching the casualties pile up, he gritted his teeth, knocked an arrow, and drew to full draw. His target a masked, first-ranked swordsman. The man's blade was vicious, silver light trailing half a foot in the torchlight, laying low 7 or 8 disciples at his feet. The rest were sweating nervously, retreating step by step. Humph. Yulong gang, does your little gang really think you can claim this territory alone? Die. The masked swordsman sneered and lunged again. Crack. The armor-piercing arrow sliced through the air. No one noticed the twang amidst the chaos. The swordsman's pupils suddenly contracted. Mid-lunge, his body stiffened and crashed heavily to the ground, an arrow shaft piercing his lower back. Ugh. He gritted his teeth against the pain, ripping out the arrow, spurting blood like a fountain. Damn it. Someone shot me from the shadows. His roar hadn't even faded before Wang Chuan's second arrow whizzed back toward him. Another first-ranked martial artist wielding a refined steel longsword stepped along the eve's firelight, flashing and spinning into the crowd. The cold glint of his sword tip twitched. One strike, one fallen enemy. No one ahead could match him in a single exchange. An arrow sliced through the air. The man opposite flinched slightly, twisting his body with uncanny agility, causing the armor-piercing arrow to graze his cheek, leaving a thin, hairline cut. The iron-bellied bow and armor-piercing arrow. This was Wang Chuan, the branch leader of the Yulong gang. Wang Chuan twisted, his gaze locking precisely on the shadow kneeling half-hidden on the rooftop, pulling back a bow. Recognizing the figure, he took a swift step forward, abandoning the inner disciples before him. Using the wall and eaves for leverage, he leapt 3 or 4 meters in one bound, instantly soaring onto the rooftop. Bang! Another arrow shot out swiftly. Wang Chuan dodged like lightning. The arrow barely missed, shaving off a lock of hair and adding a thin streak of blood. Bang! At the third arrow's release, Wang Chuan had already shattered tiles beneath his feet and closed the gap. His speed unnerved the archer, a deadly opponent indeed. The archer lost all confidence, decisively dropping the iron-bellied bow and retreating 7 or 8 meters. He drew a forged steel blade, which gleamed ominously in the firelight. Silently, Wang Chuan pressed forward, catching a glimpse of the heavy bow discarded nearby. A cold smile twisted his lips. A poor kid from Haishi village, daring to roam the martial world? Abandoning one's bow was like giving up life itself. Yet suddenly, mere steps away, Wang Chuan's wrist flicked. Whiz! A piercing dart sliced the air. Too close for the archer to react or suspect that the famed 100 steps piercing willow could also throw projectiles. The cold gleam caught in his eyes as his pupils dilated wildly. Thud! The forged steel throwing knife embedded itself in the center of his brow. The archer trembled, tilted his head, and collapsed down the sloped tiles. The hall leader is dead. Several disciples in blue robes witnessing their leader felled by a single dart went pale, morale shattering instantly. Retreat. The first-rank martial artist, severely wounded through the back and the waist, was hacked down by Yulong gang disciples amid the chaos. All 2 first-rank disciples of the blue-robed sect were slain, and the remaining 4 warriors cast hateful glances toward the rooftop, but dared not advance. Instead, they forced their way toward the exit. Break through. Fight your way out. With 2 commanders fallen, their mission was lost. They could not hope to kill Wang Chuan before official reinforcements arrived, so they withdrew. Hail the leader. The leader still lives. Yulong gang disciples surged with renewed vigor. Brothers, kill. Wipe out these invaders. Wang Chuan stooped to retrieve the iron-bellied bow, preparing to shoot again, when a sudden roar of flying arrows and shouts erupted. Outside the hall, the docks blazed with firelight. Reinforcements had arrived. Over 100 Yulong gang disciples raced in swift boats, splitting into 2 wings to storm the docks and rapidly encircle the hall. The crowd swelled, intermingling blazing torches and flashing blades. He Haisheng, Lin Sun, Qin Ming, and Fang Kuei charged at the front, followed closely by Song Minshu, Detective Wu, and Detective Yu, intercepting every would-be escapee. Dozens of deadly throwing knives rained down. Half the blue-robed sect disciples fell instantly. The 4 warriors fought desperately to hold the line but were cut, pierced, and soon lost all power to press forward. From within the crowd, Yang Feiyue stepped out steadily, sharpied. Yang Feiyue here. Drop your weapons if you want to live. Otherwise, you will be slain without mercy. Her voice rang out, and a group of inner hall disciples surged forward, each wounded but fierce-eyed and brandishing blades. As Yang Feiyue arrived with reinforcements, everyone from the Qingyi sect decisively surrendered and laid down their weapons. Only then did they realize that the Yulong gang had set a deadly trap at the dock from the very start, waiting to ensnare them. In the fierce battle, Qingyi's sect lost 2 first-rank martial artists, for formal fighters were captured alive. More than half of the 30 or so quasi-martial artists were killed or wounded, and the rest were completely subdued. The wind died down and the rain ceased, but the scent of blood still lingered in the air. Yang Feiyue immediately ordered all prisoners, along with the bodies, to be loaded onto the cargo ship and sent overnight to the river stronghold. Before the ship set sail, Wang Chuan took the opportunity to search the bodies of the first-rank swordsman and masked swordsman. He found only 2 toxin-coated blades and a battered protective chest Mororno silver, not even a single copper coin. The thought that he risked his life, yet wouldn't even get a reward, left him feeling frustrated. Just as he kicked at some stones in disappointment, the gang leader Yang Feiyue and Song Minshu approached from afar, faces beaming with smiles. Wang Chuan, boss. Wang Chuan quickly bowed in greeting. Yang Feiyue slapped him on the shoulder and laughed heartily. I didn't expect it. Wang Chuan, you're even more capable than we imagined. Not only did you hold off the enemy, but you personally took down 2 first-rank Qingyi sect leaders. Do you know who they were? One was the notorious masked swordsman known for his ruthless blade skills. The other was Zhao Chengheng, renowned for his speed and swordsmanship, 2 of the toughest fighters in Qingyi sect. Wang Chuan quickly humbly explained. It was thanks to my brothers fiercely engaging them that I could stay hidden and fire the killing shots. Oh, you're pulling that routine again. Yang Feiyue chuckled, tapping his nose and turning to Song Minshu. He may seem modest, but in front of everyone, he shot Zhao Chengheng, fast swordsman, right in the chest with 1 arrow. Not easy to stay low-key now. A chill ran down Wang Chuan's spine, and he blurted out, Boss, if Qingyi sect finds out these 2 died by my hand, will they come after me for revenge? He immediately felt guilty. It was a genuine fear of being hunted. Ha ha ha. Yang Feiyue waved him off with laughter. Put that fear aside. Qingyi sect can hardly protect themselves right now. They don't have the bandwidth to chase you down. Wang Chuan was still uncertain. Song Minshu smiled and added, gangs can fight in secret, but they'd never want to expose their conflicts openly. Qingyi sect went too far this time and left behind ironclad evidence. If they don't pay restitution promptly, we won't let it slide. Seeing Wang Chuan still only half understanding, Yang Feiyue patiently explained, Qingyi sect isn't like our Yulong gang. They fall under the beggar sect's jurisdiction. They're a Jianghu faction. For a Jianghu sect to brazenly attack our shipping hall in the county is a slap in the face to both the government and the transport guild. Even as the largest Jianghu gang, the beggar sect wouldn't dare openly support such behavior. Just wait, if Qingyi sect can't contain our and the government's anger, they'll be expelled from the beggar sect and hunted by the authorities. Hearing this, Wang Chuan finally understood. Now it makes sense. Yang Feiyue smiled and nodded. I bet Qingyi sect has already sent word to their master about this defeat. If their master is sensible, someone will come tonight with a huge ransom to reclaim the prisoners and bodies. Wang Chuan was surprised, eyes full of doubt. Boss, you're really going to hand them back to Qingyi sect? If Qingyi sect is wiped out, it won't necessarily benefit Yulong gang. Yang Feiyue said calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Being too harsh risks offending the beggar sect. There's no need for the Yulong gang to cause unnecessary trouble over minor matters. Yang Feiyue stood at the bow of the boat, his gaze piercing across the dark river surface. With firm resolve, he said, let the Qingyi sect pay the ransom to free their man. Let's turn a big problem into a small one, and a small problem into nothing. This way, we not only do the beggar's sect a favor, but our business can continue smoothly. Plus, Qingyi sect will suffer a serious blow themselves after this. It'll be much harder for them to threaten us. Hearing this, Wang Chuan nodded thoughtfully. Leader, your wisdom is unmatched. No wonder the Yulong gang rose above all others in Huishui County to become the strongest force here. This strategy of yours is something no outsider could calculate. Yang Feiyue smiled, raising his hand to firmly pat Wang Chuan's shoulder with full admiration in his eyes. Rest assured, you earned the greatest credit in this siege. When the Qingyi sect pays the sky-high ransom, you'll get your share. Just wait for my good news. Thank you, leader. Wang Chuan cupped his fist respectfully, then lowered his voice to suggest, Leader, could we possibly seize the opportunity to get some second-rank martial arts manuals from the Qingyi sect? Our armory could use some strengthening. Will do, Yang Feiyue replied decisively. We won't empty our treasury easily. Neither the Qingyi sect nor the Huishui County government will get off lightly. By the way, we must quickly arrange compensation, medical care, and morale support for the Dock brothers, and hurry to recruit new men. After giving these instructions, Yang Feiyue led the group onto the boat and cut through the water. On the dock, Song Minshu and Wang Chuan watched the boat disappear into the distance, the night wind carrying the pungent scent of river water. Turning, Song Minshu clasped his fists. Brother Wang Chuan, it was wrong of me to let you take such a risk. I owe you an apology. He then shared how he had secretly coordinated with Wu a captain in the county government. 1. He had anticipated that the Qingyi sect would act that night, so he deliberately accepted Wu's invitation and showed up at Lifeng Tower, making Qingyi sect mistakenly believe our gang hall was empty. 2. At the same time, he sent a fast boat to alert leader Yang Feiyue and arranged for a disguised cargo ship to lay a deadly net outside the dock. 3. The county government, led by Captain Wu, also dispatched men to ambush nearby. For the greatest risk fell on Wang Chuan, and the inner disciples left guarding the gang hall. They were the bait. Looking carefully at Wang Chuan's expression, Song Minshu added cautiously, I have faith in you. The enemy doesn't know you're a genuine top-tier martial artist who has mastered second-rank skills. Plus, you must have been extremely vigilant that night to be able to use that bait with such confidence. Wang Chuan smiled faintly and returned the salute. You flatter me, Chief. I understand it was all to lure the Qingyi sect into the trap. I'm fine, and I even took down 2 enemies and claimed the first merit. No need to blame yourself, Chief. Relieved by his response, Song Minshu smiled. Actually, when I saw the marks you left on the Iron Man stake that morning, I knew your piercing darts had become masterful no less than Chief. Sure enough, Zhao Changhong fell under your darts. With your current strength, I'm afraid you're not far behind Chief He. Oh no, just luck. Wang Chuan waved off the praise. It's just a pity about those fallen brothers. That simple remark darkened the mood. Song Minshu sighed deeply. Yes, 27 brothers died in that battle, and over 30 were wounded. This time, the Qingyi sect really came for the total destruction of our dock gang hall. The Tonko of Huishui County suffered heavy losses that night. If not for the last-minute success in capturing all the attackers in one fell swoop, the Yulong gang might have had its very foundation torn apart by the Qingyi sect. Fortunately, the casualties among the inner disciples could still be replenished since the outer disciples could be taught some basic techniques. They could quickly reach Kwasa warrior level, making it not too difficult to fill the gaps inside. Because of this, Song Minshu showed little mourning for the deaths and injuries among the inner disciples. What troubled him more was the terrifying fact that any slip in the gang rivalry could plunge them into an abyss of irreversible ruin. Meanwhile, Wang Chuan slept soundly offline. At dawn, rubbing his sleepy eyes, he found his phone screen filled with countless missed calls. Instructor Yu was bombarding him relentlessly, making Wang Chuan immediately fear that the Yulong gang had been attacked and overrun in the dead of night, prompting him to return the call at once. Wang Chuan, finally, you're awake. Instructor Yes' voice hit him like a wave. Listen, didn't your Yulong gang just lose a bunch of inner disciples? You need to fill the ranks fast. I have some suitable candidates here. The inner disciples are under Song Hall's supervision, right? As long as they reach Kwasa warrior level, it shouldn't be hard to bring people in, Wang Chuan said with a wink, thinking it wasn't a big deal. The problem is, they all come from Heilong County. Yu lowered his voice. You just finished fighting the Qingyi sect. It won't be so easy for those people to get into your Tonko. How's the negotiation with the Qingyi sect going? I haven't heard anything yet. Is it really okay to bring people from Heilong County now? Wang Chuan still felt uncertain. Haha, the talks went well. You spilled the news without holding back. I heard their sect leader personally went to the water village, paid 500 taels of gold, handed over 3 second-grade and 8 first-grade martial arts manuals, and even ceded all their shipping business in Heilong County, promising to support your Tonko over there. Man, the Qingyi sect really put their money where their mouth is this time. Those words completely woke Wang Chuan up. We're going to open a Tonko in Heilong County. Of course, the shipping and protection fees will be all yours, plus cooperation to build a Tonko there. How awesome is that? If I knew Yulong gang would take off like this, I would have switched sides sooner. The county magistrate there is too timid and useless, only good at slacking off and taking risks when off on a case, you grumbled. After a moment's thought, Wang Chuan replied, hold off on bringing people in for now. If we do head to Heilong County, we'll need to recruit there too. No need to overcrowd Huishui. Fine, they'll log in first to check the situation, then we'll talk. Alright, I'm waiting for your news. The call ended. After washing up, Wang Chuan ate the breakfast delivered by the robot and put on his helmet to log into Lingyu. As he left the West Wing room, he heard Song Minshu's authoritative shout inside the Tonko. Hold the stone lock level for 10 breaths pass. Next, peeking outside, Wang Chuan saw the sky just beginning to brighten, but a long line had already formed at the door. The hallmaster himself was on site, overseeing the overnight recruitment to fill the inner disciple vacancies. There was no other choice. Losing 27 people and injuring over 30 in one night left the remaining few unable to maintain daily operations at the dock Tonko or guarantee enough Kwasa warrior escorts for every ship, so they had to recruit urgently through the night. Boss, this kind of thing can be handled by the junior members. There's no need for you to get involved personally. Wang Chuan stepped onto the freshly cleaned bluestone steps and approached Song Minshu. Minshu was bent over inspecting the ship's ropes, his coarse cloth shirt dust-covered. Hearing the voice, he looked up, his expression instantly softening as he grinned. I wish that were possible. But the inner sect is really short-handed right now. The brothers under me left early this morning with the first batch of cargo ships. I'm the only one left. If we don't recruit soon, I'll have to take the helm myself, sigh. Thinking of the busy night, he rubbed his aching shoulders. All night long, just consoling and assisting the families of the inner disciples who were lost wore me out. I really missed the days when I was the helmsman. Simple and easy. Wang Chuan rolled his eyes. If you were helmsman, Captain Wu from the county office wouldn't just invite you to spend freely at the Phoenix brothel. Several of the helpers sorting the cargo around them perked up, trying to stifle their laughter as they exchanged knowing looks. Song Minsh's face flushed slightly. Trying to stay composed, he quickly changed the subject. By the way, Wang Chuan the boss sent a pigeon letter. The Qingyi sect's leader came in person, bearing a bramble branch as an apology. Apparently this matter has been resolved. How much did the other side pay? Wang Chuan asked. 500 taels of gold, Minshu said, holding out his hand like he was weighing a hefty treasure, his voice barely able to contain his excitement. The boss said, since we made a major achievement and suffered great losses, we'll be prioritized for compensation. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice. 100 taels in gold as a reward, plus 100 taels for consolation besides handing over all their martial arts manuals. The Qingyi sect has to cede their shipping business in Heilong County. Wang Chuan brother, congratulations, you're likely being transferred to Heilong to serve as the new hallmaster. After saying this, he winked and grinned enthusiastically at Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan's expression stiffened and then darkened. That doesn't sound right. Is this the boss' final decision, or just your guess? I killed 2 top-rank warriors from Qingyi sect at the hall. They must hate me with a vengeance. Sending me to Heilong County is basically throwing me into the fire. Seeing Wang Chuan wasn't carried away by the congratulations, Minshu awkwardly explained, the boss hasn't made a final call yet. But everyone knows you've reached the top rank and achieved great merit. It's no longer fitting for you to serve as the dock helmsman. Qin Ming is reportedly ready to take over that position. This hallmaster post will most likely fall to you. Wang Chuan was silent for a long moment, staring at the waves churning on the river before speaking. I trust the boss. He wouldn't assign such an inexperienced young man like me to manage Heilong's shipping affairs. After all, I lack experience with cargo turnover, managing inner disciples, escorting ships, and the waterways. He suddenly turned to Song Minshu, his eyes grave. There are many in our gang better suited than me to take charge there. Minshu looked hesitant, murmuring to himself, no way. Sure enough, by morning, the sky was bright and the river glittered with sunlight. Boss Yang Feiyue, dressed in battle gear, arrived at the hall with Qin Ming and Elder Fang Kuei. The surrounding helpers held their breath and saluted in unison. In front of the three, Yang Feiyue announced a major personnel appointment. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.